Good morning. Welcome in joining this live Q&A. It's good morning for some of you, good afternoon, good evening, good night even. We are broadcasting this live Q&A all around the world and we're happy that you're joining. Yesterday was an exciting moment for us where we launched the new 3T Exploro RaceMax. And we're here with a couple of people here for the next 12 hours to answer any question you might have. I'd like to make a short introduction of everyone that is joining this Q&A so you get to know them a little better. So I hand over to Daniel in the US, in Toronto. Daniel, can you shortly introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, Daniel from the Toronto office. Yeah, like Renee said, super exciting day. It's a combination of a lot of hard work from the team, and given what's been going on in Italy, it's an awesome project to kind of relaunch life there, and we're super excited.
Thanks, Daniel. And we have also Scott from Toronto joining us. He is answering all the technical questions. So Scott, hello, good morning.
Hi there, Scott from 3T North America, customer support. Happy to be here. Excited for the new bike.
Thank you very much. Then we go upstairs to our factory. We have a factory here in Bergamo, and that is run by Enrique. Enrique, good afternoon. Enrique is going to unmute himself so everyone can hear him. You guys are on mute.
Okay, sorry for
Perfect. Enrique, please introduce yourself.
Enrique here, and my colleague Andrea. So we here from the headquarters of 3T Bergamo. We will be answering you all the technical questions you might have, and also giving some support for every other question on sales and availability calls and everything you need.
Thank you very much. And then lastly, Girard, also part of the Q&A, and he is going to explain all of you how he came to the design of this fantastic new bike. Girard?
Well, I think we're still waiting on Gerard to fix a technical issue there, but he should be on in a couple seconds.
In a few seconds, great.
Yeah, but the new bike, looking at Andreas there, looks awesome, and yeah, excited to get my first rides in on it for sure. I think Renee, you've had a few spins on it.
Yeah, I've been riding the bike since the beginning of the year, actually end of last year, and it was really just mind-boggling. This is an awesome ride, and now with the graphics, it also looks fantastic. So we're very happy, very proud that we're here.
Did you have to do anything special to hide it during those first like prototype models?
Yeah, sure. A lot of excitement. A lot of people are seeking around. What's that? We don't show you. We don't tell you.
Yeah. The secret.
Yeah. That's great. So Gerard is back. Gerard is back online. So please, Gerard, up to you.
Apparently, it's easier to design a bike than to get a live stream going with 5 people in different places. So hi everybody. Glad you can join us. Yeah, well, I'm excited, but of course, I've been working away at this stuff for the last couple of years. I don't know what kind of smack these other guys have talked about me while I was away, but I'm very happy about the end result, and I think most of us here are. So maybe we should just start with the beginning. Of course, in 2016, we launched the original Exploro, and that was really a bike that got a lot of people talking in the industry, but also certainly consumers, and a lot of the people in the industry, they are going like, what, aero and gravel, what do you need that for? And you know, aren't you very slow in gravel? And you think about races maybe in the US Midwest where you're, you know, plowing along, going 10 miles an hour into a 40-mile-an-hour headwind. But of course, the reality of that situation is that, hey, that's 50 miles an hour in total, right? It doesn't matter what speed you're going relative to the ground. It matters what speed you're going relative to the wind. And the other thing, pretty far removed from that, is that, of course, where most people live, you know, we live in built-up areas, right? More people live in cities than in small towns and everything like that. So even if you like gravel, the chances are the first a couple miles or kilometers of your ride have to be on asphalt, and on asphalt there's only one thing that's fun, and that's speed. But going slow on asphalt is just not a lot of fun, which is why mountain bikes aren't fun. But then if you are on asphalt, then that means you want to, even if you're on a gravel bike, if you're on asphalt, you want to go fast. So you have some disadvantages, the bigger tire, some knobs maybe on that, everything like that. So our goal was simply to make sure that everything else was as optimized for speed as possible. So aerodynamics was logical, right? We wanted just to get as close as possible to the speed of a road bike, no matter what surface you're on. And our customers proved us right, I guess, in that the Explorer has been a much bigger success than we initially thought. I mean, when we were working at it, and Renee and I were looking at the designs and deciding where should we go, and we were sort of laughing about it ourselves, thinking like, okay, it makes a lot of sense, but I don't think a lot of people are going to agree with us. So this will be a great bike for the two of us, and then maybe some other people we know, but we just really didn't know if it would catch on, and certainly it has, and it sort of snowballed from that, right? Once people were riding this bike and realized that it worked, that it was a great bike on the road and off road, and it fit huge tires when you wanted to, then it just snowballed from there. And certainly also, the reviews in media and all these things, awards, that's all been much more than we hoped for, because we were hoping for a lot, but we were expecting very, very little. And so when it came time to think about, okay, where does this go next? We saw that the way people actually use this bike is, in one ways it's as we expected, but we also noticed that a lot more, road riders were getting into gravel, right? So, riding on the road nowadays, it can be quite dangerous. I mean, if you're, the roads can be busy. There's texting drivers that are not paying attention to what's out there. And so a lot of people are trying to get off the busy roads, and then you end up pretty quickly on roads where you need more tire clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So a gravel bike makes sense. Of course, the term gravel bike, terrible, but the type of bike, great for a lot of instances. And when you do that, those people were looking exactly as we thought. They are looking for, the fastest bike they can get. And so the goal with this new Exploro RaceMax was that, right? Can we make a gravel bike that's simply as fast as some of the best road bikes? And to do that, you need to take, aerodynamics to its most extreme version, right? You need to make everything aero that you can. And as you may have seen on the videos and the other presentations, the key for that is really in the tire. And that's no different than what we did a couple of years ago with the Strada. If you want to make a road bike around big tires, you need to really start from scratch. You need to start with the tires and then design all your tubes around it. And that's basically what we've done with the Exploro RaceMax as well. Except now the tires are, of course, even bigger. They're 35, 40, 60 millimeters wide. But it also means that the challenge was much bigger because, nobody really knew how big these tires were. Of course, we use some tires and we sometimes measure them, but of course, there's a lot of tires in the world. So what tire do you really need to design for to make this the best possible bike? And so we decided to measure tons and tons of tires and just see what would come out. And, we found a lot of tires that sort of fit in a certain bandwidth, and said, okay, if we can design the bike around this bandwidth, then we know that all these tires will fit, and we can design our tubes around that and make sure it's all close fitting and works properly. And that's basically what we've done here. And as you may have seen already on the website, there's a list of the tires we recommend, which of course is not just the tires that fit, because there are also tires that fit but that we don't like for other reasons. So these are tires that fit in our bandwidth for good aerodynamic interaction with the frame. The tire profile itself is not terrible in the wind tunnel, because we've also had quite a few of these tires in the wind tunnel, and there's like the knob profile, for example, has quite a big effect on aerodynamics. We like the tread for grip, we like the puncture resistance, we like all these things, right? And if it matches all those things, then we've put it on the list there, which probably has about 30 or 40 lines on there now. And we'll expand that because, of course, tire manufacturers are also moving. So as new tires become available that we like, we will definitely add them to the list. So once we had that, it just was a matter of using all the tricks in the book that we know from road bikes getting the close fitting cutout. Also the distance between the front wheel and the down tube, minimize that as much as possible. Of course, all with keeping the mud clearance that you want. And to mud clearance, of course, if it gets super muddy, of course there's a chance that you scratch the frame a little bit, which is of course the case with any aero road bike and aero time trial bike as well. As I sometimes used to say at Cervelo, if your bike doesn't have any scratches, you're not going fast enough. That's how the aerodynamics works, right? So, but of course, our gaps here are bigger than they would be on a road bike or a time trial bike. And the result is, as you've probably seen, and as I have one standing here behind me, we're very happy with it. It's I think not only is it engineering-wise everything that I hoped it would be, but I think also our graphics department. I say graphics department, there's one guy. I think he's done a really good job. They look very nice. I mean, with my little webcam here, maybe it doesn't do the paint scheme justice, but it looks very slick. And this here behind is actually one of my favorite setups, which is sort of a massive road setup or whatever you want to call it. So this is a 35 millimeter road slick tire from Pirelli, and just riding that on asphalt is an amazing sensation. It's just so comfortable because, face it, most of our asphalt roads are just as bad as gravel roads are. So it's just so smooth, so fast, and it makes road riding a whole different experience. And of course, especially here in the Netherlands, any little trail that you can find by the side of the road, you can go in with a 35 millimeter tire. You can do that without flatting, so you really don't need more. So you have the ultimate speed on the road, and you have good gravel capabilities off-road. And I know this may offend some people, because when you go into the woods here, sometimes you see people with dual suspension frames and a face mask, but you can just ride by them on this frame. But anyways, to each their own. So that's how we got to this point. And during the next 12 hours or 11 hours and 45 minutes, we'll be answering your questions, and you can enter those questions in the comment section underneath the blog, and you can add them also to YouTube, I guess, to the comment section there. And we will be answering those as quickly as we can. And we've gotten some questions before as well, so we'll answer those in between if we can. But in a way, we'll try to answer the last questions first, because that increases the chances that you're still watching. If we answer your questions 11 hours from now, you may have gone for a ride or something like that. And I think we're starting actually with a special guest. I don't know if they're already in our connection there. I see a nice black box with a name. So that's a good start. Hello. I feel like the Eurovision Song Contest. Hello, Luxembourg. Are you there? Hey, Frank. Can you hear us, Frank?
We're good. Hi, Gerard. Hey,
Hi.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. I'm a little tired, and we still have only started. So, but other than that, we're good, I think. So thanks for joining us here. It's been it's been what, 12 years since you last rode a Cervelo that I had something to do with, and I guess for the last couple of days you've been riding a RaceMax.
Yeah. I've had the chance to get the lady out, but in the same time, I like to call it. It's a lady in one way, because it just looks beautiful. The red and white paint job done. It's a beauty. That's why I like to treat it like a lady. But it's in the same time, it's just a beast. You have to. I had the chance to try it, and it's a great bike. I never thought that. Gravel. It's more freedom. You have more options. Take your bike out, and I absolutely love it. Great riding. The 35 tires, as you just mentioned, I can absolutely agree, and just I'm fully on your side. It's great riding, great comfort. The bike steering, the handling, it's very compact. It's I would say it's like it's like a lady. Treat them mean, keep them keen. Somehow.
I think you're going to cut this out, but unfortunately it's live.
Yeah. No, that's okay. No, it needs it's a bike. It's great comfort. Just because it's beautiful, you don't have to hesitate to ride it hard. So jump on in every ditch. It just makes you wanna jump in every ditch and on every cobblestone because of its great handling. It's direct steering. It's sensible to wind when there's a lot of wind, because the surface is a big surface where the wind can attack it.
Yeah, with the deep wheels, right, that we sent you, I think. So
that's why it's dive for dynamics. It's absolutely normal. So yeah, people should not hesitate to really treat it hard and treat it mean. It needs a leaded hand, the bike.
okay, we have a question here for you, Frank.
Yeah.
So obviously people know you, we know you as a road racer, so does this mean you're now a gravel rider, or you're still doing both, or why do you what do you need a gravel bike for, I guess is the question.
Well, let's say I've been a pro cyclist for 15 years. Obviously, everything on the road. But I'm still addicted, and I'm a big cycling passionate. I love cycling because I believe it has it's a life school. You need to you learn how to sacrifice, you learn how to suffer, and it does good to people. Sport does good to the people. That's why I still love cycling. I always say, still today, I don't train anymore. I just ride bike, and I absolutely love it. Just going out, it's good for my health. It's good for the family. It's good for healthy wise. I believe you're way more efficient. That's why I'm a cycling enthusiast. Now, gravel is pretty new for me. Yes, that's true. Since 2 years, I discovered gravel because it just gives you more freedom. You have many more options, and as you also said just before, the safety, it's absolutely worth considering that. In the woods, you have no cars. I mean, you can crash, you can crack your collarbone at any time, but you cannot be ran over by a car. So people also in gravel, still be careful. I cannot take all the risks of cycling, but hey, that's why.
Oh, I think we're losing you there, Frank.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if we can get Frank back, but in the meantime, we'll go to the first question from the commenters on the blog. And one question I have here is, if there's no popping up, I have one here. How about fenders? It says there's fender mounts, so what fender? Yeah, it has fender mounts for like a hidden fender mount, and so we are making our own fender that fits on that. So it means that the mounts are completely tucked away and just they're basically invisible. That fender is going into production now, so by October we should have that. Of course, as we started this project, our plan was to have everything ready on time, and on the last couple months have been challenging for obvious reasons, and no more so than with the supply chain of different things, and so we've been prioritizing just getting the frame out, and that we've managed to do with just a small delay, but about 6 weeks delay. So given the circumstances, that's been pretty good. And now we're focusing on a lot of the accessories like the fenders and the bags and other things. So more coming soon to accessorize your RaceMax later on. And so we'll see the next question. So we have a question here from Jazz Try or Jazz Tree. Will the RaceMax frame be available as an RTP option? Renee, maybe you want to answer that question?
Yeah, the answer is simple is yes. So we have been very successful with the RTP option for both the Strada and Explorer. We have on the blog the Get Creative series, and we have seen a lot of great designs from everyone around the world. And also the RaceMax, the RTP will be available, but from September onwards. So if you want an RTP frame, let us know now. You can reserve it right now for September. You're the first one to get it.
And speaking of RTP, I think we have Frank back, and he actually has an RTP frame because he has a red and white special bike. I don't know if he has it with him. Do you have the bike with you, Frank, or it's somewhere?
Yeah, no, I have the no. Unfortunately, I brought the. I have the gravel. Yeah, I have the Explorer RaceMax with me today.
Yeah, but you have that. That's a custom paint as well, actually, the red and white. So if you can show that one.
Yes. Yeah, but it's up in the locker.
Oh, okay.
So since yeah,
maybe we're here for 12
for
hours, Frank. So we have all the time in the world. So later on, just in 3-4 hours, tomorrow morning when you wake up, just call in again and you can show us the bike. No, just kidding.
No,
we were.
I've done it.
No problem. And
yeah.
We let's see what other questions we had for you. Oh, Frank, have you ever ridden an Explorer with 650B wheels or only 700?
No, 700 because we decided to go for the 700 wheels because it's just I believe it's it's better rolling resistance on the 700. It's bigger wheels, so it feels I go with 2.5 bars maximum, and they ride fantastic.
Okay, we're going to disagree on that, but that's okay.
I'm up again. You hear me?
That's okay.
Yeah, you disagree.
No. I mean, well, the part we disagree on is that the wheels are exactly the same size, right? The rims are different, but you're not riding on the rims. I hope you did put tires on them, so. If you have a 650B wheel with a big enough tire on it, then in the end the diameter of the overall wheel is the same again. But that's okay.
That's right.
No. Let's see if we. I have to scroll back now to see questions for you. Would you ever go on a multi-day bikepacking ride with your Explorer, or you like to be home for dinner?
That's where I am right now. So I packed up the family. I was very motivated, so I packed up the family. We went to a camping spot, and here I'm. I have two small kids, and my wife, she takes care of the kids during the day, and I am able to ride my bike for 2-3 hours. Come back on the camping. We just have a good time. First, it's nice for me to discover more forest, more woods, more gravel terrain, and at night I'm back with the family, so they have a good time off. We try to combine the cycling passion, the gravel, with the family, so they have a good time. The bike packing, it's awesome. I believe it's just awesome because. Yeah, you have the touristical part. You see much more from the nature. You see different routes, different ground, and you're able to complete much more kilometers. So I love bike packing.
You don't have to go very far to be in Germany, France, or Belgium, or the Netherlands, right? You can. You can do everything
that's
in one day.
why we say. Yes. So I can actually do in 140 kilometers. I could do 5 countries. So I mean, I could, So we start in Luxembourg, go over to France, go over to Germany. From Germany, you cross Luxembourg and you go to Belgium and go back to Luxembourg. So 5 countries.
Okay, very cool.
Yep, it's pretty unique in the world.
I guess so. Yeah, it pays off to be small.
Yeah.
So. And are you? You normally have your Gran Fondo and other gravel events and everything. I guess now that's obviously it's on hold because of Corona and everything. When can we come ride in Luxembourg again?
Yeah. So our Gran Fondo was, of course, so far it was a road event, which had a big for 3 years it had a big coming up success, and we have about 3,500 people riding. And so last year I've got invited to the Jeroboam, which was a great gravel event. So of course we have had in pipeline to organize also a gravel event here in Luxembourg. But the current situation had a lot of put a lot of sticks in the wheels, and so we see how it goes, and if we can organize something, maybe something smaller for the first year. And we see, but it's in the pipeline to organize a gravel event also as Gran Fondo, maybe.
It's no, I mean, I don't have to explain to you that I think that's where the world is going. So,
yes,
it's
I absolutely agree.
As the gravel bikes get better and better, they can do everything that a good road bike can, and then more, right? So, it's
the big difference is on the gravel ride. It's not necessary, I believe, for the people loving to ride bikes, who love to ride bikes. I believe they have much more from going and gravel, because it's not necessary for. It's much more the freedom and the fitness, and you enjoy much more the nature. You're closer to nature. The outdoor style comes back more and more, especially in our situations we have today. So I also absolutely believe it's a change, and sometimes cycling needs change, and not only cycling, but the world needs changes. So I think this will be new and different.
Yep. No, I think we agree on.
Yeah.
So that's good. Well, Frank, I'll let you get to your barbecue or whatever you're doing tonight on the campground. Thanks very much for
we are good.
joining us. Super.
No, at least I want to thanks to you guys to put trust in me, and as I mentioned also in the video the other day, I'm not only a proud ambassador, but I became a real fan of 3T. Not only with my new custom-made Strada, but now having also being able to use and try the new Exploro RaceMax. It's an absolutely I became a fan of you guys, and you did an awesome job. Knowing that René and you have put a lot of effort and been to a rough time the last few months, but considering all this, you did a tremendous job, and congrats for that.
Well, I guess everybody around the world, I guess, at some point in these last couple months has gone through a rough time. So just have to keep plugging along, I guess. So we're happy we got through to the other end, and things are looking up in Bergamo at least, and we're happy that one of the few things that people can still do in most of the world is ride a bike, especially if you do it by yourself, which of course on a gravel bike is perfect. So but in that sense, we're at the right spot at the right time. So thanks for all your feedback on the bike, not just now, but in the past years with the previous generation as well. So thanks for that, and enjoy the camping, and talk to you soon. René?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank.
Have a good one. Cheers.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was Frank Schleck, and we might see him back if he goes and gets that beautiful red Explorer RaceMax. That was RTP, or maybe Renee can find a photo and somehow get that on the live broadcast. I don't know. We'll give it a go. For now, we'll go to the next question, which should be popping up on the screen. There it is from Jeffrey. What crank size? What crank size does a frame fit? Both 1x and 2x. So chain rings, things like that. Scott, do you want to answer that one?
Sure. Well, today with all the different chain lines cranks have, we really can't say this generically anymore. So it is kind of a case-by-case basis here. But SRAM Axis, for example, fits up to a 48-35 chainring set on the Exploro RaceMax. GRX 48-31. When it comes to single chain rings, up to a 42 tooth officially. Some 44 tooth chain rings will fit as well. For gravel, 42 tooth is really all you need when racing. And of course, people who want a bigger gear, going with SRAM and starting with a 10 tooth cog on the cassette, you effectively have a 46 tooth chainring up front. So I hope that answers the question there. Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, no problem.
And oh, there I am again. I don't know what happens when my picture's not in the picture, if you can still hear me or not, but thanks, Scott. Yeah, so as Scott mentioned, it used to be pretty simple, right? Road bikes have a 30 or 43.5 millimeter chain line. And so if you know what the chain line is, then you know where the chain rings are and you know what the clearance is. But of course, nowadays, the chain lines are all over the map. Partially, this is because, of course, as we've gone from road to a normal quick releases, we've gone to through axles. That means that basically the cassette has now a mountain bike position. The cassette has moved over to the side, and so it makes sense that you also move the chain rings. And for the first couple of years, brands didn't do that at all. They just kept the old chain line. So basically, your chain line was off by 2.5 millimeters. So now they're correcting that, and as they're correcting that, these brands are also thinking, well, why don't I just look at it from scratch, and did it really make sense what the chain line was before, et cetera, et cetera. But it has resulted in quite a wide range of chain lines. Like SRAM uses 45 on some cranks, and then 2.5 millimeters more on others. Shimano GRX has just come out. They have a different chain line for their 1x and their 2x, whereas that sort of is hard to understand because the whole idea with the chain line is that for 2x it uses the center between those two chain rings, and then for 1x you just put the one chain ring there. But they've decided that the chain line for 1x is further out. So basically, the 1x chain ring is at the position of the big ring for the 2x. So there's and with all these variations, it means that you're now moving these chain rings in and out relative to the frame. So obviously, as you're moving the chain rings out and away from the frame, you can also make them bigger. So that's why you can't say anymore like, oh, this chain ring will always fit, because it's well, it depends on what crank you're using. And of course, you could say, well, let's just move these chain rings really far out, then you can fit huge ones. But of course, the problem is, as you're moving the chain rings out, you have to move your entire crank out. So you're also moving your pedal out, you're moving your feet out, and now so your Q factor gets bigger, right? And eventually you're riding like a duck. And that's something that we at least really like to avoid. We'd like to keep that narrow Q factor that you have on a road bike and that is efficient, rather than moving your feet out and making it more like a mountain bike, as it were. So if top speed and efficiency, biomechanics is important, then you need to look at that Q factor and keep it as narrow as possible. So, and of course, that's also the real engineering challenge. If the cranks are narrow and the chain rings are close to the frame, then how do you fit a big tire while still getting your chain stays through? if you just have a really wide crank, then I mean anybody can design a frame then, so then it's not really a challenge anymore. All right, I hope that answers the questions. Thanks again, Scott. So the next question. Well, since I'm sitting here now, anyways, this is Fabio. Which are the main differences in geometry between the standard Explorer, I presume he means the Explorer Pro Team Limited, and the new one? So, anybody want to answer that question? Andrea, you want to answer the question?
Yeah, I think I'm already here to answer, so happy to help. So main difference starts from the bottom bracket, which has been lowered a little bit. At the same time, the position has been putting a little bit up. So in the end, you have more confidence when going downhill, and at the same time, having a little bit more upright position on the front gives you more, still more confidence. Also, for sure for downhill, but also for all the moments you handle the bike. What is really important is that there are more sizes than the current Explorer. So it starts from a smaller one than the current S, and it arrives to the 61, which is a little bit bigger than it's a little bit bigger than the XL. So it means the size, there is more possibility for everyone, and also the most important thing, the steps between the sizes is smaller. It means it's even easier to find the best frame and the best fitting for everyone. And what is really important is not only the fitting but all the idea. Again, bottom bracket, the front end, which is higher here, where is like a pure head tube. So the measure here is from a road bike, but on the inside it fits steering tube, which is really bigger than road bikes. And also the fork comes from the idea from a road bike, which means the axle to crown measure is pure road, and but at the same time you can fit really large tires. So there are a lot of factors which has been modified in order to improve the possibility for everyone to have the best fitting, and also to have the best experience with in all conditions, from road to mixed terrain to really tough terrain where you need a lot of control from the bike. And so that's the main idea, and I hope Gerard has been able to explain in a good way your beauty.
Gerard, you are on mute.
Sorry about that. I guess I was on mute. Andrea, while you're on camera, do you want to maybe explain to people also a little bit about your experiences riding some of the prototype RaceMax frames in the past couple months? Maybe not specifically all the things that weren't working, but no, just everything, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. For sure, what is really impressive, in my opinion, the first thing is that from the first two time you push on the pedal, just for the first 2 minutes, you feel the bike like it has been your bike from a while. You have immediately a lot of confidence on the bike, and you kind of already know know where the limit is. It is the same really beautiful characteristic the old Explorer has, and this is one of the reasons why we want to have it still in range. But what makes this one step forward is really the position. For this one, for example, I probably I found a better position for me thanks to all the changes. I tried both on the road and so with 700C and around 30mm tires road bike, and it feels really a road bike, like a normal road bike, really fast. But the most amazing experience for me has been putting 650B wheels with really large tires. I had it with the Schwalbe. It was around 2.3 inches, and I did some trains were full of rocks, really hard, and it's unbelievable how good it behaved. I'm riding the current Explorer from 4 years now, and I'm really used to it. But this is it gives all these small differences, small or big, let's say, makes a huge change in the end, which give you really the all the an improvement on the confidence. So what is really what I think everyone will feel from the first ride will be so they will feel, I'm sure, like me with the first time with the old Explorer and with the first time with this one. For sure, what I really like from the bike, it's the most amazing area is this part, which is it looks really really nice before skill factors, and it's really impressive to see. The design here is something wonderful. For sure, live here with just a video is not that easy to show, but I'm sure that everyone will be able soon to have the possibility to see the bike will be impressed from this. And the other part I really love is this one is the fork with which is really it looks really aerodynamics, and it can allow to have a really huge clearance for tires. And for sure, another very nice solution and design I really like is the double drop the chainstay, which is not only very for sure is very important for the clearance and to allow a really short chainstay, which is the key for sure for the reactivity of the bike. But it's really nice to see this kind of design. And last but not least, I really love the new seat post, which is I mean the old one with the diff lock mechanism was really nice by the time you had your bike. So maybe it took compared to other compared to this one, it took maybe 2-3 minutes more to find your correct saddle position. But then maybe it was not that easy to adjust every time if you needed to let your bike be tried by another customer, or maybe another friend, something like this. This is really easier to fit, and it looks really nice here, and for sure is also really lighter than the previous one. It saves around, let's say, 100 grams. We weighted this, and the wall seat post together with the clamps weighs, of course, 100 grams less. I can show you something, and yeah.
Go right ahead, Andrea. I'll just I'll take a nap for 5 hours, and I come back, and then you're done with your story. It's great. Keep it coming.
So just to show you, it's difficult to show with the camera, but this weighs the complete seat post weighs 150 grams. So sorry, just
here is Andrea's assistant.
So we can
Hi, Enrique.
wait just to show to everyone.
So for everybody, I guess we've not introduced him yet at the start, have we? Have we introduced you already, on Enrique?
Yeah, we did it.
Okay, it was while I was offline. Okay.
So, what is the weight, Enrique?
170.
170. So if you think that
with these alloy caps too.
Yeah, it should be maybe 10 grams less. It should be, but anyway, because there are.
But already fake rails in there. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Now we have the alloy caps on it just to keep the everything in position.
Yeah.
But anyway, it should be around 160, correct, Enrique?
Yeah,
160 grams. And if you think that the old one together,
it was around 100 grams more. That's correct.
Let's measure live, no? I mean,
yeah, we can measure live.
12 hours, so.
For sure. So
we have time. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So to be fair,
live on camera, Enrique is removing a saddle from a seat post. This is riveting television. Next up, a close-up of our fireplace.
So, Exploro seat post. Yeah,
so I'm
it's a bit longer, but anyway, we'll be fine. Just the post.
Yeah.
Oh no, do the whole thing, no? Or
yeah, just the post is 1 gram heavier than the whole seat post and the whole new one. So once we add the caps and the deep block and the other cap, we go up to 252 grams. So we are saving just straight after 80 grams roundabout.
Yeah, plus those rails, so 90 in the end. So.
Yeah.
Me and Enrique went even forward because we are really we first of all, of course, we look at how a bike rides, but also we look at the weight, which we know is not everything, but it's important too. And so in the end, also counting the clamping system, even the clamping system is very light. So if you have one, Enrique, we can test it live. So just to show.
So the old
one,
34 grams. Okay, you keep that in mind.
Yeah,
34.
sure. 34.
Well, the new weight came in. Guess what?
I can't remember the number. I remember the wall.
So, but you bet. What's
yeah,
your bet?
It should be around 15.
18 grams.
18. Okay.
30,
I wanted to be more optimistic.
From 34 to 18. So definitely it's a massive improvement.
So in the end, this is why what I said is in the end is correct. I mean, because I said that the whole system weighs 100 grams less, and we are there. So
nice save, Andrea.
This is really good. And
all right, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Andrea. You and Enrique should take this show on the road to theaters everywhere. So thank you very much, and we'll talk to you in a little bit. The next question we have is popping up on the screen pretty soon, I hope, because we have so many questions now from you that I have trouble finding the next one. Okay, it's from Julien. So it looks like the race and max options are pretty different in terms of drivetrains. Is there or will there be a good 1x2 wheel set setup where I can do both? I guess that's a little bit my wheelhouse, so I'll take that question myself. Yes, I certainly think there will be, I think there are and there will be more in the future 1x options where you can do all types of riding with a 1x setup and two wheel sets. So when you have two wheel sets, I've written a couple of blog posts about that. So I think you sort of know what to do there, right? You have one wheel set which can be really optimized for road and maybe mild gravel, like the wheel set I have back here of just an aero rim, and then a tire that's maybe a 35 millimeter road slick, or maybe a little bit of profile like a Schwalbe G1 Speed. And then the other wheel set can be as crazy as you want, right? So in the case of the RaceMax, maybe have a 650B wheel set with a 2.25 inch Schwalbe G1 all-road. So for the wheels, I think it's pretty simple. And the question is, how do you fix the drivetrain with that, right? So a couple of options, but say that you're going with a Force Eagle combination, so 4 shifters, and brakes and everything, and then an Eagle, a rear derailleur, and cassette. As you know, standard, we put together our bikes with an 1150 cassette because we think that's enough range. Like a 1050 is just a bit overkill. So say you do that with an 1150 cassette, then that's great for your 650B wheel set, right? You have a massive range. You have a front chainring that can, has the right size to do everything you want. Say you have a 40 or a 42 tooth chainring, 4211 for gravel. It's big enough for most people, and 4250, you can ride up a wall with that. So in most cases, that's a perfect combo. And then ideally, of course, on your road bike, you would have a cassette that would not require you to change the chainring, and if possible, also require you to not change your chain length.
Yeah.
So to do that, I would say, for example, you could go, but you don't need that enormous range, right? You're not going to put an 1150 on your road bike because who needs 4250 on the road? So if you want to go smaller there, you could go basically with two options. But say you do rotor. Rotor makes an 1139 cassette. So that's great. That can still be shifted with that Eagle rear derailleur. So even though that biggest the biggest cargo 39 is pretty small, that will shift no problem with a XX1 Eagle rear derailleur. So then you have 1139, which is enough range for most road racing, and you have the 1150 for your off-road efforts. When you may still have to change the chain for that. That's a little bit out still to be determined. Certainly, I would use a KMC chain for that for both setups. Or well, if I use one chain, I would use KMC because it works well with both. If you have two chains, then of course you can keep the Eagle chain for the Eagle cassette and use a KMC chain for the rotor cassette. And then all you need to do is adjust your B gap a little bit. So the other thing though that could be of interest to people, if you don't mind swapping the chains anyways, and you want to spend a little bit more money, then of course you could also consider getting a different rear derailleur, because with SRAM axis there are no cables, right? So if you want to have, for example, the new 1036 cassette from SRAM Force Wide, that would have a couple of advantages, because first of all, you have this 1150 for gravel, so that's great. And you have your 42 chainring. Now for road, you may want a bigger gear as your biggest gear. So instead of an 11, starting with a 10 gives you, about a 10% bigger gear. So that's nice. 42, 10, that's a pretty good gear on the road. Like you really don't need anything bigger if you're not going to participate in the Tour de France. And then 42, 36 is also still a small enough gear for most people. So all you would need to do for that is, of course, you have your 2 wheel sets, each with their own cassette, and then you have 2 chains and you have 2 rear derailleurs. So you just unscrew your Eagle rear derailleur, put on your Force Wide rear derailleur, mount the chain, and you're done. And actually, that's probably faster than adjusting the B gap on your Eagle rear derailleur. Of course, it's also more expensive because you now have 2 rear derailleurs. But the swapping is really fast because there are no cables, right? It's just a matter of unscrewing it, screwing the other one on, and then pairing it again with your shifters so that the Force rear derailleur will work. So that's the 2 options you have. The second one is a little bit nicer because not only do you have a smaller range than on the road, but you've also shifted the whole range a little bit over to bigger gears, which of course on the road makes sense. But the cost for that is you need one extra rear derailleur. So I hope that answers the question. I hope so. I don't see the question anymore, so I can't quite remember what it was. But yeah. So the next question is whether there is clearance for a crank-based power meter. I'm not sure if anybody here online from the 3T crew wants to answer that one. And if not, then look at the number of takers for this question. All right, go ahead.
Well, I would say it's important to follow the, if you go with the Stages or SRM power meter, to follow their specific guidelines. To be honest, this is not something that we have tested just yet, but certainly we can follow up with this question in the future, so please do get in touch. I'm not sure, Gerard, if you know.
Yeah, there's a couple things. I mean, it depends on which power meter, obviously, right? So crank-based can mean 2 things. It can mean pods, and like we see pods becoming less and less popular especially on gravel bikes, because you have your wheel with your tire, you have your cranks, and in between that you need to fit your chainstay. And now if on the inside of the crank you're also going to glue a pod, that just takes away directly from the tire clearance you have, right? If you need 10 millimeter extra clearance because of the pod, then your chainstay has to move over 10 millimeters. And that means that you're taking 10 millimeters off your tire clearance per side, right? Because you have it on one side, your bike still has to be symmetrical. So it just has a huge influence. So for gravel bikes that are really capable of performing in lousy terrain, a pod-based power meter is not really something that can be recommended. So of course there's plenty of other crank-based systems. The easiest ones are the ones that have all their electronics in the axle, right? I mean, if you have a rotor in power, or the Easton crank and some other systems. THM has a new crank that has a power meter in the axle. So if you have that, then obviously there's nothing sticking out anywhere, so those systems work without a problem. Then on the spider-based systems, I mean, SRAM Axis works flawlessly. The newer versions of I think was it the German one, Power to Max, should work. So there's some that, especially the newer ones, they work quite well because people have figured out that that are making these power meters that, hey, we need to provide this clearance because these bottom brackets are getting bigger because the chainstays sit further apart to get this tire clearance. And of course, the third group that always fits are the ones that are not actually on the crank. So if you have a pedal-based system like Look or SRM now has a pedal-based system as well. And also PowerTap has a crank version, a pedal version. So all of those, of course, work, as do the ones that are in the rear hub, like PowerTap again. So there's a combination of options there. For the crank-based ones, I would in general say stay clear of the pods. Mm-hmm. But there are also some pods that fit, but it's it's tricky. And the problem there also is a little bit that we alluded to before. When we talk about chain line, it's very hard to make a general statement because all these cranks are getting all over the place. And so that also means that with a system like Stages or other pod-based systems, I mean, where that pod ends up depends on the crank you were gluing this pod onto, right? If you had a crank that already had a wide stance, then there's a chance that there's clearance for a pod. But if you had a nice narrow road, a really road Q factor crank, and then there definitely is not any clearance, because if there was clearance, then our tire clearance would be reduced by so much that it's just not worth it. And other than that, I would say just ride without a power meter, but that's just my personal opinion. So just no power meter, no Strava, and obviously no Zwift. But that's a whole different discussion, which we can have at 4 a.m. This morning when we're not capable anymore of answering any technical questions. So Chad has a question. Is there a water bottle cage mount underneath the down tube now? Who would like to answer that? And if nobody raised their hand, I will. Scott,
sure, I'll answer that.
You just want to go? Go ahead.
Perfect. Yep. So we do have a mount underneath the down tube, perfect for a water bottle cage to hold a bottle, of course, or a tool bottle as well. I do recommend, however, if you do have a water bottle cage or a water bottle mounted underneath your down tube, that you give it a few squirts and maybe clean off the nozzle before you take a sip. But certainly the bike is equipped in that manner for sure.
And I think the follow-up question there was on bags and other things. Scott?
So the rivets on the top tube are standard water bottle cage spacing. So there are a number of options out there. However, we do have custom bags that will be available coming shortly. So
that's correct. Next question. So probably some will pop up. There we go. Jason Mitchell is asking, just adding to Benjamin's question here, what kind of protection can we expect on the down tube, bottom bracket, or inside the chainstays? The down tube is massive and will get a fair share of rock dings. So for the protection, there are a couple of options. There is indeed a cover that is coming for the bottom bracket and the lower part of the down tube. So that's an option for those who want it. Of course, that makes it look a little bit more motocross than maybe some would like. But if you're concerned about that sort of damage, then you can. Of course, it also really depends on where you live, right? I mean, the beach sand here is not really going to damage my down tube quite the same as the rocks that might be flying around your ears north of Bergamo. So, then of course, I mean, the under side of the drive side chainstay is now more important than the top side, because the chainstays are dropped, so that the chain really never hits it on the top anymore because it's so far away. But of course, the bottom part of the chain now comes much closer to that chainstay. So on the underside of the chainstay, there's a protection, and I'm just wondering if I should go through the trouble of taking my webcam and having everything explode, but I'm going to risk it anyway. So, no, that's not a very long cable either. But as you can hopefully see, well, that's amazing how close to beige that alloy or the steel plate is. But here you can see there's a steel plate exactly where, of course, the chain is the closest to the chainstay. So that will protect the chainstay from that. And then, of course, if there's any other areas, you can always add, some 3M protective tape if there's some areas where you're worried about. Of course, for example, on that top tube bag, we have it, of course, designed for a strapless with the bolts, but some people still prefer to use straps. And those straps, and especially the Velcro part of it, I mean, they're basically like sandpaper, right? So if you use those sort of strap-on bags, then it's always good to put some protective tape between the bag and the frame. Of course, that's nothing specific for this frame. I would do that with any frame, and just protect it that way. So, and as I said, I mean, it's if you're having the most amount of fun with it, then you'll also have a couple of scratches to prove it, probably either on your frame or on your face or elsewhere. So if it's they're not museum pieces in the end, but of course we understand you want to take care of them as well as possible. All right, question from Luigi. Oh, Louis, sorry. Louis G, not Luigi. Louis G. What's the widest 700C that will fit on the rear with a 2x setup? So with a 2x setup, even with SRAM Axis ETAP, which of course has a bit of a reputation for being a little bit limiting in the tire clearance, but for a 700C 2x setup, there's really no limitations. So you fit. I think on the website you can see our list of tires that we recommend, and so you have tires that will fit effectively 42 millimeters wide, and they come nowhere clear the front derailleur, not even on SRAM Axis, and definitely not on any other system. So there's not really a tire clearance issue in 700C to worry about there. And maybe just, I mean, it wasn't the question, but in 650B, so in 1x you can fit up to a 61 millimeter tire there. In 2x, there it starts to depend on whether it's GRX or SRAM Axis or what have you. And so you're going to lose a couple of millimeters. So, you might only be able to fit a 57 or a 54 millimeter tire on there. You can fit a little bit more than that SRAM officially recommends. But it also depends. It's not just the widest point of the tire, right? The tire is semi-round at the top, but especially if the knobs are big, then it's quite square. So those square tires, they just sit closer to the front derailleur than the ones that are really, really rounded. So but as a guideline, 53 to 57, depending on which front derailleur you use for the 650B, and then depends a little bit on the actual shape of the cross section. It's one of those things, like everything about tires or chain rings, people just want a simple yes, no answer. But the problem with this industry is that everybody's sort of using their own standards and everybody's just, taking their own liberties with it. So there is not one answer because it depends on so many factors. So because you have a lot of choice, that's great. But because all those choices follow often different standards, it becomes difficult to answer that question. So Christian, hi Christian. So he got confirmation that he will receive his 54 centimeter orange gray frame set. Well, that's one of the very few. So I think they were at least on some sizes sold out pretty quickly, and that will remain the situation for a long time. But he's wondering, I guess, when it will arrive and when he gets the new wheels. So maybe, Renee, you can, we haven't talked about the wheels yet at all, but I don't know if you have any there. Probably not, because we had so few, but maybe you can speak broadly about it and talk about availability.
Yeah, so first on the frame. So the frame is the orange gray, and the sand olive is on delivery in June for the size of 54, 56, 58. We have been overwhelmed with orders, so it might run into July, but those three sizes are on delivery right now. We're adding the other three sizes by the end of July. In terms of bikes, we start shipping in July the Force bikes, as well as the Eagle. GRX are coming in September. We are taking reservations for people right now. So if you want to reserve your bike and your frame, please contact us by the email or by the web form, and we can make sure that we reserve a bike for you for the time that it's available. On the wheels, the new 45-40 wheels are in delivery by the end of June available. Again, there we have a lot of requests, so we start first delivery end of June, and then we ramp up production in July. So if you're fast, you get them in June, and if you're a little bit later, then in July and August, the wheels might arrive.
All right, thanks very much. We have a question from Tadaka. This apparently is if you recall, the second one already. So the first time this question came, it was answered just beautifully by Renee. So I think we'll go back to Renee for this question.
Yeah, I think it's also another question I've seen about whether other color options are available. So the standard color options that are available are the orange gray and the sand olive.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the orange gray is the one that's sitting behind Renee, and if the camera would switch to me, then you will see the sand olive sitting behind me. But if our operator is not paying attention, then you will see it a little bit later on. All right, continue, Renee.
Some questions have come up at the white red that we made for GCN. So that was an RTP frame, a ready-to-paint frame that we painted specifically with GCN in that color. Well, we're getting so many requests for that, so that might become a standard option later. But right now, that is available as an RTP option. So right now, 2 colors available from September onwards. The frames in RTP, and then you can use all your creativity to get it in any color or graphic design you want. There have been a lot of questions also on the cost of painting. So basically we sell ready-to-paint frames. You can take it to your local painter and paint in any color you want. We also offer the opportunity, the possibility to paint it for you. So, and then the cost of that really depends on the color and the paint scheme, but it starts from 350 euros onwards. So a typical, for example, racing green Explorer frame would cost the price of the RTP frame plus an additional charge of 350 for painting. It's hard to give a fixed price for every color because some colors are just more expensive or require more treatments. But you can contact us and we can, based on your requirements, we can make you a quote for the painting as well. But there's a lot of people that also buy the RTP frame and take it to the local painter because you have, direct access to your painter, and that might be also a good solution for many of you.
Yeah, I think that also depends, right, on. Here's the sand olive. I'm not responsible for the color naming, but I think some people at Pantone or wherever think that this is looking like an olive that you've dropped in the sand, which who hasn't done that? So I think with the RTP, whether you do it yourself also depends on what you want, right? If you say, I really love this paint scheme, but I want this exact color for the top half and this exact color for the bottom half. And of course, that's easy to do. If you say like, well, I like to have, little dolphins on the side with little turtles on the seat stays and this and that, and I want it like that. And often it's easier if you have a local painter that you can actually go to and they can sketch it up and you can talk to them and all these things. So, and of course, I mean, those sorts of paint schemes are also more expensive than the ones where, it's a fairly straightforward paint scheme. Although this is not, I have to say, it's not a straightforward paint scheme. This one's a little complicated too, but it's easy to explain anyways. If you want our standard one and you just want to swap the colors, that's easier to communicate about without meeting each other live. So this is a really Corona-proof way of RTPing your frame, I guess. It's just telling us which colors you want, and we don't have to meet face to face. But if you want something more special, then the local painter is probably the best way to go. So Benjamin has a question: will there be a limited lightweight option down the line? So that's a good question. How far can we look into the future, right? We don't have one now. We're happy that we got this frame out of the factory. I mean, it's been really a challenge the last 4 months basically to get anything going. So we had thought about a limited edition, but that's definitely now on an indefinite hold. I mean, we're not planning to make a limited edition of this frame. So there's plenty of projects that we're working on. But I mean, the idea that just like we have on the current Explorer, we have a Pro, a T, and a Limited. With the RaceMax, it's just not in the cards right now. So we have this one, which you could sort of sit between Team and Limited in that sense. But of course, it's really focused on other things like on the aerodynamics and everything like that. So that's our focus right now. That's what we're working on 100%. And just to give you an idea, I think just with the orders we received in the first 24 hours of bike being live, we already know that we will not be able to catch up. Probably until the end of the year. I mean, not that we've sold everything through the end of the year. That's not the case. But the speed at which it's going, we know that we'll have trouble catching up with demand at least until the end of the year. So, it would be crazy to take those molds and start developing a limited frame, right? It takes away from the production capacity. So we are working on a bunch of other projects. So we're keeping busy anyways. Most of them, of course, that we're making the crank and things like that. So we're keeping busy and have a lot of speeding up to do there as well. But that's our focus is right now is this frame. Oh, there's Benjamin again. If you could only have one bike setup with one rear derailleur, cassette, and wheel set to avoid all the swapping, okay. So that's the reverse from the previous question. So if you want to do fast gravel and rolling hills, what setup would you do with a one by setup? Well, who's interested in taking this question? I can do it myself, but if we have another volunteer, then by all means.
I can hop in, Gerard, if you need to take it up.
Let's go with you.
Well, Benjamin, you're getting like a personal Q&A here. This is pretty cool for you. But I think it's got to be like the Force. Normally we stock this with the 650B tire, but throw that on with a 700C and like a semi-slick like the Pirelli Cinturado. I think you've got a bike that's super, super capable. You've got the gearing for it to get over anything, but you've also got the really high end with the 10-tooth cassette there as well. Plus with the semi-slick, your rolling resistance is going to be just like what it is with a regular road tire, and the new Discus 4540s are going to give you really, really wide contact patch, so you're going to get better rolling resistance at lower pressure, so more comfort. And then you're going to be losing no speed on fast gravel or even road. So that's what I would go for. Like you, I hate faffing about before each ride, swapping wheels or changing cassettes, probably because my mechanical skills are subpar. But no, sometimes you just want to get out and ride. So I think that group set and that build really does it for you.
Thanks, Daniel. Who doesn't want advice from somebody whose mechanical skills are subpar?
Exactly. No, I think we can all relate to that, though.
No, that's true. It's very relatable.
Yeah.
Mine aren't that great either, Daniel, and compared to some mechanics I've worked with in my life. No, I fully agree with that. What I would add to that, of course, you say it's fast gravel and rolling hills, and it depends a little bit on everybody's definition of those words, right? And whether those rolling hills are also on gravel or so. Of course, I think that's probably the setup I would go with as well. If those hills are not that bad, then of course you can look at narrowing your cassette range a little bit. So maybe you go with an 1146 from Rotor instead of going with 1150 or 1050. That might just be overkill. And reversely, if you need a little bit more tire than that, because you say the gravel is nice, but there's still it's still a little tough. And of course you can go with a tire with a little bit of profile on it, like a G1 Speed from Schwalbe or
that's a nice one.
Racer Gravel Kings or
those Rotor cassettes are seriously underrated, and they're really, really great options if the Eagle cassette is just too much range for you and you don't need it.
Yeah, and I think you also see that if we look at our entry level bikes, our run by 11 bikes, then 1142 is a fantastic cassette, right? That gets you over almost everything, and the spacing is still narrow enough that it works. And there just isn't an 1142 equivalent from SRAM, right? You can either go 1036, which is basically 1139 if you adjust it, and then otherwise you have to go all the way to 1150. So you're just missing this thing in the middle that is proven to be perfect for one bike with 11 speed, and now you don't have that for 12 speed. So, but luckily the new 1036, it comes a little bit closer than when it was only 1033. But so that's something to keep in mind. Like if those rolling rails are really rolling, then you could also consider not even going with the SRAM Force Eagle, but just straight Force and doing the 1036 cassette. But that would mean that the rolling hills are really very mild, and the Benjamin as a rider is a little bit stronger than I would consider myself for a rolling hill.
Yeah, no, with that 50 tooth, you've really got something that'll get you out of any situation.
That's for sure. That's for sure. And we have coming up actually pretty soon, Cory Benson from Bike Rumor. He's another rider who has been on the RaceMax for the last little while, and wrote a nice article about it on Bike Rumor, which he published yesterday as we launched. So he will be on, I think, at 6:30 p.m. our time, which makes it whatever different time wherever you are as you're watching. But that's in 8 minutes. Maybe that's more useful to say that it's in 8 minutes. In the meantime, we'll squeeze in this question by Emilio. Which was the main challenge to design and imagine this bike? Which is one of the pillars of the project? I guess that's directed at me. So yeah, the main challenge. I mean, the initial main challenge was, if you want to improve the aerodynamics, you need to design around the tires. And what on earth is the actual dimension of all these tires? Right? I mean, we run into this problem all the time. Even with the normal Explorer, right, the problem, we run into this question all the time. People ask, will this tire fit? They want to hear yes or no, but we always have to say, well, okay, first you have to ask which rim will it be on? And then, often they don't know, or then so there is no yes and no. And then often, of course, it would be a tire like, that we just haven't used, right? Because it's not popular where we live or what have you. So they'd be, they'd be talking about some, ding dong tire, in some size we don't know, that we've never seen, with a profile that's unknown. So that makes it very hard. So that's why we decided to get all these tires in and measure them, and then see what we're actually dealing with. So I think that the main pillar for us is actually that we now understand tire sizing better than any other bike brand, because we've gone through the trouble of measuring it all. And I mean, we probably understand it better than some tire brands, and certainly have a broader scope across all these brands. So that's definitely the main pillar. Like, once you know the tire, you can start to do nice things with aerodynamics. And then, of course, once we were at that stage, then for the design of the frame itself, I don't know. I mean, that's such a long iterative process, and everything is always a problem. But then once you found a solution, you tend to forget about what the problem was. So I have to, I don't think I could be quiet for a minute and think about this question, but I think, one of the main issues was really, the down tube has, it's really wide, right? For those people who haven't seen it yet, I'll do another live camera action here, because this makes it all look so professional. But as you, and I guess I also need to stay with my microphone, but as you can see, that down tube is very wide, as wide as the water bottle, well, the holder in this case, and then it necks down. And so the point where it necks down, on the one hand, is quite logically exactly where the bottle stops. But of course, the flow that goes over that down tube is not. It's not straight. It starts to curve as soon as it hits the down tube. So, to match that up with the bottle, then also make sure it matches up properly with the bottle that's on the C tube. That's, I think, been the biggest challenge. And then where it meets up with the C tube, of course, that's also where you want your seat stays to end, so that limits all these things. And the other thing that we really wanted to do that really irks me on a lot of frames is that when the frames get smaller, it becomes quite hard to put water bottles on, certainly to put big water bottles on. And I mean, if you ride gravel and if you're having fun, then you want to go on longer rides. And, you know, you need 2 fairly big water bottles to do that, I think, at the minimum. So having a front triangle where you can't fit 2 big bottles, or maybe you can fit them, but you can't get them out, was just not an option. So we tried to, you know, especially when you have aero tubes, of course, that takes up space as well. So we try to keep the inside of that triangle big, even when the sizes get smaller. And that was quite tricky as well. And I think the last point was just the head tube is always a tricky area to get right. So I would say those 3 things are the basic design challenges. And then for a gravel frame, in the end, the number 1 problem area is around the bottom bracket, right? That's where everything comes together, and you're trying to you get these chainstays through and have this massive tire cleans, but still fit these narrow cranks. Of course, I've done it a couple times now with different bikes, but every time you try to push the envelope a little bit further, right, you try to fit an even bigger tire in, but at the same time, you know, still keep that crank clearance. So that is the eternal struggle, is at that bottom bracket. There's just a lot of things you need to do there, and just a limited amount of space. So I hope that answers that question. And next question comes from Gravelstoke. Gotta love that name. Is the new Ritchie clamp seat post compatible with the original Explorer? Yes, it is. Pricing and availability. Availability poorly, price quite reasonable. Cheers, Dave. Cheers, Dave. So Daniel, you want to say a bit more about this? Maybe
Yeah,
I can get the answer. I don't know. You're in customer service, so I never help customers, so I wouldn't know.
It's all good. And thanks for reaching out again, Dave. We love what you're doing with Gravelstoke down in California. It's an awesome set of rides you got going on there. But yes, as Gerard said, it will be retroactively compatible with the Exploro that you have. So if the diff lock is not quite your thing, then this will work for you. In terms of availability, I don't have an exact date yet, but I would anticipate that kind of late July, early August window to reach out to us, and you can purchase a new seat post.
And that will also save you that almost 100 grams that Laurel and Hardy there were measuring before on live television. And Enrique and Andrea. So yeah, so if you want to lighten up your bike a bit, this is an easy way to get 100 grams off, and of course have a very easy to use system at the same time. So, oh, Andrea, hey, we were just talking about you. How's it going? So I think Andrea might be there for the next question. So let's see. Is there a new question? If there's no new question, then we will just. Oh, there is a question. Alex is asking, what's the carbon grade on the new model compared to the other Pro Team Limited Explorers? Who's going to answer that question? Do you want to answer it, Andrea? Or you want me to do it?
Please again. Yeah, I will answer. Please again the question.
About the carbon grade of the new model compared to the other Pro Team Unlimited Explorers. Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, I can answer.
All right.
So the new Explorer has one version of a carbon layup, which is the same as the current Team one, and for the current Explorer, just all the new design, and for the current or the old, let's say, Explorer, we have 3 versions with 3 different layups. What changes is just the weight. So what is really important to point out in all these things is that the behavior of the bike is the same regardless of the kind of the type of the carbon layup we are using. What changes in the current line of the Exploro Pro Team Limited is just the weight. Here we are using the team version carbon layout. So I hope this answered the question. And what I can add is just that, as I shared before, maybe for who were not online before, what really matters for the rider is that the behavior that the bike can grant you. Maybe someone hasn't already tried the old Explorer, so they are not aware of it. But for sure, here there is an even more a big improvement on the already well done machine that we already have, and we are going on to have on range, because it really makes a lot of sense. So I hope this helps, and please ask me if you need more details.
So if you want me to add something about carbon,
yeah, sure.
am I allowed? So mainly,
of course, for those who weren't at the start, because of course we did an introduction when we started this at an hour and a half ago, but we can imagine that some people have tuned in later. So this is Enrique, and Enrique actually manages our carbon factory, which you could see if he would turn the camera probably 180 degrees. But or are you downstairs or upstairs?
upstairs.
Sorry.
Right now we are here in the factory upstairs.
Yeah. Okay. We also have a workshop downstairs, so I wasn't quite sure. He knows a thing or two about carbon. He is also one of the principal designers of the 3T Torno crank, the structural design of it. So go ahead, Enrique.
Yeah. So the question was mainly regarding about the grade of the carbon. So between Pro, Team, and Limited. As you well know, Limited is the lightest version, while the Pro is like the entry level on the carbon frame. So mainly on the lightweight version LTD, we are using what's called high modulus fiber. So let's say the stiffness of that fiber is higher than using what's called a standard carbon fiber. So that allows you to keep same level of stiffness, but reducing the weight, right? So what we like to talk when we design a carbon structure is about stiffness to weight, right? So we want to keep a level of stiffness. So by using higher modulus carbon fibers, we can keep lower the weight of the structure, of the frame in this case. While let's say on the opposite way, the Pro, they are using the standard carbon fiber. So it's carbon fiber with a lower modulus, it's lower stiffness. So that's why to be able to keep kind of the same level of stiffness or an acceptable level of stiffness, they need to add more material, and that's why the Pro version comes heavier than the Limited one. Of course, you will ask, so why if in the Pro they are adding more material, why the frame is cheaper, right? So because there's a huge difference between carbon fibers. So for you to have in mind, high modulus, there's many kind of, but high modulus is the more expensive one, while the standard modulus is called the standard carbon fiber is the cheaper one, right? So for you to have an idea, what we are using here in our carbon factory, where we are currently producing the Torno, and we are working on something else too. For you to have an idea, we buy the material in euros per kilo. Okay, so this standard fiber, the lower modulus fiber, round about 1 kilo is round about 18 euros, $20. For you to have an idea, if you want to have the real super high modulus carbon fiber, and we have an example here that we use in the Torno. We are buying a kilo on about 550 euros. So a standard fiber, 18, really high modulus one, 550. So that's why the difference in price as well. And of course,
yeah, and also it's the labor, and I mean the material is the one thing, right? But also the higher the modulus of the material, the harder it is to work with, the more time it takes you to do the layup. Also, often in a limited layup, there's many more pieces than there is in a pro layup, and so it multiplies from there. Like the material is one portion
one
of
thing that the
of
label
many.
best example is on the Torno Team Unlimited, right? So while on the limited one you try to push the boundaries to get a perfect layup, then on the Team one we just try to, of course, use cheaper material, this standard fiber, but also to make the layup easier in production, and of course reducing the labor cost there.
Yep. Thank you, Eric. I think we're going to the next question, which will magically appear, or otherwise I will look up. Oh, there we go. Stefano is asking, have you thought about introducing a bike subscription model that allows consumers to upgrade to a new version? Well, the only person I can think who has thought about that would be Renee. So you want to take that, or do we give it to somebody else to answer that?
So I was on mute. So yeah, thinking about it a lot, but we don't have that on offer yet. That's a question we get more often. So it's something that's on our list to think about, continue to think about, and come with a solution for that. That might be towards the end of the year.
And we do have there's one form of subscription that we have, and it's you only have to pay it for 1 month. You pay the full price in the first month, and then after it we all the next months are free. So we have the very basic subscription we already have, but the more complicated ones, as Renee says, not yet anyways. But yeah. So I think we have a new guest come on the show. Hey, Cory. Cory Benson, tech editor at Bike Rumor, and one of the people who has been riding a RaceMax in the last couple of days, week, a little more than that. So welcome to the show, first of all, Cory.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess you want to say something before we burst into questions that people might have, or your experience with the bike? You've of course written it up on Bike Rumor quite nicely. What's the takeaway? Don't say too much, so people still go to the site.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's fine. I'm actually I haven't finished the review yet. I was just putting some last touches on it, and I realized that I was watching and paying attention to you two talking about tire clearance with 2x, and I should probably stop paying attention and get back to work. So the more detailed review will actually come later today when I get off the phone with you guys, or, offline with you guys. But essentially, it's having spent a good bit of time on several different setups of the original Exploro from the original launch, I guess 4 summers ago, to half a season racing cyclocross on one out of curiosity, to now riding the new, bigger, wider, more aero version. It definitely seems like a quite nice step up and improvement. For sure, there's some things that I was unexpected to find. It's definitely interesting to see when I'm getting into the detail of the numbers that in the end I kind of maybe fit on a smaller version of the new bike, because the reshuffling of the sizes that adds a 5th size within the same range of where there were 4 before. And I think maybe it's quite nice that it actually gives you more options. So if you want a little longer reach and a little higher stack, you can kind of maybe half size up. And the same point, if you're looking to go the other way, you can kind of half size down. And I think there's a little more, or there's definitely more fine tuning of fit of the new bike. And I think that's definitely probably useful for people who are trying to look at the bike from either the race approach or the max approach on either side. Right. So I think that's definitely quite a big, nice improvement. And just, overall, the bike handles really, really well off-road, handles really well, loaded down with bags on it. And, I think the tiny little tweaks of the geometry of focusing on a smaller difference in the tire size definitely is noticeable is coming through is making the bike ride more predictably, or more specifically just ride more how it was designed. That's always the fatal flaw in gravel, is that gravel means so much to so many different people, and by focusing on these real concrete terms of the width of tires actual and the diameter or radius of the tire in actuality, gives people a much better understanding of what they're getting into, and I think it's going to make for more informed gravel racers, but also more informed people who are looking just to have a bike to go on adventures with.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Of course, I mean, the initial reason, why I wanted to get all these tires measured was, of course, because I wanted to know, if I know what the shape and the size of the tire is, I can design aerodynamically around it. But the side effect that really almost, as nice or maybe even nicer, is that, if you're designing for this narrow bandwidth of tires in dimensions, that it also means that your geometry doesn't change as you go from tire A to B to C. And so indeed you have very predictable geometry, because your trail is basically always what you want it to be, instead of some random number after a customer throws on a random tire fit on a random rim, and the designer never knew what it was going to be. So I think that's and I think that's also what you see. I mean, it's the development of gravel, right? When something is new, it is a kind of a Wild West, which is great, right? And everybody does everything and tries things out, and then finds out that, some things work better than others, right? And then you take a step back and say, okay, how do we now improve it? So yeah, I think that's only natural. I think it will take a lot of time for people to understand this. I mean, when I think back about the time that people were just, sizing by top tube length,
it's going to take the time. It's going to take the time of people digging through the hundreds of little RAM and WAM numbers in your tire chart to kind of get an understanding of it.
It's a mentality, right? Like, you still get people today going like, "Oh, I need a 58 centimeter top tube length," and you go like, "With what C tube length? What does it matter?" Well,
exactly,
that matters everything, right? And we've been at that for almost 19 years, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be 2040 by the time this RAM WAM stuff is properly dissipated amongst the bike aficionados. So
it's kind of interesting for me. I looked at, so I spent a lot of time, I don't know, 3 winters ago riding an Exploro as a kind of winter bike and winter commuter with Horizon 650B by 47 tires, and that being the medium size. And I realized that now the smaller, the 54 centimeter with these 38 millimeter wide WTBs in 700C is almost so much the same geometry. So like, that might have been the sweet spot on the bike as I had it set up before, and you don't realize it until now coming back that head tube angle, fork offset, and trail, and on that setup, the one old setup versus one new setup is very close. But back then it was just as likely to ride that as a much bigger 700C tire, and then kind of really dramatically
millimeter nano in 700C, which is a massive interplay. Yeah, no, that's true.
So it's interesting. I mean, it's in reality, I think it's really nice to see that you guys are, of course, designing to that, but you're making that clear. I mean, in reality, every bike has to be designed at one point around a certain tire, around a certain size human, and you start there and kind of work back from that. But when it's not necessarily it's almost never or very rarely communicated to the end user what the actual design constraints were that you started with. And so when people do so much variation, that of course is natural, they don't really understand the implications of that. And I think that just being clear and upfront about, hey, this is what we talked about, this is the tire size we're talking about, but there's maybe 24 tires that can work for you in that same range, and give you that same handling. I think that's really helpful to the end user.
Yeah, and I think it's also partially it's a blind spot, right? If you have both of course, a lot of manufacturers who get into gravel, quite late, and who are originally road bike manufacturers, not necessarily real gravel DNA people. At the same time, of course, you also have consumers who, for a large degree, come from road riding and then go into gravel. I mean, it's a blind spot that this matters because, I mean, on a road bike, how much does your tire change anyways, right? You go from a 23 to maybe a 25 to maybe a 28. It doesn't really affect the geometry that much, a little bit, but not that much. So you just never think like, oh, this is something I should pay attention to if you have the option to put a 28, but also a 50 in, right?
But it's crazy in that in kind of modern times, it has changed. It changes a lot. I mean, my road bike can fit a 35 or 36 millimeter slick on it, and I ride it with 28 to 32 millimeter tire. But just as many people would think, oh, I would try to put a 23 millimeter tire in it because it's more aero or something, or it's lighter. So we definitely are in a time where we're seeing huge variation in tires, and people don't really, I think, it's not very clearly communicated. So communicating it, telling people clearly what it's designed for, I think, is a huge help. I mean, mountain bike tires are the same thing as well, where you'll see cross-country racers that are racing on a 2.6 inch mountain bike tire, and then other people in the same race are racing on a 2.1 inch. So the consumer doesn't really know, which one should I put on my bike, and what is that going to change? So I think it's a huge step forward just to be open about what your constraints are from the beginning, so that people can have a better understanding of how to get the most out of their bike.
Yeah, well, I mean, we try, I guess. We'll see. Yeah, we hope that people like you help us to communicate that, because I see that I know it will take a lot of time, because I see already now as like, okay, I read everything, so will a 700 by 40 fit? I'm like, okay, you've read everything. That's sort of what that was about.
Maybe.
And then you have to still give the same rotten answer before, and then you go, well, it depends on the RAM and WAM. Like, yeah. And then they go, I had a question today from somebody, which was funny, and say, like, does the 2.1 inch Nokian spiked tire with the 332 spikes fit on the? Like, yeah, okay, that's not in my database. But here's the good news.
Nope.
If you have that tire, why don't you bump it up and just measure it, and then, right? So,
and then you'll know.
Yeah. And then I'll put it in my database. So like, oh no, I have a different tire on now. It's too much work to switch the tires. I go, okay, not as much work as we need to go out and buy that tire, and then. But it's a very nice tire on an Exploro, though. If you ride in the snow a lot, then that's a great tire.
Right. So what's the territory you ride on most, Cory? I know you live in Prague. Most people maybe don't know that, but what's the territory you ride most on? What kind of gravel?
I have kind of two ways that I look about, well, maybe three in reality. So the easiest thing is out the door. So, I live, 300 meters from the river in the center of Prague. And, that means that a couple kilometers of paved bike paths to get you out of the city center. And then there's kind of as many smooth gravel roads in between fields on the edges of town that turn into a lot of hard pack single track mountain bike trails. So that's probably the most common riding I'll do is on a gravel bike is that 50 or 60K afternoon ride that mixes in maybe 40% pavement with the other 60% kind of evenly split between gravel roads and dirt single track trails. All relatively smooth and not really technical, not a lot of climbing, nothing like that. Then we do a lot of time when kind of getting away from the city. There's some, the nice thing about the Czech Republic is it's has natural boundaries. So all our borders are mountains, and they're not like super tall alpine mountains, but they're still proper long steep climbs if you want them, and big forest and rolling hills. And so the next range out is go maybe 50 kilometers from Prague, and you get into these smaller rolling hills and forests where there's just endless gravel fire roads and logging roads that you pretty much can go across the whole country and however far and however you want to go. And then I try to do a lot of short bikepacking trips. So I'm a big fan of the Expedition 3, the short expedition. Actually, I kind of tend to take it down a bit more, and I do a lot of sub 24-hour overnight trips. I have 2 small kids, a wife that likes to ride as well, and it's really easy to go hit these short type adventures. And for sure in Central Europe, where you can hop on a train anywhere and go pretty much anywhere, and you might pay at maximum 10 euros with a bike and a train to go for 200 kilometers or 150 kilometers. It's pretty easy to just go ride anywhere between, say, 40 and 100 kilometers, camp for the night, get up and ride a bit farther in the next day, and then if you're constrained by time, just hop back on the train and go back home. So I do that a lot.
And so do the kids go into the saddlebag or the frame bag? What's the preferred method there?
Yeah, it depends. So that we do a lot of tag team parenting. So that's a lot of the. Well, luckily, I guess to be fair, I have one small kid and one preteen kid who's plays babysitter, at least on the shorter rides. But they actually enjoy bikepacking as well, although they're not lightweight bikepacking. The last bikepacking trip we did was, interestingly, I haven't done one this year, but was early last fall, and that was me pulling a trailer full of a giant, huge-ass tent and all the food and trappings that it requires for 2 kids, and we probably rode 30 kilometers over 2 days, but still that same idea. It's easy to get out. The beauty of kind of anywhere inside of Central Europe is, even in the biggest city in the country here, Prague, a half an hour riding and you're pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. And there's a lot of places where it's able to camp.
So is Prague becoming, well, maybe not this year, but in general becoming a cycling destination as well? Do you see a lot of people going there to ride? Because it sounds like
no. Oh. We don't really see a lot of cycling destinations here because basically, the kind of riding that is around Prague, the first 10 kilometers isn't very appealing to people, and the city center has lots and lots of cobblestones and tram tracks and generally some kind of complicated traffic patterns. So it's fine when you know the city, but it's not so easy for kind of somebody to come and visit. But all the mountains on the borders are all relatively easy to bike, and so there's lots of mountain biking tourism around the kind of the at least the borders of Bohemia. Then in the southern half of the country, southeast in Moravia, there's a lot more of kind of recreational cycling tourism as well. Flatter there, bigger, wide open, smooth gravel and sandy roads and stuff, in between vineyards and things like that. But yeah, this year is a bit of a mess.
Yes, I guess.
Different year.
Well, not
put it lightly.
I guess for the locals, it's great.
But we get actually a lot of cycling tourism on the border, especially gravel riding on the north border. So on the north border, there's this area essentially halfway between Dresden and Prague, called Saxon Switzerland from the German side and Bohemian Switzerland from the Czech side, and it's
really good. Great Jeroboam there last year, as you know.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I did Jeroboam there, and then came and joined you guys the next weekend and did your Italian Jeroboam, and it kicked my butt because
you thought it would be similar, but it was not similar.
Yeah, in the end, actually, it's funny. So the big difference was the elevation change overall was pretty similar, oddly enough, and the distance was the same. But the the Czech climbs are all essentially 2 kilometers long. So you have lots of short, steep climbs at most. There's a lot of 1 kilometer climbs. And then, I came to Italy, and I think there were 2 climbs that were 8 kilometers and one that was like 12 kilometers long. And I got really mad after on the descent out the second one, I think, because it was really long, and it was a descent on some really rough concrete panels, or like the grooves cut in the concrete right so the panda can climb in the winter. And I was like, oh, I want to go fast. Yeah. But that was a really good ride. I blame Rene though for an Italian slow start, even though he's not Italian, because we started about a half an hour late, I think, and then, or not we, but like the whole group, because everybody was it was just a fun atmosphere, and then I finished about 40 minutes in the dark. So I think I should have started like maybe 5 or 10 minutes earlier than the original plan, and I would have been fine, but I stopped and enjoyed some really good food along the way, and it was a good trip.
And the barbecue beer already when you came back, right?
There was great beer, there was great warm food, yeah, for sure. I can't fault the management of that at all.
You're trying to sell the guy from the Czech Republic on the beer, Rene? That was really a tough crowd.
There's plenty of beer flowing on Czech events as well.
Can imagine.
Yeah.
And so I guess you managed to go on a group ride even with your, I guess you have friends that are sworn to secrecy when you ride something that they're not allowed to see yet.
Well, I was, yes. One friend who was not as well sworn to secrecy as he was paying attention, and he was filming some videos from us, and then started to share a bit more on the Instagram live story that I had to smack him over the head with something to remind him in the cold, wet, and mud. But yeah, we have a couple good industry friends who we work with who, it's kind of helpful to be able to test and ride stuff, who actually test out for us on occasion, and kind of we share some industry knowledge and connections to kind of find out the best places to ride and ride together on some of the new stuff. So.
Right. You were saying they see you on new stuff all the time, but they had some good comments for you this time. After all the technical work that it looks really nice.
Well, the funny thing is that so I, Bike Rumor, we're a very kind of small, flexible, whatever organization. We're kind of well suited for the Corona quarantines, since we're all disparate anyway in a bunch of different locations. The most we have is, I think, 3 people in the same city out of our, kind of dozen riders and employees. So I work out of a co-working space here in Prague, and there's a couple cyclists there, and they definitely give me a hard time because I don't very often. I tend to just ride whatever I'm testing to the office as a commuter as well. It's just a couple kilometers away, and then I can zip away for some short rides after work. And yeah, they give me a hard time sometimes if there's like every day there's a different bike inside of the office. The troubles we have.
Such are the perks, yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
So one question we have is about tire recommendation for a long adventure ride. So maybe both of you can actually answer that question.
Well, Cory, you're just talking about your a long adventure ride. I take that to mean anything from Jeroboam to a weekender, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, I tend to I come from a technical mountain biking background, so I tend to be happy to slide around corners, and I prefer a tire that is predictable. It doesn't need to have a lot of deep, dense tread. I've definitely been really happy with the WT Riddler, so I was happy to see that show up on the test bike. I kind of go for the idea of small, tiny knobs. I don't especially like tires that have a big variation in tread pattern, so I don't really like a file tread or smooth in the center with little shoulder knobs. I figure I would rather have a tire that is almost all slick, and it's gonna roll fast and corner and slide in a very predictable, smooth manner all the time, than one that maybe rolls fast in the center and only has grip when you start to lean or
When
lean
you're already
deep
going
into the
down.
shoulder.
Yeah.
And in exact case, I've done that on riding cyclocross bike and training in the winter, and you're riding along with the file tread tire, and you have this great low rolling resistance, and you lean into a turn, and all of a sudden you go from all that contact surface to being lifted up onto these little knobs on the side and slip right through a turn in the road. So I kind of would say a tire like the Horizon, I think, is a great tire for a smooth, slick 650B tire for slightly smaller volume. Stepping up to the the G1 all around, maybe the G1 Bite on a bigger 650B tire, where you still have pretty consistent, smooth height of knobs all the way across the tire.
Yeah.
And the WTB Riddler is a really good one, just because you can kind of pick it at different sizes. You can get the smaller 650B tire with it, nice and wide, or go for the taller 700C version. It's narrower, but scales those treads down pretty well.
Yep.
I've been quite happy. I've been riding the latest Hutchinson gravel tire that just came out.
What's it called? The Sector, or the?
I don't remember.
Is it the Sector?
No,
the Sector is the road one, right? I have to look it up.
I don't remember. I don't remember what it's called. It's terrible that I was. It's a tire I should be reviewing, and.
Are we talking about a tire that's already out, or are you revealing a secret here?
No, it's the Touareg. Touareg.
Oh, okay, the Touareg. Okay.
So I should have remembered that. It's like the the Volkswagen sport utility vehicle, I guess is what they named it after.
Right.
But that's been quite a nice one as well. So those are probably my favorite ones. The WTB Venture is kind of the knobbiest I like to go, where it still has a smooth outer profile, but then with lots of tiny little sipes cut in through the middle of it. But yeah, of course, if you're really doing adventure riding, you want as much volume as possible. So
yeah, I think what you're saying about this, the predictability and the consistent knobs, I think is very true, especially on a bike that you also use on asphalt, right? I mean, once you're on the dirt, it's not that important, but on asphalt, it's quite important to have predictable behavior and not have, as you say, this very smooth rolling with the center section, and then as soon as you lean you don't know when, but at some point these knobs are gonna hit, and then all of a sudden it changes. So I really agree with that. And if you need some knobs, then of course Schwalbe, I think, has a pretty brilliant series in the G1, where you can have the speed, the all round, or the bite with stepping up the level of the knobs. I think
that tire is also surprisingly effective in wet conditions. The all-around, it's definitely a tire that I kind of like. That tire as the Horizon, both in tires that you expect not to perform very well in loose conditions and wet, but they kind of surprise you. I'd much rather have a tire that surprises me by having grip than a tire that surprises me by not having grip.
I think when it gets muddy, the Horizon is a challenge.
When it's wet, it's like when it's actual muddy, then that's out the window. But if you just looked at the G1, the all-around, with its little small sipes cut across the dots, it does really well in kind of even on kind of wet grass or wet routes on occasion, not in mud, to be fair. But then they made that same tire as the G1 Speed, which is the same exact pattern, just without the little sipes cut through it, and it's a terrible tire. It's a tire that doesn't have.
It's different for each size, right? So some of the size of the Speed is quite nice, and some of the size it's I think the 2.5.
The smaller ones where you would go and have it can be very different. So
are you talking about the 650B, which I think I love Schwalbe, but that's the worst tire I've ever ridden in my life. I think on any terrain it doesn't do well, and on any tire pressure it doesn't do well. And I'm sure
it's strange.
It works, but I haven't found
because the all-around is an excellent tire.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah. So
So we agree. The other one, I mean, the Hutchinson Override, I think is quite a nice tire as well. But I think that's sort of I mean, I guess now the 2 Rec is going to replace that more or less, right? Or
Yeah, I suspect so.
Yeah. But yeah, and actually the Override is also a very good tire for on the RaceMax. Actually, it fits quite nicely, but I didn't put it on because I was waiting for this 2 Rec to.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because the thing is, if you're looking to only be off-road, you can definitely have some different terrain, different more aggressive knobs, more of a mountain bike-like tire. But I would say that I can't remember a gravel ride I've really ever ridden that didn't have at least some tarmac. I mean, I think that's, to me, the beauty of the gravel bike in itself is just that it's not that it's a bike for riding gravel roads. It's basically the bike that I can ride smooth tarmac. I can ride smooth dirt roads. I can smooth gravel roads. I can ride single track and transition back and forth. And for sure, a style of riding I do where you lead from wherever you are. Ride out from wherever you sleep. Whether that means I'm at home or I'm at some friend's cabin or I'm a campsite. It's just about just start riding. Make your way up as you go, or even just plan it on your phone or something like that. But it's definitely every ride is a mixed surface ride.
Yeah. No, I think still, unless maybe if you live in the Midwest somewhere where nobody else lives, then of course you could go a couple 100 miles in each direction without finding pavement. But then obviously, by definition, there's not so many people living there. So I think, yeah, we're most.
I mean, I think that there's a lot of possibility just in riding mountain bike trails as well. People are doing a lot with the 650B 2.1 inch, 2.2 inch tires. Is they're basically riding these bikes like rigid mountain bikes of yesterday kind of thing.
Yeah, and there you're a bit. Actually, you're slower there than with an appropriate mountain bike, but the fun is the same, right? Or maybe the fun is even bigger because you
exactly
take longer to do it. And of course,
I mean that's
not true, right? Once you take that bike on the asphalt, it's still great, whereas that mountain bike at that point kind of sucks. So.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely helps with the idea of a single bike to do a lot more stuff. Although I definitely am not a believer in single bike for I'm a believer in there's way too many bikes in my house, and between I think even my kids each have 2 bikes, and so it's not likely we're going to end up with 1 bike apiece. But having a bike that can be versatile, and for sure something I think so. I've been riding the this is tricky because the naming scheme is a little complicated. So I'm riding the Exploro RaceMax Race GRX 2, not the 2x. And I mean, that bike for sure could be ridden with with a 650B wheel set and wider tires, or the 700C and kind of a bigger or smaller. But I think that something that ends up being that real measurement of 39 or 40 millimeters wide is kind of a great all-arounder for everything. And so I didn't have any problems putting whatever several kilos of bags on for all the gear I need for bike packing, as much as I would just take all that stuff off. All of a sudden the bike becomes lighter feeling again, and you can zip around on gravel roads. So
yeah. Do you mind answering a question from a viewer, Cory?
Sure.
All right, Hans is asking, would it be more aero? Maybe don't know the answer specifically on the aerodynamics, but anyways, what would you recommend? Would you use, if you already have aero road wheels with 28C tires, would you use that, or would you go for bigger tires on a RaceMax to close down that frame gap and any other benefits you get from that bigger tire?
I'd probably go for a bigger tire, to be honest. I'd keep that same wheel fine. I mean, you're not going to get the absolute best aerodynamics out of a road aero wheel set and and a Exploro of any shape. Exploro RaceMax is when you think about the fact of how wide that downslope is, it's what 75 millimeters wide at the bottom bracket. That's pretty massive. So you're not having the perfect lamellar airflow that you're going to get off of a road wheel and road tire designed around a 25 or 28 millimeter tire, but you still could use it a lot. I would probably take that same wheel and put like a 36 millimeter tire on it, a slick, and so you can get that fast rolling feel, and still the maybe you get some aero benefit still from that wheel set, but it's, I think, going to be a better fit to what the geometry of the bike should be. I definitely would be wary of putting a 28 millimeter tire on the bike when it's kind of designed for something that's quite a bit bigger than that. For sure, that's where you start to get into changing geometry and handling characteristics, dropping your bottom bracket even more. And now, that said, you already have the aero wheel set and 28 millimeter tires. You should try it. Figure out how it goes. I wouldn't buy the 36 millimeter tires before you try it. You may ride it and realize, oh, it's faster handling, or it's a little stable at higher speed, or but it's not very good off road, and that's maybe fine for what you're looking at. That's kind of where I would look at from that standpoint.
Yeah, you might find out it's exactly the kind of messed up geometry that I love. So
exactly. Like
I'm with you on all of that. Like, definitely keep the wheels. Also, because speed is everything, but it's not everything. If you have good wheels, then use the wheels. By all means, don't get new wheels. And at least use your tires up until they need to be replaced anyway. So by that time, if you like it. But I also think that more than likely, you will like going to bigger tires. Geometry, as you say, and also, if you have the clearance, why not get the comfort that comes from the bigger tire? And because that tire,
there's a lot of excellent big tires now.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? This is the thing. 4 or 5 years ago, when we started the original Explorer, there was a reason to say, hey, on the road, use the 28 millimeter road tire, and then when you go to gravel or something else, use the 47 millimeter Horizon or what have you. It's because 28 millimeter road tires was the best we had, right? But now there's so many manufacturers that make a 35 millimeter road tire, or 36, or Continental makes a 32 that fits like a 55. Well, not quite, but it makes a 32 that fits really big. Yeah. So there's just a lot of, Hutchinson, we already talked about, I guess it is the sector, right? The road tire.
One of the fastest feeling tires I've ridden, the Conti G5000 TL comes in 32 millimeter, and that's a tire that you just get on it, and I don't know if it's real, but it sure feels like you're going fast whenever you use that tire. Exactly. If you want something heavier, plenty of good options. So.
Yeah, no, I agree fully, and that 32 millimeter really should be labeled 35 anyway. So, this customer said it has a 21 millimeter inner width rim, so it's not super narrow. So that Continental will round it out quite nicely.
Just need to get the BAMs and rams fine. Whams.
Yeah, just mail in your rams and whams. And it's too bad we went with the radius, because dam for diameter as measured.
I know. I definitely was keep thinking it should be dam, but
It was dam first, actually, but of course the radius, it's sort of with the fit, it makes more sense than the diameter. What are you going to do with the diameter? But it was an inner battle between the hilariousness of the dam and the usefulness of the ram. So it's, I guess sense won out in the end. So let me see if we have another question. If you have time for one more, Cory. This is one that maybe it's good for you. We have Fran here asking, do you think the UCI will make the gravel segment a real professional category like road racing? And maybe my add, do you think they should?
Good God, I hope not. That's a good question, actually. I realistically have no real insight on that one at all. I would like to say that no, that would never happen, but we all know better than to make statements like that, right? Yeah, that's a messy one. So if they do that, I'm pretty sure they're gonna outlaw the RaceMax because the down tube doesn't conform to all fairness. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that, to be honest, I would like to see bike packing event organizers hold strong against the UCI. I'd like to see, I do a lot of gravel events, mainly just because they're the kind of events that you can roll up to and have fun and not have to worry about and not have to stress over somebody, being super fast. And surely there's usually people who are racing at the front of them, but gravel races tend to very much be that atmosphere that was great about grassroots mountain biking, 25 years ago, where you show up and you race, and half the people are racing to finish, or half the people are racing their buddy, and there's a handful of people that are racing for some bragging rights, but there weren't really big awards anyway. I definitely remember one of my first 24-hour races. I remember I was racing against Tinker Juarez. So I raced Tinker Juarez again, like 2 summers ago in Girona. And I mean, never was I ever racing him. I mean, he was in the same event I was, or he had the same race number.
Well, it was in the same event anyways.
Yeah. And so, I mean, but it's so nice that this was the guy that, when I was getting into mountain biking in the 90s, I'd hear about his name, about, this guy who's doing these crazy adventure races and, the long marathon mountain bike races of the day. And then, you'd show up at a big race and it was just the kind of atmosphere where you could hang out and have fun, but there were people racing too. So I kind of hope that's what gravel will stay. For sure, I've done a number of gravel events like Jeroboam. Like the Czechs have this really great gravel blinduro that are similar kind of ethos of everybody's welcome. If you want to be fast, fine. If you want to ride and have fun and hang out with people, there's that too. And it's definitely a run what you brung kind of race series as well, where you'll see all kinds of bikes. You'll see people riding old road bikes, squeezed 32 millimeter cross tires in that are rubbing every bit of the chain stay and seat stay and that kind of thing. And then you'll see people that have these lovely €8,000 carbon super gravel bikes that are hiding behind you in the camera, and it's like, well, you can't fault any of them. Everybody's having fun. Nobody looks down at the person who has a lower quality bike or a less expensive bike. To be honest, it's very often the other way. It's very often the guy who's rolling up on a brand new Exploro with AXS Eagle and sees somebody on a 30-year-old steel bike. So like, hey man, that's awesome. You're riding that crazy bike, and that's the kind of atmosphere I kind of hope will stick around with gravel. The bigger, maybe bigger growth in gravel just is more of these events. So there are more opportunities for more people to try them. And for sure, there's more and more of the really long ultra distance events, even though the number of people kind of doing them is a relatively limited pool, but they're definitely, getting bigger. The Transcontinental, the whatever, Silk Road Mountain Race, the Atlas Mountain Race, and these types of things. Trans-Iberica, I was just reading about again. And, those, I think we're more likely to see more of those events than necessarily the UCI taking over.
Yeah, I think also and more, where those events, sort of move over into travel more than racing, right? Where you could do that same Silk Road, or in the Atlas Mountains, you could do it as a sort of an organized tour, right? And then nobody's putting the stopwatch on. So I think,
one of the really great gravel rides I've done was like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so I think.
I mean, I think there's the risk of pros who are not maybe competing at the top level of their sport, either on cross country or road, who are more versatile riders than that specific single discipline. So those type of riders are able to translate some of their skills into across the gravel, and I think that is an interesting thing. And as long as that can be done in a way that doesn't kind of harm everybody else that's doing them, I think it's good. But that's then when you get into tricky things where UCI starts getting involved.
Yeah, I think right now the pros that are crossing over, they seem to go through great odds to show their deference to the almighty gods of the gravel and be very respectful and like almost to a fault.
Yeah, no,
right?
The riders, but the UCI who says that the UCI rules that say that you can't ride in any event you can't race in any event that's not sanctioned by them. That's when you start to run into trouble, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. But I mean, a lot of these have just for one reason or another just given up on road riding, and or a lot of them, not all of them, but there's that group, right? Have just gone straight to full gravel and as a way to still earn a paycheck. And of course, it's part of the Wild West thing that will happen for a couple of years, right? And then but in the end, it's. I mean, I'm not really anti-UCI. I know that's very popular to be. I've had a lot of battles with the UCI in my life, especially when I was a cycling team owner. So if anybody needs any advice on how to deal with the ban guarantee, they can always call me. But it's sort of unavoidable that they will go after some, especially the top tier races, and there are race organizers there who think it's a good thing to work with the UCI for their own interests. So that might happen, right? And as some of these races that are very popular get bought up, like Dirty Cans, obviously, then what the new owner might do, they may or may not go that route. It's I don't know, but of course you run that risk. But in the end, it's up to normal people who are riding gravel, right? What happens? I mean, if you vote with your dollars and you vote with your wheels, right? You show up at the race that you think has the right atmosphere. And if that for you is a UCI sanctioned race, then by all means go to those races. But if you want the experience of, that we talked 30 seconds about how bad the gravel was, and then somehow the topic ended up on beer when it came to Euroboom, right? If that's the event you want, then go to those races, right? So I think the biggest risk for gravel is just herd behavior, right? Where people somehow stop doing this for themselves and start doing this for the water cooler, right? Which I watched a little bit in triathlon where there were great independent events, and then in the end everybody just wants an Ironman tattoo on their ankle. And so, that becomes the only type of racing that's really very successful. A lot of the other ones, struggle, or they stop and then they restart again a couple of years later. So I think, and of course that's true for the world in general, right? The big brands rule the world, and it's often look at me saying that. But it's true, right? It's
I mean, it is
independent, original brands. In a lot of categories, it's very hard, right? It's easy for Starbucks to open a new store than to have a successful independent coffee shop, for many, many reasons. And for these races, it's no different. But if we love gravel,
the trick is you just have to keep selling more gravel bikes. So if you sell more gravel bikes, that you need to keep selling more gravel bikes, because the more gravel bikes you. Yeah, but it's okay. Then you can become the big, terrible corporation. Fine, you and Renee. But then there's more people riding gravel bikes. That's the thing is, these events, the way the good events work is they need to be profitable for the race promoter. That's not always easy, right? Some of the best gravel events I've done are, events that have 50 to 100 people, and it's hard to make a 50 to 100 person event be a profitable event that you can, that can be sustainable, that you can keep doing year after year. And some people have managed to do it, but just as well, some events are always going to kind of go away. We had a really big amateur cyclocross race series in the Czech Republic for many, many years, and to be honest, gravel bikes have killed it, because cyclocross bikes 5 years ago or 10 years ago were the only, they were the bike that wasn't your road bike and wasn't your mountain bike. They were the crossover bike. And for sure, a gravel bike makes much more sense as this crossover bike in between the two. But those bikes don't race cyclocross series. So, it's hard for those promoters to figure out how to, make their events work and keep, excite enough people to keep them turning out, but also figure out a way to make it profitable. So,
well, maybe we can allow the UCI to come in to organize those cyclocross events for gravel bikes, and they can promote the hell out of that, and maybe they finally become popular. So, because
so a gravel category in cyclocross.
It's the same bike, and then you can do, of course. Jeff Kaboshi, he won the silver medal at the Canadian Cyclocross Championships on a gravel bike, right? So,
I saw the gravel bike, the Sparrow, show up on the World Cup cyclocross race series last year as well. You're like, oh, that's funny. Thought that was a gravel bike.
So we just get rid of the tire restriction, and maybe that's what we do. The category is simply cyclocross without tire restriction, and then.
Or actually, I have an idea. So this is the way to do it. So every good cyclocross racing, big race series or big races are a Saturday, Sunday race, right? So you have half of the races on Saturday, half of the races on Sunday. So what you do is you have a overnighter gravel race in between the two.
And we also do a general classification where you do the Saturday, then you do the whole gravel loop, and then you do another hour on Sunday.
Oh, yeah,
we do those in Le Mans start, because that seems to be where road racing is going. So we do Le Mans start of these things at the first one, and then we do reverse time differential thing start on the third one. And the second one, I don't know. We have 8 stations with only whiskey and other hard liquor, just to keep the real gravel thing going. So, well, if you get to work on that one, that would be great.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Is there any parting words you want to share with us? Any words of wisdom as we go forward in the next? You're a marathon rider, so we only have 9.5 hours to go. So just tell us what we should do to make this enjoyable for the rest of this sitting.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Okay.
That's I vote for go slow faster, not go fast slower. So go slow faster. That's my suggestion. Go slow faster. Enjoy the view. And yeah, good luck surviving through the night.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming on the show, I guess, as we would call it. And thanks also very much for your initial coverage that went up yesterday on bikerumor.com. And I guess if I understand correctly, there's a more in-depth story coming again later, because you've been sitting here talking to us instead of doing your job. So
exactly.
Probably sometime tomorrow, or when should people? They should tune in daily, anyways, to Bike Rumor, I guess. But you'll have a bigger story coming up soon.
Yeah, we'll have more coming. It'll probably go live. It's 7:30 p.m. I should probably have dinner with my family, so they still remember that I exist. And then I expect that probably by say 11 p.m. European time, 5 p.m. on the East Coast, making that early afternoon on the West Coast. There'll be a more detailed breakdown of the bike.
We'll still be awake, so maybe we'll pause the broadcast and read it to everybody live on this show. So we'll get that.
I can hop back in and say hi.
Yeah, if you want to come back on, by all means, you know how to dial in. So you're welcome back anytime. I think there's.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Enjoy dinner. Thanks for joining.
Enjoy your dinner. Thanks, Cory.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
So for those people who have not been watching from the start, which I sincerely hope is most of you, otherwise you've been watching this for a long time already. So we're doing the 12-hour Q&A marathon, and in between we have interviews with some people who've already ridden the bike. That was Cory from Bike Rumor, who's been riding it around in Prague. So I hope you enjoyed that, and we'll go back to answering some questions. And I think what we will start with is that we'll have Renee and Eddie.
Yeah.
So we're somewhere in Italy. So Renee is at our office in Bergamo, and Eddie is probably at home,
Yeah.
safely social distancing here. So the two of them will have a quick chat about some things related to
Yeah. Thanks.
the race match, and then we'll answer some more questions. So if you have questions, just enter them either at the bottom of the blog post, if that's where you're watching, or in the comment section of YouTube, and we will answer them. And when I say we, that means part of our customer service people in Toronto, people in Bergamo, myself in Amsterdam, and whoever is the guest that comes on board can also answer some questions. So keep them coming, and we'll try to answer them. Welcome to the show, Eddie. Great you can make it. For those who don't know, Eddie is responsible for our sales in Italy and many other parts of Europe as well, and is responsible for pretty much that the building that Ray sits in exists and keeps running, and that the lights are on, and Eddie does basically everything, and then Renee and I just come and steal the show. So thanks Eddie and Renee. I guess you two will chat on the next topic.
Thanks, Gerard, for introducing me. I know that you already make a lot of question and give a lot of answer. I have a most important question for my team in Bergamo. So, what kind of pizza guy you need for tonight? Because in 20 minutes I come there to give you a hand. So this is
very good. Very good.
Where are you delivering the pizza?
Yeah, it's too difficult for you and for Scott. I know I can do more than that, but in Bergamo for sure I can give a hand to this guy.
It's quite mean to pronounce these pizzas while we're all listening here. But, okay,
like a prosciutto e funghi if possible.
Prosciutto e funghi, perfect.
Yeah.
For René, salame piccante.
Yes, you know it.
Yeah, I think I've already tried to order for everyone, Eddie, and including the Toronto guys there in Canada, including Gerard. So I think I've already tried to order for everyone. So you don't need to come.
For Gerard, I think is the vegetarian pizza. I don't have doubt about that. So we have a great organization on food.
Okay,
and we need a rocket espresso afterwards, Eddie. So.
And all customers can also put their requests at the bottom of the blog post for their pizzas. And what we will do is, if you order a RaceMax in the next 15 minutes, I will kid you not, we will find a way to deliver that RaceMax to you with a pizza. So it might take up to 3 months, as you've heard from Renee, but if you order RaceMax in the next, I will make the next hour. What do we care? If you order RaceMax the next hour, we will deliver it to you with a pizza at that given moment. But wait, there's more. We have a knife set here. No, that's just it. You get the pizza in the next hour. All right.
We can also switch in two different kind of things. So for the customer, then order the max, we can give the beer. For the customer that can order the race, we can give wine. So we can maybe make also this.
Okay, we'll leave it up to the customer. We're here to help the customer. So if the customer has a preference, then I have to say Eddie has very good connections to different winemakers in the Franciacorta area, which is
will that be an area
Bergamo, where the Jeroboam is also held. So the Jeroboam is one thing that makes the Jeroboam tough is that you come through all these vineyards that you want to stop and taste, and somehow that doesn't help the performance of the riding very much. But I'll leave it to you guys. Oh, maybe now that we have everybody in the picture, we can do a quick who's who before we go into chat between Renee and Eddie. So, well, I'm Gerard. I'm talking to you from Amsterdam. I had something to do with the design of the new Exploro RaceMax, and I'm very happy to be part of the ownership at 3T, and trying to move this beautiful brand into the next decades, together with Renee, who's on the screen on my left or right, depending on, I guess, where you sit as a viewer, or maybe that makes no difference actually. So Renee.
Yes, so based in Bergamo, as you can see, and I'm the CEO of the company, and we have been working the last 12 years with many people to relaunch 3T as a parts brand, in the last 4 years as a bike brand. And yeah, we are very happy to be here with you and to show our last masterpiece, the RaceMax. And I move to the right side, which is Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie.
All right.
Nice. Thanks. I take care for the sales in Italy and a part of Europe, but I also give a hand everywhere sometimes.
Giving pizzas.
And for sure to give pizza to my to my colleague. But no, I really appreciate the great job that you are making, guy. So really great done. And I give Scott. Sorry, I can't leave the pizza from you, but maybe next time when you come here, I can.
Yeah.
And for sure, also for Daniel.
That's right. When I'm in Italy, of course, we can sit down for a nice pizza. So Scott here from the North American office here in Toronto, customer and technical support, here to answer all your tech-related questions.
And Daniel.
I'm also here in Toronto with the Canadian office of 3T, and I do sales and marketing over here in North America. You don't think of Toronto as a great cycling destination always, but it's got a really awesome gravel racing scene just outside the city. You can escape within half an hour, 45 minutes, and just do hundreds of kilometers of old farm roads around here. So it's a great testing ground for the Exploro.
There is actually a store on our blog for a Toronto ride that one of our friends did last weekend of 270 kilometers, if I'm recalling correctly, yeah. Daniel.
Yeah, right from downtown all the way up to cottage country. If you really know the city well, you can escape on dirt tracks and bike paths without seeing any cars. You got to kind of learn the tricks, but Toronto's got these ravines and valleys all going through it. So you can go surprisingly all the way up to not quite Hudson's Bay, but 400 or 500 kilometers north of the city on gravel if you own it.
Great. All right, and then we have Andrea and Enrique. Please introduce yourself. Upstairs.
I go. So Andrea, I take care for customer support. So both from technical parts and for every support for buying this kind of, not only this beauty we have here, but all our range of bicycle and parts. And yeah, I really a gravel lover, and even also here I can confirm to you in Bergamo it's really nice area to enjoy gravel, especially when you have this kind of machines you can ride and fully enjoy together, always quite often together with the race. And
so
I
here
give my word to Enrique.
So here it's Enrique. I'm a general manager at Composite Jazz, which is 3T's manufacturing unit here in Italy. So I'm responsible of the factory, which is currently producing the Torno crank. So that's why first in one by, so I have to support the one by, because the Torno is one by, of course. And yeah, I'm working on really interesting projects. So let's see what's coming. And of course, here also giving a hand on the technical side of 3T, also to be able to reply or to be answer some more technical questions to my colleagues from customer service.
Thank you. So many people actually think that we are a very big company, but we're actually a very small company. We have around 20 people in 3 offices, Taiwan, Italy, and in Toronto. And you see 6 of us here. And all of us are keen cyclists, so we try to go out every weekend and riding in beautiful areas around Toronto or Taichung or in Bergamo. We have actually another question from Matteo, who's asking where he can test the new Explorer. Well, we had beginning of the year a fantastic plan, and he put a map on the wall with all kind of test events that we plan to go and do throughout Europe, but something happened in February and it was all cancelled. Yeah, it's a bit hard to answer where you can test the new Explorer right now. We are very careful in allowing people in the building right now here in Italy. We have, of course, some key dealers in the area here in Bergamo that will receive the Explorer very soon and that are very happy to let you try the bike. So I suggest, Matteo, that you contact us and then Eddie will help you to connect you to a place or someone where you can try the new Explorer.
Yes, for sure.
In the next couple of weeks.
And René, I want to say a small thing about, I take this opportunity to say hi to all the Italian dealer, and not only, but at least also the Italian rider, because then we live in the last 2 months a very hard moment, at least in Bergamo, so in Lombardia region. So I'm very happy to see in this last 2 weeks then a lot of people start again to bike again, and very happy to know that the passion for bike is never died. So now we are back also with a good project. We are back with very, very nice new things. So I take this opportunity to say hi to all the Italian people, to every people, but at least for our side, to Italian people, and to say then, let's cross finger, but probably we can see the light in the end of the tunnel right now. So.
Maybe you can talk a bit, Eddie, about, because we have our friends from Altopiano joining us. That's a hotel in the Dolomites, south of the Dolomites.
Yeah.
That actually where you can rent Explorer bikes and ride beautiful territory there. So maybe you can talk a little bit about the event that they organized last year, which is a little bit of a reflection of the type of riding you can do in that part of Italy.
Yeah, we, as you already know, we we ride the family ride together, but it's not really easy, at least. But the event that we make in Altopiano was amazing. Is a unique place with not only a great nature, but also a lot of history of the Second and the First War. So you can find good food, you can find a nice path and route for the gravel bike, but also great people and a lot of history to know. So the event in Altopiano was pretty good, and yeah.
And I think that's the, Altopiano, that's the 700, that's right in the Dolomites. As the 3T, we're also the organizer of the Jeroboam series. That's a gravel event that we started 4 years ago here in the Bergamo area. And in the meantime has expanded around the world. We had Costa Rica lined up in March, that was postponed. Greece, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, Japan. And we are expanding on that series, but we really hope that to meet a lot of you in the upcoming Jeroboam events that hopefully can restart in September. If not, it will be early next year, but that's another really great opportunity to try to explore in the natural habitat.
About the Jeroboam in Franciacorta, René, maybe for the people then are waiting some news about that. We have a meeting in the middle of June with a team to take the decision for this event, if we go ahead to do it, or maybe we can change a couple of things. So in the middle of September, in the middle of June, end of June, we go to receive the answer about the event, the Jeroboam Franciacorta in Italy.
Great. So you can all follow that on the Jeroboam.bike website. We keep it up to date to see where you can ride, or you can ride a Jeroboam around the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that event looks super hard. I remember Renee, I think you telling me that the winner of that race was the equivalent of the slowest time at DK this year.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah. That's absolute tough ride. Yeah.
You have an idea of how hard that's going to be if you can make a trip over.
We have another question coming up from about the way to go on the suspension for gravel. I think that's a good one for Gerard to take care of. So maybe Carly, you can put that question on if I want to see that one. Gerard, you're on mute.
So I have the question here. So the question was, do you think suspension is the way to go for gravel, or is rubber, more rubber, bigger tires the answer? Well, I mean, clearly our answer is behind us, but there's of course thinking behind that. And when you think about using a gravel bike, a lot of people will use that on mixed surfaces, right? So you ride a bit of asphalt because you have to get out of town if you live in a town or a city, and most people do. And then you have some gravel, maybe do some single track, so you do all these different things. And our main goal in the end is to have fun. And it's to have fun on all these surfaces, right? If you ride your bike on these three surfaces and 2 out of 3 are not fun, then you're not going to have a great experience. So when you ride on the road, the thing that's fun is speed and not getting hit by cars. And then once you get onto the gravel and the dirt, the speed is also fun. But when it gets super, super technical, so when it gets to that area, those areas where suspension would really add something, then it doesn't really matter how fast you're going, right? If you're doing a very tricky descent, that's fun, whether you're going 10 miles an hour, or 20 miles an hour, or 40 miles an hour. It's just fun just to maneuver your way through that. And you could argue that the slower you go, the more fun it is because you get to enjoy it for longer. And when you look at the different bikes that are at your disposal, right, this is the reason why a mountain bike is not a great bike for a mixed ride like that, because on the road, the mountain bike is just really annoying, right? It's too slow because of the suspension, because of your riding position, et cetera. So we have to be careful that, like, a lot of people look at a gravel bike and go, okay, how can I make this gravel bike faster on the really tough terrain? And you probably could by adding suspension, right? But you're making it slower everywhere else, and you're also making it less fun everywhere else, because speed is the key to fun in those other surfaces. So basically, you're ending up with a bad mountain bike, and that's something that we don't see as the future. Now, is suspension important? Yes, it is, especially vibration damping, all these things. And of course, the tire does a great job of that, right? So as our tires get bigger, the need for suspension also decreases. So that's where we see it go more. When we're talking about performance gravel bikes, if you're just talking about a bike that should go anywhere and the speed doesn't matter, of course, you can put suspension on in certain circumstances. And that just means, yes, you can find a route where a gravel bike with suspension will be the fastest option and maybe even the most fun option. But the problem is most people don't live where those routes are. Those routes are rare where most people live. You want to keep that absolute speed. You don't want to be 5 kilometers an hour slower on the roads, because that just gets boring pretty quickly. So you want to keep that speed, keep the speed on the gravel. And if then on the super, super tricky single track, you may lose a little bit of time, that's more than outweighed by all the other stuff. And if all you do is riding single track, and so you need the suspension, well, then you also just need a mountain bike, not a gravel bike with suspension. So I hope that answers the question. And of course, everybody's welcome to disagree. And that's why there's plenty of options for what you can buy out there. And we'll go to the next question. Maybe this will pop up automatically, and if not, then I will read one from here. In fact, that's what I will do. So we have a question here from Baron saying about tires. He asked if we've also looked at the René Hurst tires. And in fact, we have. So, oh, there is a question even. So have a look at Ray Hurst, said either we didn't like him or specific reason we didn't consider them. No, actually, I do like their tires. It's just a matter of time, really. So we've been measuring a lot of tires, and we have a lot more to measure. And I certainly think that some of the René Hurst will be added to the list pretty soon. So I would expect I expect we will add some, but it will take a little bit of time because it's just been super busy, and we also have a day job on the side of measuring tires all day. So we will do that soon. And so just to have you understand, for the next hour, we'll be answering a lot of your questions. So keep them coming. And at 9 o'clock, we have Zap, the editor of Road Bike Action, join us. And he's also been riding the RaceMax over in California, and he will give us his feedback and talk about all things gravel. He's been a supporter of gravel for a long time, and yeah, it'll be interesting to chat with him about where he sees the whole gravel scene going. So the next question is, how custom is the headset? Well, that's short and sweet. Well, it is quite custom, yet not so custom, maybe. I mean, the sizing of the headset is custom. So what we've done is we have a very narrow head tube, and so the outer ring of the headset is basically like a 1¼ inch bearing, but then the inner ring is from a 1½ inch bearing. So that means, I mean, I'm simplifying it a lot, but that means that in between those two rings, there's not a lot of space for the balls because the inner ring is bigger, the outer ring is small. So instead of the normal number of relatively large balls, we have smaller balls, but a lot more of them. And that combination gives you the same load bearing, but means that you have less space that's needed for the bearing, and so there's more space for the steerer. The steerer is stiffer, stronger, etc. So that's custom in the sense that you can put another bearing in, but then you also need another fork with a smaller steerer. But it's made by Cane Creek, and they make millions of bearings, so they're a good source for bearings, an easy source for bearings. And because this bearing has so many advantages, I would think that other brands are also going to produce this bearing. And I also think that other bike manufacturers will start making use of this bearing. The only disadvantage of this bearing is that it's very expensive. Very expensive. I mean, it's expensive compared to other bearings that you put in the headset. It's not like it will bankrupt you, but so for the really mainstream brands, for every dollar is important. Like, they will not use this bearing because they don't want to spend $10 or $20 more on a headset bearing. For the consumer, that doesn't make much difference because you don't need to replace the bearing very often at all, right? It will last years. But for these brands that are trying to save $1 everywhere, that's going to be a big hike. So I think the more boutique brands will definitely start using it because the bearing has real advantages. And that means that there's more companies using it, there's more companies producing it, so it will in a way become less custom in that it's available from different sources. So I hope that answers the question, and we can go to the next one. Is there a dropper seat post option? Who wants to take this question?
Sure, I can answer that.
Sure, go ahead.
Yep. So we don't have a dropper post for the RaceMax. arrow and a dropper post don't really go together. And when we considered the idea or purpose of this bike, a dropper post really didn't fit into that design. And of course, Gerard can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but you won't see an option for a dropper post on the RaceMax.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the smallest dropper posts you will find, right, are 27.2 millimeters. So that's the size they need to get the mechanism in there, and even that is pretty tricky often. So there are a lot of posts that are not available in that smaller size. And to give you an idea, like our seat post is significantly smaller than that even, right? So you just cannot get the mechanism in there. And I think for the pure speed riding that the RaceMax is designed for, you also don't really need a dropper post. So if a dropper post is really what you want, then there's other bikes available that will gladly accept a dropper post, and we'll gladly recommend them to you as well. So it's not really a problem, but for what the RaceMax is, it just didn't make sense, and it just technically also it's not feasible to do it. So hope that answers the question, and we'll see the next question pop up from Alex Sauter. Did you consider the brake hoses? What was the reason not to hide them? Any takers? Otherwise, I'll do it.
You can jump in this one, Gerard.
All right. So, of course, we consider that. Integrating that stuff as it looks great. Aerodynamically, it's not a big difference. It's a bit of a difference, not big. To work on the bike, of course, becomes a lot harder, and often also to adjust your setup becomes a lot harder. So it's a bit of a balance on that, and of course, there are a lot of internal routing systems out there now. And to be honest, I mean, of course, that's it's both my job and my hobby to look at everything as it comes out. But I can't really say that I've come a system where I think, oh, that's nice, right? Like either they're very complex, fraught with, breaking parts and other problems, or they require a head tube that's much bigger. So then, maybe visually it's aerodynamic by the fact that you don't see that cable anymore, but all of a sudden your head tube is, for example, 1.5 inch straight. So compared to our 1 1/4, 1 1/8, that's a much bigger head tube. Just to hide the cable. So it's tricky. I'm not 100% against internal cables, but I'm against internal cables done poorly. And unfortunately, I haven't really come across a system that I like. So until that's the case, I prefer to have my cables outside. At least for the the handlebar stem area, which is what Axel is referring to, I assume. So Sarab has the next question. How do you guys feel about MV's narrow, less than 38 centimeter hoods, white flare, air drop bars? So I don't really feel anything about that. I mean, Envy makes nice parts. I think they make very nice wheels, especially. I mean, to each their own. If you think that that's the handlebar that works for you, then by all means. I think the flare, however, is not really that big, right? So I mean, when you talk about a gravel flare, it's if you're looking for a gravel flare, then it's a bit limited, right? I mean, the drops are only 5 centimeters wider than the hoods, so it's a little bit more than a normal road drop bar, but not as much as a gravel bar. And so you also have this problem that as it's just a straight flare, right? So the whole grips are tilted out, And when you do that, you also start to tilt your hoods. So your hoods become uncomfortable because, Shimano, SRAM, and Campagnolo didn't design you to have your hands on that edge. They designed it to have it on the flat top. So I understand why the flare isn't bigger, because it'd be very uncomfortable. But yeah, personally, I prefer, having the drop straight, and then so that the hoods are straight, and then underneath you have a bigger flare. So I like on the NV that it's different, original. I like that. Whether this is the solution that will still be around 5 years from now, I don't know. I think the other thing is that the drops are quite deep, right? They're almost 130 millimeters deep on that bar, and that's just very deep. Because our geometry has gotten more aggressive since the days of Eddie Merckx, let's say. So to really reach the drops, they can't be that deep, and 127 is pretty deep for to use on gravel. Like, that really puts you pretty far down, and you might want to sit up a little bit higher for control in your drops. So I hope that answers the question. And I guess we go into the next one. Are mechanical front derailleurs compatible with the RaceMax? That sounds like a real Scott question.
Sure, I'll take that one. Mechanical derailleurs, you are limited to Shimano, but not just GRX. Of course, it makes sense to use the GRX. But for example, on a race setup, people can also opt for, say, the Ultegra or Dura Ace and maintain that Q factor, narrower Q factor they're looking for. And you can also use the GRX in the back as well for its extra utility there. Ooh.
We have an order.
Yeah, alarm bell
coming.
Yes. Pizza. Yeah.
But think about the mechanical front derailleur is interesting. So just go on. We still don't have the pizza, so I have no news from Bergamo now. So please go on, Scott.
Yes, well, I hope that answers the question there regarding mechanical derailleur compatibility.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that that the reason for this is that we use full housing through the frame, and the Shimano front derailleurs have a cable stop on the front derailleur, so you could just have your housing run out of the frame, and then the stop is on the front derailleur, and then the cable continues to actuate the actual front derailleur. So that's a really nice system from Shimano. And of course, the limitation isn't really that big anyways, because for this kind of bike, if you're going to go with a SRAM route, then you're more than likely going with AXS electronic anyways, and those fit without a problem. So AXS electronic or Shimano Di2 or Kempe EPS, those are all options if you're interested in that. But the mechanical is just Shimano. So I hope that answers your question, and we'll go to the next one. What is the weight of the new wheel set? Scott, you want to take that one too?
Yep. So for the new wheel set, the 4540, we're looking at 1,650 grams. Of course, this is taking into account that it is super wide, and you can deduct some of the weight from the tire, as you can technically spec a narrower tire, but one fit to that rim. Of course, the WAM is a larger measurement, right, than what is listed on the tire label. So 1650.
Yeah, and to be clear, 1650 is the actual weight, and then once you you use the lighter tires, right? And for those who are just tuning in now and haven't had a chance to read or listen to our whole presentation or the videos, when Scott refers to WAM, that's the width as measured, right? So we are officially no longer interested in what tire manufacturers put on the label. We are just interested in what the tire really measures at when you put it on a rim. And when you put it on a 19, a 23, a 25, a 29 millimeter rim, of course, this width changes. And the only thing you know almost for certain is that whatever that width is that you measure, it's not what it says on the label. And so, you'll find often a tire, like say a 40 millimeter tire on a narrow rim be just as wide in reality as a 35 millimeter tire on a 29 millimeter inner width rim. So that's what Scott means. When you go to the wider rim, you can use a smaller labeled tire, which is then of course also lighter, and it still balloons up to the same width. So it's a win-win from that point of view. So I think just to change it up, I mean, we have still 9 hours to go, so we're not lacking for time. So, there's another question coming. I know that there's a question coming up in Spanish. So for those who really can't wait to hear that question, sit tight. We just have to find Enrique, who is, I think, snuck off and gone to the factory to build another Turner crank. But he'll just have to drop that and answer.
I called him. I called him now.
He's already coming. In the meantime, I will talk about the bottom bracket standard that the RaceMax is using. So we use a BB386 Evo bottom bracket, and just something about that too. So that's basically the widest bottom bracket that there is in roads. So you have the bearings the furthest away from each other as you can. So that gives you the most stiffness, most stability. And the question that we often get, like I said, a threaded bottom bracket or is a press fit. Of course, press fit has a bit of a bad name because people think that you run the risk that your bottom bracket squeaks when there's no threads. Now, in actuality, there are certainly bottom brackets that squeak, both threaded and unthreaded. But with unthreaded press fit bottom brackets, it does happen a little bit more, especially in the early days. But still today, that can happen. Some of the reasons are understood, others are not. So that second part is a bit of a crapshoot. But luckily with the Explorer, we don't really run into that problem a lot. But we do realize that there are people who are concerned about that. And so they're asking, will you go to a threaded system like a T47? And so will we go to a threaded system? Yes. Will we go to T47? No. And the explanation is actually quite simple. So if you want a threaded system, that's great, and it can avoid creaking bottom brackets in some cases. But the problem is that the most common solution is to say, okay, we're going to put the threads back in the frame. And to do that, of course, you're not going to put the threads in the carbon, so you need to add alloy cups that are threaded and glue those into the carbon. I mean, there's all sorts of problems with that. They tend to come loose. It's a complexity that you really don't want as an engineer. They add weight as well, and it's just not. I mean, you try to avoid having to put inserts in a carbon structure if there's no real need to do it. So what we do instead on all our complete bikes for the RaceMax is that we use what's called a thread together bottom bracket. So the bottom bracket pieces have threads, but they don't thread into the bottom bracket shell. So they don't thread directly into the frame, but they thread into each other. So there's a positive thread on one cup, negative thread on the other, and then they thread together to each other. So they slide into a bottom bracket that does not have threads, but because it then all clamps together, the bearings are perfectly lined up, and they clamp each other onto the bottom bracket. So it gives you all the advantages of a threaded system, of avoiding any possibility of creak, etc., but it doesn't do so by introducing cups, alloy cups that are glued into the carbon. So you don't have the risk that those cups come loose. You don't have tolerances there and how those cups are glued, which might still lead to misalignment of the bearings. You're saving yourself the weight of those cups and the reinforcements that are required. So there's a lot of advantages to that. And it just, for me as a carbon engineer, that's the solution I love, because it puts the threads where you want them in the alloy piece, and it doesn't make you, make additional alloy pieces to glue into a carbon structure. And the greatest thing of all is that, as you know, with a bottom bracket, if you play with it a lot, there's always a chance that you ruin the threads. And if you ruin the threads on a frame, chances are you have to throw away the frame or get some sort of frame saver solution, which is also heavy. Whereas if you ever happen to ruin the threads on a thread together bottom bracket, all you need is new bottom bracket threads. So the frame is never damaged. And of course, the funny thing is that when you ruin the threads on a frame and you have a frame saver bottom bracket, the frame saver bottom bracket is basically a thread together bottom bracket, right? Before thread together bottom brackets were popular, that was how you would save a frame. You just machine out all the threads and then put in this, slide in this thread together bottom bracket. So we're sort of back to where we started, and that's the spec on all our RaceMax bikes. So not really because we needed it, but just to give you peace of mind if that's something you're concerned about. So
the Spanish one?
Yeah, why don't you read it as well, Enrique?
Yeah, you know what? It's hard to me to change languages, so I might be more comfortable in English now than in Spanish, but let's try. It's my mother language.
Maybe you can do the question and the answer in both languages so everybody can understand.
Yeah, sure. So he asked Pedro, ¿cuáles son las sensaciones sobre el terreno de esta nueva Exploro? So which are the feelings of the new bike mainly? First Spanish. Feeling. Seguramente la geometría de la nueva bici es más cómoda que la actual, de la actual Exploro. Digamos que cuando te sientes en ella la posición es un poco más hacia arriba, te sientes más cómodo. El BB drop es un poco más bajo también, por lo que te da un feeling cuando en descensos, especialmente en descensos off-road, da un feeling de mayor seguridad. Digamos que estas son la principal diferencia que encuentro con el modelo actual. Pero siempre un poco mantiene, y qué es lo que tiene esta bicicleta de especial respecto a otros competidores, es que tiene ese feeling de bicicleta de carretera, ¿no? A la que empuja sobre el pedal, se siente rígida y se siente reactiva. Por eso te digo que quizás las diferencias mayores a nivel de feeling es una mayor comodidad, mayor seguridad, sobre todo en descensos por caminos o off-road, pero mantiene ese feeling de carretera, de bicicleta de carretera, ¿no? En cuanto a rigidez y reactividad. So, I hope you all understood that, right?
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
So yeah, now it's in English. I think before my colleague Andrea he answered that. Let's say I'm gonna is my personal feeling, my personal opinion when I've been riding the new bike. To me, I've been riding a 54 before. I wasn't sure with the current Explorer whether to go for a M size or a L size. I was somewhere in between. So now the 54 really fits to me. So to my geometry, let's say. So comfort is the first things I will do. So I really fit well on the geometry. It might be that the current Explorer is a bit more racier than the new one. So that's why geometrically speaking, I felt more comfortable on the bike. And due to that, it gave me, especially on tricky descents, off-road, etc., it gave me more confidence than the current Explorer. So that's are the things I will mention from a personal point of view. Of course, more comfortable from the geometry point of view, more confident on the descents, but always having that thing that makes the Explorer special, at least to me. No, when we go to exhibition, etc., we try many other bikes from competitor gravel bikes, and to me, and again, it's personal opinion. So the Explorer has that racy feeling, that kind of road bike feeling, where it's stiffness and responsiveness, which not other gravels on the market, in my opinion, again have. So again, more comfort, more confident downhill, but also keeping that stiffness and that racy feeling the Explorer, the current Explorer has, and of course the new one kept to.
And I agree with you, Enrique. If I can add one thing, we tested personally even last weekend. Enrique always like to go flat out. I mean, really fast on even a tricky gravel section. Maybe even not that difficult trace, but where you have to push a lot and still you have on some slippery surface, so you have to drive a lot your bike. And there the RaceMax is something really unbelievable because you can really push as a road bike, and we were always on the limits, but it was always incredible how it felt, because we were both on the limit, but we were both still really quite, let's say, safe and going really fast on our potential. But for sure, you pushed me a lot there to keep your pace, and
yeah,
it
no,
was really
I
nice.
think downhill off road, so somewhere here in the area, I'm quite close to some Strava KOMs, comms, downhill, of course. So I think with the new ones, I might get quite close, because definitely confidence is increased. Yeah, for sure. So.
All right, thank you very much for both languages. So we'll go to the next question, and I think the next question is from Alex Martins. A couple of you guys are from Toronto. Do you guys have R&D in Canada? I guess that's referring to my previous company, Cervelo, where we had a lot of R&D in Canada. Although that's unfortunately been greatly reduced now as well, or maybe it's already gone. I'm not 100% sure. But anyways, I'll let one of the guys in Toronto answer the question. Maybe Scott, are you answering that one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wish we were doing R&D testing here in Toronto. As a tech guy, I love seeing the cycle machines and our products being put through their paces. But unfortunately, we don't have the facility for that here. But of course, in Bergamo, we leave it in the hands of our man Enrique over there, who just stepped out of the camera. Yeah, they have a pretty amazing facility over there. So Enrique, maybe
I have a really fancy camera. Let me try. Can I?
Yeah, see, there you go.
Okay. So, okay. Well, okay. Then if I zoom, no, I need to turn it more. Okay. So you see that red thing there? Wait, that's an oven. That's Andrea.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the lab. So the big red thing is the wheel testing machine, where we've developed the C4532, the E28, and of course the new C4540. So we used, especially the red one, we used to simulate what's happening in reality. Actually, when we came here first, the topic was to come out with a test where to really, go severe with the wheels. So I think we have developed our own internal protocol, which is way tougher than the ISO. So let's say, in order to get our wheels certified, then of course we do the ISO because it's the normation we have to follow. But we have a tougher testing protocol, so we are sure that if a wheel pass that test, then it's gonna be really, really reliable. So yeah, the question was R&D in Canada. No, but we have it here in Italy. So important thing is we have R&D. So not many others can tell that.
I was wondering, Enrique, can you, I'm not sure if you can discuss this on this forum, but how many cycles do you run through on, let's say, a frame set in testing before we're able to send it out for final production? Can you talk about those kind of numbers, or is that a secret?
No, actually, no. For the frame, so again, it depends on the components, right? So there's a ISO normation for components. For some of them, the ISO is really tough, like for handlebars, stems, or even seat posts. For the wheels, we discovered that the ISO past the ISO means nothing. Okay, for wheels. So to be clear. So that's why we have developed our internal protocol. But for example, for the rest of the component, like the frame you asked, we're running the same cycles than the ISO, the normation says, which is 100,000 cycle, 100,000 cycles. That's right. So usually there's 3 different kind of testing, fatigue test on frames. One is on the bottom bracket, so where it kind of simulate the pedaling loads. Okay, so 400,000 cycle, and it's 1,100 newtons. So inside, then there's another test is to test the forks. So like goes towards outwards the frame by applying the load on the fork. And the last one is on the seat post. So you take a dummy seat post and then you apply like a vertical load on the seat post, like to simulate the weight of the rider by, on bumpy roads, etc. So that's again 100,000 cycles. And then on top of that, then the ISO also requires some impact tests. So that's impact falling test, which is some weight on the frame and then falling down, and also impact on the fork. So those are what's the requirement of the ISO. So for the frame, we follow that because we've considered that they are tough enough. True is that we increase a bit the load in order to have a bigger margin and bigger safety factor. And also internally, we've developed some what we call static test, where we basically break the frame, and that brake load, that ultimate load, has to be within a desired level, let's say. So that's what we do for frames here.
So static load, you overload the frame to the point of failure, and you test that to make sure everything is up to our standards and of course well beyond ISO.
Yeah, let's say that the ISO shouldn't be destructive tests. So actually they are non-destructive tests, not the impact ones. And then the static is something we do at last. It's not ISO requirement, it's our internal requirement. Where we test different load cases, bottom bracket, forks, etc. But where we reach the ultimate load is what we call the ultimate load. So we reach the load where the frame breaks, and then with that load, we know how the frame is going to behave under certain circumstances, like a big crash or something like that. No, this is more to try to keep the integrity of the structure if a crash happen or something else going beyond the normal riding happen.
There's also because, of course, in a crash, there are situations where no frame can survive unscathed, but of course you want it to fail in a safe way, right? You want it to if it breaks, for example, to certain pieces not to come completely separated from each other, but yet hang together in a way, or things like that. So that tells you something there. And of course, there's also with some parts where ultimate load is a shortcut to quickly test if you're on the good way with a layup, right? So you could do just the ultimate load test just to see where you're at, and it will give you some indication on how it would do on a fatigue test, but it will give you that answer in 15 minutes instead of in a day or two. So you can more quickly do the next iterations of a design.
Yeah, that's an interesting point Gerard mentioned. So basically, during the development, we don't do fatigue tests. So we do fatigue tests at last, maybe on the last prototype, where we know that it's gonna pass without any issue. So we do a fatigue test, and we know that when we reach a certain value, multiplied by our internal factor, then we are sure that the test is gonna pass all the normation tests. But it allows us to iterate more quicker, definitely, because all fatigue tests on a frame takes like 3 days, something like that. No, so you have different load cases. You have to run 100,000 cycles. So it's no way to do development on fatigue tests. So you do this at last, and maybe you can see some small cracks or something like that where you improve, but later on. But the real development happen on static testing mainly.
All right, thanks a lot. So maybe, Scott, now that we've determined what you don't do in Canada, maybe you can tell the world what you do in Canada.
Sure. Well, actually, I'll pass this on to Daniel Walker in terms of what we do here in Toronto, just so he can join.
You're still trying to find out?
Because we're still trying to find out. Exactly right.
Daniel, do you know?
What exactly is it you would say we do here? No, but of course, being on the different time zones really helps serve our customers all over the world, particularly on the west coast of the United States, where that's for the Italian office that would be way in the middle of the night. We're also attending events all over here and working with teams and ambassadors in North America. Just makes things a little easier when you're on the same time zone and you can reach them at a reasonable hour for both ourselves and for them.
Alrighty, thanks a lot. Well, I think we're still in our Q&A blitz here for the tech questions. So the next one. Okay, what was your objective when it comes to the fit of the RaceMax? Well, I mean, in short, the objective was to fit our customers properly. Am I supposed to answer this question, or will somebody else do this? It looks like Daniel's chomping at the bit to answer this one, or am I misreading your...
I just muted myself, but I think the fit, like you said, it was probably to fit more people. I think like Enrique, I'm right in between a medium and a large myself. So, on the current Exploro that I ride, I went for a medium and a bit of a longer stem, but for some people that can be a bit of an awkward fit. But yeah, having that 56 and then the extra small to fit smaller riders will give a lot more people a chance to ride the Exploro.
Yeah, and I think also it's important to know that we analyze a lot of current Exploro setups, and then of course you see if you almost never come across a bike without a spacer, then you know that okay, you can play a little bit with the head tube length, because in the end we'd rather have a little bit more head tube than have more spacers, right? Spacers are of course they're necessary to dial in your position, but you want to end up with as few as possible, right? So if you know that everybody's using one spacer or more, then you can integrate that spacer into your head tube, create more stiffness, because head tube is stiffer than steerer, and also because it means you spread your bearings out more, so they have a wider bearing stance, makes your whole setup stiffer as well. So for the handling of the bike, that really helps. And yeah, so that's a great way to achieve that. And then, as Daniel said, going from 4 to 6 sizes also allowed us to have a bigger range of sizes, but also have the steps in between the sizes be a bit smaller. So right already with the current Explorer, of course, often if people are between 2 sizes, they can really go both ways. It's not like there are people who can fit on no sizes, or people can fit on 2 sizes. And that's sort of what we like. So now there's just more people who can fit on 2 sizes. So you can really decide, okay, do I go for a more aggressive position and go with a smaller frame and a longer stem, which then of course is also a bit lower, or do I go, for the bigger frame of my 2 options and have a bit more relaxed position and both in your riding position and in the handling, because you now have a shorter stem. So in a couple minutes, by the way, we have Zap come. Is it in a couple minutes? Maybe it's in a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure, but we will have Zap Espinosa from Road Bike Action coming on the show shortly.
Yeah, about
in half an hour. All right, okay. Wishful thinking that we were already 4 hours in, but we're only 3.5 hours into this Q&A extravaganza. So The sun's still shining here, but not much longer, I fear. So we'll go with another question by Sarab. I think this is the second question. So that's what we're here for. So keep them coming. And he's asking the new discus wheels, the 4540s. Are they hooked? What's the minimum tire size, maximum pressure, aero optimized WAM, etc., etc. So basically, tell us everything about the 4540. I should tell you that anybody who wants can raise their hand if they want to answer this question. Otherwise, I will. But I should tell you that this wheel, of course, as we're introducing it this week, will also get its own product page where you can read all the information about it. But I can quickly walk you through it. So it's a hooked rim because it's a 700C rim, so the pressures are a little bit higher, and then we like to hook just for security. I mean, the maximum pressure is basically beyond what any of the tires are recommended to get as pressure, because of course it is designed for bigger pressure, bigger tires. So it's not like with a road tire, right? If you have a 23 millimeter road tire and maybe you want to put in 120 PSI, then you have to see, can your rim do it? And I mean, in our cases, the rim can do that as well. But is there another pizza being delivered? How come there's none being delivered here? Anyways, if the in this case, of course, the minimum tire you're going to use WAM wise is probably 35 millimeters, right? So then 34, 35. So already, if you're putting 120 psi in that tire, that's not going to be. I mean, it will work, but it's just completely unnecessary for a rim that size, right? You don't need that much to have puncture protection. You can do with a lot less. So, when you think about it that way, 34, 35 WAM is the minimum, up to 42 millimeter WAM. And for those who are tuning in now, WAM, the width as measured. So we don't care what it says on the label. We care what the real measurement is of the tire. Aerodynamic optimization. I mean, we made sure that the rim is pretty good for that range. That's why we use that range, right? That's why we don't say put on a 28 millimeter tire. Also because it's very hard to put a 28 millimeter tire on a rim that has a 29 millimeter internal width. But, it's also aerodynamically just doesn't make any sense. And on the bigger side, that's as well. So for that range, it works perfectly. Ideal is probably a 37, 38 millimeter WAM. So that's where the tire will perform aerodynamically the best. But that also depends a little bit. I mean, that's assuming, pretty smooth tire, right? So oversized road.
Oh no, we lost Gerard.
Oh, Gerard. So what were you saying about the new wheels, C4540? Have you tested, Scott?
No, I haven't tested the new wheel set out, unfortunately. However, I'm super eager to get the new wheel set, of course, on the RaceMax over here in Toronto. Ride the Don Valley Trail. Any locals will know that area. But have you guys had experience? I'm sure you have over there in Italy with riding the new wheel set. And do you have any comments on its performance or
Yeah, I think Enrique can start from also the testing. So you can start from that.
Yeah, so basically, as I mentioned before, let's say that let's say that we want to build reliability on 3T wheels, right? So we want to have like a real reliable wheel. So that's why the purpose of the machine I show, the purpose of having developed internal testing protocol, etc. So of course, the wheel has done a lot of kilometers on the machine, so it's super reliable. I would say super reliable to be used whether on road or off road as well, and on heavy off road if you want. Riding low pressure, almost touching the rim, so it will work. And then we have done not many kilometers on the road to be honest. Because we bought some wheels that we delivered to some of the media bikes, So I rode them a few kilometers, and yeah, from the feeling point of view, they feel slightly stiffer than the C45-32.
Ooh.
Slightly stiffer, of course, because of they're wider. But yeah, honestly, not feeling kind of the same than the. I mean, riding feeling kind of the same than the C45-32 actually. So it's quite stiff wheel.
They're as reliable as the 45-32s. Those take a huge beating. There's a trail network, maybe 500 meters from the office here, and it's a mountain bike trail network, and I can commute on it, and it's just full of rocks and roots, and I've been taking them through there, running super low pressure, and a couple of times I heard a clunk that it's not great, but like the wheel survived, and the wheel doesn't show any damage, and it's super tough. Plus, the weight is really competitive too, so I've really enjoyed riding it. And then the other thing I love about the wheels is just the almost tool-free hub serviceability. And so it makes it super simple at home.
Yeah, you make with a good point, because the C45-40, they will come with the carbon T hubs, which are super. I mean the road is amazing. The sound is super pretty. Also to know that those wheels are gonna be assembled here in Italy. So we work very close with wheels assembled. So they do all our prototype wheels, etc. So wheels are gonna be assembled, are gonna be drilled and assembled here in Italy as well, with the carbon T hubs, because it's so they produce the hubs here in Italy. So that's it's important different to mention. And then I completely agree with you, Daniel. I'm riding a C45-32. Dated because it was one of the first wheels we got here in Italy. Dated February 2019. So that wheel went through all the testing protocol we've done here. So the ISO plus our internal protocol, and then I've been riding it just to test low pressure, high pressure, off road, and since I didn't pay for the wheels, I'm not caring that much, right? And riding off road like 1.2 bar, something like that, almost sometimes like now I touch it. So and. No, but they're there, super, and they no maintenance at all, in more than 1 year. So no, that was the purpose again, as discussed, to start building or to build reliability on 3D wheels. So that's why all here, and that's why the factory and so on.
And maybe
I just put them through a full cyclocross season here in Ontario as well, and like you said, no maintenance. They take a ton of beating, and hopefully the new ones are just as good, and it sounds like they are.
No, I mean, in terms of reliability, definitely they're gonna be like the C45-32 with the plus of the carbon T hubs, and also the assemble here in Italy. It has a lot of prestige on bikes assembly. So they're doing service for really high-end brands here in Italy. So
and it makes a big difference.
Reliability.
People love hearing that. Like it gives them a connection to the wheel and to the product.
Yeah, if it doesn't sound, it's. I don't pay money for a wheel that does not make sound. So
yeah,
of course.
And what is really important to add, just to link to what Enrique shared before, is that also the E28, so the 650B, wheels have been developed with the same idea. So first of all, of reliability, and also the behavior. I mean, is really crazy. To what Enrique just explained to you all for the C45-32 and the new 45-40. So you find all the same ideas and the same feeling also on the 650B. I'm more personally for 650B with larger tires. This is more me. I like to be really to go really everywhere, but I like also to do really very difficult top path terrain. So I tested more honestly 650B, and I can confirm exactly what Rick shared. And I think another very important thing for all the people who are watching us is that also this wheel set will be will be possible to customize with different apps. So we're offering also Chris King and Industry 9. So this is another option. So people
really good too. It's important. Quite good, Enrique.
Exactly. Yeah. And the thing is that on all these options, you have the same idea of the bike. Then you choose the hub that you prefer, but in the end, you still have this really nice idea. And even here, you have a really large inner size of the rim, which is of course it's called E28, which means it has 28 millimeter on the inside, which is perfect also to fit a tire like this, which really we measured before. It's around 2.3 inches real, so weight as measured, and so it's really perfect for this. And so just to integrate what you all shared, and I think it's really important also to share this thing.
Right, great. I was away. My laptop was overheating, so it shut itself down. So that's why I was gone. Is there any part of the question I still need to answer, or it's all covered?
I think we
covered. Yeah, I would say we'll cover it.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, the answer was long enough because since I had the time to restart my computer and listen to the second half. So if you didn't answer in 15 minutes, there's probably no hope of answering it ever. So Fabio's asking. The gravel bikes are becoming a trend in the past 5 years. Some brands offer models as 80s mountain bikes. How are the limits between road and mountain bike design? I guess that's the question for me, is it? So, I mean, I like the fact, I don't know if you're already listening when Cory Benson from Bike Rumor was here, but I like the fact that the gravel is a little bit of a Wild West and everybody's trying everything. And then at some point we'll figure out what works and what doesn't. So I think what we've seen much more in the past 5 years is sort of that merging of road and gravel, right? Of course, gravel was there with good tire clearance, disc brakes. And then as road bikes also went to disc brakes, and often a little bit more relaxed geometry, then what was the difference between a road bike and a gravel bike? That in most cases both bikes can do the same, except the gravel bike can do more, right? It just has more clearance for tires, so it can do everything a road bike can do and then more. So I mean, you also see that worldwide, that the road is in decline and gravel bikes are on the rise, just because you have so many more options. So that's a trend that I think will continue unless you're a real racer. A gravel bike for most people just makes a lot more sense, even if you almost never go on gravel. I mean, the quality of the roads that we ride on every day in many countries is not that great. So why wouldn't you have a little bit more clearance so you can put a 35 millimeter road tire on instead of a 28, right? And maybe 4 or 5 years ago, there were real drawbacks to these bigger tires, right? You couldn't find a good road tire that was more than 28 millimeters. But now there's a lot of 32, 35 millimeter road tires that are brilliant. They're just as good as the smaller road tires, just a bigger size, right? But they still have the high quality casings. They have really good rubber compounds, all these things. So the drawbacks have gone away. And then why wouldn't you take the extra comfort, especially when the roads you're riding on are full of cracks and potholes? So now, of course, that gravel is the big thing. You see what you always see in these trends in the bike industry, and probably also in other industries, that when something is a big thing, everybody jumps on it, right? Which to me is always great, because as everybody enters the category like that, they legitimize that category, and then the customer goes like, okay, so gravel is really important, right? This big brand now also does gravel, so this must really be a thing, and they go look into it. and then they often go like, okay, so who really was the original, or who really knows a lot about gravel, and then they end up with these smaller brands. So I always love it when the big brands go into gravel or any other trend. But that also means that first of all, nobody knows where this market will go, or some think they know, and I think I have a pretty good idea, but nobody knows for sure. So there are valid reasons to try different things, right? To try to add suspension, to change the geometry completely, to integrate bikepacking bags, to put 18 water bottles on the frame, like all these things, right? Just go and try it, and then some things will be a success and other things will not. So but of course that's the positive side of all these things happening. Of course, often there's these crazy designs also coming because certain people are late, right? If you're late to the party, then everybody already has figured out their niche and what they're known for, and you got to go like, hey, we got to come up with something to stand out from the crowd. So let's just take a gravel bike and make it like a full suspension mountain bike, or let's just get a gravel bike and do other crazy things for it. So I think part of these gravel bikes that look more like mountain bikes are because of that second reason, but part are also because they are done by mountain bike companies who just understand the mountain bike market more and think like, okay, I like mountain biking, but it's true the mountain bike is kind of slow on gravel and on asphalt. Can I make it a little bit faster? And they go in that direction. So I think some of those designs are valid. Some are a little bit cynical. But I think for us, when we really look at the performance gravel bike, so for us, the key is that you can't avoid riding roads sometimes, and even gravel roads are, of course, roads. And there you want the absolute top speed. So for us, it's clear that if you want the fastest gravel bike on most of the terrains where people actually live, you end up with something like that. If you want something completely different, if you want a gravel bike that is faster than other gravel bikes on single track, then you need something that looks more like a mountain bike. But then the question is, would a real mountain bike not be the better solution for that? So Fabio, I hope that that answers the question. And in the coming 5 years, we'll know, right? We'll see what direction it takes. And it also doesn't have to take one direction, right? It can, just like in mountain biking, of course, you have cross country and enduro bikes, etc. And like in road bikes, you have aero road bikes, and you have bikes that are more meant for super lightweight climbing bikes. And so it's not set that there's in the end one gravel bike that rules them all. And I hope there isn't, right? I have a lot of respect for other small brands that do very different gravel bikes than we do, right? I mean, you have companies like Salsa, who also were at this, for a real long time and make gravel bikes that are great for different type of gravel riding than we are, right? If you want to go ride in Mongolia for 3 months, I probably would recommend you not to get a 3T, but so it all depends. If you want to take 50 pounds of gear with you, right? That's not what we're trying to do. So, but I think for our customer, which includes ourselves, we're our own customers as well, of course. But for our customer, this is the kind of bike that makes sense, right? It's about the speed, and certainly going the weekend away and taking some gear with you. That's all perfect. But it's and it's optimized for that, not trying to be everything. So I hope that answers the question. And the next question, Benjamin asks, I think we've seen Benjamin before as well. So good thing you're still sticking around, Benjamin. And I hope you've gotten something to eat in the meantime. What are the key differences between Exploro RaceMax and the Cervelo Aspera? Cervelo, I've heard that brand. I heard about that before. Other than the maximum tire width, for someone interested in going fast on gravel. Are you guys leaving it up to me to answer this question? Or I'll answer this question. Scott wants to answer the question. Scott's on mute. So, okay, that means I'll answer the question. Yeah,
I was going to say you're positioned best, I think, to answer this one.
Okay. I mean, I would never say anything bad about Cervelo, of course. I love the brand. It's it's like my baby. So it all depends on what you're looking for, right? If you're if you're looking for the ultimate speed, then you're looking for aerodynamics. So that was my mantra when I founded Cervelo together with Phil, and that's my mantra today. So if you're looking for ultimate speed, you need the aerodynamics, you need to shield the rear wheel, you need to take the airflow from the front wheel and redirect it onto the down tube. That's no different from a road bike or a gravel bike. Just the way you do it is a little bit different, and the dimensions are different, but the principles are the same. If you want the highest speed, you need to get these aerodynamics right. Sorry. So that also means, your aero seat post, all these things, right? So, that's, I'd say if you want to stay in Cervelo terms, like I said, that there's a customer for the Exploro, so like there's a customer for the RaceMax, but of course the Exploro is more like an R5, and the RaceMax is like an S5. So, it depends on what you want. There are customers for R5s and for S5s in the world, right? In fact, there are more customers for R5s than for S5s. Here it's also the case, right? Do you really want that top speed? I don't think there's much question then what you need. And in the end also, I mean, there are lots of fine bikes in the world, right? So which one looks the best to you? It's maybe just as important as well in the end. And I think this one looks really nice. I was always going for the orange one, but I've been won over by the olive sand, mostly because the color names are so stupid. I just love it. But I hope that answers the question. And of course you say, well, other than the tire size, you say, but of course the tire size is massive in gravel, right? It's all about the tire size. So, of course, when you set this up as a race bike, you go with that 40 millimeter width as measured tire, and you put the 40 millimeter rim behind that. I mean, you got an unbeatable setup. But then still, if you're going for a week to Colorado on vacation, or you go, for a weekend into some really gnarly terrain, just to know that you can put on a different wheel set and have a 61 millimeter tire and really become unstoppable. That to me is a big bonus, right? Now you have such a versatile bike. You can keep the position that you're used to, the saddle, your handlebars, your whole position on the bike. You don't have to change anything. You only have to change the wheels. And of course, when you go into that sort of bike packing mode, those wheels also don't have to be expensive, right? Because what you want in that setup, you just want it to be bomb proof. You want to never have a problem with those wheels. So you can make those wheels 100 or 200 grams heavier, which also means you can make them really cheap, right? You can just have a $200 wheel set, and then spend another $80 on the tires, and you have a wheel set that gives you so many opportunities, right? And it can be for that, but it could also be something that you use more regularly, right? Obviously, I've lived in Toronto for a long time, and in Toronto, you don't even have to leave the city to go ride single track, right? We have the ravines where you have some pretty cool trails. So I used to live, 500 meters from one of those trails, right? So I didn't have an Exploro RaceMax at the time. But if I had, I would certainly go with the 650B wheels, go ride that single track, and mix it up with the mountain bikers there, because they're a single track, but you have to loop them together with pretty easy trails and pretty easy roads. So that combination of having that massive tire on the single track, so you survive them, and then still having an efficient road bike when you ride back up the Bayview extension or what have you, would be a great combination. So I think that tire maximum tire size is something to definitely focus on. Hope that answers the question. And my love and regards to everybody at Cervelo. So next question. Is there one coming? By the way, in 5 minutes, we have Zap coming.
Did we lose Gerard there?
Probably.
Okay. You're frozen, Gerard, but it's just following up on what you were saying about some of the ravines here in Toronto. yeah, it's a perfect place to test out the Explorer with some really gnarly single track. But like you said, you gotta link that together with some roads or easy trails. If you don't live 500 meters away from the trailhead, you're biking 10, 15 kilometers to those fun trails, and you can get there faster and probably have a little more fun on something like the RaceMax.
So if we lost you now, then I think, Enrique, can you take the next question, please?
Sure. Let me go closer to the computer.
As you're the one that has done all the tests on the tires and the wheels.
Yeah. So how 35, 36 against 40 millimeter nominal tire respond to the 29 internal width? I would say that how it fits within the rim, it didn't make any big difference. Actually, they both fit quite well. I think Rene behind has is the Pirelli 35. We put those tires on and they fit well. I will say that it's nicer on a 40 because it makes like the rounded profile of the tire, and then going back to the rim and so on, it fits, let's say, but yeah, nicer I would say. And then I wouldn't say we've experiment any issue on cutting the sidewalls or whatever. Not any different than with the C45-32, for example. I would say that is not any issue at all to run those tires on the new wheel. Actually, yeah. No, we haven't experimented anything. No. Maybe you have a next one. We have a next question, maybe. Wow, this is real for Gerard because it's more related to wind tunnel test. But since Gerard is not here, so yeah, at the end, the main purpose of having such a wide rim is to create a nicer, let's say, flow transition from the tire to the rim itself. Let's say that riding narrower rims with bigger tires, then the flow it separates just straight after of the tire, right? So when you have like a round profile, kind of, let's say that the flow on a round profile, it's like goes here, and then at this point, just at the middle, if it has completely round profile, it just separate, let's say. So when you have such a balloon and then you have a tiny rim, there's no aerodynamics at all, because actually when the flow hits the tire, then it follows the shape of the tire, and then it just separates. So the rim behind is not making any big effect. That's why we launched the C45-32, which is made in purpose for 28, 30 millimeter tires for the Strada, and that's why the new wheel, no, the C45-40. So to have that's why the tire, which is, let's say, the rim is as wide as the tire, so the airflow between the tire and the rim is there's no transition at all. So it's like one shape at the end, and then it floats continually. So because then on aerodynamics, let's say related to drag, let's simplify this. There's two main aspects, right? So it's the frontal area. So what the air sees, right? So if you have a huge frontal area, of course, this is creating more drag. But also it's how's the behavior of the flow in that spot, right? So if the flow separates before it touches the rim, let's say, there's no aerodynamic at all there. So that's why maybe, since we came to this, so that's why the golf ball, they have those kind of holes or bumps, right? That you get it, me. So like we have a completely sleek ball. So that ball creates way more drag than a golf ball. right? And that's why the ball fall, they have that kind of a dent, right? And the purpose of that is that to keep the flow, the airflow together on to avoid that the flow separate. So then the drag is less, and that's why they can travel longer. But it's unexpected aero. It's a while since since I left university. I didn't do any more aerodynamics at all. I just focus on carbon fibers.
I was impressed, Enrique. It was good. I learned a lot from your answer.
Did you understand it, or was understandable?
Oh no, it's good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Your diagram with the light bulb shape really helped.
Gerard is laughing behind. Maybe. Well,
for us amateur pretend aerodynamicists,
I try to keep it simple.
All right, I'm back.
Shall I move to the next question from Tadaka, Carlo? I think that's something that Scott can answer.
Sure. 54. See, again, the chain line on cranksets varies across different manufacturers. But I think if you went with a 5034 in, say, a Dura-Ace crankset, for example, I believe you would have enough clearance for that. Gerard, can you confirm that here? I mean, GRX a 4831 is suitable. SRAM Axis a 4835, but maybe could you confirm, Gerard, if a Dura-Ace or Shimano 5034 can be accommodated on the RaceMax?
I think. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think Enrico already feels the trouble coming that I'm going to tell him to put that on the bike tomorrow morning and check. So I'm a little suspicious that will work because, of course, the Dura-Ace has a narrower chain line, so it moves the chain rings in, so into the chain stays basically. So I'm a little skeptical on that, but we're going to give it a go, measure it, and report back to people. So, but I think, to be honest, the GRX 4831 is a pretty brilliant crank. So that's definitely a good option. It gives you also, of course, on the lower gear a lot more options than the 5034, especially if you're going to. I mean, I presume the whole drivetrain is going to be Shimano then, so that basically means that officially you're stuck with an 1134 as your biggest cassette. So that gives you a 3434 as your smallest gear, which for gravel really isn't that small. So now you can, depending on the rear derailleur you use, you could probably get away with using an 1136 SRAM cassette on there. Certainly with GRX you can. So then you have 34, 36. That's a bit better, but yeah, having that 31 as your smallest cog is really a big plus. So I would. People also have to realize that maybe on their road bike now they have a 50-34, but as you go into gravel, your tire diameter is going to be bigger, right? So with every rotation of the wheel, you're going to go further. So you don't need quite, even if you're going the same speed, you don't need the same gear as you have on your road bike to go that speed. So, plus, of course, in most cases on gravel, you'll, you might not go that speed. And I mean, how often are you riding 50-11 anyways on your road bike? I think if most people are honest or have a Di2 or SRAM Axis where they can actually read that in their app, they will come to the conclusion that this 50-11 is a gear that is very rarely used. And a lot of time that you are using it, you're not pedaling, you're just in it because you're in a descent, but you've already spun out. So.
Right. And I will add, if you are interested in that as a setup, once we get confirmation from Gerard and Enrique, I can answer that question, of course. So just go to our website, 3t.bike, submit the question, and I'll find it in there and get back to you with an answer, okay?
Yeah, that goes for everything. Of course, there's also a chance that you put this question in and then have other things to do in life, and so you may not actually catch the answer somewhere in these 12 hours. So by all means, ask us the question again via the website or any other means to get in touch with us. We love talking to our customers, so by all means, get in touch with us. I think time-wise, are we still waiting for a special guest, or is the special guest coming soon? Oh, look at that! On cue. Hey Zap, how you doing? Zap, we cannot hear you.
Cannot hear
me.
We
can. We can hear you now. Unbelievable. So everybody, this is Zap coming to us from, I presume, sunny California. And Zap is a legend in the bike industry in many ways. He even worked for Specialized, I think, at some point, but he's forgiven for that.
Hey, Trek.
Oh, Trek. Yeah, it was Trek. I knew it was a big, monstrous conglomerate. No. We love Trek almost as much as we love Specialized. And but now, of course, for many years, the El Jefe, I would say, at Road Bike Action. And as such, one of the very early proponents, I would say, of gravel riding. And at that time, still going against the stream and maybe also sometimes against the wishes of his readers by covering gravel riding when not everybody was on the bandwagon yet. But he stuck it out, and I guess look who's laughing now. And so Zap was also one of the guys at the top of my list that we said we have to send a RaceMax 2 to try it out before it actually gets released, so he can get some miles on it. I think he's actually gotten somebody else to get some miles on it first because he was busy with other things. But we're happy to have you on our little show here, Zap. So thanks for making the time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Have you had a chance yet to ride the bike, or that was one of your underlings who you've?
We had a test rider have it, and then Troy Templin, our managing editor, he's been on it for the last week and a half now.
Okay.
Yeah, we just as we get the test back in, we just rotate the bikes between different people while we're doing different things. So he gets back. Yep. It'll get to me on Monday.
Okay. Well, that's something to look forward then to. Yep. I hope. So yeah, how do you see, maybe in a more general sense, how do you see the gravel scene? I mean, when you look at the past 5 years and how it has developed, and how do you see the scene and the bikes going in the next 5 years?
I think just like you've been saying, I mean, first of all, we have to give credit to the people who've been there early, the small guys. It's always been the small guys that lead the way, and then the big guys glom on. So gravel has just been another example of that. In terms of wheel makers and frame makers. And, it's like I keep, we do. I just yesterday, I got another angry letter from someone complaining about our quote unquote gravel issue because, there was so much gravel in it. And it just defies, I just try to make the point. It's like, look, to ignore gravel is to ignore reality because it's here, it's been here. And the numbers just show whether it's through participation in events and more than anything, just the bike sales. There's an obvious interest there. And I also make the point to kind of these ardent road bike guys that so much of even the road bike technology itself is being improved upon by virtue of what we're learning from gravel bikes. So that's what I find really interesting, especially with tire and wheel stuff that you've been doing so much with and what Steve Head was doing with years ago. Just these new formulas about how tire performance can affect speed, traction, compliance, everything. And road bikes are all, obviously, anyone who, like you've said, a 28, it's like, who even cares about a 28 millimeter tire anymore? And we've been making that joke for a few years, like a few years ago, it was like, the 25 was the new 23. That was, 8 years ago. And then the 28 was the new 25. And we just keep upping, And so, now, it's like, I do the Montrose ride on 32s to 38s. That's like I just love that ride. And it's, it's not because Chris Froome got us down that path. It's because, bigger thinkers, innovative thinkers, and the gravel scene, I think, brought us to this point. So it's a win-win for everybody.
So are you getting fewer angry letters nowadays than you would have gotten a couple of years ago, or?
Yeah, no, definitely fewer, definitely way more now, a lot more love letters, so to speak, for gravel. And so now my next level of trying to irritate my readers is with e-bikes, of course.
E-bikes, I was going to say. E-gravel bikes, I must hope.
Yeah, and I always say I don't even like. I mean, I never ride e-bikes. I mean, we do the e-bike magazine. I don't even like them, but I believe in them because just purely for trying. I mean, my goal is to try to get more people out on bicycles on a daily basis, and e-bikes are just yet like gravel bikes are another way of doing that. So, anyways.
No, I think that's very well put. Like, I don't like them, but I believe in them. I think I'm very much the same way. I think everything that gets people on bikes is a good thing, and if the purists don't think it's a bike, then that really doesn't change the fact that it makes the world a better place if we get people on them. So, and that goes for the clunkiest bike sharing bike to the most awful e-bike to the as long as the batteries don't explode, I'll make an exception for that. But it goes for all of those things, right? I mean, it's and those things are not meant for me. An e-bike is not meant to get a road cyclist to become a lazy road cyclist. The e-bike is meant to turn a motorist or a car driver, depending on which country you're from, to become a cyclist at least past a part of the time, right? And that is good for that person. It's good for cleaning up the roads a little bit, but it's also good for when that person goes back into their car and now understands a little bit better what a cyclist is and how a cyclist behaves, how a cyclist moves, and that they're not surprised that all of a sudden this bike came out of nothing at 25 kilometers an hour, but goes like 25, that's nothing. I should be aware that there's somebody who can be going 25 miles an hour, right? So yeah. I think all of these things are good things, and if it takes a little, e-bike motor to do that, then hey, bring them in.
Well, and not to turn this into an e-bike platform, but just to your point that you've been making on and on, Gerard, it's just about options, And so, I mean, I tell people when people say, oh, e-bike's about cheating, I was like, well, first of all, there's no rule book that says what's cheating and not cheating in terms of the bike. And if you want to work out, it's really simple. Go ride an e-bike with the motor off, and you'll get a huge workout. And so, again, we've done that around here. We've done local road rides just to piss people off, but just to prove the point that on an e-bike, even with the motor off, we sit on the group ride, and yeah, it's that much harder, but we sit in and we've had a good time. And just the idea, again, is just if a person wants to ride that bike, and if it's at the end of the day, they can ride longer, which is another benefit of having an e-bike. Again, to me, there's no way to argue against someone having to say, oh, with an e-bike, I can go for a 4-hour ride instead of just a 2-hour ride, So like you say, it's about options. The same way the gravel bike is, which we're huge fans of because it just provides options, and options in life are always good.
Yeah, and part of these options, of course, I mean, people always think about the specs and everything for option, but the big option here for both gravel and e-bike, of course, is range, right? So it gets you to places you didn't knew existed before. And with gravel, I mean, I find it strange myself, and people often sort of look like, how come there are places that I didn't get to with my road bike and I didn't get to with my mountain bike? Like, surely between the two, I could have gotten everywhere in my neighborhood that exists but it's not the case, right? You do find yourself on a gravel bike going to a place like, I cannot believe I didn't know this existed here, so close to my home. But that's the reality, right? Because it takes going over that asphalt road that you just don't want to do on your mountain bike to get to this stretch that you couldn't go into when you were on your road bike. And I mean, it doesn't matter if you're talking to somebody from Hong Kong or Moscow or Johannesburg or San Diego. It doesn't matter where in the world. Everybody has that same experience, which is wild. To me, it's crazy. But that is the biggest thing about, especially a performance gravel bike that really you can do miles on and just get somewhere right over time, not the sit up high in the wind kind of type, is that it's not. I don't want to say it's not about the bike, because that would be quoting somebody else completely. But But it's not a new bike. It's a new way of riding, right? It lets people ride in ways that they just never have, and that's surprising these people themselves, right? They might have been a roadie for 30 years, and so maybe they've been writing angry letters to magazine editors for a while, and then when they get to try, they go like, it's actually true. Like this has changed how I ride, and I'm really excited about the next 30 years of my riding now. So I think that's the big thing about gravel, and in a different way, that's also what an e-bike gives you, right? And I think also what the e-bike gives you is just the chance to ride with people of different ability, right? And it's not cheating when it's not a race, anyways. But hey, what would you rather do? Go ride with somebody and have to wait for them all the time, or give that other person a little engine so you don't have to wait and they don't have to feel like such a burden, right? I mean, so you can ride with your dad who's 80, or you can ride with your husband who's never ridden a bike before, or whatever, right? So I think that's it's options. But it's very social, right? And I think okay, 1.5 meter distance, but social is still good in some situations, right? So anyways, and how do you see, because I think now with the explosion of gravel, that also means an explosion of different concepts, and one crazier than the other. Do you see that slowing down, or do you see a clear path already, or you think it will stay all these different niches, or?
Yeah, I mean, like you said again just a little while ago, you pointed out that with mountain bikes, in 1986, we had whatever, the Specialized Rockhopper and so many other bikes, the Trek 820 and a million other bikes, and it was just the mountain bike. And now, of course, we saw, I remember in the mid 90s when all of a sudden the whole free ride thing started. I remember Paul Turner of Rock Shocks, who'd always been such a big race guy, just putting all his effort into racing. I remember one day we're at a Northern National, and he starts kind of mentioning this crazy word called free ride, and I was like, what the hell is that? And he would, for Turner, all of a sudden it became like he would go down to South America and just do these big epic mountain bike rides that had nothing to do with race courses anymore. And now we have, this, it's almost an over infatuation with niches between, oh no, I'm an enduro bike rider. It's like, well, what does that mean? I'm not exactly square with it, but again, to one of your points you made earlier, even the mountain bike has created all these different niches of, the free ride, downhill, cross country. And I think that modern day mountain bikers get a little bit lost in the vernacular wars of like, which, it's the typical kind of gut checking, it's like, that you can't ride that on that, or that's not a race bike. And like I always say, it's like you can race, go to a cross country race, you can race whatever bike you want to race. You can go to an enduro race. You might not do as well, but I mean, the bike is there to do anything we want to do with it, as long as we understand what the bike's capabilities and limits are. And with gravel now, I mean, again, like, I was just listening to you for the last hour or so, some of these more extreme versions of gravel bikes coming from some of the mountain bike companies with just like these radically sloping top tubes and, these kind of weird permutations of gravel. But guess what? It's, it's their version of it. And so more power to them. I don't know how well they'll work. I know what we like and don't like personally here within Road Bike Action offices. And, even again, you talked about flared handlebars. Like, I can't stand flared handlebars. I think they're stupid. And but people far smarter and far talented than me, I know, Neil Shirley at Envy, of course, he's, oh, you're going to love these handlebars. And I tried those wide handlebars, and I don't love them. I mean, I get it. I get how that wider stance can work at some times, but then when I get on the road, which is for a gravel bike, I do both. All of a sudden, I hate that position and having my hands flared out of these, 45-degree angles. It just doesn't work for me. And also, we begin to understand, like, what a flare handlebar. Where is the flare? Is it at the top or the bottom of the handlebar? So there's different types of flared handlebars. So all these different permutations of what a gravel bike is, and it's still coming to the fore. I think also what you had said earlier about how, before, 5 years ago, the tires weren't there. And really, to us, the equation's always been really, Gerard, I'm not just going to keep blowing up your skirt, but, you were the fun frame designer that really started blowing up the frame designs themselves, because you could talk about a 40 millimeter tire all day long, but if the frame doesn't fit it, you're not doing anything with a bigger tire. And so now, again, with, we talked about this the other week when I was asking about the RaceMax. You first brought out with the Exploro the drop chainstay, and then everyone now, so many companies are copying that design, and now you have the double drop chainstay, and it's all about getting that tire to fit, without punching your wheelbase out to 112 or anything, and still having room for mud and tire clearance. That to me it's been the biggest transition in terms of road bike to all road to gravel bikes, is just how, someone, I can't remember, someone gave me the quote once. They said, at a bike shop, whereas before for road bikes, people would always go and the first thing to do would be take the, grab under the top tube and pick it up, and, the whole, like, oh, what does this bike weigh? And then he said, actually, but now everyone's going to the bike shops and their first question is, how big a tire can you put on it? And that actually was Dave Cassell who said that, sorry. But, and that just reminded me that that's like another transition of, the evolution of consumerism in terms of how they're embracing gravel bikes.
But certainly a lot more useful question. Although, of course, there we also risk, that like bigger is not always better, right? I mean, the thing is, it's like with stiffness in frames. Like when everything is bad, then higher or bigger or stiffer is better. But then at some point, of course, when everybody's riding around 28 millimeter tires in the mud, then you go, well, hey, bigger is better. But at some point, you reach the point where, hey, for this purpose, this is big enough, right? You don't want to go bigger because, of course, there are always drawbacks as well, right? Yeah, you can fit a 80 millimeter tire in, but the tire is 1.2 kilos front plus 1.2 rear, and et cetera. So, and aerodynamically, et cetera. So I think, we're now hopefully, it's difficult to get there, right? Because who's going to make the tire or the frame big enough to fit a 40 millimeter tire when there's no such tire? And who's going to make that tire when there's no frames that it fits in, right? So who's the idiot who blinks first and makes a product that's useless unless the other people come along? And then there weren't really, I think there weren't really that many. I mean, of course, in the industry, sort of people know each other, but I can't really think of a very close, bike brand tire relationship other than the people who make their own tires. But even they make their own tires, but they make it at a factory that makes certain types of tires. So even if you make your own tires, you can't just go like, hey, I'll make a 40 millimeter tire, because if your supplier doesn't know how to do that, then so it's but yeah, I think it has gone relatively quickly, I would say. I mean, 20 years ago it was all 21 millimeter tires. We got to 23, 25, 28. That took forever. And now we've gone from 28, like even in pure road, right? We've gone from 28 to 35, 36 in the span of 3 years, right? In 3 years, we've now have, I mean, most major bike brands making a 35-ish millimeter road tire, right? Whether it's Pirelli or Continental or Hutchinson. They may not all label them as 35, but they are on a decent rim. So, I mean, that's gone, I think, really quickly. And as you say, this is sort of a feedback from the gravel onto road, is like that has happened because those are the tires that fit in the gravel bike. So and it makes a gravel bike also, just, I mean, for what that's worth, for a lot of people, it makes the gravel bike look better, right? Like a gravel bike with a 28 millimeter tire looks a little bit anemic because you just have a lot of clearance everywhere because you design it for a 40. So now having these 35 millimeter tires, it fills that out. And yeah, when you have the clearance for a big tire, why would you not add that extra space in? So yeah, I think that's you're absolutely right. So
the other thing too, gearing is the other thing too that you've also touched on. That's evolved, right? I mean, I remember, like, 4 years ago we bikes getting given to us, and they all had basically cyclocross gearing, and I mean, literally, I can't remember which brand it was. I was on a bike, a test ride, going up this brown mountain, a local fire road here, and it had cyclocross gearing on it. And I mean, I literally had to stop and turn around because, I mean, not that I'm super weak or super strong, but I literally could no longer pedal the bike up the hill because the gearing was just too high, given that it had the bigger tires. And And so that's been really happy to see the gearing changes, whether it's GRX or the SRAM, the SRAM. SRAM stuff is, I think that just the fact they've completely redesigned gearing principles and the idea of like letting you pedal more and stay on the bike more. It's just been a really democratic process to get people more comfortable with bikes and, kind of getting over the old, oh no, you have to suffer and make your knees hurt before, you can do anything. So the gearing's been the other thing I think has just been a great evolution.
All right, and I think we have, can you hear me? Oh, I think we have Scott here appearing as well. I don't know if you can see him, Zap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see and hear everything.
Intro, Zap?
Is that my Scott?
Yes, it is.
So Gerard, I'm just going to say this is the other test, our strong test rider. So if you have any quibbles before you say anything, this dude is like you, Scotty he's like a NASA dude. He's as smart as you. He'll talk like way over my head. So between the two of you, you two guys are perfect because you're both so smart about this stuff. So anyways, Scott's the real deal. That's all I got to say.
Right. Well, yeah, Zap recruited me to ride the Exploro because I had ridden the Open previously, and of all the exotic bikes that I've ridden for road bike action, only one have I actually plunked my own money down on, and that was the Open. And so open wide in particular. And so when the Exploro came to the office, Zap said, "All right, you got to ride this thing and let me know what you think and how does it compare to the wide." And so I took it out and gave it a good beating. And so Zap published it just yesterday in the Road Bike Action website. But my day job is actually I'm a navigation engineer at NASA at JPL. So I love all the engineering and the technology.
So what should we talk about? About NASA or about bikes?
Yeah, that's right. What's the difference, right? We have a story at JPL that the bike industry kind of saved the Mars 2012 rover. It's the one that's currently cruising around. It's a nuclear-powered super rover, and they're having trouble figuring out how to make the wheels work, something which is with struts that were light enough. And so another bike rider at the lab contacted Lightspeed, and they actually built titanium struts that are currently on Mars. So the technology came from the bike industry to get the rover moving around.
Yeah, it's funny, right? If you're in the bike industry, on the one hand, it's very much a Mickey Mouse industry, but on the other hand, some of the technology is quite amazing. We sometimes have that with people might come from Formula One or something like that, and then in the end, usually the response is that, like, of course, Formula One, there's a ton of money and there's a very high level of professionalism, but the technology is often remarkably low tech because their main target is to be ready for the next race. So they don't have time to optimize this and make a superstructure, whatever. They just need to fix something in a way that they can slap it together in 5 days and then put it in a courier and have it at the race the next weekend, right? So the technology is often quite low tech, despite the high tech image of the sport. And of course, what goes into it and why the aerodynamic shapes are the way they are, that's all incredibly high tech. And in the off season, things are very high tech. But during the season, it's an enormous just slap things together and just get it out there in time, much rather than let's optimize this and then they're quite amazed that making a frame that's 700 grams or things like that is just not really something that they do or that they really have the sensibility for often. So I'm not surprised that also in titanium. And a lot of technology, right? I mean, the Lightspeed had to invent a lot of ways of how to manipulate titanium to make a bike frame out of it, right? And not just make it a straight gauge, really boring frame. Like if they wanted to start butting those tubes and everything like that, they couldn't knock on NASA's door to ask how to do that, right? Well, they could open the door, but they couldn't get the answer, right? So it's not so strange that in the end the request has to go the other way. But it's funny because another way, I'm sure Zap thinks this as well. If you walk around, when it still existed, Walkabout Interbike, you don't really get the sense of like, oh, okay, this is like aerospace and Formula One beating people walking around here. Then it's very much is a sort of a Mickey Mouse industry, which also has its charm, of course, and that's what we love it for when we don't hate it from time to time. So.
Well, I suppose the cadence of how technology moves forward is a little bit the same. You were saying that the bike industry, you're constrained by kind of the racing season, but we're constrained by geometry. So, you only get a shot at going to Mars every 26 months, and there's only so much you can do to advance the state of things. And so the rover, which we're about to launch in July, looks very similar to the one which we launched that landed in 2012. It's the best you can do. You can't reach too far, or stuff's going to break.
Yeah, that's a different. It's easier to bring an Exploro back to base than a rover back from Mars, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
Although in these times of Corona, both are pretty challenging. Logistics has become a hassle even on Earth, but still not to any degree that it has been between here and Mars, from what I know about it. So it's hard to get that flight back, I guess, from Mars.
Yeah, it's a one-way trip.
Yeah.
I was just curious, do you have any questions for Gerard about the bike that we didn't get covered during last week?
Boy, well, just for the record, I like the mustache bars, but it looks like you went with the really flat, the most aerodynamic handlebar setup, which for me wasn't as comfortable as something as like the NVG bars or I think something along those lines. But I'm wondering if the aerodynamic advantage of what's on the Exploro is really that worth it. If I'm doing a 25 kilometers an hour, have I bought anything?
Well, I think it really, obviously that bar was on there and with no flare because of the guy next to you who hasn't ridden it yet, because he hates flares. There's two things, right? But for the center section, I think it really depends on how you ride. For most people, of course, the most comfortable center section we have is the Super Ergo or the Super Gaia if it has a flare. And so whether the Aero Wing is comfortable or not really depends on how you grip the bars. Like for me, the Aero Wing is super comfortable, but I really always ride with, where's my camera? With my thumb along my other fingers, right? If you're trying to grip around, obviously an aero section is a pretty big section to get comfortable on, right? And the trailing edge obviously is, it's not super sharp. You're not going to cut your fingers on it, but it's not very comfortable as well. So as long as you have your hands on the tops, I find it very comfortable. And in fact, the bigger the surface, the better you can spread your load, right? But I think that's fairly personal. If that center section is not comfortable for somebody, it's not worth the aero gains. Let's put it that way. I don't think it ever is, right? That's something that I sort of carried over since almost the start of Cervelo, right? You would see people on super aero bikes with super aero positions, but then you'd also see that in the second half of an Ironman, 90% of the people are not on the aero bars anymore, but are on the base bars because the aero bar position is too uncomfortable for them, right? Maybe because the position just isn't good for that, or because they never get a chance to train very much in that position because they're training on, roads that are not closed off and things like that, right? So in the end, comfort is the number one, right? No matter what. So giving up aerodynamics for comfort doesn't really make a lot of sense. Now, in the general concept of the bike, I think once your tires are big enough, it starts to matter fairly little what you do with the rest of the structure from a stiffness and compliance point of view. But of course, the touch points, whether it's the saddle or it's the handlebar, they of course need to be shaped in a way that suit you. And I mean, we know that the super ergo shape suits 95% of our customers. Like that's just a universal, comfortable shape. And I think that was also on that Strata Beauty shot, or maybe there was a different handlebar on that. I can't remember exactly. Yeah,
they had a rounder one on the Strata.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, if the Aero is comfortable for you, then I'd go for the Aero, right? But I never tell people to go for the Aero despite you not feeling comfortable on it. So.
Gotcha. Also, there are 3 drillings on the down tube for the front cage. Is that just so I can have freedom to to have a higher reach or a lower reach, or because I noticed that the bottle isn't completely obscured by kind of the cam tail if you have it up higher. But on the other hand, if you want to have 2 cages on it, you need to have it up higher, at least on the frame that I had.
Yeah, so it is actually the way the flow comes off of the down tube. It depends a little bit on the bottle. So and it also depends a little bit on the cage, because not all the cages are drilled exactly the same. But it's also because there's we have, I don't know what cage we shipped it with, but we have a new cage coming that has the holes in slightly different positions. So the frame is already ready for all eventualities. So that's more the reason why there are 3. So I mean, you could use the other 2, right, if you wanted to ride with only 1 cage, for example. But I would say for gravel, most people will be riding with 2 cages. So the main reason is that there are some different ball cage options coming that are just attached to the frame a little bit differently, and it means the frame is basically future proof for everything that's coming.
George, could you touch on the front end of the 2 different? I think it was the 2 different rakes on the fork. Is that what it was?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, every frame just comes with 1 rake fork, right? It's just that the 2 smaller sizes have a significantly slacker head tube angle, and therefore also come with a bigger offset fork offset, so that your trail is where you want it to be in the end, regardless of which frame size you have. So it's not in the. I mean, I know there's some bikes, maybe that's what you allude to, that have fork dropouts that you can you can swap the offset off. But of course, we don't really have a need for that. We've taken all these tires, measured them, and taken the group of tires that are very close in tire radius. So we don't have, like, between the biggest and the smallest tire we use, the trail only changes by 2 millimeters. So there's no point to have a fork that has a 5 millimeter flip flop dropout when your whole trail only changes by 2 millimeters over the whole range of tires you use. Plus that, of course, these flip flop things, I mean, it's not just flipping the dropouts, right? Once you flip the dropouts, you also have to put an adapter on the brake caliper, because otherwise your brake caliper doesn't align with your disc anymore. So in the end, I mean, nobody does that. It sounds like a great feature until you have to use it, because I mean, most customers are not comfortable with taking their brake caliper off and putting it back on and making sure the disc doesn't rub. And I mean, I talk to bike shops, right? I ask, so how often does a customer come in to either have you changed it, or have you fixed what they've started changing? And it's like both never happens. Right? That bike goes out the door with a certain setting, and it never gets changed. So then in the end, what do you have? You just have extra pieces in the fork that is a potential. I mean, I'm sure Scott will agree with that. The rule number 1 of engineering: if you cannot have it, then leave it out, right? Like if it's not on there, it can't break. And this is slightly more important when you send it to Mars, but it does apply in general that the stuff that you just left out cannot break down. So having a bunch of flip flop pieces that you never flip and never flop, I just leave them out.
Yep.
Scott? Oh.
Hello.
Scott, yeah, are you still there? I think we may have lost Scott's audio.
Scott got frozen out by NASA.
That must be. They see he's moonlighting here, and they say enough of that. Spilling all the secrets. Anything you want to add, Zap, or any questions, remarks, predictions for the future?
And how about just for the sake of, I mean, in terms of the general conversation, also the other thing we found intriguing is your fork design with the crown. Could you just touch on that? Just, I think that's kind of a really cool feature that no one else is really addressing.
Yeah, this is one that really, I mean, I love these things that are just so common sense that you start to wonder, like, you know, why was this left for me to do first? You know, that's a bit strange, right? So, obviously, you know, we've had for a long time forks that have rim brakes, and so we had, you know, you need a pretty big crown to attach this this front brake on there. That makes a lot of sense. And then we went to disc brakes, and everybody kept the crown the same size, even though we're not attaching a brake there anymore. So, and then also on gravel bikes, we kept sort of those crown sizes. I don't really know why, but because of course you need the tire clearance and you still want to put that crown on it. Now these gravel forks all became about 1 inch or 25 millimeters longer than road forks. And you know, when that fork is longer, then obviously your down tube is further away from the tire. You have to adjust your head tube height so that everything is correct again.
Yeah.
And then, you know, of course, starting with the Strata, I started to think, like, why would we do that, right? If we don't need to attach a brake to that fork crown, if we don't have to drill a hole through this fork crown to weaken it, why don't we just make a much more efficient structure? So our crown is very, very shallow. And so even with that big tire clearance, we have the crown that's so shallow that basically our gravel fork is the same length as an old style road fork. So everything just goes back into these normal dimensions, which both just structurally makes sense, because why would you add all this material that you don't need anymore? But also, you know, it means that your down tube is at a nicer angle again, you know, relative to the airflow. It's closer to your tire again, so it can pick up that airflow. And frankly, it also looks better, right? I mean, some gravel bikes look nicer than others, but the fact that those gaps are everywhere bigger than they need to be doesn't really help, I think. And this is really a bike when, well, a lot of people see this bike for the first time, they think it's a road bike, and then they come closer and they go, like, how come it has a 40 millimeter tire with knobs on it if this is a road bike? So, and I think this is, in my opinion, sort of one of the first bikes that really does that has and that's something I like about road bikes, right? I like, you know, the mystique and the style and everything about a road bike as well. Of course, I'm a technical guy, but I also like, you know, the nice the nice features and spindliness of road bikes. And I think this sort of takes that back a little bit and bring it to proportions again the way you're visually used to from a road bike.
I had a question about the seat stays. On the open wide, the stays attach, you know, at the saddle right where the top tube is, whereas on the Exploro, it's quite a bit further down, although it seems to be constrained by the fact that you have a cutout seat tube. So I'm wondering if that's a bug or a feature. Which do you think is the better design?
I don't think it's either, to be honest. It's both. I mean, you're asking maybe the wrong person, but I think both they're correct solution for the problem at hand, right? I mean, if you want to make it aerodynamic, then lowering them, of course, is a good idea from that point of view. If you're having a cutout anyways, then putting them at the end of the cutout is a good idea. I mean, I certainly don't like a cutout and then having the stays go way above that. I mean, both aerodynamically and structurally, that just doesn't sound like a great idea to me. So, yeah, I think that they're the right solutions for those problems, which are two different problems, because the design goals are different, right, in both cases. So, yeah,
It's specifically, I was thinking, yeah, on the wide you made one choice, and on the Explorer you made the other choice. But I guess it was for aerodynamic purposes on the Explorer.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main goal. If that's the main goal, that's of course an important goal. So then you see, okay, structurally, how can I still make everything work properly, but not give us, any unnecessary drag, of course. So, and of course, the wide is many things, but aerodynamics is not a design goal there. So.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else? Yeah. All good.
All good.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I got to get back to my my day
Your
job.
real job. Thanks very much. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on the show as a surprise guest, Scott. Thanks, Zap. Thanks as always for your support through the years for us in particular and for the gravel cause in general. So really appreciate it, and I'll stop writing those angry letters now about you covering gravel too much. I think the joke's up on that. So no, but seriously, thanks a lot, and I hope to see you soon when travel becomes something normal again.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Thank you, Gerard. Thank you, Carlo. Thanks for the opportunity. Ciao.
Thanks, Zap. Bye-bye. That was Zap from Road Bike Action, of course, one of the best magazines in North America, well, in the world when it comes to cycling, and a real enthusiast on everything related to. Hey, Scott, are you having dinner, lunch? Welcome back, everybody. So for those who are tuning in a bit later, I hope you've enjoyed the chat with Zap from Road Bike Action and with Scott as well, one of the test riders. And we're back here with the crew all over the world, and we're here to answer your questions. So I'm doing this right now on my mobile phone because what we were trying to do before caused my laptop to overheat. So all the problems we find ourselves with, it's easier to design a bike. So if you've just tuned in recently, maybe we'll do a quick intro. There seems to be somebody with a microphone issue, so maybe you can just mute for a second and then come back. So, Renee, can you also mute your microphone for a sec? So I'll just go and introduce everybody. So we have Scott on the line here. He's in Toronto. He's responsible for a lot of customer service. So if you have technical questions in North America and you call our office during hours or you send us an email or something, chances are Scott will answer that. If you write us in really strange hours, then of course it could be our Italian office that answers you. We have Renee in Bergamo at our head office and factory. Renee is our CEO. Then we have Eddie, who is responsible for many things in the Italian office, including that the office functions, but he's also responsible for sales in Italy and some other European countries. And then we have Andrea and Enrique, and they're at our workshop up on the top floor of our office, which is also our carbon factory, where we make, for example, the Torno, and Enrique, which you can see on the left on this frozen screen, is the manager of our factory, and Andrea is one of our technical specialists. So if you answer a question during normal Italian hours, then the odds are that Andrea will answer that for you. And we have Daniel just joining us also from Toronto, not in the office, I think, but he's also there to answer questions, and he also does a lot on the marketing side, for example, with local events, with demo rides and things like that. But of course, this year, demo rides are not really a big thing in this world. So, but hopefully that will change again. So, as we're going through some questions from people. We do some interviews, and but basically the main point is we're here to answer your questions. So we'll do another batch of questions right now. If you have your own questions, you can leave them at the bottom of this blog. So in the comments, and or you can leave them at YouTube if that's where you're watching it. And so I just recommend to everybody to turn off your microphone if you're not speaking. We seem to have a bit of sound going around now, but make sure to unmute yourself when you're answering the questions. So I think we're ready for some new questions. So let's see what rolls in, and we'll give that a go.
Yeah, Gerard.
So, yep.
Sorry. We go with a question, or I can introduce someone in the call.
You can introduce somebody, of course. Go right ahead.
Yeah, we ask to one of our best dealer in Italy, Andrea Scavezzon. I don't know if he's online. Andrea?
Hello. Sì, ci sono. Mi sentite?
Ok.
Sì. Ciao.
Sì. Hello to everyone. So, as I share with you, I asked Andrea to go in the shop now and to make this live video with us, just to make a couple of. I want to make a couple of questions with him and to share a couple of ideas. Sorry, because we go to talk 10 minutes in Italian, but I think we can do that for our guest.
It's good.
Andrea.
Scott and I really need to practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
The exam is afterwards, Daniel, so be prepared.
Yeah. So Andrea is one of the pioneer of the gravel and the all new things that come from the USA. He try every time to make his best in term of educate customer to go with a gravel bike in Italy. So, and I know that Andrea every year goes in US for training and maybe to learn something new in something some good shop. So Andrea, ho spiegato un po' quello che adesso possiamo parlare anche in italiano.
Sì, ho sentito.
Un po' quello che sei anche per il mercato italiano, tu, ma anche i due fratelli, un riferimento per l'Italia nel mondo gravel, dando sempre uno sguardo a tutto quello che di nuovo ci propone il mercato. Quindi, intanto benvenuto.
Grazie.
Grazie che ti ho fatto aprire il negozio a quest'ora. Magari trovi qualche cliente che sta aspettando una bici. Magari
non
anche
proprio. Poi oggi è festa in Italia.
Esatto. Quindi grazie ancora per essere qua con noi. Intanto volevo iniziare con chiederti come sono stati anche questi 2 mesi passati in Italia. Volevo sentire un po' anche il tuo punto di vista di come hai vissuto questo periodo un po' pazzo e cosa ti ha fatto più impressione, cosa ti ha spaventato di più sicuramente.
Ma nessuno era pronto a un evento simile. Da un lato sono stati 2 mesi di riposo, la famiglia è stata contenta, purtroppo non abbiamo potuto pedalare, però abbiamo potuto programmare, abbiamo potuto valutare un po' la situazione, siamo rimasti nel limbo senza sapere bene quando avremmo potuto riaprire. Quindi inizialmente pensavamo di ripartire veloci, invece sono stati 2 mesi lunghi, con qualche periodo anche un po' di scoraggiamento, perché sì, è una fase importante del lavoro, sono mesi importanti, il negozio era pieno di merce, non sapevamo come saremmo potuti riprendere. Devo dire che queste 4 settimane di lavoro sono state così intense che hanno compensato 2 mesi di fatturato. Una cosa che non era mai successa. Abbiamo lavorato molto intensamente, è stato un lavoro impegnativo per vari aspetti, ma siamo contenti, adesso speriamo di rimetterci in assetto. Ecco.
Poi, vabbè, noi ci siamo sempre un po' sentiti in questo, in questo periodo. Quindi l'idea era anche un po' quella di rimanere sempre in contatto. Giusto per condividere anche in inglese con chi ci ascolta, we are talking about the crazy last 2 months than we are living here in Italy, but also in the rest of the world. But yeah, for sure, as you already know, we start a little before here in Italy with this issue, and we are talking with Andrea with what was the situation, and in which way he managed in the shop this fear, because it was a very a mess situation. But Andrea already explained to me that fortunately in this last 3 weeks he keep the turnover of 4 weeks. He keep all the turnover of the last month or last 2 months. So the business right now is very good, because a lot of people are still looking for a new bike, or maybe also to change something in the current bike. So the shop is very busy. It's very busy right now. So and I can share with all of you a piece of art that Andrea brothers make. So yeah, for sure the bike, but Andrea, this is the wall. È la parete o è una cornice?
È una tela di prova dove mio fratello lavora a casa sua.
Yeah. The brothers, Andrea brothers, make this picture in the perfect combination with the color of the RaceMax frame, orange. So it was very appreciated, Andrea. Thanks also to Martino for this effort. I know then I gave you this bike Saturday morning, and Monday in the afternoon we already received this. So really appreciate it. Thanks. And we have Federico from Record Bike. Then say hi to both of us. Ciao Federico. And the next question that I want to make to Andrea is what do you think about the new bike, and or about the idea of the all road? So Andrea,
Sì.
cosa mi puoi dire di questo? concetto di educare anche i clienti ad avere una bici, ok, performante, ma che sia adatti a tutte le strade. O meglio, la domanda, cioè il punto principale è quanto ci impiegheremo a convincere i stradisti a mettersi o a guardare a questa visione.
Bella domanda. È molto bello proporre cose nuove ai clienti, aprirgli nuovi orizzonti, dargli nuove prospettive di utilizzo della bicicletta. Tanti arrivano, non pensano neanche a quello che possono fare con una bici così. Mi è piaciuto molto l'accostamento del quadro alla bicicletta, in quanto reputo che questa bici con queste soluzioni sia proprio lo stato dell'arte della bicicletta all road. L'arte del quadro, l'arte in Gerardo ho sempre visto un visionario, uno che ha sempre che fuori dagli schemi, non si è mai imposto paletti, ha fatto sempre cose nuove e incredibilmente.
So Andrea, I just give so Andrea, he really appreciate my introduction about the wall then Martino's make, and he make the same idea. Then this bike is a really a piece of art in terms of all road piece of art. So we are talking about, and in this he can for sure see Gerard in the person, then he never see the border of the vision, but he can see every time something new, and we really appreciate this from you, Gerard. And we are talking also about
vorrei tornare alla domanda che mi avevi fatto.
Yeah. The most important question is how we can convince the the road racer to go with this bike. So yes, Andrea.
Sì, è proprio stimolante cercare di portare verso nuove strade il ciclista da strada classico. È sempre più facile adesso convincerlo, perché un po' il pericolo delle strade, un po' grandi nuove ciclabili che vengono progettate, sviluppate, scoperte su vecchi tracciati. E il ciclista proprio porta nuovi orizzonti al ciclismo con la performance, perché con 3T rimane la performance. Lo stimolo di pedalare velocemente in ogni tipo di terreno potrebbe convincere tanti stradisti che non si aspettano un mezzo così versatile e godereccio.
Quindi sei d'accordo che possiamo dire che abbiamo le armi?
Assolutamente.
Per
abbiamo l'arma.
So,
non si tratta di vendere una bici da corsa, non si tratta di vendere una qualsiasi bici da mountain. Mi sembrano vendite banali quelle altre. Questa è una vendita dove conta molto la nostra conoscenza, la nostra possibilità di proporre al cliente cose nuove. Ed è grande soddisfazione, perché in questi anni che abbiamo venduto l'Exploro abbiamo avuto grandi soddisfazioni dai clienti che hanno potuto apprezzare questo nuovo modo di andare in bici. Soprattutto è più facile convincere il bikers, lo stradista è un po' più ostico.
We already share with Andrea. Then now we have also the right gun to use and to convince the road racer also to have another vision of have fun on the bike. So for this reason, we got to put all our focus on this in terms of communication and explanation to all the technical the technical point when we have on this product. So thanks, Andrea. This is your shop. It's
Sì.
so you can. Oh, perfect. I can see something.
Sì, non sono un gran videomaker.
Yeah, but it's enough. Don't worry. Thanks a lot. E quella è quella nuova, giusto?
Sì. Non riesco a vedere cosa sto inquadrando, però.
Niente, praticamente niente. Ok.
Ah, perché di qua?
No, dall'altra parte andava bene.
Sono impedito io. Dov'è la bici?
Ok, perfetto. So che comunque tanti tuoi colleghi sono gelosi di questo momento, ma le circostanze logistiche ci hanno permesso anche questo, e grazie anche alla tua
Mi
disponibilità.
sento un privilegiato, mi sento. Sono onorato di questo vantaggio, piccolo vantaggio, neanche tanto piccolo.
Yeah. Ok, hai qualche domanda da fare a Gerard?
Bella storia, non so. Ho visto che ospita gomme molto generose. Io ho sempre amato la gomma generosa nella gravel, perché mi permette di affrontare percorsi sempre più impegnativi. La cosa mi ha sempre stimolato molto. Sì, qualcuno obietta che magari con la gomma tanto grossa potrebbe avere qualche difficoltà la bici nei terreni più fangosi, però io non ho mai sentito questa mancanza, ecco. Sarei curioso proprio di provarla, e sono molto contento anche delle nuove taglie.
Quindi so che hai provato con Martino, quale gomme hai?
Sì, con Emilio abbiamo provato a mettere delle ruote Envy da 27,5 con copertone da 2,25 e ci stanno egregiamente, come ci stavano nell'Open Wide, bici che forse Gerard conosce.
Yeah, Gerard, the question that Andrea make is about the tire. So he tried yesterday morning with her brother, and he told me, and he confirmed then the size of the tire on the open wider is the same size than fixed on the race max. So the 27.5. Andrea?
Is this the question? Do you want an answer from me, or?
No.
No, I mean, I think it's not. You cannot really compare it in that sense. I mean, of course, there's a 2.25-inch, Schwalbe all-around that fits right on the RaceMax, and also fits on the wide. But there's also 2.35-inch Rock Razor or something that will fit on a wide. So of course with the wide, because it's not aerodynamically designed, like the tire can have within reason any dimension in every direction. Whereas of course we can go very wide, but we want to have tires that have a certain distance to the C-tube. Right? I mean, if the tire goes through the C-tube, it's very hard to ride a bike. So it's what you want. But that's if you have an aerodynamic design, you need to make sure that the tire also matches your aerodynamic requirements, right? So that's different than, okay, you can use any tire because we don't care about the aerodynamics. So I think that's the difference between the two bikes, right? In the end, the width as measured can be roughly the same on both frames, maybe, but with the wide, you don't have to think at all about which tire you throw in, because the clearance is massive in all directions.
È collegato, Andrea, sempre con il progetto aerodinamico, quindi il fatto che, come diceva Gerard, questo profilo di ruota matcha perfettamente con la RaceMax, e anche perché abbiamo un plus maggiore che è collegato al discorso aerodinamico. And Andrea mentioned that he preferred to go with a big tire with a gravel with a gravel bike, but
hey, we're on the same page. I mean, I like a big tire too, right? Especially if you're not the fast. I think Andrea is really fast, but for myself, like if you're not the fastest guy, then just going with a bigger tire means you're going to be faster than with a small tire, right? Either because you don't flat or because you don't sink in the mud and get stuck, because you don't get bumped into rocks and whatever. So a bigger tire is, if you're not the fastest guy, almost always better. And I think even if you're a fast guy like Andrea, if you go right on the crazy terrain, he goes right, then also a big tire is better. So, but that's just, of course, also it depends on where you live, right?
Yeah.
I don't need a 2.25 inch tire here around Amsterdam. That even as slow as I am, I don't need that tire.
Okay, thanks Gerard, and thanks Andrea for your time.
Yeah.
We can see, and other things arrived in the few months. So I'm really happy on this project, and I heard in this 2 days a lot of good opinion also to your other colleague in Italy. So thanks, Gerard, for this opportunity. So
thanks, Andrea. Thanks, Andrea, for the support as always. Like, we love your store. So it's a beautiful store, and of course, if you love gravel and you're in northern Italy, there's that's the store you have to go to. Even if you're a tourist and visiting, it's a great store to go, and it's filled with great riders who can tell you where to take your gravel bike if you want to have a nice experience. And I mean, all the best for the coming months, and we hope that life keeps getting better in Lombardia and the surrounding areas. So stay safe and stay healthy.
Grazie. Thanks, Gerard. Grazie, Andrea.
Gerard, ti aspettiamo in negozio.
Grazie, Andrea.
We are waiting you in the shop, Gerard.
Yes. I'm not flying to Italy right now, but I appreciate the invite. So, okay. Well, for those who are tuning in just now, that was Andrea from Scavazzone, a great shop, and also a shop that you will see if you come to the Aeroboom in Italy. There's always a big group of riders from that shop, and it's a shop that started figuring out gravel a long time ago already. So I want to say that we are almost at the 5 hours and 15 minutes mark of this Q&A. So I sincerely hope there's not too many of you that, like us, have been here for that whole time. But we're going back to answering some questions. So we'll bring a couple more people in. I'll start with this one as we find other people. So why did you change the rear derailleur hanger design? Well, I mean, every time we do a new design, of course, we think about what we want, what we don't want. Of course, the original Explorer had the hang loose derailleur hanger, which I liked as a feature. And we had basically two groups of customers: those who loved it and those who hated it. And I mean, those who loved it, I think could also live without it, whereas those who hated it couldn't live with it. I think that's, in short, what it came down to. So, I'm not here to prove my point beyond a reasonable level, and so it just made sense to change the design to something that would work for all our customers. We don't want to exclude customers who love to ride a bike just because they don't like our derailleur hanger. I mean, that'd be crazy. So that's it. Those who loved it, great. That Explorer is still available as well and will be in our lineup for a long time. And those who prefer a more traditional derailleur hanger, albeit one that's very smartly designed as well, if I may say so myself, they have that on the RaceMax. So I hope that answers your design. I think that was Polly Adams. question. So I hope that that answers your question, and we'll go to the next question. And that's from Mark. BB386 Evo, primer Loctite or not for the cups? Anybody want to do that, or otherwise I'll take it as well. But anybody love this question? Oh yes, we have a taker. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump into this. I mean, in terms of using a retention compound, I think the fear here is that the bottom bracket will creak over time. And of course, as we had mentioned earlier on our broadcast here, that we have gone to the thread together cup design. So really, I think all you need is a professional mechanic to install your bottom bracket and use a high-grade lithium grease, and you should be fine. And I wouldn't worry about any Loctite compound or any kind of retention compound.
Yes, I think you've passed this test, Scott.
Perfect.
Excellent. That's exactly it. I mean, even with pressing cups, right? I mean, of course, you can buy the frame and you can put whatever bottom bracket in. You don't have to use the bottom bracket that we use in our complete bikes, which, as Scott says, is thread together. So you have the threads in the bottom bracket where you want them. You don't have them in the frame shell where you don't want them because they just cause complexity. And if you want to read more about that, just go to 3t.bike/tech, TECH, and then you will see their best bottom bracket system post that will explain this in more detail. But that's pretty much it, as Scott said. So, but if you use press-in bearings anyways, if you prefer those for some reason, also not really a need for Loctite. But you know, in that case, you could use a carbon assembly compound, as that also has some some properties in it to make that more secure if you want to do that. But no need to really glue it in place, basically, with Loctite. So we'll go to the next question. Sorry, I read a question, but the question was low Coke is high, but that turned out to be about what everybody's doing to stay awake in our internal chat here. So that's not actually a question. I'm sticking to tea. We'll see what the story is at 4 a.m. When we're going into our last hour here. So we have Jorge, question by Jorge. How does Exploro RaceMax size 54 compare to the Strada size M in terms of dynamics, like cornering on the road? I get the RaceMax is more relaxed, longer wheelbase, but do they share DNA? Andrea, I guess you're one of the guys, if I exclude myself, who's ridden both. I guess Renee as well. But maybe Andrea is more the medium and 54 size 54 guy. So actually, yeah, you're right, both of those, right? You ride a Strada medium and a size 54 Exploro RaceMax.
Yeah.
So do you want to answer this question with the dynamics and the feel and the cornering on the road?
Yeah, I have my personal bike is a Strada L size and actually an Exploro L size. For the RaceMax, I tested the 54, of course, more on gravel, honestly, than on road. What I can say that is for sure, Strada is more pure for road. The Exploro and the RaceMax is for sure a little bit more, gives you a little bit more confidence. I mean, is slightly different, the behavior. It's really short, small differences. Honestly, what you can really feel, the difference you can really feel is that maybe Strada is a little bit, but a little bit more direct, and I think it's surprisingly how Exploro and RaceMax behave also on the road. Then for the RaceMax, honestly, I haven't tested shared properly for the road, but the first feeling I had was still really good. So if I can give a suggestion, it really depends on what what you would like to do, because if you just think about road and that's it, for sure the Strada is the better option because it has been developed for this, and for sure it has that a little bit difference, which comes from, of course, the project. If there is an idea of doing something more, a little bit more on road, or something less extreme than just road, for sure the Exploro or the RaceMax is the better option, because it gives more versatility. For sure, here with the RaceMax, there is again a little bit more possibility to have maybe even better fitting than before. I've never had an issue for me, but even for the customer, to suggest the right fitting with the sizes we currently have. But here I think we have a small improvement, for sure, also on versatility. So this is, to be really honest, to see, this is my what I feel and what I see on the bike. It really depends on the final customer.
If I can add something, so because they asked about like Strada and Exploro, definitely, I mean, geometries are different. So Strada is a pure road racing bike, and again, things happen quicker on a Strada. So that going downhill, like 180-degree corners and so on, is better handling on a Strada because it's way quicker how it turns. While Exploro, also geometry is more relaxed, but wheelbase is longer as well. It's like kind of more stable, right? So to really push the limits, definitely downhill the Strada is faster. But for people with just not such a technical skill, so that they ride on a more relaxed way, let's say, definitely the Exploro will give that extra confidence because of the stability, which in this case is based on wheelbase as well. So yeah, to go faster downhill on definitely is a Strada.
Yeah, for sure.
As long as it's paved that downhill. But I think also, as you say, like if you're looking for a little bit more confidence, right? I mean, the Strada gives you that because, of course, it can ride with a 30 to 32 millimeter width as measured tire, right? So it gives you more confidence than most aero road bikes would, just because you have a better grip on the roads. But of course, if you want even more confidence on the sense, if you go with a RaceMax and you put a 35 millimeter labeled road tire on that, maybe on our own 45-40 rim balloons up to a 38 millimeter. Now you got a 38 millimeter road tire, so that really sticks to the road like there's no tomorrow. So then, confidence wise, that bike may actually be faster for you if you need that confidence to descend, right? And of course, if you're off road, then you can do amazing off road things with Strada as well. I can say, but obviously when it gets tricky, then you rather have a 38 than a 30 millimeter tire.
And
so, but sure, I think Andrea and Enrique, I think that's exactly it. So,
if I can add the last thing, Gerard, it really also depends on the road you find, because the majority of roads, unfortunately, are not that good. So we are not on the Giro d'Italia, Tour de France, where they get the new tarmac, the new asphalt, and they just go there. I think we all challenge also. We have challenges from the ground, from the tarmac. So this is another thing to consider on all these, and even to give support of what you said regarding, of course, the larger tires, which I completely agree on this. Then it depends really, I think, also on the skills. So I personally have two bikes I use, and one more for road, one more for off-road. But you can always do the same with one bike. So this is the very good thing. And this bike would be RaceMax definitely,
Yeah, we don't all work for a bike company, right? So some have to limit their annual bike intake and have to limit to one bike. So that's for sure. I think also, when it comes to bad roads, obviously the guys in Toronto can attest to that, right? After a winter of freeze thaw, it's the gravel roads are better than the paved roads. So there's potholes that you can disappear in with your entire bike. So then a 38 millimeter tire doesn't really save you either, but it certainly helps to smooth out the cracks and everything if you have a bigger tire. So.
I've gone to tubeless just because of how bad the roads are here in Toronto. Pinch flats in the early spring are popping up everywhere on a group ride. It's crazy. So on my Explorer right now, I've got a 40 millimeter semi-slick, which is awesome on the road, but it's so much more comfortable even on the road rides because I don't care about the man swallowing potholes anymore.
Yep, that's something I don't miss about Toronto. So thanks very much for. I guess that was a question 15 minutes ago, but I think it's an important question, and I think that a lot of people have. So thanks to Andrea and Enrique for digging into those details. And let's go to the next question from Andre. It says, "I never heard you guys talking about challenge tires. What do you think, for example, the Challenge Strada Bianca at 36 millimeters?" Yeah, that's true. Our mission, I guess, we haven't talked about challenge tires. The thing is, we've done hundreds of measurements, and even with that, of course, we haven't covered every tire in the world, especially not tires that are very popular in certain areas of the world and virtually unfindable in other parts of the world. So, and a challenge is one of that. René Hurst is another one. And there's a couple more. So we will certainly, we have a list of tires we want to test. And the first step often is getting them, right? So we put out these requests to tire makers, and then we have to wait until we get them. And when we get them, we have to wait until we have time. And especially in the last couple months, I think you can understand that most of us have been busy just to keep the company going. So that's been our focus. And then somewhere in between running a factory and preparing some things on the Exploro RaceMax, Enrique has been coordinating getting tires tested by himself or other people who happen to have a little bit of time in their hands to do it. But the tiring measuring process, I mean, it sounds pretty simple, but it takes a lot of time, right? Because one of the things that people don't realize is that the first 1 to 2 days of a tire being pumped up, it stretches. So it's not like we can just pump up the tire, measure it, and go on. No, we need to pump it up, then leave it sit for 2 days, and then we go back and we measure it. So and then we put it on, the next rim and pump it. So it's an elaborate process. I mean, it's not high tech. It's not very complicated, but it takes a lot of time, especially when people have other jobs as well. So we test as many tires as we can, but we'd love to test more. So I know that I'll be adding some Hutchinsons to the list of tires we like pretty soon. I hope to be adding the René Hurst in the next month or so. But, I think the way I would look at that list is like, okay, this is the list of tires we like right now, and we really like them. And you can already see there's a ton of them that work really well with the aerodynamics of this frame. And, over time, more and more tires will be added. But I think with the tires we have there now, those are just brilliant tires already there to pick. Which is in no way meant to disqualify other tires that are out there. Of course, there are also tires on our spreadsheet that we absolutely hate. So we've tested it. They might be the right dimensions, but we flat them all the time, or other problems we may have with it, or we happen to have taken it to the wind tunnel and they are absolutely atrocious. So not every tire that we test and that fits dimensionally ends up on that list. But I I won't really mention those. I don't think that's it's just our opinion in a way. So fine if you like those tires, but those will then not make it onto the list. So I hope that that answers the question. And the next question comes from Alexander Leger. Hey, Alexander, how are you doing? I hope you're still listening. So the question is, how does the Explorer Eagle compare to the RaceMax race? Sorry, I have to laugh, but that's because Alexander just ordered the Explorer Eagle and then shot me an email last night saying, can you put that bike on hold while I ask you about the RaceMax? So welcome to the show, Alexandra. How would I compare it? Well, so I think the Explorer Team Eagle, that is the brown bike. So it comes with the Force Eagle kit. So it really has the wide range, and that would really in the RaceMax range, that would really be the Explorer Max more than the Explorer Race. So the Explorer Max also has an option to come with like a very similar build, so a Force Eagle build with Force shifters, crank, and brake, and then Eagle rear derailleur and cassette. So drivetrain wise, that's basically a one-on-one comparison. And then with the wheels, of course, I mean, you can either have the same wheels or you could upgrade to the carbon or but I think for the comparison, that's the more accurate straight comparison. And then when you look at the difference between the Explorer Team and Explorer Max with that same build kit, then with the Explorer Max you have a little bit more tire width that you can put in there, right? So you can go up to basically 53 to 61 is sort of the range of widths that we have recommended tires for now. Whereas when you look on the Explorer Team, the tires that I usually put on there are 47 to 54 millimeters. So the Max is a little bit more extreme in the tires you can fit on there. And then of course the Max has the aerodynamic advantage. I mean, obviously the Explorer Team is no slouch. Until yesterday it was the fastest aero gravel bike in the world, and then its sibling came along and now it's the second fastest. So it's no slouch by any means, but yeah, the RaceMax is faster, right? We've added these tire clearances and the new shapes and the hidden the down tube bottle and things like that. So the new one is faster in that sense. But of course, there's also a cost difference between the two. If you look at the new pricing for the two bikes, then the delta is $900 euros. If I have that correct off the top of my head. So that's also halfway towards a carbon wheel set. So it depends on what you're looking for and what you value. I don't think there's a right or a wrong there. I know we'll continue to sell both of them, and both will be popular. But that's the drawback. So it's aerodynamics and a slightly bigger, wider tire versus of course the cost. So I hope that answers the question from Alexander. And we'll go with Mark. I don't know if there's somebody raising their hand to answer this one. So my fitter always insists that I should be on a 165 or even 160 millimeter crank. I'm not even particularly short. What are your thoughts on speccing small and extra small bikes with cranks that are less than 170? Anybody want to take that one? Anybody know our current spec of the new models coming out? I presume so. So going once, going twice. All right, I'll take it myself then. I mean, so there's a funny thing about crank lengths. There's not really a correlation between body dimensions per se and a crank length you need. So there's a general rule and a general guideline that with shorter people go with shorter cranks, but for individual riders that does not have to be the case. So you can have a very short rider that thrives best, that just has better power output with a longer crank, and vice versa. So I don't know why your fitter recommends it. It could be valid reasons, of course. I don't know your fitter. I don't know anything. about that. So, but he or she could have good reasons to suggest that. Now on the smaller frames, we do that. We spec 165 on the smallest frames, smallest bikes, I should say. So yeah, it makes sense, and I'm happy that more and more crank makers produce shorter cranks. So certainly, our bikes come with either standard setups with either Force or GRX cranks, and so we have options to go with shorter cranks, and we do wherever we have that option. So yeah, we're okay with that. We are equal opportunity crank speckers. So I hope that answers the question, Mark, or maybe I misunderstood the question. If that's the case, then please ask it again. But I think I understood. So Jorge, I think we've had you before as well on a question. So thanks for sticking around. So he's asking, why not one by only on a race back, one ring to rule them all? Well, you can put one. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going to answer this question. Somebody else is dying to answer them. So take it away. Come on, Daniel. You have to turn your microphone on though.
Why not one ring to rule them all? I mean, I think the trend is going that way with a lot of great 12-speed options. And, if you want to dig through the patents out there, Shimano's got this old 14-speed patent out. So I think the trend is
expired by now, but that's a really old patent, isn't it?
Yeah. But the idea is out there, right? So, with only 14 unique ratios, 12-speed gets you a lot of the way there. Of course, there's still some people who want the really tight gaps of that a 2x can give you. And they're just more comfortable that way. One isn't necessarily better than the other. Personally, I used to be a fan of the 2x for the gaps, but really spending more and more time on the new SRAM 12-speed stuff, I think it's great. And I think it really fills that gap in between, the 1x and 2x steps issue. But one's not better than the other. It's just it's a comfort thing. So George or Jorge, we fully encourage you to go for the 1x and prove to everybody that's one ring to rule them all. But we're equal opportunity crank speckers, we're equal opportunity derailleur speckers.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, I mean, that's certainly true. The other thing is that what not a lot of people know, I think maybe even on this call, Rene is the only one, is that the RaceMax was originally just a 1x project. That was our focus, and that's what we're working on. And when we were almost ready to put this bike into production, we were like, you know what, with what we've designed now, we could actually just add a front derailleur. So, if the clearances and the shapes and everything, the aerodynamic shapes have been such that a front derailleur didn't fit, which was what my original assumption, that it just wouldn't work, then we wouldn't have done it. But when we had the final project and we had the final design, and it was basically for 1x, I mean, it's just for fun, like, does a front derailleur actually fit? And it did fit. And then we said, well, do the 2x cranks actually fit? And they did fit. So we said, like, well, then let's put it on. So we certainly believe in 1x, but we also believe there are customers who still believe in 2x. And I mean, I have nothing against 2x per se. I just have something against ugly front derailleurs, and unfortunately, all front derailleurs are ugly. But to each their own, and it fits without a penalty. So so we put it on. There's no reason not to. So the same with the Strada. It was a little bit different. There was really that aerodynamic advantage of going 1x, so we started with that. But there also, from the get-go, we knew the frame would eventually, out of the same mold, also have a 2x option. It's just we went around a little bit differently. And now we've done it with a removable front derailleur hanger, because you then also have the two attachment points that you could put, if you wanted to, a chain guide or something like that there. So there's other reasons to have an attachment point that obviously you don't need on a Strada. So I hope that answers the question, Jorge. And all Oh, well, it goes really quickly now. We have Aaron. Well done on a new bike. Well, thank you very much. Happy to see a 61 centimeter for us tall folks. Will there be an RTP question? RTP version? Well, Aaron, good to see you. We're still on a ride when we started this broadcast, because I think one of the first questions was about RTP. So we have one person on our panel here who's absolutely specialized in RTP questions. He's Mr. RTP, because RTP, of course, means not ready to pay, but René to paint. So René, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm happy I'm a specialist in that one. So yes, the answer is simple. There will be an RTP version. Will be available in September in all the sizes. So RTP has been a big success for us. You have seen a lot of get creatives, I guess, on our blog, where people got crazy on paint jobs and color schemes. So we also offer that opportunity for the RaceMax. In addition to that, maybe we can explain a little bit what we also offer. In addition to that, you can buy an RTP frame from us and get it painted locally. That has a big advantage that you can control what the painter is doing. You can be there yourself. We also offer the option to paint it for you, and then painting costs differ from 350 euros to up to 2,000 or 2,000 if you want to get real crazy. We also have, other than special paint jobs, we have a collaboration with 4 artists. You might scroll on our blog a little bit further down to the Eurobike blogs, Eurobike 2019, where we showcase collaboration with 4 artists that made truly unique RTP frames. That's also available, and we can mediate between yourself and those artists. So you can go as crazy as you want, and it's all available from September. And I think that answers the question, and we can move on to the next question.
So JT, how do 35-36 versus 40 millimeter nominal tires respond to the 29 millimeter internal width?
I think we already replied that. We did that.
But maybe you didn't listen that time. Maybe we can do it now again, no?
Yeah, sure. Then
maybe it was my laptop was exploding. I don't know.
Yeah.
So you want to answer it again then?
Or let's you can answer it then.
Sorry guys, my fault. There was 2 different questions by JT, and we replied the first one, but not the second one. That is this one I'm showing now.
All right, so slightly different question, still focusing on the tires. So the difference in WAM on a 35 versus 40 millimeter version of the tires you have above seems pretty small. And I'm wondering what part of the tire is making up the difference. Yes, we've noticed that too. We were quite surprised at that. So what happens is that these tires differ often quite a bit if you would put them on a 17 millimeter tire, really an old style tire. But then as you put them on bigger and bigger rims, the gap between the 2 tires is smaller. So, I mean, you can imagine if you had an extremely wide rim, right? If your rim was 80 millimeters wide or something like that, so that your tire just fits in between these things, then obviously making that tire a little bit bigger doesn't really make the width of the tire any bigger. It still just fits between those rims. So you can understand that at some point, the difference between 2 tires will actually be 0, even if there's one is slightly bigger than the other. Like the curve might be a little bit different, but the total width is no longer different between the 2 tires, because the total width is completely determined by the rim. Now, 29 millimeter internal, we're not there yet, but we're going towards that, right? So we're going towards the point where the rim width really changes the shape of the tire more than the absolute width. So that's why you noticed correctly that these 35 versus 40 millimeter, the width is not that different. The other thing that you have to keep in mind is that, I mean, tire dimensions are really are really all over the place. So we found a tire where the 35 and the 40 are actually the same. The only difference is the label. And of course, as the tire gets bigger, the weight penalty gets bigger as well. So the incentive to make your 40 millimeter tire really not that much bigger than your 35 is quite big, because then also the weight increase isn't really that much, or zero if you use the exact same tire. So I think those are a couple of the factors. So the one is that the rim actually reshapes the tire differently, and therefore the delta isn't that big, and that there are some tires that really aren't that different to begin with. So I think my assumption is that the first thing is definitely happening. That's how the rim works. If, as you see, you start to envelope your tire, and that second thing is definitely also the case for some tires. So if JT, follow up. Oh, well, this goes really quickly now. Is this the third question from JT? Thanks for joining us and keeping us all alive single-handedly. Did you run into pinch flat issues with the height from outside circumference of the tire and bead hook being reduced by the larger web? I am not sure. If anybody understands this question, then they can go ahead and answer it. Otherwise, I have to, unfortunately, I think, read it again. I don't understand the question. Does anybody else understand the question?
I think meant because of the wider rim. So let's say the tire can flatter, and that maybe cause some.
Well, if you mean that you have a relatively narrow tire on a really wide rim, and therefore there's not so much height to the tire. I mean, in extreme cases, yes. If we had actually an 80 millimeter rim, that would happen. But in the range where we are, if you take a cross section of, for example, that 35 millimeter Pirelli Cinturato Velo tire on the 29 millimeter inner width rim, that's still a very, very nice shape with a lot of height. And also the other way to think about it is this, that all of the tires that fit perfectly in this frame, they all have the same height, right? Whether it's a 19 millimeter or a 29 millimeter rim, the rim diameter overall end to end is the same, right? The rim is following ETRTO, so the tip of the flange is basically always the same, regardless of how wide the rim is, and the total radius of the tire is also the same, because it's always there where we try to have the right gap with the cutout. So that height of the tire from the end of the flange to the tip of the profile is basically the same whether we use a small tire or a big tire. That's what we're optimizing for, in fact. So it's not really that we have very flat tires and other tires that are really bulging out. They're all sort of achieving the same height, more or less, within the couple of millimeters that we have for the range of the radius that we're aiming for. I don't know if that's very clear. Otherwise, I'm going to make some sort of a sketch and write a blog post about it. It's kind of hard with my hands that first, especially when I move left on the camera, I go right. So I can't really figure out what I'm doing here. But I hope that's clear, JT. If not, just shoot us a message saying that was completely unclear or that didn't answer my question at all. And then I'll try to write a little blog post about it. Jason, welcome. I think this is one of our first customers. I think he purchased a RaceMax yesterday. Okay, he doesn't really have a question. Sorry, I was going to introduce this on okay, now we're going to lead to the question, but now I've actually read it, so there's nothing to say. It's funny, we wanted to do this on Saturday to make it truly the Dirty Cans of bike launch. So then we thought, if we're going to make our own life miserable, why would we do it on the weekend? So we decided to do it on a Tuesday evening instead. And we're almost coming up to the halfway point. That isn't that where the couch is on Dirty Kanza? So I think at 6. What is this? At 11 p.m. here. So 6 hours into it, we maybe we all get to run off and lie on the couch for 1 minute, take a photo of ourselves, and then we come back in true Dirty Kansas style. So Jason, if you are interested in just coming on to the show and chatting a little bit, you could certainly do that too. Just shoot me an email and I will forward you to Carlo, and he'll put you in the show for a couple minutes, and you can maybe chat about your perspective on gravel and everything. So for those who don't know, Jason is a very nice writer of some really cool stuff. So it'd be great to have you on the show. So hope to talk to you soon. And we'll go to the next question. I think.
Here, I'll answer Phil here. How's it going, Phil? Glad to see you're working hard over there at Cycling Canada, our national sports federation here. Going to compare Simcoe County Loop Trail with Whitefish Mountain. I think Simcoe County Loop Trail, you got to go for the Exploro Race. The roughest stuff you're going to get there, as you know, is some gnarly ATV trail, but nothing too bad. And a lot of the Loop Trail is crushed flat gravel and rail trail, so you can really fly on that. Whereas that Whitefish, which is on the Tour Divide route, I think that's the race build, the max build. Sorry, so you're going to go Force Eagle on that one, Phil. And I look forward to seeing your order coming through on the site in a few minutes for both those. Phil is an old colleague of mine from Canadian Cycling Magazine, and we've done quite a few videos, filmed quite a few gravel riding videos together. So he is working over there at Cycling Canada.
Working hard, we see.
Yes.
All right, so next question, Mark. New seat post clamp on the RaceMax. Will the new clamp fit the old Exploro and Strada? If so, will you make the clamp available to buy as a spare part?
Okay, I can answer that. Feature mic there, Daniel. Yep. So the new seat post clamp is not cross compatible with the second generation flat mount Exploro. The Strada uses a different seat post clamp altogether. However, the new seat post on the RaceMax is cross compatible. So if you like, you can purchase that seat post aftermarket and put it on your second gen Exploro.
No seat post clamp.
Yeah, I guess it depends a little bit on what on the wording used, right? If with seat post clamp you mean the clamp that clamps the rail from the saddle onto the post, or if you mean the seat post clamp, the wedge clamp that clamps the post into the frame. So so just to be clear,
that's the new one.
It's the whole seat post from the new RaceMax is backwards compatible on the old Exploro, so you can use you can buy the new seat post, put it on the old Exploro, so that is possible. But you would use the same wedge clamp in the frame.
Yeah, that's an important distinction there.
Yeah, which is everybody uses different words for that. So.
Are we?
I think we lost you, Nicole.
Okay, maybe we can start and then maybe Gerard can add something. For sure, for the RaceMax, has all been developed starting from the wheels and the buttons, but I think we are talking about the wheels, and so the frame has been aerodynamically developed considering the real width of width as measured of the wheels, and this is why there is the frame is so close to the wheels, so to the tires, so both front to the fork here and on the back. So this is all for aerodynamic optimization in order to have an aerodynamic really close to a road bike, but to still be able to fit really large tires. This, of course, consider also normal condition using, because all the bikes have been developed considering also in wind tunnel, as Gerard explained before, with also the mud attached to the frame. So we also consider all the matter regarding the clearance for sure. And we can confirm this is a thing that has been considered a lot, and it has the most tricky part from Gerard, I'm sure, was to find the best solution between a compromise between aerodynamics and enough clearance. So this aerodynamics is optimized for the minimum possible clearance, which allows still to ride in all conditions. So I think this is the idea. I know this is the idea behind all the project, and this is what really makes also one big step forward for this bike, because no one has already done something like this. So I think this answer. I'm not sure if you, Enrique, maybe as an engineer,
Yeah.
you are working also on.
It's more as a rider, because they ask not that like if rocks like get stuck between the frame and the tire. And actually, I've been riding on my bike like 3mm tire clears. That's not recommended by 3T, of course. And I've never had that problem, honestly. Never like to get rocks so stuck between the tire and the frame. Never actually. Of course, it happened that it's really, really, really muddy. At the end, mud gets everywhere. But also, I've read some comments also regarding how it's gonna be with the mud and so on. Then it's gonna be up to you, right? Because you choose what kind of tire you wanna put. If you wanna put up to a 61 or a 52mm, then tire clearance is gonna change quite a lot. But again, from my perspective, I've been riding really, really little tire clearance, doing almost everything, easy gravel roads, a bit muddy as well, and I've never had big issues with mud. I'm one which is not really concerned about tire clearance. I mean, enough room between the frame and the tire actually. So yeah, the question is, we haven't experienced any problem on having rocks stuck between the tire and the frame.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say just to kind of add to that, our recommendation is to have a minimum of 4 millimeters of clearance between the tire or rim and any frame and fork elements, just to comply with ISO, of course. And that's why the RAM measurement that we mentioned before is so important when selecting the appropriate tire for your bike.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott. I think this really completes the answer, because if we respect the width measure with a command, and we respect the 4mm clearance, there are no problem. There should be no problem. So hope this helps, and we go to the next one.
Sure, I'll read that out for somebody. Is that possible to upgrade the GRX and Force bikes with carbon wheels? I can answer that myself. Yeah, you can upgrade carbon wheels with that. We have the Discus 4540s coming out, as you might have heard us talking about earlier on the show. That's a much wider internal width than the C32s. perfect for the RaceMax. Of course, if you want to dig into the wham and ram on that rim and your preferred wheel, then you can really optimize the bike for what you're looking for.
Maybe to add to that also, that of course you can do two things. You can either upgrade your wheel set or you can get it as a second wheel set. We offer interesting options for both of those. So you can also say, well, I want two wheel sets, one for extreme stuff, one for the fast stuff. And so, for example, you could go with an Exploro Max maybe with a 650B wheel set in alloy. And then you could have, add a second carbon wheel set in 700C. And maybe set that up with a big slick road tire or a small profile gravel tire, so you have the speed there. So, and of course, if that's all you want to ride, then you can just do it as an upgrade. You don't have to get the second wheel set, but you have both of those options, and we offer those, and in attractive packages.
Okay, this
Daniel,
one's
you want to keep on reading?
Yeah, this one's from Jacob. Congrats, guys, for launching this dream bike. Short question about cranksets. In the Race Force Access 2x edition, is it possible to install other cranksets, i.e. 48, 35, or in general, what variations are possible? Who wants to take that one?
Well, I mean, if the question is what fits, then certainly the 48, 35 fits. If the question is, can we change that spec for you, then it depends a little bit. Right now, we can do a little bit more in Europe than we can in North America because of, there's still some work restrictions where we have our warehouse in North America. So there's not the manpower and the possibilities to change too much on the bikes as they're sitting in the warehouse. In Europe, we can do a little bit more. So, but I would certainly hope that in a couple months, we can also do more in the States for these customizations. So, does it fit? Yes. And also, of course, many other things fit. Can we make that change ourselves, or if you buy directly from us, or then it depends. If you go through your local bike store, of course, which we would definitely recommend if you are close to a 3T Experience Center, right? Then that's easy. Also, if you have any other questions, you can just go back to the store. Of course, we're more than happy and willing to help you as well with whatever issues you're having or questions you're having. But your local store can definitely make that crank swap for you. That should not be a problem if you replace a regular crank with another regular crank, right? Then that's not an issue.
Another one from Mark. The flip top thingy is really clever, but what's the reasoning behind internal cable entry on the top tube? Gerard, that's probably a good one for you.
Oh, okay, why? Because I designed it. So it's by doing it on the top tube rather than through the head tube, right? It's just aerodynamically, it's a little bit handier to tuck it away behind the stem. Of course, if you're not designing it for aerodynamics, then that doesn't really matter. But on the Explorer, we do. So, and of course, the general purpose of a flip top is that your frame also is it's future proof, right? If somebody comes up with some sort of crazy cable system or pneumatic, hydraulic, electronic shift actuation devices, then we can just make a new flip top that you can get this thing routed through, and off you go on your Explorer. So that's the general reason why we have that. And so and the top tube position is for aerodynamic purposes mostly.
All right, Matt. All right. Apologies if this has been answered, but what is the maximum double chainring size? Scott, you got that one real quick?
Sure. Yep. So the maximum double chainring size Again, chain lines vary from manufacturer to manufacturer and crankset to crankset. But I can tell you, for example, if you go with a SRAM Axis, you can fit a 4835 without any issue. GRX, a 4831, of course. We are currently testing 5034s. If you have a particular combination that you would like to put on a RaceMax, I encourage you to reach out to us, and we'll get back to you with those specifics. Again, the chain lines do differ, so I don't really have a concrete or there's so many variables, I guess, is what I'm getting at here. So just to be sure that everything is compatible, reach out to us directly, and we'll give you further guidance from there. Okay.
And also to add to that, that 5034, you have to take into account that's quite a big crankset when you think about that this is on gravel, right? So maybe that's what you're riding on road, but now your gravel tire is bigger, so your whole wheel diameter is bigger. So with every revolution of your wheel, you're just covering more distance. So you don't need quite the same tooth combination to have that same top gear. And of course, you can also ask yourself the question if you need that top gear anyways. How often you are in your 5011 on your road bike anyways. So that's just to add to what Scott said.
All right, this one's from Cody in Colorado Springs. What is the typical heat tolerance of your carbon fiber and resin as pertaining to direct sunlight? Summer storage in a garage, in a car for an hour, or in the sun during beers post-ride? Enrique?
Okay, that's mine. That's mine then. So sorry that sometimes we disappear, but we need to go closer to the computer to be able to read the question. So sorry about that. We are getting tired. Wow. So good point. Good question, because then the answer is depending on the resin. I know that, for example, the resin we are using here in the factory in Bergamo, like the TG of that resin is 120 degrees. So we do a post-curing process. We know they are doing that also in our vendors in Asia. So after the part has been demolded, then it goes to an oven to do a post-curing process, how it's called. And so, for example, the resin we are using here in Italy, TG is 120 degrees. So it shouldn't be any problem to let the part inside the car or the garage or whatever. Usually resins now, they have been developing during the years, and they are all of them, I would say, at least the one used on pre-preg system or RTM system as we are using here, they have kind of UV protection. So because of actually some of them are just to be used as a clear coat, as a not even to paint the frame up top. Then once the frame is painting, then the UV protection of the resin, it doesn't matter anymore, because then it's the clear coat who will be doing the job there. But heat tolerances, can you put it again? Yeah. Summer storage in the car in a car for an hour. So yeah.
I think that pretty much answers the question, Rick. And of course, I mean, don't go put your wheel in front of. Don't put your wheel, in your car on purpose, right behind the window, and try to find the hottest spot, right? I mean, that's never a good idea. So some sense is required. But if you just have it in the car itself, the heat is it depends a little bit where you live, maybe as well. But normally the heat is not a problem. If you on purpose put it right behind the windshield, I mean, why would you do that? Just so that it gets your windshield gets smashed and your beautiful wheels get stolen? Doesn't seem like a good idea, anyways. But if you have it in the car, it's not going to be a problem.
Hey, is
as soon
that
as you can get the car, then it's fine.
Sorry, go ahead, Enrique.
No, I was saying that as soon as you can go into the car and stay there, I think it's for the wheel or for the frame, it will be fine.
And those temperatures you mentioned, those are Celsius?
Yeah, Celsius.
Okay.
Celsius. Yeah. You have to do the conversion.
I don't know Fahrenheit either, unfortunately, but
Right.
yeah. But those are Celsius temperatures in reports.
Yes. Yeah.
Pretty hot.
Yeah.
Brody, can somebody tell me why I should buy the 3T Strada over a Cannondale System 6? Close to buying one or the other.
So after 6 hours live, you have to buy the 3D Strada, man.
Yeah,
that's the reason why.
Exactly. You've been with us for this time. You like us, and you know us pretty well. But in all seriousness, have ridden the System 6 only once. But I did find that the stack was a little bit higher from what I remember. Again, it was just one ride. So if you're more comfortable in that more aggressive position, of course, given that the sizes are the same, I think the Strada is probably your move. But it's just going to be about your comfort level with that position. If anyone else has spent some time on that bike, feel free to chime in. But yeah.
I will tell you something maybe after Sunday. I will let a friend of mine test Strada, which he currently have a System 6. So then I will report this try, and maybe I will try to the System 6 just to have an idea. But I can give the customer give to Brody the feedback. But I mean, I agree with the feedback already arrived.
All right, so Brody, reach out to Andrea Monday morning. He'll be ready for you.
Yeah, it would be a pleasure. Just don't hesitate. Just write to me.
Yeah. All right, from Zaws of Oz. Congrats 3T team on the new bikes. I own an Exploro team bike. One of the features that I wish it had was fender mounts. The RaceMax has addressed this need. Will the RaceMax need proprietary fenders? Guys, do you?
No, I think there are already answered that before, but yeah, definitely the new RaceMax will need its proprietary fenders. Yes. Yes.
Somebody answer. Sorry. Do you want me to answer the question?
We answered this one already.
Next one.
Sorry, I seem to have some technical questions and I can't hear the question, so I can't also give the answer really.
We lost the last question, Carlo.
It wasn't much of a question. It was just he received his Strada frame set at the door a few minutes ago. But he really liked the box because the box was also Aero. All right, from Eric. I'm interested in the new Exploro Max with GRX 2x. Even more interested if I could get those with GRX Di2. So I guess he's asking if that's in the pipeline at all.
Renee?
Do you want me to go over that again, Gerard?
Sorry?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, otherwise the answer. Go ahead.
Gerard, do you want to take that?
No, he's asking.
Is this the Di2 question?
Yeah, the Di2 question.
So I mean, you can make your Di2 bike by buying the RaceMax frame set, obviously, or work with any of our 3T experience centers to build that up with Di2. There's no Di2 bike in the pipeline direct from us as a complete bike, if that's what you mean. So we have to keep our sanity some way, so we can't offer everything. We like really the technology and the value of the GRX mechanical. The GRX Di2, I think for the price in one buy, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to spend that money on one buy and then get 11 gears where you get 12 gears with force for not a lot more money. Di2 for 2 buy, that would make more sense, and that's a very nice group set, I think, and the levers are very comfortable, and there's lots going for that group set. But again, I think also force is pretty compelling for that option. So we have to make our choices, and that's why we offer frame sets, right? And a lot of brands don't really offer frame sets anymore, and just move you to all these complete bikes, and we love complete bikes too. But for those who want to build it up for themselves, that's what the frame set is there for. And when I say build it up for yourself, it doesn't mean you have to do it yourself, right? All our 3D experience centers, we're glad to help you with that. Yeah.
The front brake caliper mounting is very unique on the RaceMax. What kind of hardware will I need?
I can answer that.
Who wants to go with that?
Should I take that one? Because that's easy. So what kind of hardware will I need?
Yeah, you take the easy ones, Enrique.
2 volts. No, is that the answer, right? So what kind of power?
I can give you also the measure of the bolts.
So 2 volts. No, jokes apart. I think that you can read on the website that you don't need adapters anymore. So the frame is designed around to just put on the brake calipers without any adapter. You might be seeing here. So let's play a bit with this thing.
Maybe it's quicker to move the bike.
No.
All right, you got this, Enrique. This is great camera work.
Okay. So that's the hardware you need. 2 bolts, front and rear. That's all. And then it's
we can give just the dimension of the screw, which will be 42 millimeter for SRAM caliper and 48 for Shimano, and that's everything you need to know.
So it's important. The bolt choice is of course depending on whether you put a Shimano caliper or SRAM caliper, but yeah. If the question was the hardware, then 2 bolts.
Yeah, and those lengths are for the fork, and they're a little shorter for the rear. And because of the rear, because we angle the caliper, directly for 160, so that means that the 2 bolts actually are 5 millimeter difference in length. So from both SRAM and Shimano, you can get all these bolts at 5 millimeter gaps in length to match the thickness of the chainstay, or in this case also the depth of the fork, and so the chainstay is tapered, so you use 2 different lengths of bolts. But that's all. Of course, the complete bikes, they come with the correct bolts already, but otherwise you can find it on the website. If you can't find it on the website, just shoot us a message, and we'll spell it out for you, including the part numbers that you need if you're building up something for yourself.
Yep.
All right, Austin, what is the maximum front chainring size that the Explorer will get accepted a 2x setup? Scott.
Yeah, Scott, you are the man for that.
Yeah, I am the expert on this question now. So we've delved into this a bit previously. Again, the chain line varies from crankset to crankset and brand to brand. So if you have a particular combination that you're interested in, I encourage you to reach out to us directly, and we can make sure that whatever you plan to equip on your RaceMax is compatible. But for example, I can tell you that SRAM Axis, that setup, you can fit a 48-35 tooth and a GRX of 48-31. Gerard's mentioned that the 50-34 may, in terms of gearing, may not be necessarily the best gearing for a gravel bike, but I suppose if you want that extra top end, it may work for you. But again, the 50-34 is something that we are testing at this time. So if you are interested in that configuration, give us a shout on our website, and we'll confirm for you in the upcoming days once we test it in-house.
All right.
Will 3T produce an integrated cockpit system for the RaceMax? I'll go with this one because I could actually manage to read it on my little screen here. We like adjustment. We like options there. So an integrated system often cuts down on those options. Same with internal cable routing through bars and stems. So we're not necessarily against it, but we like to make sure that we have a properly functioning bike, and there isn't really a system out there that I go like, oh wow, that's really nice. I wish I'd come up with that. It's something that we think about and play around with. But to be honest, there's quite an advantage to having a separate stem and bar. So for now, we'll stick to that. And if we ever come up with something better, then we will. And if we do, it will be backward compatible as well, I'm sure. So, but there's not something on the design table right now for an integrated system. No, we prefer the adjustability of having a separate stem and bar.
All right. From Oliver. Hi, if money is not a concern, how do I choose between the Exploro Pro GRX and the RaceMax GRX? Guess the guys in the factory aren't there, but Gerard, do you want to talk?
Well, if money's no concern, then I guess that means you go with the most expensive one, no? I mean, maybe I missed the question. I think if money is no concern, you take the RaceMax. You get the extra aerodynamics, you get the extra tire clearance. I would go with the RaceMax, I guess. I mean, it's my new baby, so I'd go with the RaceMax. But I'm perfectly happy with the normal Explorer as well. So can't really go wrong. I'm happy that those are your two choices.
It's the same GRX build you would get between the two, but you will be getting a full 3T cockpit with the RaceMax as well, which is a nice bonus.
Yeah, that's true.
So I hope that answered your question there, Oliver. Oh, another one from Zaws of Oz. Is the RaceMax frame set any lighter than the Exploro team frame set? Was there any deliberate effort to make the RaceMax lighter compared with the current Exploro team?
No, I mean the weights are fairly comparable. Of course, the RaceMax has some aerodynamic features like the rear wheel cutout that add a little bit of weight, and then it has a little bit more efficient bottom bracket area where we can save a little bit of weight. So in the end, the weight is not really a factor to choose one or the other. Let's put it that way. So it's pretty comparable. Both of them. Where we do save some weight, as we talked about earlier, is in the seat post. So the RaceMax seat post is almost 100 grams lighter than the Exploro team or seat post. So, but then again, that RaceMax seat post is also backward compatible, so you could save yourself that 100 grams anyways in the end if you wanted to. So, yeah, but basically weight is not really a factor in that decision between the two.
All right, Gerard, what do you think about the fork feature on bikes like the Ronda Route or the Exploro, where you can flip them to affect the trail figure?
My honest opinion, I hate it. So, so there's two sides of it. First of all, because we're designing for such a narrow band of tire sizes, we don't need it. So that's easy, right? Because our tire radii are so well defined, it also means that our trail almost doesn't change. So our trail overall changes by about 2 millimeters. So having a flip-flop dropout that changes the offset by 5 millimeters is pointless in our particular case. In general, it sounds like such a nice feature, but in the end, it's a lot of hassle, right? It's not just flipping the dropout. You then also need to take your brake caliper off, put a shim in, put the brake caliper on again. Now you need to adjust your brake caliper so that it doesn't rub your brake rotor. And also talking to stores, I'll say like, okay, now there's a couple bikes out there with that feature, but do you ever change the offset? And they say no, and the customers don't either. And I wasn't surprised by that answer. It's like, it's one of those things that look really nice, and in the end, you don't use it. It's a little bit like, fitness equipment that stores easily under your bed. It's because it just stays there and you never touch it again. So, I love those commercials. That's maybe more a North American thing than a European thing.
Having experimented with some of the bikes that have the flip-flop forks, it's not as easy as you would expect for most customers. And maybe Scott, from a customer service perspective, you can hop in and provide some feedback on whether that's an issue you've heard of before with people causing not damage to their bikes, but having trouble with it.
Yeah, I mean, having worked in the service department at a bike shop, I can echo Gerard's sentiments on this one. I mean, to have someone who maybe is not completely proficient in terms of tuning up their bike and maintaining it, and having them take their caliper off and then know which adapter to put on before and switch the dropout chip around, and then of course center the caliper as well. It can be a bit problematic, and the idea of bringing it into your shop just to kind of play around with the trail, I think, is not very convenient and doesn't make a lot of sense for a whole lot of people. So.
Hey, Cory.
So we got company again.
Yeah, I just figured I would join you back in to see how everybody's
Cory,
doing. It's
so,
busy. You've got many more screens than last time I saw you.
Well, it's getting late over there in Italy, but we're reaching prime time.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
So for those who have a life,
checking in, seeing how things are doing. I missed the reply as to whether or not there's going to be an integrated cockpit. So I guess I can just sneak back in and ask some other question there as well.
Yeah, so for those people who were not tuned in 5 hours ago because they have a live,
I can't hear you.
Cory was on the show. Cory's from Bike Rumor, and So he's on the show talking about the RaceMax because he's been riding it for a while and about life in Prague. And we may have mentioned that the Czech Republic is known for its beers, and he's decided to show off a little bit on that department, I think. But also, we jokingly said he could come back on the show once he's finally published his story on Bike Rumor. So I presume the fact that he's back means that he's published.
Probably Cory
Cory?
cannot hear us.
All right. Oh, sorry. I lost my audio and just got it back. Just trying to figure out a way to actually sound so that I don't drive my kids crazy as well.
Can you hear me now, Cory?
Technology.
I think it's a really long delay.
Anyway, so yeah, I can hear you back again.
So we can just talk smack about Cory now if you can't hear us anyways.
Huh.
Can you hear us, Cory?
Bueller.
Who's the long delay, me or him?
I mean, you were fine up until, well, you're still fine, so I think it's Cory.
Seems to do wacky stuff when there's this many people attached.
But Cory, I can confirm Cory's new article is up. So if you want to take a look, if you've gotten bored of 6.5 and almost 7 hours of us, you can take a break and go over to Bike Rumor for a little bit before you come back on.
Yeah, cool. Well, that's always nice. Yeah, we just got the final review published there, so lots more to read. Plenty more distraction for people for another half an hour or so. Anyone who reads articles I write will probably know that I can probably keep talking for 6.5 hours is a bit extreme, but it definitely can be done for quite a while. So yeah, good to see you all taking away, or at least Gerard's still there. I see Renee dipped out, so
I don't know where Renee went. So can you hear us now, Cory? I think we still have a delay, right? But I have a feeling
I think I can only hear the head person, I guess, here. So I can only hear maybe Daniel now.
Well, I just got a promotion, I guess.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, head meaning the top of the screen. Okay. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. I see Scott is muted and Gerard is muted as well. Maybe that was what was going on. But
yeah, Scott and I we alternate being on and off the mute just because we're in the same office here.
Trying to avoid some of that feedback back and forth.
Exactly. I'm just scrolling through your article real quick. I saw you threw on a whole bunch of bike packing bags here. Did you, take this on an adventure?
Yeah, last weekend, I pretty much tried to do everything possible with the bike. So I had a good time where I could get off and do a quick sub 24-hour overnighter with the bike, and loaded it up, headed up, hopped on a train to get a bit out of the city. I'm based in Prague. It's not so far to the kind of really nice border regions. I guess in the end we went to a region that's kind of in between, one that's called Czech Paradise, which is never a bad place to start, and basically rode up into the mountains to the northeast on the border with Poland, and yeah, loaded up with everything for just a quick overnighter trip. But of course, being spring, the weather was pretty unreliable, or pretty much reliable as being miserable. It was probably about I think it was 5 or 6 degrees at night, and it rained pretty much 75 or 80% of our ride. But it was good. It was a good test of the bike. I was kind of pleasantly surprised how the bike didn't really pack up with mud. To be fair, I didn't really ride it in sticky mud, but it was definitely in some good wet conditions, and definitely came back nice and muddy. And then just got back, hosed the bike off, dropped the bags, and went for a fast gravel ride the next day. So
Nice.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely a good test. We've had a lot of comments about mud clearance, especially around the rear cutout. So you're good to vouch for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think mud clearance in the rear cutout is small, but you know, the tightest spot, you know, tightest spot is right there at the top of the you know, top of the monostay, and so basically anything that's going to get cut off is cut off there. So you know, it's kind of the opposite thing where a number of bikes would just have a big opening right at the stays, and then it gets tighter and tighter as you get down the seat tube. My wife has a nice aero road bike that has basically no paint progressively as you go farther down that wheel cutout, and it's basically because the clearance is maybe 5 or 6 millimeters at the seat stays, but it's about 3 millimeters by the time you get down to the bottom bracket. So yeah, it's actually progressive because the bike, it's like a blue bike. But then of course you get the white primer underneath, and then you get the black carbon under that. So there's a nice, you know, gradient.
Hey, some people have to pay for that kind of fade. So.
I know that's exactly. An upcharge, I think.
It's definitely lighter now too, with a little bit less paint.
There you go, gains. Right?
But yeah. Yeah, so
and it's nice because the carbon is incredibly smooth once you've sanded it like that, right? I mean, I have
really
a very old aero bike that I put 28 millimeter tires on because I wanted to. And the first 50 miles, I mean, there's certainly drag from you know, hitting the paint, but once that's gone, that smoothness of the carbon is wonderful.
Exactly. You know, nice, really fine grit sand. It's the important thing. You don't want to get on too many rough gravel roads. They'll cut some big chunks in there. But you know, good sandy road and smooth it right out.
And so, as you were writing your story, the second story on the RaceMax, was there something you figured out that you hadn't really figured out before you started writing it?
No, I mean, not entirely. I picked up a couple of little things that, you know, bugged me over time in my graveling and versus bike packing setup. But you know, mostly it comes down to the fact that it's about being versatile. It reminds me as I look down and I look through the images I create of the bike and how it's just it's so easy to jump back and forth, and it was always easy to jump back and forth in wheel sets to have different moods in Exploro. But I'm really liking the idea of different versatility in wheel sizes without changing that outside or the radius is measured thing. So sticking with that, sticking with the dam or the ram number, and being able to have the different character with different tires. And it's actually something I definitely would be interested to look into more, to look at that table and pick out the other tire wheel combinations that would actually have the same outside diameter, but very different character of ride based on different ones.
That's good.
Jump from 650 by 2.25 to whatever that Pirelli, that's terrible. I can't ever remember how the
Cinturato Velo.
Cinturato, yeah. The Cinturato tire that's like a 35 but measures out quite big as well. So
depending on the rim for sure.
Interesting, those from a tire like the proper mountain bike tire to that tire, and how it's the outside diameter can be the same if you get your rims all lined up nicely.
Yeah.
We get a lot of questions, Cory, about the Aero Gaia, since that's a new bar for us.
So
let me get your thoughts on that one.
Yeah, I love it. I'm wondering if maybe it might not make it back in the box when the bike returns. Shipping companies, you never know.
Right.
I actually I have one tiny thing that annoyed me there as well, is that it's just, I wish the clamping area was like a tiny bit wider, like 3 or 4 millimeters wider, just because with there's a lot of stems that are wider. Even the Apto is not a super narrow stem, and the clearance around it is only about I think I measured 11 millimeters on either side. which is fine for most mounts. I just happen to have, so I actually like quite a lot to ride with a forward-facing mount for like a GPS, like a Wahoo, and then I have another mount that's kind of pointed back in the other direction that's over top the stem that I can put my phone on with like a quad lock mount, and it's become super handy just for taking pictures on the go and stuff like that, shooting quick little videos. But oddly enough, so I have two different quad lock out front mounts. One that's some nylon composite, and one that's aluminum. And the aluminum one won't fit next to the side, even though they're technically both the same width, because there's a tiny little bit at the start of the bend that the composite mount is able to kind of be a little more forgiving and fit in and tuck in there, where the alloy one's like, no, hard edge, it's not going to fit in there. But I mean, besides that, and to be honest, if that was my bar and my setup, I would just break out the file to the to the mount and clean it up and get it out of the way, because it's in a super tiny little spot. But yeah, I really do like that bar. I really like the idea of the this like the multi-flare that was already on the, what's it called before, the
Super Gaia.
Gaia?
Super Gaia.
Super Gaia. Super Gaia?
Yep, Super Gaia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then so the arrow option for that is really nice. It's really good to have that comfortable flat position on top that you can kind of just lean on without having to really hold on to anything. And I've been super happy with that bar. It's
That's
also
good.
really nice just to not. It's not as big a deal because the bike I'm riding has GRX, which has relatively round shape to the levers, to the hoods. So it's a little more forgiving to put on a flared bar. But I've definitely ridden a number of flared bars with the old SRAM Force, high ridge or whatever, hydraulic levers, the big boxy square things. And those are pretty miserable when you put them on a bar that has 25-degree flare, and all of a sudden your hand is pointed on this sharp corner that you didn't even realize was there, and it can basically make a lot of levers uncomfortable. And I've definitely switched to using that type of bar on a couple bikes, just onto a bike that has Campagnolo levers, because they're more curved and more forgiving to being out at that steeper angle. But it's really nice with this flared bar to not have to worry about that at all.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little feature that's just simple and doesn't really, I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to produce, but
exactly,
it's worth the hassle, I think. So.
And I mean, I think in a carbon bar, you're going to go to all the trouble to, making the molds and figuring out how to do the internal setup anyway. It's not like with an alloy bar where you have to make 2 extra bends or something in it. So
yeah, it's we tried. It's basically impossible to make in alloy. I mean, that's why that bar only comes in carbon. We tried. We wasted a lot of money trying to make that in alloy.
Yeah, it's pretty
tricky. We just couldn't get it. Couldn't get it made properly and get through the test. So we scrapped that project.
I was thinking of that because I was like, oh, this would be great in alloy as well, because you could cut the price in half, and then you're like, it's easily another bend on each side, but then somehow you have to magically be able to support the rest of the bar before you tried to bend it again, and that's just
Yeah, I was pretty naive. I was like, how hard can it be? I mean, just bend it, right? And then one after another came back. It was like, oh, what a nightmare project that was. But oh well.
Yeah.
So now everybody gets it in carbon. That's okay too.
Well, you just have to figure out how to get a team level carbon one in there, so it doesn't cost 350 euros.
Yeah, well, I mean, as part of the complete bike, it's
yeah, for sure. As part of the bike, that's awesome. I mean, but it's only on one of the bikes gets that bar, right? Or maybe the two
all the force level bikes basically get it. and then and the GRX gets the Super Ergo Pro.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll probably offer it as an upgrade as well on the GRX bikes. Once we get things normalized a little bit, now we're just trying to deliver things to people in a reasonable time frame. So that's the focus on there now.
Exactly. Well, that's good. That's a good thing. Good position to be in.
If we manage to deliver right now we're just trying. So that's not a good position to be in. Once we succeed in delivering, then it's a good position to be in. Yeah, for sure.
When will the first actual bikes head out to consumers from your warehouse?
I mean, this month. So we're in that process now. So certainly before the end of this month, people will have their
about 2 weeks
box
for
on theirs.
some of the first retailers to get them.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
it's
soon.
Yeah, we would have liked to have been a couple of weeks further ahead of the curve, but obviously it's been a challenging couple of months. So
yeah, for sure.
This is what it is. So we're could have been a lot worse, I think. So we've been relatively lucky.
Exactly. That's definitely a real way to look at it.
Yeah.
And people have chance to. I guess you shouldn't have to worry about it shipping any race models yet. You should only be shipping the max ones. There aren't going to be any races for a while, so you can start shipping.
Yeah, I mean the race, of course, is just for people who like to go fast with or without a race. So
I mean, I guess I'm riding the race, and I'm definitely not trying to go too fast.
Yeah. Well, the red race isn't canceled yet. All the other races are, but.
Yeah.
So
fingers crossed. DK and BWR still happen over here. It's looking touch and go, but I think Gerard, you had your eye on DK, right?
Yeah, when it was we were after we knew we couldn't do a launch event in Europe, the idea was to launch at Dirty Kansas. That's how we ended up with this date. And then of course Dirty Kansas got canceled as well. But my idea was that I would do the 200 miles of Dirty Kansas with basically no training, or
as you do, as you should, or rather.
So, I mean, because then we'd also have, of course, we have the women's team from Velocio Exploro. That they had a bunch of riders do that race as well. So I thought for the contrast, it would be good if I would show up there myself as well. And then they would ride the race, and I would ride the max, and I would try to get to the couch halfway, or that chair thing, before they would get to the finish. That would have been my goal, which I don't know. That would have been touch and go. But and then I would really pour it on in the second half to lose even more time. But
sure.
But I mean, that was the idea. Am I sorry that the race got postponed? I mean, of course, it's a great event, and it would have been nice. And now it's postponed to September, and I don't like to fly in the best of times, so I'm not going to go there if I don't have a real reason, like a bike launch. So
we'll have to pull in a volunteer like Scott or someone like that to take the second spot then.
Well, I think we need to send Renee, to be honest. So that the original concept still stays alive. Oh, there we are. Hey, Renee.
Come here. I heard that.
You're just being volunteers. That's funny.
So you were lying there in your sleeping bag, and then all of a sudden you heard your name, and you thought, I'm going to come back.
Exactly. So hold on. Let me zoom in here.
Thought you discussed your training plan that is now back to rails, but you were totally crushed.
I mean, if he did Dirty Kansas, he would be competing for the win in his category. We just have to figure out how to define his category.
But it will be fine.
Yeah. So we did see. It looks like we should have the Bohemian Border Bash, the kind of one coming out of that Czech version of the Jeroboam looks like one of our first events that we will probably actually be allowed to do, since it's right around, I guess it's the start of September here, and that was we just got got an official statement that that Czech events will start to open up. We'll be opening borders up in about 2 weeks of it for the closest borders, and that we will. I think we're allowed to have from the middle of this month gatherings of people up to 500. So I think as long as we can keep gravel racing under that, I think it might be possible to actually do some Czech gravel racing this summer.
Well,
So you have to stay ahead of the 500 or stay behind the 500, then you're okay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's it. I think at least in my case, the 1.5 meters will not be any problem if I do an event. So.
Yeah.
I think. Oh! I thought you said kilometers. Sorry.
I'm lucky is that I've been, I'm allowed to draft people in my household, and my wife she's quite small, but she's really strong, so I can, I just tuck in and draft behind her, make her pull me around. So.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, in Italy, they're just barely allowed to ride outside again. So it's.
Wow.
But I guess that also makes you appreciate it even more when that's allowed again. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even to be honest, it's completely it shakes everybody's way of life and everything we're doing, but it definitely makes us refocus on the great places that we can ride and that we're allowed to ride close to home. Because really we do have there's tons of great mountain bike trails and great gravel roads and quiet crappy empty roads that kind of dead end in the middle of nowhere all throughout the central Bohemian. So there definitely would be a lot worse places to get stuck where you're only supposed to ride within 100 kilometers of home or something like that.
Right. Well, hopefully when things normalize, everybody on this broadcast right now, including us 5 here, can meet up in some Bohemian border bash sooner rather than later. So it is. I think Ray's been there too. I think it's a great place to ride, and hopefully we can all find a good occasion to meet up there.
Yeah. You're always welcome to come. You can always make it happen, figure out how to make it work. So, yeah.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for coming back on, Cory, and for everybody, make sure to check out the Bike Rumor story that's up now.
It's just over here.
Thanks, and good night.
Great.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cory.
Have a good evening, guys.
Thanks, Cory.
Take care. Thanks. Bye.
So I think we'll go to a couple more questions.
Yeah, I think we even got some more while we're talking to Cory.
Okay, I'm a little bit frozen here, so maybe you can take it away, Daniel, for a sec.
Yeah, from Joe. Would you guys happen to have the drag data on the Exploro versus the Exploro RaceMax? How much faster is it? Thanks. I think we've still got a frozen Gerard.
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw or if we published any of the data yet on that. But, Joe, Enrique, do you have any info on this question from Joe?
No, I think that's purely Gerard.
Do you want to get your diagram out again?
So, what do you have drag data on the Exploro versus the RaceMax? How much faster is it? It's hard to say. I don't have that data actually.
He's doing the math right now. He will come on the air in a minute. He will tell you. Yes.
But Gerard mentioned that the RaceMax is the fastest aero gravel. The Explorer is the second fastest. So that's an answer there.
Yeah.
I think he's back.
Yeah.
Come back. So so we know roughly how fast the RaceMax is, but not exactly because we had our final wind tunnel test with the final product. So we've tested parts of it and mock-ups and things like that. But the final test of the RaceMax was going to be in March at San Diego Wind Tunnel, but for obvious reasons that all got canceled. And still right now only essential testing is allowed. So for some reason Boeing qualifies for that and we do not. So we're just waiting our turn until we can go there again and have actual final exact numbers. So we know enough to know that it's significantly faster, but you know, the final number we're sitting tight and we're allowed to go. So maybe that's in 90 days.
Alrighty, that is an easy question. Easy answer to the question. Where can we get the amazing orange and blue jerseys from the promo page? Well, first, thank you for thinking that it is amazing, because we think so too. It's obviously matching the bike behind me. But this jersey will be available on our 3T online store, 3T.bike, by the end of June. And other thing important is that this jersey and this bib are entirely made in Italy, so we're really proud of that we work with a local supplier here to produce that fantastic jersey. So stay tuned, end of the month you can buy it from the store.
Okay, I think this is a bit of a long one. I went on to 2 questions, but Gerard, aren't the new race versions of the Exploro a contradiction of your philosophy? If I understand the ideas behind the Exploro and the Up correctly, you designed bikes which change their character according to the wheel set. Now I have to choose a wheel set, and I have a super narrow use case. By the way, just bought an Exploro and still building it up. David, what's your use case if you're still here?
Sorry. So the question is, you can change the wheel set, but I mean, even today, right, in the Explorer, when you change your wheel set, you choose 700C wheel set with a small tire or a 650B wheel set with a big tire, so that the radius almost doesn't change, or at least as little as possible. So all we've done with the RaceMax is actually define what that radius is, because, you know, we're always talking generalities about, you know, it fits roughly this tire, but then when people ask, does it fit it, this or that, and then it's like, well, it depends on the rim you use, etc., etc. So all we've done is put actual numbers against it, and once you have those numbers, you can design more text around it. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, because it broke up a little bit as you were reading it for me, but if it doesn't answer the question, let me know and I can answer it again in a different way. But I'm not aware that I've changed my philosophy anyways, let's put it that way. But maybe I misunderstood the question.
From Jacob again, are you guys doing bike rides all together sometimes? If yes, who is going out in front and who needs to hide in the wheels?
I don't think we've bike ride with everybody on this screen together. Obviously, we're not all on the same continent normally. So there was certainly an idea to in the near future bring everybody together, probably at the year of Boehm. But I seriously doubt that this will be the year, given everything that's going on. So that said, I also don't think we have to put ourselves all together in a ride to know who's going to be in the front and who's going to be in the back. It's the faster way to figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. I know I won't be the one in the front, but maybe you guys can debate who would be.
Yeah, pretty good idea.
There's some strong people here in the office in Italy, so it's good competence in here.
Yeah, I read an article on Cyclist the other day. It was about a ride. I think you, Carlo, did. You and Carlo did through the mountains. Maybe it was just Carlo and someone else. There's a ride, an article in Cyclist magazine about a ride you did with
Peter Stewart last year in above Bormio at Laghi di Cancano. But I was in not unusual good shape. It was not the standard. It was just once that way, and I wanted to don't know impress them, him and the other guy hosting us. Who is called the Stelvio man because he has climbed the Stelvio more than 300 times. So I gave my best. Today I would have to. I wouldn't be able to follow Eric if we go for our group ride.
I would like to be strong, but
yeah, you guys got the mountains there too, so it's good training. And
Yeah.
the altitude, it's like you're cheating.
no, honestly, it's just pretty nice area, and now myself, I'm trying to do like road ride to be out of the road, out of the traffic here in Italy because it's quite crazy, quite annoying, and so discovering really nice places, so small roads that ends on gravel path and then again to the road, so pretty nice route I'm doing, and I'm thinking on become maybe an expedition influencer, something like that, Carlo. Maybe you can put me in the marketing budget for next year.
We have to ask René.
Well, we did a super nice ride last weekend, right, René?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
No, but I think here around Bergamo is a nice place. It's super nice, especially if you like the mountains. There's a lot of
It's
choice.
a good territory for the all-road ride again. What we did last weekend. Tarmac, single track, wide gravel, racetrack, downhill and tarmac again. So it was really great mix. So
No, last time I was in Italy doing some riding, what they don't tell you is up in the mountains the roads aren't that good anyways. So you want a big tire and a bike with a lot of clearance, just for the control and the comfort.
And down in the village the roads aren't any better. So.
I think here actually in our area, because of the mountains and so on, roads are not in really good condition. So most of them, 80% of the roads are more suitable for our Explorer than for the Strada actually. So to me, as a consumer here based in north of Italy, I wouldn't think on buying a pure road bike actually, because there's no place for them, honestly. So I think now with the race concept, definitely it's gonna pick up. We hope so, right? So it's gonna pick up many road cyclists that travel with 25, 28 millimeter tires on bad roads. I have a question, so maybe can I ask?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to point to Gerard as well, but one by one. So since we've launched the RaceMax, what will be your setup? How will you build your bike? So start with you, Daniel.
I think I would go for the Force 2x with the wide rear derailleur, but the standard crankset. So not the 45-30 or the 48-35 up front, because you still get less than a 1-to-1 for your easiest gear. But then you have all the top end you would ever need if you wanted to ride fast on the road.
And then tires?
I'm really into large slicks right now. So my Exploro, I'm running a Donnelly Ushuaia in a 40. So it's a really minimal tread, but a really big contact patch, and it's fast and lots of control on everything except super muddy stuff. So maybe for the winter, I would throw on something with more tread, but right now I can't find a reason not to ride it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. You, Scott?
Okay, well, on the RaceMax, yeah, sorry, just the feedback there. I'm a Shimano guy, so I would put a Di2 setup. I also happen to like 2x, so we do have to see if we have enough clearance for my Dura-Ace 5034 chain set up front. Dura-Ace front mech, I'll probably put Ultegra RX 8000 on the rear. I'll do the 45-32 wheel sets. Probably Panaracer tire, nothing too wide. I don't do anything too gnarly. Very, very quick. I'll put the Aeroflux bars on. The Apto stem, of course. And then I'll put a Pro Logo Dimension NDR NAC saddle on as well. And XTR pedals. And I think I covered it there. Yeah. That's my setup. Tubeless. Yeah.
Nice one. You, Rene?
I will riding with the Max of the RaceMax, with the Eagle because it gets me anywhere. The Torner crank, of course, because I want a crank made by you, and the 12, the Force 12 speed.
Good.
Eagle. That's my setup. So basically, what I rode last weekend because I made the whole trip.
Yeah, nice one. But then mine, I'm honestly thinking how I will do my bike. So because also I want to have something kind of special as well. So I'll go for SRAM Red XS Torno Limited 42 in front. At the back, and it's not official, but you can go, is 1036. All right. And then on tires, weather, I like the Panaracer Gravel King 38C. So they weigh about 320 grams. We are pretty light for a 38. Or whether I'm happy that Gerard mentioned that maybe Rene Hers, they have 700C by 38C with the extra light cast casing.
That's a nice one.
It's about 320 grams as well. So yeah, and then stem and handlebar. I think stem I'll go with the tibia, with the THM tibia.
Oh,
spoiler back, but THM.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be a sweet looking bike. No, the tires I really want to try out next are the new Gravel King SS. Yeah, that's the one I'm gonna have to lead on my contact to get me, and I really want to try those out. But you guys say really good things about the Pirellis. I've only tried the ones that come on the Strada, but they're not tubeless. So with how bad the roads are here, I really try and go tubeless whenever I can.
We have a next question coming up. So I'm not sure if Carlo can project it, otherwise then they can maybe read it.
I was just going to say, when it comes to tires, the most important thing, are you going with the tan sidewalls or are you going to all blacked out? Huh?
Obviously tan, always.
Yeah, I was using tan also, but I have to say that the blacks are also fitting quite nicely. Actually now, what I'm riding is black. Now. Yeah.
Just go with the Gravel Kings with the colored treads. Just go with the pink treads, and then it doesn't really matter what the sidewall is.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, right.
Hey, it's late here. It's after midnight.
Orange.
We've been doing this for 7 hours, so I hope there's nobody listening since the first minute.
It's a big part. Yeah.
All right, so we have some more questions.
Yeah.
We've got real questions from real people. Okay, from Sorab, how much will it cost to replace the headset bearings? Proprietary parts make me nervous.
For the lower bearing, which is really the proprietary part, right? I don't know if we have the final price yet, but I think it will be around $30. So you know, it's yeah, it's an expensive bearing, but for
Okay.
you know, it's not going to break the bank either. So certainly a more expensive bearing than you normally would find on any complete bike. But we think it's worth it. And as for proprietary, yeah, it's proprietary in that it's our design, but it's made by Cane Creek, and obviously, you know, those guys make billions of headsets a year. So there's a good supply of them. You know, we have them, they have them. Our 3T experience centers will have them. So yeah, I understand when it's proprietary, and you think like, okay, that's just some little company there somewhere makes it, and then they might stop. But I mean, that's not the case here. So I also think that others will start to make that headset, and others will start using that headset because it's just a great solution. I don't know why this is not the standard. I'm pretty sure it will be fairly soon. So I wouldn't worry about that proprietary part in that case.
We're about to go on a factory tour here. Oh, we've got black and white for past midnight.
Is that Enrique? What are we doing?
Yeah, we're going to do a factory tour upstairs with a wireless camera. So let's see if that works.
Can you go up with the sound?
We can hear you, Enrique. Do we have... This is one of those Eurovision Sound Contest things again.
Oh, we're back.
Yes.
So, you can hear me?
Can you hear me or not? Yes, we can hear you.
We can also see you.
Okay.
You're on air at the moment as we speak. So
live. So no, because Carlo proposed to make a factory tour.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
In black and white for some reason, but that doesn't matter. Let's go.
It's black and white. Well,
that's okay.
I think
keep going. It adds to the effect. It's
Carmen is black, so that's easy.
Okay, let's go then. So maybe as you can see here, this is our factory where we are producing the Torno crank. I show at the beginning of the live also the testing machine. We will show you later as well. So in here is where we are producing the Torno crank. As you well know, it's a limited and thin version. So I'm gonna explain you step by step how a Torno crank is made. Come on. So let's go first to the preforming room where we.
Quiet there, Enrique. Nobody's working after midnight.
Not today, because we thought that was against the law, so we decided to send them home tonight. So come with me. So the preforming room where we cut the fibers and where we make the carbon preforms. So everything on the Torno starts here from this roll of carbon fiber. Of course, as you know, we have the team and the limited, and we were speaking before about that. There was a question regarding the grade of the carbon fibers, right? So those two rolls we use it for the limited version, so it's more expensive material as well. While for the team, we would try to simplify the layup in terms of the different type of material we use, which makes also the layup process a bit easier and quicker as well. So everything starts here from those rolls of carbon. So we cut and we produce the different shapes. So then from this roll, we come to let's to this kind of preforms, right? So now from the big roll, so you can see here, maybe come. So from this roll, we cut with the shape of the the crank. In this case, this is a carbon layer of a Torno Team right crank, right side. So then with that, so don't show that machine, but we work around. So with that, let's say flat carbon sheet, we create the three-dimensional preforms. So as you can see here. So let's say let's put the three things together again. Sorry. So from the big roll, so this is from the big roll, we cut it to this particular shape. Then we create the layup. So we put some of these layers together with the different angles, etc., in order to reach the behavior we want to on the crank, and then we create those 3D preforms, as you can see here. So this is what's happening in this room. Is the preforming room, and is where all the carbon preforms take place. And then with this, we move into the let's say workstation, the workstation where we let's say put them on the mold. Maybe it's a bit too much to show, but it's late. So in here you can see one of the Torno right mold. So let's say from the preforming room, this is a station which is where we do 4 different production steps. So in this workstation take place the preforming, like the preform placement into the mold. Then once the preform is placed into the mold and closed, we move it to our little presses. So better if we don't show that much, but it's okay. Where we do the infusion. So as I haven't mentioned that, but most of the carbon parts are made using pre-preg. So pre-preg is a carbon layer, but it's together with the resin. So here in Italy, we produce the part using a say production process which is called RTM, which means resin transfer molding. Let's say we put dry fibers into the mold, we close the mold, and then we inject the resin. So that's our biggest difference compared with the pre-preg process. So preform placement, infusion. In here happen the demolding. So let's say that in here we open the molds. And no, come here. So in here it opened the mold, and this is how in this case is a Torno ring. This is how it looks. It looks out of the mold. And then once the crank has been demolded, then it goes to a post-curing process. So this has been also one question today regarding if someone can put the bike on a car or whatever. And then we go again, so we go clean the mold and apply mold release, etc. And then the mold is ready to be used again. So this is how the production works. Just like summarizing, so it's preforming. Then we have preform placement, infusion when we inject the resin, demolding, mold cleaning, and the mold is ready to go again. So that's maybe a better view of the lab here. So that's the machine we show this afternoon. So where we test all wheels. Then we have here different machine to test also components. This is forks. This machine is for handlebars and stem, seat post, and the frame one. So that's the bench for the frame. Whereas mentioned earlier this afternoon, we performed all the ISO fatigue test. And yeah, so that's all. I think we have anticipated in a way also. So all this empty space is for what's coming. So hopefully within the coming month we can we can introduce new things. So that's all. I hope there are some questions there live. Maybe you take the word now. It's okay.
All right, thanks, Enrique. Maybe there's if there's questions being posted now about production process, then there's a small chance that Enrique will answer those, and a bigger chance that he will say, I cannot reveal that secret. But if you have questions, then by all means ask them. And or if there's other questions that are being popped up now, then that's.
We have a question from Andrew, who's about the reiterator hanger. Does anyone know if the reiterator hanger is still secured to the frame only when through axles? I think it means if the
through axle. Yeah. So, exactly. Should I answer that, or we have somebody else who's volunteering? I'll answer that one. So the system is a little bit differently than with the 3T Exploro Pro Team Unlimited. So for the RaceMax frame, the hanger is secured to the frame independently from the axle. So when you remove the axle, the derailleur hanger remains secured into the frame. So I think that's what the question is. With the hang loose derailleur hanger that was on the original Exploro, people either loved that or hated that. And, the people who loved it, as I said before, they could live without it, and the people who hated it couldn't live with it. So it made sense for us to update that design into something that, in this case, was a little bit less controversial. I mean, it's not that we don't like controversy, but of course, if there are people who decide they don't want the Explorer because they can't wrap their head around how that system works, then that's something we have to take into account as well. Like that's not. There's all sorts of reasons why you can make a choice for one bike or another, but the derailleur hanger design is not really worth it as being one of those reasons. So that's why we changed that. So yeah, hope that answers it. Renee, do you have another question? Well, not you personally, but one that you can read from the list.
Yeah, I can hop in.
Daniel.
Okay, Tim, actually checking back in. Gerard, what's your outlook on the future of road/gravel bike aerodynamics? Do you see boundary control devices or frame rider interactions as areas worth investigating? Or boundary layer?
Yeah, we do. I mean, both are things. With boundary control devices, I presume you mean ways to trip the boundary layer and things like that. I mean, you do that a little bit on a gravel bike when it gets muddy, I guess, in a way. So, but of course, it's also it's quite tricky on bikes and everything that's going on the bike aerodynamically already. So, we haven't really seen in bike design many successful attempts at this, to be honest. And a frame rider interaction, there's certainly they exist. But it's actually fairly limited, more limited than you might think. So we certainly on, for example, design of the Torno, the foot that goes by the crank is something that we paid quite a bit of attention to. There are some ways of the interaction between the thighs and the seat post that we look into. In some other areas, the effect is not as big as you might expect. So, as of the overall outlook, I don't know. I mean, on road bike design and time trial bike design, the sort of peak aerodynamics seem to have been reached, which I think will be the case until there's a complete paradigm shift on gravel. We're not there yet. I think there's things we can do. Of course, in gravel, it's also more of a trade-off of on a road bike. There's sort of consensus what kind of tire you want to that's still acceptable on a road bike, and okay, you can debate whether that's a 25, a 28, or a 30. But on gravel, of course, we're debating whether it's a 35, a 40, or a 60. So because that range is much wider, really dialing it in as exactly to a tire is still a little bit more difficult. But I think with this RaceMax, we've made serious strides. So I think we're well on our way. But of course, we're not quite there yet compared to where time trial bikes are, because it took 20 years for time trial bikes to get there. So there's still a lot we have to learn. The other thing is that tire developments are really picking up in this scene, right? I mean, if you look at 5 years ago, the gravel tire was a cyclocross tire. There weren't really many specific gravel tires. The same with big road tires that were high quality didn't really exist, right? So all these developers mean all these tire manufacturers making different tires now. That means that also those dimensions might move over time, or what we find important, or what dimensions we're trying to optimize for might change over time. So it could very well be that in 5 years from now, that alone is a reason that we can make a better RaceMax again. That's hard to predict, but I think with where the tires are now and where the tires go in the next 1 or 2 years, like that we know of, I think the RaceMax is. It's stupid to say this of Euro and stuff, but I think we've done a pretty good job of being as aero as we can, while still also make sure it's a proper gravel bike, right? I mean, we don't want to make it aero, but then in a way you can't ride gravel on it anymore properly. Like that defeats the purpose. So hope that answers the question. Hey, Jason.
Hey.
Welcome
I just got popped on.
Welcome to our broadcast. So for those who don't know, Jason is with Feed the Habit, which is a really nice small blog, I guess, in the sense of at least you're not an enormous operation. I hope I'm not saying anything offensive that way.
No.
It's a small, cozy, family-oriented blog, I would almost say. But it's just if you want to read stuff by people who just love new equipment, not only in the pure bike scene, of course, but things you could do outdoors, then Feed the Habit is I think is a really cool independent blog, and an original voice. I guess you have opinions that you may not read elsewhere. So I think it's and the way you do your testing, everything is really cool. But maybe for those who don't know the blog, maybe you want to do a better job of introducing it than I just did.
No, that's awesome. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure that my audio is good before I start riffing. So again, Jason Mitchell, Gerard, awesome. Thank you for the quick intro. But yeah, Feed the Habit's been around for about 20 years. Started it here. I'm based in the Salt Lake City area. Have a handful of riders that write for me. But yeah, really focused on road, mountain biking, of course, gravel now, a lot of trail running, and then general outdoors, backpacking, mountaineering. But we cover a bunch of different topics, and certainly gravel has been a huge part of kind of the voice on the site over the past few years. And it was funny, I was looking at it was at Press Camp in Park City in June 2016 when I first rode the Exploro the first time. And I remember specifically being super impressed with how it handled on the road. It just felt like a normal road bike. And then I went off on the wonderful trails in Park City with those 2.1, I think it was the Butano Raptors. I don't remember which tires, but
Schwalbe Racing Ralphs or something like that.
I can't remember, but it was just incredible to have a bike that could go from, riding these amazing roads that we have in the Park City area, and then just hopping off into single track and just having a blast. And that's that. Since then, I've ridden several other gravel bikes, and most recently had the Exploro again over the winter. And rode a ton in Oklahoma City, got some Midwest gravel. That's pretty rough gravel out there, but that's where I was riding and testing the Exploro. and had a great time with that, with the mullet build. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just kind of a quick intro, feed the habit, and just kind of some background with some of the 3T bikes and my experience with the Exploro, and just looking forward to the new bike.
Yeah, so I guess yesterday we launched this, and 5 minutes later I got an email from you saying need to go and test this thing.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We've got a sample incoming, and we'll be riding it here extensively in Utah, and then I spend a bit of time in the Midwest, in Minnesota and South Dakota, typically in the summer, visiting family, and so get a fair bit of good Utah climbing, gravel, and then Midwest terrain, which is around the dirty Kanza stuff, and everything that's in the Midwest is just, it's so fun in the Midwest United States. There's just gravel roads that go everywhere. So the RaceMax is looks to me to be a great bike for that type of terrain, where you can just go and ride these pretty, it gets pretty rough, some of these gravel roads in the middle of nowhere, and you need something with some nice rubber, but aerodynamics plays a part in how efficient you ride as well. So it looks to be a great mix of everything, and just looking forward to getting that one out and
yeah,
putting
we'll see
lots
what
of
your
miles on
opinion
it.
is. You're right. I think what's nice though about your test is that, I don't know if you do this with all the stuff, but certainly with our stuff, is that instead of getting a media bike and then after a week or two you have to send it back again, you just buy the frame and then ride it for months and months, and so long that we go like, is he still going to review this thing, or what's going on? And then after really in-depth review or testing and trying it in many different places, a review will pop up eventually out of this.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's your normal MO or just happens to be with stuff that we've done, but can you tell a bit more about that?
Sure. So, it depends on availability of the bikes as far as samples and stuff. Sometimes, I can get things locally. Being here in Salt Lake, there's lots of options with, manufacturers having a presence here. Sometimes I can get a bike for, a few weeks, and it's a quick review, but ideally we like to get a full build kit, so that it's something that people can buy basically off the shelf, and we'll usually have those for a few months. But again, the time frame is limited. But for some bikes that look to be something that I'd like to test extensively, then we go that route of getting the frame, building it out, and having something that I can have for a long time, 6, 8, 10, 12 months, to really put 1,000 miles on it, for example, with the upper that I've been riding for the past year. I waited until I had over 1,000 miles on that bike and raced it at Steamboat Gravel, before I did the review. So in general, with any of the products that we review, bikes or whatever it is, it's a thorough experience. We try and be honest and thorough and truly use it extensively, as a consumer would. And because we're kind of small and nimble, and I don't have an editor telling me, hey, you've got deadlines to get this in the next publication. No, it's whenever we feel like the review's been sufficient enough and thorough enough, then that's when we sit down and finish up the review. And they tend to be pretty exhaustive, very wordy, but very thorough and in depth. And we feel like that our visitors and readers really appreciate kind of our independent voice and thoroughness of the reviews that we do.
Right. And I guess in this case, you had some parts anyways that you that were looking for a home so you could test these parts.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes it just happens that way. You're like, man, I've got a bunch of new parts and things that need to be tested. Let's figure out a frame to hang them on. And it's just kind of fortunate timing and circumstances to be able to get the RaceMax built out with, it should be, so the new Force E-Tap, the wide range kit, and some of the new Zip wheels as well. So, and then of course I've got, 700C, 650B wheels that I'll be swapping back and forth and trying to get the feel for which ones that I like. And I'm with Gerard.
Same model with 2 different sizes, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, typically. And then I'm with Gerard on this. I'm a 650B fan. I just find it a lot more fun to be able to rip single track and really rough terrain. And you just have a lot more confidence. And to be honest, so when I raced Steamboat Gravel last August, and still bummed that that's not happening this year, but there's a lot of other races that aren't happening either. I did a side-by-side test between 700C and 650B with the same tires. They were the Specialized Pathfinder Pros, which I quite like, and did it side-by-side. And for me, it was the speed and efficiency was identical between 650B and 700C, but the comfort was a lot more, and the confidence in the rough terrain. And it was interesting to me rolling around Steamboat that there weren't very many 650B riders, and all of the 1,000 racers, there was only a handful of us, and I had zero problems, super smooth. So that's
I
always
think it's
my
a psychological
recommendation.
thing. It's pretty funny, right? Like people will go like, "Oh, I'm a roadie. I'm used to 700C," and it's like that's a rim diameter. Like, are you riding on the rims?
Yeah.
I think what you're really saying is like you're used to a 690 millimeter diameter of the tire, right? And you can get that if you want a really big tire. You can get that easier with 650B than with 700C. So it's interesting, and people go like, oh well, the bigger rim is more like the rim is nothing. The rim is just holding up the tire there.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, I mean, if you look at the RaceMax with that really narrowly defined tire radius, I mean, the 700C is not bigger than the 650B. It's exactly the same. That's the whole point, right? But it's it's a long process. I think also it's more that people are not familiar with it, right? I rarely have people try 650B and not like it, but you have a ton of people who just are not even open to trying it, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, once you've done some really rough gravel and flatted a couple times in 700, then understand that didn't need to happen if you'd chosen something else. Then I mean, and there's room for both, right? I mean, if you're riding here in Amsterdam, a 2.25 inch 650B tire is overkill, right? You could do it with a big road tire. You could do all the gravel here, but obviously your neck of the woods is slightly different, especially as you mentioned, Park City and everything there. You can really use a big tire, and also around the office in Bergamo, by the way, it's you can really use a big tire. So
yep.
And so where do you see gravel go in the next 5 years?
Put me on
That's
the
an open
spot.
question.
Well, no, it's interesting because I was just riding one of the loops that I do nearby my house, and it's a mixture of single track and gravel and road. And for me, I see gravel, a gravel bike just being a normal road bike. I mean, I was just thinking about this the other day as I was riding. I was like, this should just be a road bike. So for me, I see, the traditional road bike that everybody thinks of, the Tour de France guys and that sort of thing. Those will be more specialized for those purposes. But I think that, for me, I see 90% of the people riding a bike that's got the capabilities to go off road. And because it's just so much fun. And, I was on a ride today and I had a scare, a run in with a car, some kid deciding to cut a corner and freaked me to death. But, and that was just on neighborhood roads, and people just want to get away from that and just have fun, get away from, you've got our local guy, TJ Eisenhart here, who, raced for, the Pro Continental level for a while. And this year he's kind of doing his own thing, kind of a gravel thing, but he doesn't have a power meter anymore, and he's just out riding and having fun. And so for me, I see road bikes kind of evolving to be a gravel bike where you can fit, at least 40C tires on it or even bigger, and just ride it everywhere and that sort of thing. So that's kind of what I see happening.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. A gravel bike is becoming a road bike with better tire clearance, right? So,
yep.
I agree with you there. And the pure road bike becomes something like, can you remember the time where 90% of the people were driving Formula One cars, and then they decided that that's really unpractical when you're picking up the kids from school, and then we decided, hey, why don't we just make a car with 4 seats in them and with some comfort, and then people started driving that, and the people in Formula One races kept driving Formula One cars. So, but then, of course, now we're just building SUVs that go as fast as Formula One cars, but at least they have the comfort and the practicality of. So I think I agree with you. It definitely will go in that direction, and it's going a bit slower than I thought. I mean, I've been saying this now for 5 years, and definitely you see the trend. I mean, I'm not willing it to be. You see that's happening now, and you see even brands like Specialized saying that, hey, for us, a gravel bike is more important than a road bike. And that's for people who put a gazillion dollars into sponsoring roadies, right?
Yeah.
And the most important thing that Peter Sagan has done this year is make a video for their gravel bike, right? So. Which is a funny video, by the way. They
No
do know
doubt.
how to do that at Specialized, that's for sure. But anyway, so yeah, I think you're totally right about that. And I mean, do you see it sort of gravitate towards a specific design, or you think we're still in the phase where gravel shoots out in every direction to see what sticks, and then it will take a while before that sort of hones in on. Or it may never hone in on one specific design the way it has in time trial bikes and road bikes to a large degree, right?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because you've got a mix of, when you talk about gravel, you've got people that are doing bike packing and adventure riding, that sort of thing, multi-day type of things. That's not going to become mainstream. I mean, I personally, I don't have time for that. But I'd sure like to, aspirationally, it'd be great to go on like a multi-day bike packing adventure, but I just don't. So, I don't see it going to that level, right? Where you've got crazy wide flared bars and, ability to mount all kinds of stuff. That will still be kind of a specialized niche. But, I think that it's pretty cool to see what 3T has been doing with the aerodynamics. It's for real. I mean, I spent a bunch of time last year on the new Specialized Venge, and which is a fantastic road bike and one of my favorite road bikes that I've ridden. And the aerodynamic advantage of that bike is fantastic, and it's palpable. Like you can feel it. So, I see continuing to add more aerodynamic features, which is what's awesome about the Exploro line is that there's a nod to aerodynamics, and it does make a difference, and that it's real world aerodynamics. So I would like to see additional, manufacturers focusing on real world aerodynamics, making sure that, we are maximizing these things. It's not the only thing that's going to make you faster, but it does help, and it is noticeable. I'm not going to lie. You can tell a difference between a Specialized Venge and like the Factor 02 disc that I've got. Both great bikes, but that Venge is a lot slipperier. So kind of taking that to gravel, the difference between like the upper that I have versus, the RaceMax or the Exploro, you do notice that little difference in aerodynamics. So hopefully those things continue on other brands as well as they redesign their gravel bikes and evolve them over time.
Yeah, I think as you're saying, right, it's we're not saying it's everything, but why leave it on the table if you don't have to, right? So Certainly an aero bike that doesn't fit any of the tires or doesn't handle or whatever, that doesn't do you any good or doesn't put you in the right position. I mean, that's still the number one, of course, but yeah, I think in the end it's the whole package, right? And the way we see it is also that, a lot of people are getting into gravel, but that doesn't mean you can completely get away from the paved roads, right? I mean, that's where you live, most likely. So you still need to do those miles as well, and you want those to be over with quickly. So
well, not necessarily quickly. So I'll give you an example here. I live right at the mouth of a canyon in Utah called American Fork Canyon, and it's the Alpine Loop, and it's traditionally used for the Tour of Utah. It's one of the they've used it for the Queen stage. I would say at least half of the time that the Tour of Utah has been here. And it's an incredible climb. It's 3,000 feet. So I don't it takes, my PR is just over an hour and 1 minute, and the best guys do it in about, I don't know, 48 minutes ish. So, but I've done that on 650Bs, and I've done it on, with gravel tires, 700C gravel tires, 650B gravel tires, and of course I've done it on a myriad of road bikes. It's just fine, I'm not that much slower. I mean, it is just a touch slower, but
have you done it on a mountain bike too?
I have not, but
would you like to?
Guess that. No.
Oh, okay, that's what I mean, right? So speed does matter. I mean, of course, the absolute speed doesn't matter. Also, say like if you go faster, the only thing that happens is that you're home sooner. So nobody wants that either. Like you are out there because you like riding, but still, you need that sensation of speed for it to be fun on a paved road, right? On a paved road, slow is not fun. Okay, the absolute fastest or pretty darn fast is both okay, but slow is definitely not fun on a paved road. Whereas on a on a dirt road, any speed can potentially be fun, right?
No doubt. But what's cool is going up that climb, there's a ton of single track off around every corner, and riding the Pinarello or whatever I've ridden up that over the years, you've never crossed your mind, hey, let's just go find out where this trail goes. But when you are on a gravel bike, you can do that, and it's just so much fun.
So you just never made it to the top, actually, on the gravel bike. You've always
yeah, that's why it was slower,
Yeah.
You found my secret.
1 hour 5 minutes, but it included a 3-mile detour on the trail. Well, that's cool.
Awesome.
So great. Well, thanks for coming on the show. Anything else you'd like to share with our listeners at this moment?
No, just cheering you guys on. I commented that you guys are like doing the dirty cons of the bike launch.
I'm starting to feel it, to be honest.
Do this for 12 hours.
We have 4 hours and 15 minutes to go, so it's coming up on 1 a.m. here now. So I'm starting to feel the effects. Mostly because we had this launch yesterday, so it's not like I slept much the days before. But we can see Renee is still super fresh over there in Bergamo, so no problem with that.
Well, keep it rolling, guys, and thanks for really pushing the limits on some of the gravel stuff. It's been incredible over the past 4 years watching what 3T has been up to, and just the fun things. So and I'm sure that the RaceMax is just one of many future innovations that you guys will be bringing to the market. So kudos all around, and look forward to getting on the bike here in the next few weeks.
Well, thanks, Jason, and thanks for passing us the being the virtual feed zone here for us, and passing a feedback to keep us rolling on our virtual marathon of dirty Kansas proportions. So
yeah, man.
We'll try to finish strongly the next 4 hours. Thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
You got it. We'll see you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
So we have a couple questions, I guess, tech questions. You guys have been sending them in, so we'll be answering them. And the first one is on...
Well, I actually have a question directly for Enrique. Is there any difference in the reliability between a carbon crank spindle and carbon crank arm interface and an aluminum crank spindle and aluminum crank arm interface?
This is, you didn't come up with this question yourself, did you? Somebody else sent this question in, right?
No, this is just Scott.
All right.
This is
Take it away, Henrik.
I will say that for all components, and my experiences, our experience by testing them here in Italy is that, as not many people thought, it's like carbon parts are more reliable than alloy parts, whatever are they. So in general, carbon behaves better on long-term or under fatigue loads than any kind of metal, whether it's alloy or steel or even titanium. So let's say carbon is more reliable. So the question is if there's any difference in reliability. Of course, and I will bet for carbon in that case. We have been getting less trouble on testing carbon components than alloy ones. Definitely, when the carbon part is properly designed, then it's reliable. Sometimes, you know, when I read sometimes on whether on magazine or social media or whatever, that, you know, people say, no, I ride alloy wheels because, you know, they are more reliable than the carbon because carbon breaks and so on. I just laugh because we have been testing many alloy wheels, and very few of them in the market pass our, what we mentioned earlier this afternoon, our testing protocol. While the carbon wheel we've tested, they behave way better. So my choice is carbon, always. You have something else, Scott?
That's great. Yeah, and at some point, quite recently, 3T was partnered with THM. So from a manufacturing perspective, can you kind of touch on that relationship and how maybe THM had an influence on 3T or vice versa?
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, the Torno was developed in THM. So Gerard was responsible of the aero design, but all related with the carbon structure, layup, testing, so on, took place in THM. Actually,
to clarify, Enrique, that was with you at THM, right? So.
Yeah, of course, with me at THM. So I arrived to THM in March 2017. So I've been there for a complete year. Actually, I was working on the THM seatpost, was like my project at the time, but also working on Torno, THM stem, and the handlebar as well. That was happening there at that time. So actually, the first, I think, 200 cranks they were produced in Germany, and then by summer 2019 we moved production to Italy. So we took all the molds, presets, etc., from Germany to Italy, and then we start production here. So definitely we've got the THM NDA here regarding the carbon parts production and how to get those layups done, and then we are using the Torno, or we've been using the Torno as a kind of experiment where to try to learn about the process, to try to how to optimize the process, how to make that process from THM more efficient, because of the goal of THM was, and also it is now, is to make the super high-end parts super stiff, super lightweight, while here in Italy we're trying to optimize the production process. So our focus is currently more on automation, mass production, and these kind of things, not to be able to produce few little parts a year. So we really want to run bigger volumes here. So definitely we've got THM NDA, THM Heritage, but then we did that step forward in terms of automation, efficiency, productivity, and so on. And we're using the Torno as a showcase, kind of. I mean, it's well known that it's not a profitable product for this bidding, as I showed before, but definitely is helping us to learn how to make that mass production happen in the most efficient way. So, you got something else?
Any more production-specific questions in the list that we go through? Otherwise, we can throw up another one.
Carlo, do we have another question?
Yeah, we have a couple. Yes.
From Sorab, what is the optimal tire size on this bike for pure road? Assuming someone had a wheel set just for road riding / racing, how does that affect geometry or handling? Is this recommended?
Who wants to go? Okay, I'll take it. Is my audio working?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, for pure road, that goes not just for the RaceMax, but in general, you know, once you have a gravel bike and you then want to put together a wheel set for pure road, you know, don't put a road tire on that you would normally put on a road bike, right? Because you have this tire clearance now, use it. So 5 years ago, I would have said, okay, for this pure road wheel set, you know, put on a 28 millimeter tire because you want a nice rolling tire, etc., etc. But there's been so much development in tires that now I would say, you know what, get a 35 millimeter tire, get a 36 millimeter tire. Right? There's so many nice tires now that are that size. They're just the same technology as the 28 millimeter tire, only bigger. So now that you have all this choice in high-end road tires with that size, I would say, you know, take advantage of that and get that, and take advantage of the space you have in your frame. So that's the same if you have a Explorer Pro Team or Limited, or if you have a Explorer RaceMax. So in the RaceMax, you know, what do we like? We like quite a few tires. If you go to the website, to that blog about what tire do I need, then you'll see there for the RaceMax, you know, a whole set of tires with low profile or no profile in some cases that measure out between, you know, 34 and 42 millimeters wide. So whether that's the Pirelli Cinturato or some of those other tires, you know, there's of course even the Gravel King has slick versions. So I would go with that, even for pure road, because as we also talked about before, even in pure road, it's not necessarily true that the roads are that smooth. So I hope that answers the question. So you have another one to throw up there, Carlo? Otherwise, I'll pick one from the list. Brian Epson, will the paint quality be improved? So I think definitely we work constantly on improving paint quality. I think if you look at the last couple of years, it's compared to the first frame, it certainly has improved a lot. And with the RaceMax, you know, both in just you know, optical quality, but also in the testing of adherence, it's improved quite a bit. So in short, the answer is yes, and I think actually we're quite happy with where we are today. But you know, never happy enough, as it goes for everything. We try to prove everything, of course, but yeah, I see the paint quality as it is today as a big step forward from say where we were 4 years ago. So I think we answered this question already, or it might be from a different person with the same question, but any takers? Oh, I see. And Daniel is chomping at the bit to answer this one.
First.
We don't hear you, Daniel.
Daniel, we don't hear you.
We don't hear you, Daniel.
Oh, I'm back. All right.
It's the mute button. It's late.
Yeah. But yes, if you are going with a Pro Team or LTD frame, the rear derailleur is going to come with the hang loose derailleur hanger. So that would be secured to the frame with the through axle, as you referred to there, Andrew. But if you go with the RaceMax, you'll have a more traditional rear derailleur setup, and some people are into that. Some people really love the hang loose. Just all personal preference. Hope that answers your question, Andrew. If you have any other rear derailleur hanger questions and you're still hanging on in the stream, fire them away. We'll be happy to answer them. Who's next? Do we have anything else, Carlo?
Set. So I can answer that one. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So the new wheel set. So I presume you're talking about the Discus 4540. So 45 millimeters deep, 40 millimeters wide. So by far the widest aero wheel set on the market. So the wheel set's 1,650 grams. So taking into account that wide rim, that's quite light. And it's available towards the end of this month, so the end of June. And you also have to take into account that because the rim is so wide, you can use a relatively small tire and still have that balloon up to quite the size. So you might save yourself 100 grams on the tires and still have that same width as measured that you were looking for, and that normally you would need a bigger tire for. So you have to take that into account when you're comparing weights, of course, and also the fact, the plain fact that it's an aero wheel set. It's not, you can make a lighter wheel set, of course, if you take the aerodynamics out, but that would sort of defeat the purpose. So this is really a wheel set that's designed to go with the RaceMax, and certainly also a wheel set that we very much like to use with anything from a gravel tire, but also down to a road tire, as long as it's a bigger road tire. All right. Thanks for the question. Mark Vass. Oh, holy cow. It's getting late, Mark. So I don't know, that might help me answer this question. If the RaceMax had a spirit animal, what would it be? Holy cow. What would it be? Would it be a cheetah? Because it's kind of cheating to be so fast.
I feel like the cheetah is too much of like a thoroughbred. It feels delicate.
But it can really move direction quite. Oh no, it cannot, right?
Maybe like a badger that'll go through anything. Doesn't care.
That's like Bernardino.
Yeah.
He's a kind of a shithead, isn't he? So is this broadcast live in France? Anyways, so why don't we go for an antelope or something, or a springbok, where you could still make that maneuverability and hop over things.
You don't want to mess with those horns either, So
exactly. So
some aggressiveness.
They have flair to them, these horns. So let's go with the springbok.
Nice.
So, and Mark, I hope to get another question from you, because these are the questions that will get us to 5 a.m. here. It's now we've originally passed the 2/3 mark, which if this was Almanza, would be that we have a feed station coming up that serves whiskey, and I once did Almanzo together with Andy Ording, who used to be the owner of Zip, and we were taking it easy. So after 40 miles, we had a sit-down lunch where everybody else was just rushing along through the supermarket. So by the time we got back on the road, there was nobody else to ride with. So we rode just the two of us into this terrible, terrible headwind for the next 30 miles. And then we thought we really need a break. So we sat down, we ate this one cookie we shared, and we drank something, and we were just dead tired. So we sat there for 15 minutes before we had the energy to get up and ride on. And we literally rode 100 meters before we realized that that's where the official feed station was. So we had done our own feed 100 meters before the feed station, which was just behind the building. We couldn't see it. So we thought, what the heck? We've already done another 100 meters. Let's stop at this feed station too. And so this feed station, they served whiskey, which sounded like a really bad idea. So, but we thought, how can you go home and say, there was a feed station that had whiskey, but we didn't have it. So we thought, we should try this. And it turned out to be about, twice as bad an idea as we initially thought. I don't really like whiskey to begin with, but I certainly have found out I don't like it.
Tour de France guys, hopping into the cafe.
Like the hip flask, yeah. At least we didn't have to carry it those first 70 miles. It was right there for us to drink. Needless to say, I would not easily do that again. I have forgotten how I got to this story. It probably was completely irrelevant to the question at hand. Was there a question?
It's not spirit animal related, but
was it the spirit? Oh yeah, well, spirits. There's spirits. It was a spirits animal. So my spirits animal definitely is the whiskey.
But that's part of the fun of the gravel events is you never know what's at some of these aid stations.
Exactly.
There's one north of Toronto where somewhere snuck into one of them, somebody has a pitcher of beer always to put into your water bottle if you want.
That sounds like a good idea. Or maybe this is like the last 20 miles of your race where, was it the Vlaming or one of the Belgian classic stars that have or maybe it was even Anquetil, I'm not sure, had the water bottle with champagne and a sugar cube in it. That really sounds like a good idea too.
Numbs the pain and gives you that sugar rush.
I'm sure it was the most innocent thing they would have on their rides. So let's see. Do we have another question, Carlo, or do we need to go hunt for one ourselves? Oh, there we go. Aaron Lang. Is there any risk to put a carbon frame on a bike rack? Not if it's a proper bike rack and the frame is secured in the right way. So, I mean, I wouldn't like to see a bike rack that grabs the frame itself anywhere, particularly with some sort of clamping, but one that's secured by the wheels and maybe some other parts like seat post or another way, that's no problem. So, I mean, I presume we're talking about a bike rack here for, on the car. Some that grab around the down tube in a, sensible way would be okay as well. So yeah, just, be careful where it clamps, like don't clamp down on a thin wall tube. But that goes for any frame that's not really specific for our frame. I wouldn't wish that upon any frame. So thanks for the question. I hope that that answers it. Sarab, good to see you back. Well, wow, you. If it wasn't impossible, I would think you're in this broadcast longer than we are. But so welcome back. Any reason down tube storage and guided internal routing were skipped? So guided internal routing, I mean, you route the cables basically once you have a through passage, then it's easy to replace things. So adding weight in internal routing that helps you once, but really, I mean, with this RaceMax, you run all the cables within a minute without the internal routing as well, so you save yourself that weight. Down tube storage, yeah, I mean, you can chop a hole in the down tube, of course. Structurally, that's not great, so you need to reinforce that, obviously. I mean, I think the principal design of the specialized spot is quite clever. But structurally for the frame, I think it's not great. But the way the water bottle cage sort of slides and locks that in, I think is pretty cool. I just don't like. I try to avoid having holes in my frame, and certainly ones that are that big. But if you're going to do it, then I think the way the specialized covers that hole when you're not using it is. It's pretty slick. So hopefully that answers the question. And I look forward to your next one half an hour from now. So hang in there. You can do that. Steven, so he just ordered the open wide. Saw this announcement. When should you consider an open wide versus a RaceMax? So you should consider an open wide if you like the open wide best, and you should consider a RaceMax if you like the RaceMax back. What? I don't know, Steven. What do you want me to say? You like both? I like both too. So it's just the kind of riding you want to do and the kind of rider that you are, right? I mean, if you're going for the absolute top speed, I mean that's the RaceMax. If you go for the absolute, right through anything setup, then that's probably the wide. But as is the case with these bikes, like they're although they're very different bikes, right? Different styles, different focuses. Of course, in where you can ride, in the end, they are quite similar, right? It's not like I would go for a ride in the morning and go like, oh, today I need to use this bike because that's the only one that can get me through this specific ride. Like that will be fairly, very rare that would be the case, right? So on most rides you could do, with either bike. Like you could also do it with a Explorer team or with an up. So it's just what focus do you like, right? And then what design floats your boat and what do you feel comfortable with? So Steven, you're impressed that we're doing this marathon. Yeah, I want to say it sounded like a good idea at the start, but even at that point it didn't sound like a good idea. But I thought we'd do something different, and we're going slightly crazy from being indoors a lot with this whole lockdown stuff and everything. So we thought, why not add 12 hours to that? So Tim C says, right on. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Yeah, not likely, but we hope you do. So, oh my, what is now? Now everybody's coming with their. Okay, so I'm glad you're watching it with a beer now, Michael. We are not. We don't think that will improve the broadcast quite as much as it might listening to it. I can understand it works listening to it. So, but for those who are considering going to bed or something like that, I do want to tell you that in around 45 minutes, we'll have Jeremy Powers come on. And Jeremy Powers is somebody you may know, especially if you're in North America, a very, very good cyclocross racer at the time. And now, I guess retired, we can say, although still very fast, as I found out 2 years ago. Holy cow, now we got Dave Zabriskie writing in. Wow, you guys are still at it. Well, we can't really not do that. Dave, you want to come on the broadcast? Would that be a good idea? Why don't I just send you the link, and if you feel like it, you can come on and say hello. So
surely he's got a question for us too, Dave. Don't just.
I'm sure he has a question. I sort of suspect that the question about the spirit animal was secretly Dave, but. If you want to talk for 5 seconds, I'll send this email to David.
Yeah, no problem. Do you want to throw up Mark's question there, Carlo? Okay, he's with us on the Springbok. That's good to know. He just picked up an Exploro and now starting to think of nicknames. Do you think bikes should have nicknames, or is it lame? So I feel like this is a good roundtable question. Actually, you know what? Okay, I'll say what I nicknamed my bike on Strava. I went for an Explorer, and then given the Italian connection, I went Italian and Canadian connection. I went Giovanni Caboto, aka John Cabot, who discovered Newfoundland. Little history lesson for the fun facts.
Is this what we're going to do now? Whether you need a nickname, and if it was an Explorer, which one would it be?
Yeah, that's where we're at.
That. So who's next here?
I'm not as clever as Walker. I don't have any clever nicknames for my bikes, unfortunately. How about you, Renee?
No Lewis and Clark or something
No,
like that.
me neither. No, sorry.
You know, and at one point when we were expecting our first child, my wife and I were going over names before we knew what gender it was, and I had the idea that if it was a boy, the name would be Ernest, after Ernest Shackleton, because yeah, I think especially when he failed to actually get anywhere near the South Pole, you know, that's a pretty amazing story to. I don't know people who know this, but this is a book you really should read. So he gets stuck in the ice, and then they just trek over the ice, and then they go on a boat, and then they go on another boat journey, and it's insane. So they're on these little rowing boats in the South Georgia Sea, which is some of the roughest seas in the world, and they survive to they live to tell the story. But I think the most incredible thing is that during this whole ordeal where everything is wet and everybody's cold all the time, he manages to keep a diary. Like, I mean, how important is it to write down this stuff? And we have no hope of survival. Anyways, they survive, and the diary you can read. And then,
yeah,
of
you
course,
would
this was all,
think the frostbite would make it impossible to write.
how does the pen still work? Where's the ink coming from? Like, it's just it's just insane. And so, but it's also, I mean, you know, I don't think there's really he was a great manager. I'll say that. I don't think there's management lessons in there necessarily, but you know, he managed to get all his men home alive. Of course, this was while they were away. The First World War started, and so these people that survived this ordeal for a year and a half or whatever, then the 3 of them die in World War I. So you come home for that.
Go home right from that right to the trenches.
Yeah. So, but it's that's so I would go with Shackleton probably. Anyway, our first job was a daughter in the end, so I would then maybe in honor of that I would go with Earhart. So because we named her Amelia after Amelia Earhart. So, and not maybe necessarily an explorer as such, but still an explorer of some kind, I guess.
That counts.
So I think Renee and Scott have had enough time now to come up with an explorer.
Okay, well, actually,
hey guys, we still have 3 hours and 45 minutes, so take all the time you need. But before this broadcast ends, we want to have an explorer.
So, okay, I got another Explorer on the Pro Rival demo bike for a while, which is the gray white one, to go with the failed Arctic expeditions. That one on my Strava was Martin Frobisher, who tried to find the Northwest Passage across Canada. So, and failed, but was through the ice. So, I think they actually have real questions.
Put in the effort.
Yeah, that counts. And I was making the trek through the winter up to the office here in Toronto, as Renee can attest. We get some pretty big snowfalls here. He seems to bring them whenever he visits.
Is that the order?
Yeah.
I don't think it's always snowing in Toronto, but
no, you can come in July, and it would be snowing.
So I have good news for Dave Zabriskie fans. He is indeed coming on to the broadcast in due time. He should be here any moment. And then, of course, we still have Jeremy Powers as well. And then hopefully that will get us through the last
we have another question
45
on
minutes.
the rotor side.
In the meantime, we'll answer some questions. Go ahead, Renee.
All right.
Daniel.
Yes, last question he promises, but don't promise. You can bring them. We always want more. Have you guys considered using 180 millimeter rotors up front, at least for the builds with bigger tires? Is there any merit to this?
I think bigger riders, not necessarily bigger tires, but yeah. So any merit? I think it's not that necessary for even bigger riders if you have a properly functioning brake system, but there's a pretty good chance that the 180s will fit. Normally they do fit. So we have direct mount for 160, but that means you can use a rear adapter from 140 to 160, put that on, and it will actually turn 160 into 180. Normally this works. I'd have to still check it with the actual RaceMax fork just to make sure the clearances are also there where we like them to be. But there's a pretty good chance that this will work with a simple rear adapter from for a rear brake caliper. So have I considered it? In that sense, yes, I thought about it, but I also don't think it's really necessary for most customers.
Over here, we also get a couple questions during the weeks about 140 millimeter rotors as well. People looking to save some weight by going down.
You save 8 grams by potentially having insufficient braking. I don't think that's a really great trade-off. So I'd really like to stick to the 160. I mean, also on road bikes, but most certainly on gravel bikes. I don't see the advantage of saving really a handful of grand. There is Saurabh. Okay, so you kept your promise of not having another question, but you have another comment, so we appreciate that. And yeah, well, we're here to answer questions, so that's what we do. And in the process, I'm looking forward to having a little bit of sleep tomorrow and sleeping in. So although I think pretty early tomorrow we have another bunch of internal calls as well. So we'll go to Scott T. Dang, you guys are nuts. Thank you. We'll take that as a compliment. I've been in and out since the beginning. We have been in and in since the beginning, but that's okay. My question, I'm sure you've answered, but haven't heard. Can I fit a road crank at least 50 by 34? You are absolutely right, Scott. We have answered that. In fact, we have answered that several times. But every time we check to make sure you weren't on the call, and then we quickly answered that question. And when you came back in, we just, were quickly quiet. So we have actually a specialist for this question. We've answered it 4 times already, but I think he's off for a second. At least I don't see him, but that could be because my screen's not working. But I will answer it for you, just for you. You'll get the answer straight from me. So, if chain rings fit depends on 2 things: the size of chain rings and where they are. Right, as the chain line changes, so there's now cranks that have a wider chain line. So as you move your rings out, of course you can fit also bigger ones. So if a 50 by 34 fits, in most cases that will be a pretty narrow chain line. So it's double bad, they're big rings and they're close to the frame. So in most cases that will not fit. Some cases they may. So we're doing some tests in which cases it will fit, but I would think in most cases it does not. The question, do you need that? Well, you have to take into account that even when you do the road setup, you do the road setup with a 35 millimeter tire. That's a big tire. So when the tire is big and the overall radius of the wheel is big, with every revolution of the wheel, you're going a little bit further than you were expected to go on your road bike. So you don't really need the same gear ratio to go the same distance per crank revolution. So I would doubt a little bit that you really need that 50 by 11. If you really need that bigger gear, maybe you go with SRAM, where of course you have a 10-tooth start. So instead of 50-11, you could have 46-10 for that same top gear. But I don't know. Maybe Dave Zabriskie needs 50 by 11 on his gravel bike. We're gonna ask him pretty soon, so maybe he can shed some light on what he would have as his biggest gear, or maybe he just will tell us that the most important thing is that your saddle is blue. I have no idea, but we'll find out soon. There was another question there that popped up, but it was too quick. Oh, there he is. Justin Kong, are there hidden fender mounting points on the fork and the seat chain stays? There are. I know there are mounting points under the fork, the rear brake bridge, and by the bottom bracket. So isn't that twice the same thing? Wait, on the fork. Yeah, so the mounting points, yeah, I mean the rivnuts that are under the fork crown and at the seat stay bridge and the chain stay bridge, yes, those are for fenders. We do not advise putting your water bottle in underneath the fork crown. That really interferes with your tire. So yes, those are fender mounts for a custom fender that will be pretty slick. And so that's one of the projects that have been delayed a little bit because we were, they've been crazy months. So our focus was on getting these bikes out. And, now we're getting to the point where we can focus on finishing those projects as well. So, more secure mounting points, I mean. So, they're very secure. So, once the fender is attached to those points, that fender is not coming off. I mean, there are other. It's not, the fender is not held just by those points. If you mean that, there are also, wirely stays that the fender connects with in a secret way. And look who we have. Hey, easy. How are you doing?
I couldn't figure out my headphones. I hope the audio is not messed up.
This is pretty good.
All right.
What kind of bike do you have in the background there? Is it a 3T or what is it?
Yeah, that's the Exploro.
Oh, it is an Explorer. Okay. It would have been okay if it was something else too. Don't worry about that.
Everyone else had a bike in the back. I thought I should play along.
Yeah, no, that's very good. That's very good. So how you been?
Yeah, pretty good. I went and did a ride while you guys were. I checked in this morning when Frank was on, and man, you guys are really committed.
Well, it'd be pretty lame if we quit halfway through, no?
What time is it in Europe now?
It's 1:30 a.m. So 3.5 hours to go.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, you can do that.
So I guess you were on CSC with Frank for a couple of years.
Yeah, Frank and Andy. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess you were overlapping there for some time. So
he came out here last year. Last year he did a Fondo out here, so we got to catch up.
Okay.
Do you have any good Frank and Andy stories you can share? Or for publication?
Nothing that's publicly appropriate, probably. They're good guys. I mean, they're really they're savages. They would do they would hunt pigs in the off season, like with knives, not spears. That would be they'd run through the forest and spear pigs. It's like a big Luxembourg pig hunt. I always thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one before.
Yeah.
Are you telling me you don't do that in California?
I've never speared a pig. But you always wanted to be on their team when the survival camp rolled around.
Oh yeah, the Bjarne Rees survival camp. Yeah.
Frank,
you never went hungry on their team, then, is that it?
Yeah, they were complete. Those guys were ready. Frank would dive into the ocean and pick up lobsters. It was incredible.
Oh, this was on Lanzarote or something. The crazy.
South Africa. That was.
Oh, the South Africa one. Okay,
yeah. But yeah, on my ride, I rode the open, that wide. I have that one too.
Oh yeah, of course. So what does your gravel life look like? Is there a lot of gravel in your life, more than road at this moment?
Yeah, I'd say I rarely touch the road too much, but it's always kind of a mix where I'm at. I'm close to Los Angeles, so you don't want to hit. I don't know. It's just nice to avoid cars in general. So, yeah, it was nice during the lockdown because you could hit. There wasn't any cars on the road. It was beautiful.
Right. Is it back to normal now, or still pretty quiet?
I wouldn't say normal.
Well, okay. We're talking California, I guess.
Something.
California normal.
Yeah, there's a lot of civil unrest right now.
Yeah, I guess that's you got that going on now. So yeah.
It's kind of I'm not sure why there's a lot of it's a little scary with the virus. I wouldn't be out there doing that, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I think we gave everyone a rest, Gerard. But,
so what's your big thing now? I guess you're in the cannabis business, right?
Yeah, we got Floyd and I have the CBD company, Floyd's of Leadville. I don't have any out here.
That's okay.
I bought this the other day. Check it out. It's it teaches you how to do manuals.
I've lost the screen. I think the world out there can still see you. I cannot see your screen right now, but or your camera right now. But maybe that's a preventative measure by YouTube to not. I have no idea what you're showing right now, but I've had it go green before, so I don't think it's you don't take it personal. I think is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But,
you put the bike in it and you strap in the front end, and you can learn how to do a wheelie or a manual. It's always been a weak spot in my mountain biking.
Okay. So, and does it help? Does it work?
I've only had it for a few days, but I think I think it'll help. I kind of got it for the kids too.
So this prevents you from falling backwards on your head?
Yeah, so it holds the back wheel in, kind of like a stationary trainer, but there's space for the derailleur and the brakes, and then you put a strap around the bottom bracket so it doesn't fall backwards as you pull up.
And so can you put this on a 20-inch kid's bike, or?
Yeah, it'll hold various wheel sizes. But the kids
I think it's taken us not 8.5 hours, but I think we've just hit the most important nugget of information on this whole Q&A. So that's good for people to know if they're trying to improve their wheelies, that there's I can't believe there's an actual tool for that.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was only like $200. So that's not bad. That's not much to spend to learn how to do a wheelie.
No, I think next week this is going to be on Shark Tank. I think that's I mean, somebody might tell them to take it behind the bar and shoot it, but I think this has a lot of potential. Let's invest now.
Yeah. Hey, Gerard, on the cranks.
Yep.
Crank stiffness. Have you seen? Wouldn't that have something to do with also the bottom bracket stiffness of the frame? Like, I mean, why? If you have a frame that's kind of a weaker carbon layup, some flex down there, would a stiffer crankset do anything?
Well, I mean, weaker, I guess, more flexible. If you have more flex in your bottom bracket shell, I mean, it's probably the area, like the shell itself is probably not to blame, right? I mean, the axle would stiffen up the shell itself, like the immediate area, but it probably flexes a little bit further away from the, actually where the bearings are, right? So a stiffer axle probably wouldn't do much to to brace the frame. Let's say that's what you mean.
You think? Have you seen those Cane Creek titanium cranks?
Yeah, those are, like 15, 20 years ago, you had the Ericsson, like the sweet parts.
Man, they look pretty cool. You think the THMs are stiffer than those?
I mean, they're both pretty stiff, but I mean, the sweet parts, I only know the original sweet parts. Like, I think when we went to our first Interbike show, what was that, 1995? These were new, maybe 1996. Those were brand new, and these sweet parts, and they were ridiculously priced at the time. Now it would probably be just an average crank, but yeah, those are really cool, and they are very stiff, and they're pretty light. And I guess King Creek then got the design or something, and I was bringing them out. So I think they're pretty cool. I'm not sure titanium is a great material for anything, but the amount of work that goes into making that crank is pretty insane, right? I mean, to weld all that up and then sort of get it straight, that's a major accomplishment. So I really appreciate that crank, actually, as crazy as it is.
I was hoping you'd talk me out of it.
Oh, so it's really no, I mean, I like King Creek. They also make our custom headset bearing. How can I not like them? No, I think it's a cool crank. I mean, it's the the right type of insanity that I think would go well with you. And take that as a compliment.
He's got a kid here. Say hi, everyone. Oh, one of my kids just showed up.
You said kids. First I thought pigs, and I thought there was going to be some bloody mess there. You're trying to reenact some Frank Schleck thing. So, but you said kid, right?
Yeah.
Not pig. Yeah, okay. All good.
You can't see me?
Sorry?
Can you still not see me?
No, I see just the green screen. I have no idea why. I can only fix it by restarting, but then I lose you, so I'm not going to do that until we're done here. So I don't know what happened, but that's okay. I can hear you, and you can hear me apparently, and I think the outside world can as well. So I'm not concerned. So, do you have any gravel adventures in your near future?
Man, everything's canceled right now, but.
Oh, you make your own adventure, no?
Yeah.
Maybe you'll cancel that too. Maybe wait until the riots are over.
Yeah, I'm still. I'm trying to carry all the water I can. Like, I don't even want to go into a gas station. I'm probably being too careful, maybe, but my wife wants me to be extra careful because her mom's pretty old and they still want to see her. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I understand. I'm in that position too. So I'm.
Yeah.
But it's hard. I mean, the schools have started again here, so
yeah,
it makes it a little tricky. But so I have a question for you. I mean, you haven't ridden the RaceMax yet, so I'm going to ask this question for your current Explorer. I guess I have two questions for you. The first one, which we got a while ago, maybe you were listening at that time, is so if your Explorer had a spirit animal, which one would it be?
A spirit animal for that bike? Yeah, I don't know. I guess a mountain lion, really.
The mountain lion. All right, we'll go with that. Sure.
It's just the mountain lion is known as the ghost of the forest. You know.
I'll be right back.
Rarely seen. It's nice and quiet. Yeah, and it's kind of apparently there's quite a few of them around here. So.
You just didn't know. I guess that's that's so it does a good job, I guess.
Yeah.
And does your bike have a nickname?
No, not really. I kind of just go by. I kind of just go by what color they are.
So I guess maybe some people don't know, but you're quite the bike collector, right? Is that how many bikes do you have right now?
It keeps getting a little bit smaller, but I still have two old P5s. And then I actually have a frame set of the P3 that's just kind of like an art piece that kind of hangs on the wall. And I have, let me see, I'm in the garage, so it's easy.
So do you have the P3 from the Tour de France prologue, or I guess it was stage one, the fastest thing ever?
I don't have that one. The one I have is painted like red, white, and blue stripes.
Okay, yeah, the national champion one.
Probably have around 10-ish bikes.
Oh, that's really down from. Didn't you have like 21 or 22 a couple years ago?
It's possible, but yeah. You got it.
Neither deny nor confirm that.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there's always some kind of problem you're trying to solve. Is why I would get a new bike. So they just get better and better. So it's like at some point you're like, oh, that bike's a little too similar to that bike, so I don't really need it. And then talk myself into freeing it up.
Now you're just moving on to putting new cranks on.
Yeah, that's a. Yeah, I don't know. Those cranks just got me thinking too much. But I've broken 3 wheels during this quarantine, and I haven't been able to get to a mechanic. I almost bought also, I think all my bearings need to be replaced in the wheels. Not all of them, but some of them are crunchy. I really miss going to the bike shop.
Mm.
Do you know Nick Legan? You remember him?
Yep. Yeah, from Shimano?
Yeah, I called. Well, he worked for CSC as a mechanic for a few seasons.
Yeah.
But I called him yesterday just to talk bikes because I was starved from talking bikes with anybody. But
and you have such nice bike shop, coffee shops to go to there, no?
yeah, I need to get out there, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, that virus kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, well, I mean, better safe than sorry, I guess. And hey, it's only a couple of years, and this will be solved.
So, did it affect your guys' production at all?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help to have your head office and factory in Bergamo, I guess. I mean, it's a pretty well-known city nowadays. That's what it's got going for it. But the reason wasn't that great. Yeah, no, it was. We never really closed. People started working from home, and we could still ship for quite a long time. And then when they told us we would have to stop shipping in 2 days, then we shipped a whole bunch of bikes out to Denmark, and we kept shipping from there. And so we sort of kept, operationally the whole time. But of course, with efficiency, that was terrible, right? Everything is difficult when you all of a sudden have, things hanging out in Denmark managed on a spreadsheet. And so it could have been a lot worse. And I think in general, of course, we're lucky that bikes are in high demand. So either because people want to commute, although that's, there's a lot of people buying $500 bikes, not our kind of stuff. But I think also in general, people who've decided that, hey, they're not going to go on vacation this year. So they would like to spend some money on something nice that they can use now. And so overall, it's been good. So yeah, I mean, we had a terrible month, and but the month after that has sort of caught up with it again. So we really can't complain. I mean, of course, it was terrible we didn't have many employees who got sick or something, but certainly we've had employees who've lost family members and stuff. So that's been tough. Because I mean, it was just, it's really bad in Bergamo. So. And it's not that it's not that big a city, so when you see the numbers that we're passing away every day, it's everybody knows somebody. So
yeah, I started this lecture series last night on the Black Plague. She started out the lecture. I guess it started there in Italy way back when, according to this woman.
I think that could be true. I'm not. I can't say I'm a scholar on the Black Plague, but
yeah.
But that sounds about right from what I can remember from school.
The frame behind you looks like it almost looks like the colors of Meyer's business, that service course color.
Oh yeah.
A little bit.
In the Girona, you mean?
Yeah, his jersey design. Kind of
okay.
That jersey framed pretty well, actually.
I'd have to Google that. But well, the colors are sand and olive, in case you care.
Yeah, I heard you. Who hasn't dropped an olive in the sand? And I have.
You haven't been listening for a while.
I have not dropped an olive in the sand.
You have not, but now you can't wait to.
Something I need to try.
I mean, it's some people want to see Rome, other people just want to drop an olive in the sand before they die, and it's a lot less hassle, I tell you. I mean, Rome is just a big city,
Yeah.
But I presume you've won a time trial in Rome as well, have you not?
I did it in Florence. I'm not sure Rome.
Oh, Florence. Okay. Yeah. Was that a prologue?
No, that was a regular time trial in the middle of the Giro.
Okay.
I didn't. That was actually a funny. Well, I don't know, funny, but we had that camp there in the winter on top of some mountain, and I don't know if you were over there at that time.
Was that the one in Viareggio, like near Pisa there? Yeah, that was more near the beach or something, I think.
Yeah, that was closer to the beach. This one, anyway, so I didn't know the course, but Bjarne, he's just like, you'll recognize it once you're out there. and they wanted me to go super fast to set some kind of times for Ivan. And I was actually a little, I was pretty jealous of Ivan because you guys had just released a carbon frame.
Oh yeah, you had the P3 SL and he had the P3 carbon or something like that?
Yeah, I was like, I used that to kind of fuel me a little bit, but as soon as I knew where I was, I think Ivan even got his sprayed with some kind of special, like, I don't know, aerodynamic F1 spray.
Oh yeah, that wasn't from us. That was from some snake oil guy. Yeah.
But then as soon as I knew where I was, so I knew the course, and it was actually pretty technical downhill. So I was even catching people on the downhill. And then because I went so early, I was with some of the weaker riders in the field. So on this big, long highway stretch into Florence, I was able to like ride into the draft of a lot of the follow cars.
Right.
Yeah.
This is where you were first and he was second, no?
Yeah, he almost got me. But
Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, that was 2006. Five. Yeah. Oh well. I guess he left at. Didn't he get food poisoning or something?
Yeah, thank God, because I was getting tired.
So he didn't have to work for him anymore after he left the race?
Yeah, I'm not. It was like I was getting pretty exhausted, and then because he just always wanted the team like at the front pulling train, and he needed
also for no reason, just for the show.
And then we were going up to Stelvio, and he just he got diarrhea. I don't know. Some people have their theories on why.
Yeah, I was just now thinking, like, I don't know, even if it was food poisoning, of course, now you can think it's anything. But
could have been a number of things.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah. Anyway,
maybe there's going to be. We'll have to wait for the ESPN special on that one.
Yeah, but the rest of the race, then I just got to kind of finish it out, which was nice. But
yeah.
So
what's your favorite Grand Tour? Can you tell me that in general?
Yeah, they're all so different. I mean, I don't know. The Volta was always kind of a nice. It's just nice to be able to sleep in, and the weather's kind of good. A little too hot sometimes. I don't know. I did like the Giro, but it had its moments of just. It's just when the weather goes bad there in Italy, it's just really bad, and it's yeah. It's just,
I like the organization of the Giro, where they call your team at midnight to say, we're starting 2 hours earlier tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
it's midnight. I mean, everybody's asleep. What do you want us to do? Like,
it's chaotic, but the food's great. People are nice. It's good. Like, and the tour is straight up like you need to be on your A game, and that's work. Like, that's a very stressful environment.
Yeah, I never liked the tour. I almost never went. Phil always got there, so that he liked that. So I was happy with that.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we're probably diverting from our topics a little bit too much, but that's okay. I can't believe anybody would be listening, anyways, at this point. But strangely enough, people are. So maybe we should end on some sort of gravel statement. Do you have anything gravel for me, Dave?
Anything gravel for you?
Well, let's say what's the bucket list gravel event people should do once events happen again? Because you've done quite a few, right?
A lot of people like the Dirty Kansas. I did the 100-mile version. It's pretty cool out there. Like if you like long flat sections of gravel. But there's one in Utah, that Tusher and the Crusher. That was pretty fun. But I've been reading about a few other ones in Utah that I kind of want to get out and do at some point. These guys, they made one. It's going to start in Wendover, Nevada, and go to Salt Lake City across the salt flats. So it sounds pretty cool.
That sounds pretty tough. And they're going to do this when it's really hot, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I got to look again. Then these same guys did another one. I think it's called something Pony, but it goes along an old Pony Express route, and it's a really long, self-supported type thing. But I just know the area. It looks kind of interesting me.
And so the Crusher Natasha, that's 2 climbs and just 1 descent, right?
Yeah, I've actually only finished it once. It's kind of it's also has a challenge because it's at elevation, but the climbing, it's basically up and down. Like there's really not a lot of flat stuff there, and it's over. I think by the time it's all said and done, you get 10,000 miles in or 10,000 feet of climbing in less than 70 miles probably.
And then you ride it back to the car too, or?
Yeah, that's the best. I mean, that's kind of the easiest way to do it because you kind of just bomb down a canyon to get back to your car.
Oh, okay. So
they do have stuff, but it kind of takes a while to wait around for.
Okay. Well, that's thanks very much for coming on, Dave, and sharing your. So I think the Crusher Natasha we're going to go with for the bucket list ride for now. And by the way, is the Fedaya the worst road climb in the world, or are there worse ones?
Which one?
The Fedaya.
Where's that?
You know, the Marmolada, same name. You know the thing in the Dolomites?
Oh, I'm sure it's horrible.
You've never done that one?
I'm sure I have. I just didn't.
It's like a ski ramp. It just goes straight up, and you're just surrounded by barbecuing Italians the whole way. And then on the top, you just see this zigzag of switchbacks, but it's first just 8 miles just straight up.
It rings a bell.
I once, I don't know, I once had to do this. I don't know why. Oh, some sort of, where you could do a stage of the Giro instead of the Tour. I told Bjarne Riis this. He started to laugh. So I'm going to do this right. And so I started to laugh. So that's a horrible climb. I go, well, fuck, if he thinks it's a horrible climb, like, why am I signing up for this? And then I decided not to train for it, which didn't make it much better. But anyways, I digress. Thanks very much for coming on the show, Dave. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I'll let you get back to your life while we only have 3 hours to go. We're almost there. Great.
Okay. Stay strong.
Thanks. Thank you. We will. We're going to get it across the finish line now. So.
All right. See ya.
Thanks for breaking up the monotony. All right. Hey, Daniel, you're still awake.
We're back. That's got a nice bike here, and Enrique's there.
Nice chat, huh?
And Renee is awake. All right, I'm going to restart my thing because I don't see anything on my screen. So I'm going to be away for a couple seconds here. But if we have Carlo, maybe he can put up a question or two, and you guys can answer that. And otherwise, Renee can talk about his favorite spirit animal or explorer that he named his bike after.
You're still 3 hours.
You still have 3 hours to think about it. Okay.
Who's a good Dutch explorer?
A good Dutch explorer, yeah.
Oh, that's Hudson.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, Hudson. Henry Hudson. He's not really Dutch, but he did leave from Amsterdam. That's true. There's a plaque here, 500 meters down from my house, where it says that Hudson left there. And so yeah, he said, well, we can claim him as Dutch if we want to. But if some horrible facts about him emerge later, then we'll quickly change his nationality again. So.
We're flexible.
We're flexible. This is what kept the Dutch going through the ages. We're quite flexible with our principles.
Yeah.
So I think we should answer some more technical questions. A bunch have come in over the last little while. All we need is for our editor to wake up so we can put them on the screen, I think.
I have confirmation of life from Carlo.
All right. So we will go. It could, of course, also be that all our viewers have gone to sleep, but I'm.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay.
So we have a question here from Scott. This is the one you're reading. The best moment of my experience at 3T Open and Cervelo. Oh man, that's hard. I mean, the best experience. Like, how can you narrow down 25 years to one best experience, right? So, But
Same question.
That's really tough.
I mean, what about something from the early days of Cervelo? Like, did you guys have any
I think one of my favorite things to still. I'll go with 2 Cervelo stories then, since we have time anyway. So if it bores people too much, then put in a question so I'll answer that instead. But so the first years we would go. Of course, we had no support or anything like that. So the first 2 years we did Interbike. It was at Anaheim, at the convention center there next to Disneyland or Disney World, whatever it's called over there. So the first year we decided to make the super light frame. So we made this. So we made it with 650C, not 650B, 650C wheels, save weight and all these things. And we found all these special tubes. And the one way we made it light was that we found this tube that was designed for a 26.8 millimeter seat post. And we thought we weld it with that, and then we're going to remount by hand this seat tube from 26.8 to 28.6. And because we had a super light seat post that was that dimension, so then we would have saved, I think it saved 10 grams of, alumina that we would remount. So I don't know if anybody's ever reamed a frame by hand, but the reamer sort of has a couple sides, and so if you don't do it very carefully, then there's 5 or 6 sides, but then your seat tube on the inside also becomes sort of a 5 or 6 sided shape, and it takes a lot of time to remount something from 26.8 to 28.6. So we basically spent the better part of a day reaming out this seat tube. And even when we figured out this was going to take a lot of time, the only seat post we had was 28.6, so we had to keep reaming it out. So we had blisters on our hands, like bleeding hands, just to ream this thing out by hand. There were all these shavings of the aluminum. We did it inside of the
was this still when you guys were in Montreal, or?
Yeah, it was in Montreal. We did this on location in Anaheim. So we were in our hotel room reaming this out, and luckily the place was so disgusting, and the carpet was so deep that you could just rub over the carpet a bit, and all these aluminum shavings just sunk into the carpet, never to be found again. So we did this. We basically wasted a whole day trying to save these 10 grams off, and then in the end you couldn't quite get there, so we just had to hammer the seat post in, which also meant we didn't really need a seat collar. So that was a pretty good one. But my favorite, as in how horrible these early days were. Like also, you were so poorly prepared that we'd move in and we'd have a booth right next to the entrance, which was great, but in the basement. But you had to also register in the basement. So, but we were so unorganized that when the show opened, we weren't really ready yet. So there was this enormous flux of people who came in, because you had to register there, who came in right next to our booth while we were still setting it up. So they would just walk by. But once everybody was in the show, they would never come back to the basement. You would just walk through the basement to get to the upper floor. So all the traffic happened in the first half hour while we were still building the booth, and then there was basically nobody the rest of the 3 days while we were standing there waiting for people. But the second year, we decided to do something else cool, and we had this pearl white painted frame with pearl white painted head wheels. And it was beautiful, and we were going to hang this on the back of the booth. So we had an orange background and then this bike hanging in front of it. And we had this with wires going to, I don't know if I'm making my gestures too big. I just had wires going to a beam that went across the top. And so behind this orange backdrop was all our electrical stuff. And I was trying to fix something with the electrical stuff. And I'd done that, and I got up again, and I didn't realize this bike was hanging above me. And it was hanging there with the chain on the small chain ring. So as I bumped up, I hit the big chain ring. So I kind of hurt my head from the teeth from the chain ring. So as I hit that, I went back down, like, ow, that really hurt. But what I didn't realize that with this bump, I had dislodged the bar from where it was hanging. So now as I went down, right after me, this bike came down. And so I got hit again on the head with this chain ring, And then about a half a second later, I got hit on the head by this pole that it was hanging from. And so this whole bike tumbled over me, and I stood up again, and I saw people look at me going like, wow, that really must have hurt. But I didn't feel anything. And then about a second later, this enormous zinging pain shot through my head. And I was like, oh, that really, and I got dizzy and everything like that. And I felt and looked at my hand, and there was blood all over. So I got some quick tissue and put it on there. And then I could really only sort of walk with my head down. And I walked out the booth and saw somebody from organization, said, is there like a first aid area here or something? So yeah. So you just go up the stairs, then you go through hole 3, through hole 2, through hole 1, and then you go to the right, and then you go, so, oh, can you please take me there? Because I'm really bleeding. So no, I don't have time. You have to go to yourself. So I'm stumbling through all these halls to get through the first aid kit. And I finally found it, asked my way again. I can hardly look up because the pain in my head is so big when I put my head up. I finally get to the aid stage, go like, I have some blood. And she goes like, oh, well, that's a lot of blood. I say, yeah, I know. So she starts cleaning it and goes like, wow, there's a lot of blood, but I don't really see, where the blood's coming from. So, oh, no, there I see a little hole in your head. And I go like, oh, there's another one. And I go, is it about a half inch apart? Which of course is the pitch of a chain. And I goes like, yeah, it's about a half inch apart. Like, oh, there's a third hole. So is it in line with the other two, another half inch apart? Yeah. How do you know that? So, well, I had a hunch. So she starts to clean it up, and then she says, like, I can't put stitches in here because whatever liability, blah blah blah. So I can just put a Band-Aid on. I'll put a couple Band-Aids on, and maybe that will solve it. But if not, then here's an address for a walk-in clinic you can go to get stitches. But do you have insurance? Go, no, of course I don't have insurance. Not on the States, so I can't afford it. So anyways, put the Band-Aids on. Hopefully that will help. And then I was just barely out the door there, and those Band-Aids just fell off, just completely soaking red. So I found some more tissue, and I just walked around with it, holding this on my head. And even in the evening, like it was still bleeding. I thought, what am I going to do? I'm not going to go to this first aid station. So I took what every engineer would do. I took some extra paper towel, put it on my head, took duct tape, and taped it on my head, like under my chin, over my head. And I went to sleep, and the next morning it was sealed shut, and we could go and do the show. So
perfect.
There you go. So let's see, what questions do we have? Carlo, do you have any questions you want to put up there, or let's see. I think actually I look now at the time. I see it's 2:00. Oh, Mark. Thanks for coming back. If a Ferrari is made to conquer an Alp, a Porsche the Autobahn, what's the Explorer RaceMax trained to conquer? I think it's supposed to conquer the world, is it not? I think the RaceMax is supposed to conquer all these places you can't get to with a Ferrari or a Porsche. That's just what I would say. Like, I mean, maybe I hope there's a bike rack on both of those cars, and so you can get to some sort of place. And then
I think our BMW is our preferred car to put a rack on, right?
I was just gonna say that, Daniel. Of course, it's no match for a BMW, but especially an i3. Although that can't really take a bike rack, but yeah, that's what I would say, Mark. So thanks for the question. I also think it is time for. It's 2:00. So doesn't that mean that Jeremy Powers is somehow knocking on the door trying to get in?
Oh
wow!
Were
you just waiting for me to mention the name? That's amazing. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
I'm feeling a little worn, worse for wear, anyways. But
you guys are just getting ready to go now. You guys are just getting ready to go. This is when we take that in Italy. We take that single shot of espresso, boom, and we're ready to go out the door.
We were speculating it was going to be the water bottle with champagne and a sugar cube.
Okay, that's fine.
Maybe that's too old school for you. I don't know.
No, I'm down for that. That sounds
but
good.
there might be a power gel in my future somewhere if I still had those around. But
you ready for your next 3 hours, Jeremy?
Yeah.
So your show the rest of the next 3 hours.
Just finish it off in style there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's
Get
great.
a DJ set going on for the last 35 minutes.
I could do that. I could do
All
that.
the decks?
I got the decks over here. I'd have to do a little work on those, but I could get those going.
Get the 1s and 2s going.
Yes, that would be fun. That would be fun.
You have a couple of bikes in the background, Jeremy. What do you have for us?
Yeah, I've got a couple here. This is where I do a little bit of work, but just some things to remember here. This is that's a Pan Am jersey there. There's some magazine covers here that I was Velo News one there. This is a Peloton, an old cyclocross magazine one. I don't even know what this one is. That's me winning somewhere, maybe Colorado or something. This actually is my garden. This is my garden stuff that I have here that I'm going to get into at some point here. But some big fans will appreciate this. This is a West Vlieteren that I got. This is from it says December 18th, 2016. So if you guys know the big famous brewery over in Belgium, West Vlieteren, properly in West Flanders, almost out to the coast. That's like been marked the most famous beer in Belgium, in the world, in fact, many, many times. And then this is a bike that I won the national champs on back in must have been 2014 in Boulder. Still got the mud on it. Down there is a Cannondale that I raced must have been the 2010 season on. Then beyond that, there's another one. And a green screen, a television, turntables, and a bunch more bikes. So, yeah, a couple things. We're working on a new studio over here, a new little set. So I've got some projects in the works. I've got some reclaimed wood and things that are going to be going on the back here that I'm getting excited about. Yeah.
Very good. So I saw where you were going with that. So I have some magazine covers here. So to complete that game, Jeremy. So we have a nice 3T Strata here on Tour Magazine. Maybe not appropriate for this show, but here we got bicycling with one of the 10 greatest bikes of all time.
Wow.
One I particularly like myself, another Tour Magazine. They seem to like us there. Maybe Pro Cycling. I don't know if you ever made it to the cover of Pro Cycling. I mean, it's not me personally, but at least there's a brand name on there that I had something to do with.
I like that.
Let's see what we have here. Of course, we have the Explorer here on Road Bike Action. Always appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's all that I could find so quickly because I'm not as organized as you are.
No, that's fine.
I don't have what looks like a trash can next to my desk so that I can always whip them out when I have to impress people. So maybe
I'll put them back nicer after so it looks good next time. I honestly, these just kind of live here for, a reminder every once in a while. I can't say that I look at them often. There's also this bear on the bottom here from a road stage race that I won. Very prestigious one, the Green Mountain Stage Race up in Vermont. It's pretty serious stuff.
I had some trophies. I tossed them all out because I thought what I need this stuff for. But I had this these trophies from the Tour of Dubai. I think it was Tour of Qatar. Was it Tour of Qatar? What's the thing that was? It was probably Tour of Qatar, where the first race that the Cervelo test team did, and they were like the night before. Andreas Clear explained to everybody how you ride in the echelon, and then they finished like they had like 7 guys in the top 14 or something because they just said, Andreas Clear said at some point they say huh, and then we just all go. So at some point they huh, and then surprise everybody, and they went, and they just had 7 guys in the lead group of 14. And so then they every day, because they were so hyped in the GC, they collected all these prizes and they didn't know what to do with them. So they had this like a golden ship, which was a prize for being second in whatever classification. Like it was just nothing, but it was like real. When you think that this real Middle Eastern, like we're gonna go completely overboard with this golden thing. I And then, of course, this trophy fell apart like within 3 weeks. Like it was all like the cheapest, shittiest stuff. It just looked really impressive from the outside.
I love
But
it.
yeah, I don't have any cycling trophies. I think certainly I don't have any that I would have won myself.
Hey.
But
the guys you helped go fast did, though, which is beautiful.
That's it. So
Yeah.
I realized quickly that I needed to get other people on my bike if it was going to be anything impressive. So speaking of which, I guess you have been on the RaceMax for a little bit in the last week or so, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think there's some videos going up on GCN on that just have or are going pretty soon. Or want to chat a little bit about your experience the last week?
Yeah. So I do have one, and I've been riding it for the last week or so. It's been real fun. We did a piece on GCN Tech, just came out maybe a day or two ago. But it's done well. You know, a lot of great comments, a lot of people that have reached out or messaged me are excited to upgrade their previous Exploro to the new Exploro. They felt like everything that they want is in the new Exploro. They've been so excited about it. So a lot of great things. The bike, I think people were saying that they really thought it was beautiful, the paint and the way that it looks. You know, it is very unique bike, you know, in the way that it's shaped and the technical features of it, all the way from, you know, the proprietary stuff down to the bits that you guys have thought out. So kudos to you guys. I know a lot of people were excited to have a database about the tires. I think that's something, you know, I'm sure you guys have spoken about at length here on this, live stream, but the WAM and RAM, I think is really is a cool thing. And I think that I told you offline, I think you should really put some effort into that list being extremely comprehensive, because I can envision a place where I would say, wait, if I put that on this rim and I put that tire on there, I wonder what that actually measures and would it fit? And I think that would be a really great resource for the future. So yeah, I mean, I know that a lot of people have been wondering that very question as to how does this actually measure out, and how do these wheels and tires fit? And I think
it's the eternal question of gravel, right? Will this tire fit?
Yeah, it really is.
So, and then of course, I mean, also connected to that, when you start thinking about that, you know, it's will it fit, but also what will the handling be like, right? So that's also a nice part of that. If you could immediately connect it to, if this is the geometry of your bike, then this tire will make your your bike handle this way, and this tire will make it handle, you know, differently because your trail changes and things like that. So.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of things you could do with that. If you know, for someone who didn't have a day job already, I'd be right on the suggestions you made to me offline. And the reality of the world, I have to see which ones I can actually jump on. But yeah, we'll.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I know. That's what you need to put. That's what you need to sick the everybody else on. You got to be like, hey, you got to do this project. You got to make this an app. You got to do this thing. You got to do that thing. Get these things. Get these ideas into the world. But that was cool. And I you know, we talked a lot in the tech video about the different features. You know, from the proprietary headset design from King Creek that you guys have brought up. I thought that was unique. And I actually wanted to ask that question because I feel like, you know, in a 12-minute video or whatever I did, right? You can't ask I couldn't ask you guys every single question, but I did want to know what makes that different, the headset design on the Exploro, different than, say, like another bike that we might see, a Specialized or something like that. Like there's been a lot of optimized bikes, but what makes the Exploro headset different than another aero bike that we might have seen out there?
Well, you know, I think I am not sure. I said this about something else. Like sometimes you come up with an idea and then you think about I cannot understand why this opportunity was left there for me, right? Like it's this. So you know, if you know, I mean, on the aero bike, even if it's a pure road bike, in the end, it's no different. Maybe the dimensions are a bit different, but the principle is the same, right? If you want to keep everything as narrow as possible, okay, that's great. You make your head tube narrower, but then you also think, well, my steer needs to have a certain size so that it's you know, strong and stiff and has all those requirements. So if you want to make your head tube as small as possible, and you want to make your steer as big as possible, then of course the space between those two, which is your bearing, you want to make as small as possible, right? So, I mean, that's not rocket science, that's logical. So, I mean, what's the bearing made out of? It's an inner race, a bunch of balls, and then an outer race. So, I mean, these inner and outer races have certain thicknesses that you can't go any thinner, because then there's no material left. And so then it comes to the balls. So if you want to make that ball fit in as small a space as possible, you have to make the balls as small as possible. So, theoretically, this all sounds, pretty straightforward, right? So then you just have to figure out what's the smallest size you can do, and can you make this? And so I don't really see any drawbacks, especially because then, okay, the smaller ball can take less load, but because they're so small, you can fit more of them, around your bearing. So in the end, the total load carrying capability is actually the same. It's not the same per definition, but in this case, it turns out pretty much the same. And so, yeah, you think, well, what's the drawback here? What am I missing? And I mean, the only drawback is that it's expensive. Sure. I mean, a smaller ball is, a bit harder to make than a big ball, because the roundness and everything, your requirements are a bit higher. And of course, you need to make more of them. So there's significant extra cost in that bearing. And to the level that the manufacturer, that's super concerned about cost, would not do it. Mm-hmm. But if you're like us, and it's easy for us not to be super concerned about cost, because we're not trying to make a $500 bike, right?
Right.
But still, I think that, okay, if you're not making that, or if that you're at least not exclusively making $500 bikes, you're also making really expensive ones, then you can also afford to spend some dollars more on the headset. So,
is the lower race, is it, so it's larger? I know it was 1 1/4 up top, I believe, and 1 1/2 down lower. And I think
no, it's 1 1/8 at the top, which is pretty standard, and then on the bottom, so the head tube is basically as if it was a 1 1/4 steer, but then the steer is actually 1 1/2.
Yeah. So then Rene was saying that it's a little bit stronger down low, and like it was supposed to be narrow. I think I said it as how did I phrase it? I said something like anyway, narrow and arrow, and like really, and built up in more strength down low, is I think how I described it, of something in that nature.
Yeah, it depends on what you compare to what, right? So I mean, 1 1/2 at the bottom is a pretty standard steerer size for a gravel bike, but then obviously that normally also goes with a pretty big, darn big head tube size, right? So yeah, we still have that steer, but we don't have that enormous head tube that
right.
is normally associated with it. So
yeah, it's definitely a unique bike, and I've been like staring at it a lot. I don't want to beat it up too bad. I don't want to like bring it out and beat on it too much, but I've been staring at it, and yeah, people that have come through have also been surprised by it. And I also, I personally, I can't say that I'm like the most tech guy in the world, but I had to ask Rene the most wild question, because I had never seen a front fork bolted through the fork to a flat mount caliper like that, where the metal grommet that usually is made there has been taken out. And I don't know, it looked like you guys mounted a rear caliper to the front brake without that, because it just sits right on the carbon.
That's pretty much what it is. Yeah. I mean, at least you use the front and rear caliper are the same anyways, right? Other than the bracket. So, but yeah, it's mounting it the rear way anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I just had never seen that done before, and has anyone ever done that before? And I'm asking out of like ignorance, but.
Well, I had done it on a different brand before.
Okay.
So, fair. But that was a little bit easier because it was not an aero fork, so it wasn't very deep.
Aha.
So here, it was a little different to get that done. So the structure is a bit different, but so yeah. I mean, the thing is, of course, the standard bracket there is so you can flip between 140 and 160 millimeter rotor size. But the reality is nobody's going to put a 140 on the front on a gravel bike. So, you don't need this flip-flop capability. So you're just introducing a piece that, adds weight, adds complexity, adds, 2 more bolts, and doesn't really give you. So theoretically, there's an adjustment, but you would never make the adjustment. So it's
yeah, I understand. Pretty unique design feature there. And then what else did I hear a lot about? I heard a lot about. Well, a lot of people were happy to see some updates on the frame binding bolt that attaches the seat post. A lot of comments about being like, "Oh man, we're happy to see that." That's been something that I guess people wanted to see. And then weirdly, I got a couple messages about the Synthase skewers. Also, people seem to love these skewers. I'm not exactly sure why because I've never used them, but people.
Because Synthase is that's really it's kind of a crazy company, but it's also a great company, right? They don't make compromise to anything. It's just all engineering, and if that's the right solution, they don't care if it looks goofy. They don't care if people for whatever reason don't like it. But that's the correct solution engineering wise. That's what they're going to go with. And with these through axles, there are a lot of through axle options or systems, right, where just the pitch of the thread is different or some other things, and people think a through axle is a through axle, but when you actually test them, you see that between a good and a bad through axle, the stiffness that it brings to the system can be off by a factor of 2. So it's really important. And these Synthase ones just they've done everything right. So it's a part that most people don't pay any attention to, but could actually have a big effect. And so I've always liked the Synthase. It's just correct engineering, right? I can appreciate that. And of course, now you have a lot of through axles that sort of go a different way with these sort of half through axle, half dropout kind of things, so that you can switch your wheel a second faster. And that may be important if you're doing the Tour de France, but our customers aren't.
Yeah.
So to put that on a consumer bike and just give away that stiffness. Just because maybe at some point you have a flat, and then your flat's switching your flat. It's going to take you a couple minutes anyways without a team car. So what's that extra second? It's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, well, not only that too. I think that there is you're definitely in a very specified market, one, but two, you're also running like quite voluminous tires in theory on this bike. Big tires that are going to be, I presume, tubeless in many cases for a lot of riders, and they're going to have sealant that in hope would seal that flat up. So I see.
The number of cases that it happens is certainly less than it would be on a road bike. Yeah, that's,
practical for sure. More practical, definitely.
It depends on your bike handling skills as well, of course. If you know how to hit everything, you might still flat from time to time. It's
for sure.
Not everybody has your skills, Jeremy.
No. That's fine. That's fine. So but I really enjoyed it. If anyone's watching and they haven't seen the piece, my dog also makes a cameo in there, which is he's very excited about it. He's not here right now, but he was really ecstatic to get his debut on the GCN Tech channel. He's
excellent.
Yeah, this is a big deal for him. So he's gotten a lot of fan mail. He's feeling like pretty on top of the world right now today. He's been really excied about this.
He's been auditioning for a while and he finally made it.
Yeah, he also wanted me to send you guys a bill, but I said that's not come on. So anyways, just something to think about for the future.
Does he go out when you ride? Does he run along or?
He's 10 now, so he's not doing a lot of cycling and riding, but we do hike every day. I take him out for about 45 to an hour. So yeah, we have a good time with it. And one of us, my wife or someone, always takes Moose, our dog, out for a good rip. I do run with him though, but we don't ride anymore. It's just a little too quick on his legs. If I go, it's super slow if we do ride at all.
Right.
He's old. He wants to smell stuff, man. Hey, there I am. There he is. There is the dog. Hey, Moose. Just a small cameo, just a little Easter egg for the fans. That's
excellent.
Awesome.
Well, there we go. He now has two appearances then.
That's right. That's right.
On a live show and a tape one. So excellent.
Yeah, and yeah, I could ask you 100 more questions, but I don't want to command. I just want. I'm just
go
here.
right ahead. Then
No,
we'll flip it around.
I was curious. I was also curious about what you think the ultimate tire is. Because I love tires, and I've been thinking a lot about this and having this discussion, not just about the Exploro and everything that's coming up. Although it is really impressive that this bike can handle a 60C tire. But I've been talking a lot about, like, what do you think the ultimate tire is? And I know that when we have chatted offline as well, we've talked about, like, the different style of riders that are out there. Someone that's like very racer oriented, or someone that wants to do like more exploring or like hardcore adventuring, and like what you'd go to. And I don't know, what is your, if you had to pick one or two pair of tires in maybe 700C and 650, what would you go with? I have my ideas, but I'm curious of yours.
Well, I mean, if I had two wheel sets, so I mean, the great thing about having two wheel sets is that you can go on extreme on both of them, right? Because if the one tire really doesn't work, you still have the other one.
Sure.
So then I would build up one with something like a Pirelli Cinturato Velo 35mm road tire, because I mean that's great on the road, especially when the roads, of course, are not so nice. And you can ride a lot of gravel with that as well. Certainly here in the Netherlands, you can ride virtually everything on that. Also, like the forest baths and things like that.
I had to say, not to chop you, but that is literally the tire that I'm using for almost everything. Yeah, even very aggressive, like kind of chunky gravel, this 35C Cinturato from Pirelli. I have it on my bike right now, mounted up, and you can go over almost anything. It's insane how it's a very well thought out tire, and it mounts up quite
the
wide.
Volume, right? I mean, you need the volume, and then that's a. I mean, Pirelli, they know their rubber compounds, so that's the other thing. Like, it's a pretty sticky tire, even when the roads are wet and things like that. So I mean, the one thing is the volume, the other one is just the compound that they. I mean, I don't see how they can ever make money with their road, like their bicycle tires, because they just treat it like a Formula One tire or a road tire, or I mean, it's insane the amount of effort they put into making these compounds, and they go like, we've noticed with testing some other bike tires that some brands use the same rubber compound for all their tires, and we don't understand that. I go, well, maybe your accountant understands why that is, but who am I to tell you?
Yeah, right.
But so that's one, and then on the other end, I would then I would go with the 61mm width as measured G1 all round, like Schwalbe G1 all round. So that 2.25 inch would be the labeled size, and then on 650B, of course. So I think if you have those two at the extremes, then you're pretty well off for whatever you're going to encounter. I mean, there's a G1 Byte as well that fits into that category. So that's another option, which is a strange tire because that's labeled a 2.1, but it's basically the same size as that 2.25 all around. So I'm not sure what's up with that.
Well, you would know because you've done all the research.
Well, I know what they measure. I don't know why the labels are like that.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I have to say, in total transparency, I don't know a ton about the 650B life because I haven't done enough of that. I've always been in the 700C range, and so I haven't really done like an extensive amount of 650B, crossover stuff and. But now, and I haven't had a bike that would accept a 60C tire. So I do, this is a little bit of homework for me, and I'm excited to test it out and to find out kind of what is possible and to get some big tires on it. Because I also think the bikes look super cool when they've got drop bars, but with mountain bike tires. It makes me feel like I'm going back to like the old school SoCal, like, tearing it up.
Tom Ritchie,
yeah, that life.
So no, I think, and it also, I mean, in a bike shop, that really stands out when you have the bike like that.
Yeah.
So, but of course, I mean, as we talked about a little bit before, and also in the presentation, it's, the tire you need. Of course, it depends on the terrain, but it also depends on the rider, right? The rider skill and the rider speed. So, of course, you don't need as much grip and control as I do to stay upright, right? I mean, you have better handling skills and better balancing skills from all your years of cyclocross and everything, right? So yeah, it'd be pretty crazy terrain before you need that tire. I need that tire a lot sooner, and by the time you need that tire, like, you probably need other things as well, including a full face mask and other things, right? So it's kind of logical that you haven't mentioned in that. But that said, also there with today's tire technology, it's quite amazing how well those tires roll. So you look at those tires and you go like, wow, that's going to be really sluggish. But then when you ride that, it's amazing how fast that bike is with that tire, because you always have in your mind like mountain bikes and things like that. But the main reason these mountain bikes are slow is because you're sitting upright on it, not because of those tires. I mean, in the old days, because those tires weren't that good either. But now there's a lot of road bike technology that goes into those mountain bike tires, just like there's now a lot of road bike technology going into those gravel tires, right? So instead of those gravel tires just being, slightly handicapped cyclocross tires, they're now really proper road bike tires with the proper tread on it. So I think there's been a ton of development the last 5 years on tires of all these different sizes, and that means you can go bigger without it feeling like you're riding something that's awful.
Yeah, for sure. And then the last one that I was thinking about too with this was obviously gear range. And my bike comes with the new, you guys sent it over with the new SRAM Access Wide. So it's got a 4330 up front, and then it's got a 3610 in the back. And I don't know exactly how that plays out, but having been on like Force 11 speed, where most of my training days were on an 11, I think it was an 1132 46 up front. Obviously you learn how to pedal a big gear with a 46 32 on some steep, long, like 12-minute 15 20-minute climbs around where I live. This kind of where we've gotten to from just 5 years ago, the technology that exists and the ability to like get up things is pretty wild. I was like really impressed by that, but I also think it's cool, like the mullet style, where you've got this 1050 in the back, and you've got like a 40 or 42 or whatever. I don't know, maybe even a 38. I don't know what people are running on those combos yet.
Yeah,
but
between 38 and 42, I would say is the
I mean, I feel like if you've got a 40 or a 42, 1050, the sky's the limit. You should be able to get up literally anything if you go from a 38 to a 42, and you've got 60C tires on there. Really, where do you want to go now?
You can even go crazy. I mean, depending, of course, what your normal cruising speed is, right? But for somebody like me, I mean, I have a bike where 3411 is my biggest gear, and for me, that's enough, right? I mean, the only time I need more is on the descent, and I'll just wait until I would spin out eventually anyway. So whether I spin out at 50 kilometers or at 60 kilometers an hour, like it's going to keep accelerating until 70 regardless. So it really doesn't make that much difference if I have 3411 or 4011. So, but when you do that, like, and now you put an 1150 on or something like that, now I have 3450. I mean, you can ride up the wall, right?
That's right.
And it's, but it's also even, for example, when you do the Midwest, right? I don't know. Of course, I'm just a stupid foreigner, but I always assumed the Midwest was pretty flat. But not where they do these events. Like maybe they did that on purpose, right? But the first time I did on Monzo, I did it with Steve Head, and he said, just bring the tire or the bike that you think fits the biggest tires that you have. And so this was a Paris-Roubaix bike from 2009 from Torushoff. They used to finish third. That's why I still had it. Thought, oh well, that's got some more clearance, so I'm going to bring that. But this was sort of my museum bike, so I didn't really want to do anything to it. So I kept the gears that were on it.
Okay.
And I mean, Paris-Roubaix, there's no climb, right? So the inner ring was a 44 or 46 or something like that. And of course, the cassette was 1125. And but I thought, oh, it's the Midwest, right? I mean, that must be the Paris-Roubaix of the US. What do I know? So when I got there, and then Steve said, "There's some climb." So I was persuaded to put at least 11:28 in the rear. But 46:28, that's a pretty big year for. I mean, it probably was a big year for you, but it was certainly a big year for me.
That's a
you know,
huge
as
year.
a total hack to go, and then you know, we did the 100-mile, right, and then at mile 95, you know, there's still these climbs where, like, oh, that's so. Then when I went back, you know, with the proper you know, gravel bike that I designed after that, I went with that 3440 as my smallest gear, and I got the mile 95, and you know, at the back end of the race where I tend to be comfortable.
You learned your
And
lesson.
and I was the only one to ride up that hill, right? Everybody was walking, and I thought, like, yeah, I did that last year. But everybody was riding Torgushov's bike all of a sudden, and I had a proper one. So you know, I mean, you cannot, the time you lose walking up a hill or walking anything, right? You cannot make up elsewhere, right?
For sure.
So never mind how your legs feel after walking, something like that. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, anyway, I'm looking forward to doing a couple more big rides and getting out there and checking stuff out. I think the bike that I have has some Schwalbe G1s or something like that on it. Something to that, I don't know. But they measure out. I measured them out. They're well over 40C and 700. What is the maximum that the bike will accept in 700C?
Well, I mean, it depends on. I mean, the width is not really limited, right? You could go also to 60, except you can't find a tire that, you know, if of course it's 700C at 60, it will be too tall, right? So you can't really. I mean, the maximum, the limiting factor there is that radius, right? So that ram rather than the WAM.
Yeah.
Whereas on 650B, it's the other way around. Like the radius is usually not too big, but the width is, of course, where you're gonna. So that's sort of the difference between those two. But yeah, there's some Schwalbes that measure out to about 42 millimeters on.
Yeah, that's what I think
that wheel set you have. So
I think that's what it measured out at. It was like around 42. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Pretty sweet.
That's consistent.
That's a huge
that's
tire.
A different tire on a different rim, and it still measures out the same. This Ram Wham thing might really be.
It might be something.
Really catch on.
Yeah. It's pretty cool, and it's got I have a pair of calipers as well, so I've done it because I've done it. You know, with cyclocross, the maximum tire width that you can have to keep riders from. Well, originally it was really to kind of like bring the sport, you know, more palatable for international field. You know, you'd have all these World Cup riders. They'd have 50 sets of wheels, and you'd have like people like myself flying over, and then someone that was already, you know, had an advantage of being on the home court, they'd also have an arsenal of 50 wheels essentially. And so what the UCI did is they made the maximum with 33. But I was always playing with tire widths from different manufacturers, you know, handmade tires, really trying to play with different compounds, silk on the side, you know, latex tubes, thinner, thicker tubes, different compounds on top. I loved tires. I always nerded out on tires, but I always measured them because truthfully, even a small adjustment on the casing or a difference in material that the casing was built with, and just the idea that they're mounted up on different wheels potentially. We always ran zips on the racing team, but yeah, even just the different treads that we would have put on. Like I'd have them take, you know, a tread from a Vittoria or a tread from another company, strip it off, and then place it on the casing, just because I wanted to test and see what that felt like underneath that casing. And the manufacturer FMB, which is Francis Mourabont, he would help out, and he would always be able to make something cool. But sometimes the calipers would show that, you know, that tire would measure out at like 34 if we put the wrong, you know, if we didn't mill it down enough. And so then if I were to try to race that tire, I wouldn't be able to. So I definitely have played with, you know, without actually knowing how to describe it, I've definitely looked at this before. And the other thing that a lot of cyclocross tires do, and I'm sure you saw this as well, right? And this is kind of the ram of it, right? Is that a lot of the tires, they peak kind of at the tip, you know, I got to go this way to get it right. But they have like, you know, the treads like not just super round all on its own, or it's not super square. We've talked about this too, but a lot of the cyclocross tires, I can't get this right, they do have a bit of a knob up top because they use that chevron pattern, and they actually come up with a little bit of like a kind of like a little bit of a stair as they get taller. So it almost goes from like, let's say the tread is like a 2 millimeter, but at the tippity top, it's actually 2.5, which does weirdly change stuff if you're talking about a bike, a cyclocross bike that's tight. I personally love a tire that like has a little bit of different depths at the really tip top. It just seems like it creates like a very nice round pattern. And I personally like the way that tire carves in a cyclocross bike at that size. But yeah,
you also, of course, the cyclocross often have areas that are looser than you would normally find in gravel, right? Or like
100%.
either looser or muddier, depending on what the weather is like, right? So
yeah, I always say for a gravel bike, like 40C's, is a nice place to hang out if you're going to run 700C wheel. 40, 38 plus, like 40, because you can really hit stuff and you don't have to worry. You know what I mean? You can go out and have a great ride. There's enough volume in the tire. There's things can move. If you really want to bomb out, then go 650. But on the cyclocross tire, you take a 34. You're looking for problems if you're going to do some of the gravel stuff. So all these things have very specific lanes that they should be in. And cyclocross bike, definitely cyclocross tire for a cyclocross bike, and gravel for a gravel bike. I think we can all agree that like over 36 is the minimum, I would say, for proper gravel bike if you're going to be doing anything with any amount of chunk in it.
Yep, I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah, for sure.
So, good.
How much longer do you guys have? What are you guys doing?
We have 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, so we're almost at the finish line there. We just got to get our caffeine pill and off we go.
What was the winner's time of Kansas? Wasn't it 10-ish hours?
Oh yeah, that's true. We're coming up on that was just under 10, right? Didn't he crack 10 for the first time at Colin Strickland last year?
Why didn't you guys go with that? We're going to celebrate the winner's time. No, you wanted to do 12 though. You wanted to go big. 12 hours.
We could still pack it in. The original idea was 24 hours, and then 2 weeks ago I was like, "Does it make any difference if we do 24 or 12?" First there was also an idea of 21, which is the maximum finishing time at Dirty Kansas. But I'm not unhappy that we cut it from 24 to 12. I have to say, it's been. So I just have to ask you one more question. Do you give your bikes nicknames?
No, I really don't. I mainly say that they're, I do say sometimes if they're really they really look good, I'll be like, oh man, I got to bring her inside. I got to bring her inside. I got to have her dry. I do keep my bikes in like a climate controlled garage, not like professionally climate controlled, but it's just not outside. It has insulation in it, and it's underneath my home, so it does stay warmer and it's dry. I have a humidifier in there and stuff like that. So the bikes do have a higher quality of life than just being out in the garage, so to speak. And I do treat bikes pretty well. I do have like a good protocol of anytime they get muddy or dirty or too dusty. After, I would say, the maximum amount of rides, this is the type A in me, maybe 5 rides, and then I clean it, maximum. So I'm always keeping up with my stuff. Just like it to work good. I don't like it creaking. I don't like it looking like crap. And being on GCN as much as we are, people notice that stuff. They're like, hey, that bike's creaking. That bike was all dirty. What are you doing? So it really does. The stuff got to look right,
So do you have any dirty bikes just because, from the last race, you just, it wasn't right to clean them, or
this one still has, that one
Yeah.
still has the mud on it. Another one down there. Yeah, I've got a few, and I've got a couple of skin suits that I never washed or anything like that. Just kind of left, so they were, they are nostalgia. You know what I mean? They've got that depth. Yeah,
I have that too. My favorite is to collect the bikes from Peru Best. So I have a lot of, but man, after I'm pretty stacked up pretty closely, and then 10 years later, you try to get them, and man, it's a mess. Holy cow. It doesn't really. I know some people just put a clear coat over top of the mud, but I never really thought that would really work well. So
I don't think so. I think you just let it be. When it wears off, then the memory's still there. It was dirty. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think it's always funny to ship a bike back dirty too. I always think that's pretty cool. You're like, okay, cool. This bike's all muddy. I have to clean it because it's going up on the wall anyway, and boom, there it goes. Niels Albert and Wout van Aert have some bikes at Niels Albert's bike shop in Belgium, and we checked in with those guys over the early, during the Tour de France last year. And I went to Niels Albert's shop, and he's got 3 or 4 bikes from Wout van Aert's World Championships in his shop, and they're filthy, absolutely filthy. And I was thinking, this is another level, because this is half of the field looks like it came in. There's more dirt than there is bike at this point.
Some media do that after they have received a test bike from us. There, when they're done riding, they ship them back dirty. That's not so cool.
All right, yeah, that's amazing.
Now my favorite on the I have this 2009 Torusho bike, and so there's blood on the bar tape. I think it's pretty. There's white bar tape, and then there's blood because the week before he crashed at the final sprint of the Tour of Flanders, and then he I don't know, he tore some stuff or whatever, and then he also crashed in Roubaix because he couldn't really hold his handlebar very well, and then there's this blood from anyways.
So you've got a bloody nostalgia.
Too much information. Yeah, there's plenty of dirt as well, and then I had the pre-Roubaix dirt and then caked on there for a couple of years, and then I took it to Almanzo. So then I added my own dirt over top of that. Then I thought I can't just clean off my own dirt, so I left it all, obviously. So it's that's really a mess.
I think if you're like, hey, I have Toro Hushov's bike from when he rode third at Paris-Roubaix, and it's got his blood on the bar tape on eBay. I'm just going out on a limb. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm going out on a limb. That's going for a pretty penny. I'm just putting that out there. Think about it.
Somebody wanted to have 60,000 euros, dollars, or pounds for Miguel Indurain Tour de France bike.
I know. I seen it. I think did it sell at 60K or is it?
I don't know.
I thought it did go for 40,000 euro.
That's nice, right? I mean, that's Pegoretti welded, so that's
pretty cool. Pretty cool bike.
You can't get a real Pegoretti anymore. So, but that's expensive. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is.
And of course, it doesn't have the cool Pegoretti paint job. Just has some lame Pinarello paint job.
That was a pretty bike, though, because I just did a piece on. I just did a piece on Indurain, and apparently the story is that like a woman won that at a local raffle, like where they like take tickets. And then they go off and this woman won it, and she ended up knowing it was super special. So she put it up on her like mantle or something like that for 20 plus years. No one knew where the bike went. And then like she got old enough and she's like, hey, I want to give this bike back to my family. And so then the family was like, hey, we're just going to give it back to Miguel. Cause like, what else are we going to do with it? And then I guess from there, it kind of made its way off into someone else, but it was ultimately, or something to that degree. Anyway, an older woman had the bike, realized that she wasn't going to like outlive the bike. The bike was going to be there.
The bike is barely being used. Just some older woman going to church on Sundays on this bike. And this Indurain guy rode it also a little bit.
This guy Indurain rode it. Yeah, unbelievable. So
the winning time last year was 9:58.49. So we are exactly 13 minutes away from that. And I'm not sure if we should just cancel the whole show at that point or if we should just have a moment of silence for our stupidity. And mostly, I'm just wondering why you didn't suggest to us before.
I don't.
A little late notice that we could have cut this short by another 2 hours, but we're getting them. I mean, we're so close now.
What? Yeah. Well, I mean, what are your other guys doing? Where's the rest of the crew? Where are they?
I have no idea. They lose to me all the time. They have to just zip open their sleeping bags and stuff, and especially Renee. I'm really suspicious of what Renee's doing. No.
Yeah, Enrique down there in Bergamo, tearing it up, holding down the fort.
Mm-hmm.
I have to sit now. Cannot stand up anymore.
You can seat it and give it into the chair.
You need to get those Comprex like muscle massage things, or one of those ice bath pants things.
You guys in Italy are starting at 9 a.m. right tomorrow?
Sure.
Well, you're already at the office, so you save yourself the commute. That's handy.
Dude, you guys have my favorite part about Italy is that single little teeny one-shot espresso. I love that. That is like probably the thing that I miss the most from traveling and being in. Oh man, that's the thing.
They couldn't do that for 2 months. I mean, these towns must have gone crazy.
I don't know what to even say. I mean, I miss it so much. That is like truly one of the things that I enjoyed about traveling and being out on the road was going to Italy, having a big meal, and then having a little shot of espresso after. It makes so much sense to me. I don't know why our culture doesn't have this. It just seems like the right thing. We have such like an espresso shot in the States is so, I want to call it, it's almost like diesel. It's so thick. It's so mean. It's got like 2.5 shots. You're jacked up. You don't know what happened. Like you eat this huge meal and then you're just like, kind of like, at least I am. I'm just like, like, I just like drank so much caffeine, but that little single shot of espresso from Italy is like perfect.
Well, come and try it. Coffee's ready.
I have a question for you guys. How many of you would still normally, if you weren't on this live stream, be awake right now? Be honest.
Well, I mean, the ones from Toronto, I would assume.
I guess so.
Yeah. It's not quite my bedtime, but we're not far off. Yeah.
No, I can't remember the last time. I was certainly on a bike-related thing that I was still awake at this time. I'm trying to. I don't do well with being tired. I get really cranky. So, but you know, when you have no choice, you have no choice. So, but certainly bike-related. I don't know why I would be up at this time.
I know, but
well, I would. I really have trouble sleeping after. I mean, don't do a lot of events, but in a race kind of thing. So I've done a couple of amateur things where it's a sort of a stage racey kind of thing, and you're really tired already after stage one, and then I cannot sleep. Or I can sleep, but I would wake up really 50 times in the night. Right? I don't know what. I'm always overheating then and whatever, and you're just. I don't know if that's maybe that's a common thing for stage races. I don't know, but I would certainly not be able to do a Tour de France or something just for that reason alone. I would, yeah. I wouldn't be able to get the sleep when I most need it, which will also happen now when this is over and I go and try and sleep. I may also lie awake. We'll see.
Rene, what about you? You would be up right now. You'd be hustling 2:50 in the morning. You'd be on your hustle.
Sure. I'd be nice and sleeping.
Yeah, okay.
Unless it would be in Toronto, then it would be throwing balls. That's what I did last time I was there.
Axes. That's what.
Axes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We took Renee to the axe throwing place last time he was in town.
Oh wow.
That sounds like a great thing to do when you're sleep deprived.
Yeah, it's fantastic with the jet lag. It's fantastic. Like, it's coming, guys. It's coming in that way. Get out of the way. Oh, sorry.
How is the division of labor? Who's throwing and who's catching? How does this work even? Like,
he, despite having no baseball or football background, wasn't the worst axe thrower on the team.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's awesome. Sounded like our man in the background there with the technical stuff has a question about bike packing. Carlos, shoot that up on the screen for us, or let us know what it is. We're ready. We're ready for your bike packing question. Let's hear it. Let's see what we got here.
With Jeremy. Okay, here we go.
What are all?
Oh yeah, this is a good one, Jeremy. Why don't you take it away?
Biking cycling destinations. Thank you, Adriana Shen. That's nice question. My favorite biking cycling destinations. I mean, if you haven't been to the south of France or that Mediterranean coast there, going down into Italy, just a shout to the 3T crew. Or if you haven't been over to the other side, which is Spain, like Girona or Barcelona, those areas I really love. That's probably one of my favorite places in Europe. And then in the United States, I would have to say that you'd probably go. You'd have to go to California. You'd have to spend time in California because there's so many great places to ride. Colorado would also be really awesome. And then if you were going to come over in like the fall, meaning like when we have our foliage, when all the trees are turning and everything like that, this is just a beautiful time to be in New England. And there's so many great routes to jam around on. So I would say if you're going to do something, in the middle of the summer, maybe go to Colorado or one of the places that are at high altitude, get a little bit of reprieve from being up in the mountains, although wear your sunscreen. If any other time of the year, or pretty much any time of the year, you should go to California because it's beautiful if you're in the U.S. And then in the fall in the U.S., I would have to say you'd have to come to New England, which is where I call home, because the foliage, meaning when the trees turn, colors and everything, is just absolutely breathtaking and is such a beautiful place. And Europe, I love down in the Mediterranean coast, and it's one of my favorite areas to ride a road bike, but also I'm sure there's great packing in the mountains just not far from there. So I don't know. I can't speak to Europe as much as I can to the States, but I'm sure that these gentlemen here with me can help out.
And have you done D2R2 or something like that in Massachusetts?
Absolutely.
Can you combine that with Indian Summer or whatever it's called, Native American Summer, or I don't know what's called.
Yeah, D2R2 is a local event for me, so it's not far at all. It's only maybe 20 minutes here from where I am, and I know the organizers very well from the Franklin Land Trust, which the event benefits. but it's one of the prettiest rides, in this area. And I train on a lot of the roads that they use for that. And we also have a small event that we do for our foundation that I have with my friends, and we crisscross some of the roads and we talk about different ways to get through certain sections and things like that. So really good crew at the D2R2 if you're looking for a destination event. They usually have about 3,000 riders come out each year. It's a super fun, can be very epic if you want it to be, in fact.
Yeah, but it's also very family oriented, right? There's a real family distance. You can take your trailer and whatever if you want.
Really pretty ride for the family ride. Absolutely.
Yep.
What about you guys?
Can I go first? Because I have little imagination. I'm afraid that otherwise Renee's going to take it. But I'm going to go for the Strada Bianchi in Tuscany. Especially doing the Eroica, like the combination of doing those roads and doing it on a bike that is SDI shifters and all that kind of stuff. It makes you appreciate, on the one hand, modern bike technology, and the other hand, you realize that everything was already there 40 years ago, except the brakes really suck, and the shifter keeps shifting even though you're not touching any levers. But other than those two little details, it's great. And doing an event with these old style aid stations is just amazing. I remember getting to the first stop, and it's like, so what is to eat here? Well, you can have bread with olive oil and salt on it, or bread with a red wine spread on it, and then of course wine with it to go, because can't trust the water. And then I remember there's a really long climb, and then you get to the top and they serve like a bean stew, ribollita, and so I go, and it's delicious. So we think, well, I'm at the top anyway, so you eat a bowl and you eat another bowl, and an hour after I think, I better get going there, and you get around the first corner and you go like, oh, that wasn't the top of the climb. And you have to climb another half hour with your gut just completely filled with this bean stew. That was one of the toughest climbing I've ever done for all the wrong reasons. But, so that's what I'd go with. Next up.
So let's go. I'll do out of Spain, Malaga. Yeah. I think you guys from GCN did the place to ride before to die. I think there was a video in Andalusia, in Malaga province. So I picked that place. Of course, because where I was born.
Coincidentally.
Yeah. So really nice mountains, road that's quite good too. Drivers in Spain, they have become way more respectful than they were years ago. So yeah, also Spain.
Love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's Adrienne Chen saying that she heard that Taiwan has some great cycling, and I can confirm that's true. Out of Taichung is fantastic riding.
You were in Morocco last year, right?
Morocco is fantastic. That was absolutely a great experience. Last year or a year and a half ago, was Nicaragua. That was really fantastic, because in Nicaragua there's only one asphalt road from north to south, or south to north, and the rest is all gravel. I can highly recommend that. And on my list is we have this Jeroboam gravel events, and we were supposed to have a Jeroboam Greece this year, and the pictures look stunning. So that's where I want to go riding. I think that is an undiscovered country for cycling, Greece. So I can tell you maybe next year if that is the best place to go.
Cool.
Yeah, over here, the western part of North Carolina is sneaky good. You get a ton of elevation, but without having to go high up in altitude. So that's my favorite place to head down, especially early spring. You escape the winter, and you get like just a warm enough climate to get real miles in, and tons of climbing. Like if Mount Mitchell is open, I think it's like the highest point east of the Mississippi, something like that.
Yes, it is.
And it's a 50-mile or 50-kilometer climb, and it's gentle. Like you're not going to kill yourself getting up it, but it's like whatever, 2.5, 3 hours of straight climbing, and you can't beat it without going up high and really suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, Mount Mitchell is a cool one. I just featured that climb on like top climbs in the U.S.
Yeah.
My top climbs. Although they said top climbs in the country forever, and I was like, I didn't say that. I just said it was my top 10. But neither here nor there. I took some crap for that, but I'm fine with that. But I put Mount Mitchell on there, so I definitely that's one that I have big memories of, and is it was kind of a wild little thing to be on the East Coast in such a big climb.
Yeah, and you get even the covered tunnels like you would in Italy as well.
Yes, really cool.
Yeah, which it's scary going down though, because you just use all senses, and it's just black until you can make the turn and see the light coming from the other end.
Yeah. Is that on the Blue Ridge Parkway? Because I've done a lot of riding on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and I remember a lot of nice tunnels, but I can't remember exactly the Mount Mitchell stuff like verbatim, to be honest. Like I've done it so long ago. Had to have been, I hate to say this, it had to have been almost 20 years ago that I rode there.
I think that counts as the Blue Ridge Parkway. Like it's
okay. It is.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can climb up, and then I think you like continue along the ridge for who knows how long.
Yeah. I went and looked at college down there once, and then I was pretty young. My friend and I, actually Todd Wells' younger brother, Troy Wells, and I drove down to Asheville in my parents' diesel pickup truck and made a weekend of it. And we tackled all those climbs and did all the riding on the Parkway. And I've since been back, but not into that area or to Mount Mitchell. But back then I did. So
Asheville, Brevard, like that whole area is an awesome place to base yourself out of for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that'd be great. Great living down there for sure.
Yeah, I'll mute myself, and if you got a spot to recommend.
Yeah, I mean, right here in our backyard, riding up to Tobermory and jumping in the Georgian Bay once you're up there, setting up camp. That's a beautiful ride. It's not too grueling. Lots of wildlife, rolling hills, just beautiful. That and riding around Algonquin Park, which is a really beautiful park we have here in Ontario. So, yeah.
Still want to try that when it's not snowing. You can go to Toronto one time when it's not snowing. It would be fantastic to try that.
Fun fact for you, Renee. Algonquin Park is about the size of the Netherlands.
All right. It's big enough. It's big enough.
So, only less than 2 hours now, so fun facts will keep coming.
It's the finish.
Yeah, you can basically see the end in sight now. Yeah. Oh my God, you guys have really taken this one on. Gerard's back. Are you feeling refreshed? Did you blitz an espresso? Are you ready to rock?
I don't drink coffee. The best I could find with a very little time was this.
Wow. So, Oreos, my son would freak out for those right now.
Well, I can digitally send one over, I guess.
I read something from someone that said no one ever created anything great from drinking tea. So what's your excuse for no coffee, Gerard? Let's hear it.
I drink tea. I just don't like it. The only time I drink coffee is if I feel socially awkward to turn it down. So basically, I think the last 10 years I've drank coffee 3 times, and 3 times it was when I visited Dario Pigaretti, and I didn't dare say no when he said, "Okay, here's an espresso."
That's cool. That's super cool.
And the funny thing is, like, it just as a cheap like vending machine, like with a plastic thing, and then the espresso, like it's not what you associate with. And then I would just, if he wasn't looking, I would just try to toss in a lot of sugar and just make it sort of drinkable that way. And then, but it takes a lot of sugar for me to be able to drink espresso. So I know these are terrible things to say associated with an Italian bike company, but I can't help it. I can't do it. So, I'm just trying to bring to further the name of tea as an invention inducing drink. This will be my calling in life now that I've heard from you. Where does this information come from?
Well, I have to. I don't know the exact source. I think I think I was reading something on the New York Times, and they were like,
New York
"Yeah,
Times
tell me
or
the
Reader's
last."
Digest?
There you go. Someone said, somebody, I'll Google it later and I'll send it to you. But someone said, tell me the last time that you know someone that wrote a great piece of, changing the world type piece based on drinking herbal tea. I can't find it, and I don't think you will either.
Herbal tea. Okay, now I.
But here's the thing. I have to say that now working with GCN, I'm in the UK all the time, and their tea protocol is very serious. They have like a whole thing going on with the, Earl Grey creamed tea, and you've got to have like this special thing, and there's a whole process that goes through it. And I got into it. I mean, I think it's cool. So we have a lot of great English breakfast teas, Earl Grey teas, and yeah, I switched over. I didn't drink coffee for like a couple of years. I just was like, yeah, I'm out. Like my son was born. I was like, yeah, we're not drinking coffee during the pregnancy, so we didn't do it. But we have someone helping now at the house with my son and the coronavirus, and we're all locked down. So now we have someone here, and she drinks coffee. And so I had to say, for the last like month, I'm back in, man. I'm back in. I'm in coffee life. I'm in coffee land again.
English tea is pretty much as strong as coffee, anyways, right? So.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daniel.
Doing your filming during the lockdowns? Is it just you setting up a tripod?
Dan. I am very proud of some of the pieces of content that I've been able to create by myself. Yeah, no, it is a piece. It is a lot of work, and I think the biggest thing for me is it takes a lot more time to create these pieces, and I think we've done a really good job at. There's some creators, some like presenters that have been able to have videographers like socially distance appropriately and been outside when the regulations were eased and things like that. But in the States, just my wife's pregnant, so we have really been super locked down and not really playing any games. So my content has all been shot by me, whether that's on like a green screen or here at the house, or even the video that I did for you guys. I shot that on a tripod and from some different angles, and I shot the bike and everything like that in slow motion. So we had the cutaways and things like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's impressive.
Hey, sometimes you gotta wear a couple hats. You know what I mean? I got another one over here if you want me to put it on. It's
It's the director hat.
Those
barista, DJ,
guys,
exactly.
not just a pretty face. Those cyclocrossers, they really are versatile guys.
Hey, but pretty cool. I honestly love that challenge, like learning. So for me, during this whole thing, being able to learn more about like shooting and ISO, like speed, on the cameras, the different colors, and I still am not good, but I'm all right. I'm getting by. I'm learning as we go here.
So if your program should continue a couple of more months for you then.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a great cameraman.
The editors are really the heroes of this because they can make things happen. I'm like, man, it didn't look like that when I shot. They're like, no, we had to do something. I'm like, hey, that's fantastic. That looks great now. Like you guys are good.
We're going with the grainy treatment for this footage. I see Jeremy already put it in.
Yeah, the hardest thing I think truly is focus. It is one of those things that you really like. If you shoot the whole thing, I can't tell you guys at the beginning, you'd shoot something and it's out of focus or the audio isn't right. I mean, there's a lot of things to think about. That's why people that shoot video, they get good living because they know what they're doing. They're good at it.
So you get double pay when you do everything yourself?
Well, Gerard, here's the thing about all that. No, but I am trying to. I told you guys the other angle with Moose. I'm trying to work on that.
Yeah, he's got to be getting.
That's how you're getting double pay.
That's right. I'm trying to work.
You get a GoPro in his head.
Yeah,
executive producer, I think, is the title.
Yeah. He's been barking orders at me. Sorry, I had to do it.
You didn't follow the orders.
Oh my gosh.
Well, as a pro athlete, you should be all about focus anyway, so I don't see it should be that much of a problem for you.
Yeah,
maybe it's because you're retired.
No, dude, the camera focus is a lot more moody or grumpy, as you would say, than a pro cyclist. I can tell you that right now. The damn thing, I swear to God, if you move it a millimeter, it's out of focus. You're like, why now? This all of a sudden, I did so much work to get that in frame, and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, no, it didn't happen. But yeah. I feel like one of the I was saying to someone the other day at work, I feel like one of the the dads that I knew growing up that like always had the cameras and the GoPros and stuff like that at the beach with the sticks and things like that. I'm that guy now. I'm that guy. I've got the selfie stick. I've got my cameras. I've like totally got my memory cards. I download my footage. Yeah, I am that guy. But it is, you know, this thing, this virus that has really changed a lot of things in the world. At least where I'm from, you know, in the States, there's like a lot of pretty big impacts, especially in Massachusetts, where I call home. I think it's just affected everybody so differently. If you have children, if you don't have children, if you're married, if you're not married, if you have a certain type of job or a different type of job, this has affected everyone differently. And so I just look at the good things that it's done. And I've become quite the camera crew over here of one for the time being. But I'm definitely looking forward to a new creator to be working with in the coming weeks here. We have quite a few people that have applied and are going to be joining me very shortly. So I'm excited for that.
Good. Well, thanks very much for coming on board, Jeremy. Really appreciate it. That's a good way for us to stay awake. So
yeah, man. Good. I hope you guys have. Do you guys have another guest coming in or what?
I think you were our final guest, the first one to sign on and or to agree to come on the show, and actually the last one in our rotation. So we are on our own for the last stretch into a pretty stiff headwind here, I think.
And a climb at the same time.
This is the moment in the ride where you realize like your bum hurts so much that you're just like, all right, man, I'm gonna hit out. I'll see you at the finish with a beer. I'll have one waiting for you.
Yeah, that's this is where I call the car to come pick me up, but I don't know the number.
All right. Well, I'll be thinking about you guys. I'm gonna go to bed.
Very much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you guys for the hospitality tonight. I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks for being good sport. Thanks, Jeremy.
Bye, guys. Bye, everyone that was watching. Thanks for having me.
Good day.
All right, so we're officially in this longer than the winner of Dirty Kansas.
Let's say we got some
great. So, do you have new questions that have come in, Daniel?
Oh, I thought we did. Okay. What was everyone's first bike that got them interested in cycling? Not their first bike, but which one sparked your interest?
All right. Who is going to start this one?
All right.
Can I?
Enrique, go.
Sure.
So mine was a road bike. It's a Spanish brand at that time. Was called Zeus. Then that brand was bought by Orbea, and then it disappeared. So Orbea took the brand. I don't know if you heard about that Zeus. I got that bike. My parents bought it to me when I was, I think, 9, 10 years old. Road bike. Because I was also racing at that time. So yeah, I think that was the one that really, let's say, create the most interest in cycling. Because before I was just cycling because of my father used to cycle too, and then with that one, it's like I started doing more seriously, I would say. So, and then since then, since then I'm in the business, kind of. Yeah.
Very cool. So, did you race that as well, or you just rode it?
No, I raced that bike too. And then when that bike became too small, then I need a bigger one. Then my parents decided not to let me continue, let's say, racing. So to focus a bit more on the studies and so on, because then at that age, like 12, 13 years old, then, stuff became a bit more serious. So then they didn't buy me anymore a road bike. So the only chance they gave me was a mountain bike. So then since that bike, then the next road bike I had was, when I started university again. So in between mountain biking.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
My first bike that sparked interest in cycling was a Batavus. I mean, if you're from Holland, you need either a Gazelle or a Batavus, I guess. The white one with the levers on the down tube, and it had double brake levers, I remember. Also you could brake this way. And that was from going from no gears to by, what was it then? 8, 9? That was a massive improvement.
How long ago it was?
That was like
6, 7, yeah.
I actually can cycle fast. Now it's fun. Yeah. Batavus still exist.
They don't really make road bikes anymore.
Alright. Okay. E-bikes, I suppose. E-city bikes. Yeah. It was an iconic brand at that time. Batavus.
Or maybe they do still make. Gazella definitely doesn't, but maybe Batavus still does. Yeah.
For me, it started out with BMX bikes, actually. So my brother's older friend had this really super lightweight Mongoose aluminum build, and I just loved the bike. And I took apart my 6-speed mountain bike and spray painted it silver to look the same, and learned all about how to put it back together. I was about 12 years old. And from then, I just kind of fell in love with it. Got into more endurance stuff later on and road cycling. So, but it started with that really lightweight BMX bike way back when.
Cool.
Nice. For me, maybe a bit of a controversial one. The bike that sparked my interest would have been the Trek. I think it was 5500, whatever Lance was riding to win his tours. Like I was a child of that generation. Yeah, allegedly. Of that generation of OLN and like the TV covering or cable TV covering the tour for the first time here in Canada. So that really got me going on it, and then I started riding more and more in the summers just to keep in shape for hockey, because that's what I was doing most of the time. And from that, became something I kept doing as hockey stops once you get too old.
Who's up next? Is it me?
Yeah, you're the one.
So, I mean, the first bike that really got me into biking is a bike I never owned. I just admired, which was a Wind Cheetah human-powered vehicle, 3-wheel bike by Mike Burrows. And that was just, I thought that was much cooler than actual, UCI type bikes. But of course, the designer of the Wind Cheetah is Mike Burrows, who also designed the original bike that became later the Lotus bike for Chris Boardman. So, and through that whole human-powered vehicle recumbent bike scene, I met people like Mike Burrows and Chad Kyle, who was the founder of the International Human-Powered Vehicle Association, but he was also a designer of the 1984 and 1996 Olympic bikes for the USA. So somehow all these recumbent bike people just pulled me towards UCI legal bikes, and that's how Cervelo got started, with a bet between Chad Kyle and myself on who could win the most medals at the 1996 Olympic Games, which was a pretty stupid bet on my side, because he was actually the chief of the whole US project to build bikes for Atlanta, and I had nothing. I didn't have a bike company. I didn't have people who would ride my bike or anything. So I was pretty far behind. But and they made the GT Superbike too, which was really quite an amazing bike. So in a way, he clearly won, except they missed the Superman position. So they won 0 medals. I won, obviously, 0 medals. So it was a draw. I thought that was a pretty good score for me. We did have one bike at the Olympics, but that was in the time trial when it was halfway through. It rained like crazy, and we were caught in that rain. Otherwise, we would have been at least 20th, but now we were 30th or something like that. But Eric Woolberg, a great Canadian time trialer who went on to then win the national championships 6 years in a row on a Cervelo. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, so Wind Cheetah would be my
That's not the Sorella you have on the wall, is it? That was in the Olympics?
No. That was it was a P2, aluminum P2. So no, there's the green bike. I think you're referring to that thing over there. Although I don't know if there's enough lighting in this room left to show anything. But that was just my graduation project. So
yeah, I think they have pictures of that still up in McGill.
Yeah, that was done for Johnny Bugno, so not for Eric. But they have that at McGill. Where in McGill do they have that? Really?
I think in the engineering building, when you go through some of the hallways, it's there still.
Really? Oh wow,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's pretty funny. I know. So I went to university here in the Netherlands. My brother also studied mechanical engineering. He went 3 years earlier, and then so his son was interested in also studying mechanical engineering. So he went to the open day at the same university, and they showed him a little video to introduce, what mechanical engineering is about. And it was like a 1 minute video. And they had both his father doing something for Philips, where they were, the night watch painting had to be moved from one building to another, and he built this temperature, humidity controlled box for it to do it in. So first, his father shows up in the video, and then I show up in the video, which I mean, his father didn't know, I didn't know it was in it. So he's like, "Oh man, this I have to follow this. Like, this is ridiculous." So then he decided to study something else. But anyways, that was neither here nor there. What did you say? Oh, it's at McGill. I'm gonna chase down a photo. That's pretty funny. If that's
at least it was when I was still there. It's like there's a photo of the bike and that kind of thing in the engineering building.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I'll have to chase that down.
Okay, we have one other question. I think favorite places to gravel ride. Yes, I guess that's up there with cycling destinations, but if there's a specific gravel destination you guys are drawn to.
I think my favorite place to gravel ride is from home. I really don't like traveling anymore. I mean, it's not a Corona thing, just in general. And I definitely like to avoid flying at all costs. So just riding from home is my favorite place to gravel. And I think that the nice thing about gravel riding is that you can do this from almost any home. Like, even when people think, the Netherlands is a super densely populated country, right? But even here, I can do a 200-kilometer ride, of which 80% is gravel. So almost anywhere in the world, you can find gravel or dirt, or it doesn't have to be gravel per se. But so yeah, riding from home, I think, is the biggest joy for me. Who's next?
Enrique, you got a spot?
Yeah, I can. Couple of places. I was there last year. First one I really like it was where the Jeroboam Czech Republic took place. It's Czech Republic, but near the border with German. How's called that Bohemian? How's called that?
Saxon, Bohemia, Switzerland, in the Czech Republic.
In Germany.
Using
Saxon, Switzerland, and Germany.
Yeah. So super place, beautiful. First time there, and I really like it. And then I also took part on the Jeroboam, Switzerland, in the Lemon area, and was super too. So that I like. And then one of the things also where I was born in Malaga in Spain. So before I was doing road cycling or mountain biking, right? But then since I joined 3T, then I started discovering gravel. So the same routes I did with the mountain bike, now I'm doing them with the gravel bike, and I just discovered that it's super the place. And there in that region also, we got some floods like 2 years ago. So they destroy all the gravel paths and so on. And then the local government put a lot of money on fixing and repairing those gravel paths. And now they've become like a kind of strada bianca. So it's super for gravel too. So I think gravel is much about again exploring, and there are beautiful places everywhere. I've been living here in Bergamo for almost 2 years, and now I'm discovering places, really nice places that before I didn't pay attention to them. So, but yeah, if I have to choose, then let's say this Czech Republic one.
Yes, Scott, you got a spot?
I'm kind of on the same page as Gerard on this one. I just like leaving my house and exploring the trails in my area and seeing the familiar faces and trying to get the best times on my local climbs as I can and that sort of thing. So that's really what I enjoy the most, to be honest.
Renee?
Well, I thought Daniel goes first, but
Daniel.
Okay. No, it's fine. I've been riding along in different countries, and but I think maybe it's an age thing, but I also don't like travel so much anymore. And here in Bergamo is fantastic riding. So living here now for 30 years and discovering every time we go riding another route again. So last weekend Enrique took me on a route, never been there before, but it was fantastic. It's really super nice riding here. So all come to Bergamo.
Yeah.
I guess my favorite spot for places I've been is actually Montana, by Glacier National Park. And it's Montana. There's just nothing there. Most of the roads are dirt, anyways. But it's cool when you fly in and you see this airport, and there's nothing around, and it's so remote. And it's rare, especially coming from a big city, that you get to have that feeling. And it's one of these places where you also have to carry bear spray, which adds to the element of fun or danger, depending on your perspective. So you also, in some places, they say you have to have like a bell and bear spray to make noise, just to make sure you board off any strangers coming out of the forest. Nope. We're thinking of a couple more questions. Coming fast and furious now. From Sharon. As a designer, do you have a process for the creation of a new bike? How do you start? Do you go with hand sketches, or do you start your sketches on CAD?
Who wants to answer that one? I guess that's me. Hey Sharon, thanks for staying with us, or maybe you're joining us recently. So that's a very good question. So for me, it usually starts with riding my bike, and then there's something I don't like, or there's just some thought that keeps entering my head. So, or it's just, I don't know. In general, I like to see where things are going, and then ask myself the question, well, why can't it go 90 degrees different, right? So if the trend is towards making something bigger and bigger and bigger, then I think, well, maybe we should go the other way. Or obviously when gravel bikes and everything was super hardcore, and the 3 months in Mongolia kind of thing, saying, well, what if you take a gravel bike more towards the way a road bike rides? Because I like the way a road bike rides. I'd just like to do it on roads that are not really very good roads. So for me, it will usually start with a pretty conceptual idea about where or how you want to ride, and then I try to figure out what that means. and then to actually get to the first ideas, I'm not a great CAD draftsman. I mean, I'm not a great draftsman, period. So I tend to make really bad sketches. But I have a CAD guy who can sort of understand what I mean by them, and then turns them into something that is usually pretty close to what I wanted, or it's a good starting point. And from there, I can then say, okay, no, I really meant this or this. And very often this means like, okay, I want to draw this. I want to use this shape, and then the feedback would be like, well, that actually doesn't work. I mean, in principle that works, but in reality, it interferes here, or it's a problem there, or et cetera, et cetera. So the CAD process is quite an iterative process, just because I have a lot of ideas that sound good at the time, but then are just completely unworkable when we actually go design it. So that's where you run into the problems, like 5, 10, 20 per product, and then you solve those, right? And sometimes it's pretty straightforward, you solve them all, but sometimes you also find yourself going around a little bit of circle. You solve this problem and another problem pops up. So we have some projects that are really complicated, and they might be already 3 years in the running and maybe still ongoing. And then there's other products that go pretty straightforward. And that's I can't really put my finger on what makes something go into one category or the other, but probably luck has something to do with it as well. And of course, these long projects, it's sometimes challenging, in that you by the time it's you get to some sort of solution, the world may have moved on as well, right? So you have to be careful that you're still making something that people actually need or want, or that's still relevant and hasn't been superseded by reality. So that's the process. So go to CAD pretty quickly, just because my sketching is so bad, but the sketching is the basis to go to the CAD. But the third thing is the idea. Very hard to start otherwise. So also, we don't really do a little tune-up of an existing model, right? That's not really what we do. It's sort of, we always start from scratch. If we make a change to a product, we want it to count. So I hope that answers it.
What modifications would you make to the RaceMax if you had to Everest on it?
Well, okay, who amongst us is most likely to an Everesting attempt?
I think that's somebody over there in Bergamo, sitting in the factory.
Maybe I'm going to volunteer Enrique is going to be the most likely to Everest. Is Andrea still there, or is he going home?
No, he went home.
Okay. Well, then it's you, Enrique.
So Everesting is what we are doing now, no?
Yes, this, but then easier.
I mean, is to make it as light as possible, I guess, no? Lightweight is very important then. Yeah, again, if roads are not in good condition, maybe to fit bigger tires. We were discussing before, like what would be our preferred setup, and I mentioned that I will build my bike with a Panel Racer 38C tires that are pretty light. I would like for as light as possible tire, definitely, wheels as well. Then gear ratio, maybe the new cassette 1036 from SRAM, and then a Torno limited with a 36, something like that. So it's pretty light too. But yeah, it's gonna be everything about lightweight, I guess. Did I reply or not?
Good answer.
Yeah.
Oh, Gerard, I think you're muted.
I think think when you're Everesting, for most, it seems to go best on a fairly steep climb. So you can probably also tune your gears, and that you don't need much in the descent. You're going to reach terminal velocity anyway. So maybe we have some super crazy gearing where you just have a 11, 12, 13, 14 cassette with a 22 chain ring or something like that. You know, that's got to save you another 200-300 grams. But yeah, no, I think that's a good idea, Enrique. I think that's how you should build your bike, and you should do an attempt. Maybe get a one night good sleep tomorrow, and then the day after.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody's you know, it's the thing.
I was just thinking, like this guy who has the record on the Everesting, he was already long done by now too. Like not just the guy finishing 30 cans on 10 hours, but this guy did like under 8 hours for the Everesting. He'd be asleep by now. I mean, they're all a bunch of wusses, if you ask me. So let's go to the next question, if we have another one. I know we have another one. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Mark Hopkins. Oh, thank you, Mark.
Hi,
Mark. Mark is a bit of a legend in cycling. I don't know if he wants me to say this, but I'm going to do it anyways. So Mark is the original designer, really, with a couple of other people, but one of the few involved in the original 3-spoke wheel project for DuPont. So it was DuPont trying to find a use for some of their materials, and so they gave Mark the responsibility to design his wheel and then build a factory to build it. And eventually set up a factory in Spain. And eventually, when DuPont couldn't make a go of it and wasn't really successful with it, that the factory to design everything was sold to Head Cycling, and of course they're still making the 3-spoke today. So he's asking if you could introduce somebody to gravel riding, who would it be and why? I think we can all answer that one as well. So I'll go first. I mean, I sort of feel that it's my life's purpose to introduce everybody to gravel riding. So I don't really care who it is. Mostly people who spend too much time driving cars. But really, I think gravel riding is a great experience for many, many people. So I would just like to introduce everybody to it. That's and you know, it'll take a while, but that's the goal. So. Daniel, I see you can't wait to answer this question.
Oh, you read my mind.
Is it John Cabot?
You know, I don't think he would be much of a gravel man. But I guess, you know, I'll keep it general, and I'd say I'd introduce the beginner to gravel cycling. You know, the road scene has its rules and its pretension, and some of that's cool and some of that's fun, but it doesn't make it an easy entry into the world often, of cycling often. But gravel, because people are all seem to be coming to it from different disciplines, it's kind of a, you know, rung what you brung approach, and there's no rules or like, oh, you have to be matching with this, or your socks have to wear this, you know. You can't have a fanny pack or a bag. It seems to accept everyone, and I think that's the best way to make people into lifelong cyclists.
I think I would introduce anyone who's had any trouble on the road with cars. I think there are a lot of people who have gone out, you know, tried road cycling and maybe were a little turned off because of the traffic, and they had a few run-ins. And I think that once you get someone on a gravel trail in that nice peace and quiet, and you get to see the nature around you and the different sights that you get when you're on a gravel ride, I think anyone who maybe has had a bad experience in that sense when it comes to cycling, that's who I would introduce to gravel for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree with Scott, because that was the reason why it turned me to gravel cycling, since I was doing before road cycling, but I also will introduce people which does really like mountain biking. So like they go with mountain bikes on easy gravel paths. They do also a lot of roads. So actually, I compared my dad, a friend of my dad, and two friends. They were doing easy mountain biking into gravel. They were a bit scary at the beginning because how can I go off road with a kind of road looking bike? But then as soon as they try, they were really converted to the course. So so of course the one you mentioned, Scott, but then people with us easy mountain biking as well.
JT's got a power meter question. What is the best setup if you're going to use the Torno crankset?
Pedal base, no?
Sorry?
A pedal base one. I think SRM, no? They're doing a nice pedal base power meters.
Yeah, I mean Garmin, of course, as well. Power Tap, and a couple other ones. But Look, I guess, has one. But yeah, the SRM is really a top system. That's pedal based.
No, Sioma, they are well known.
It's a great way to kind of get in at a good budget level as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Then I saw on SRM website they are working on a SPD power meter pedal. So really looking forward to it. That will be super.
Yeah. Yep. I would think Speedplay and Wahoo must be doing something.
Yeah.
For both the over-road and gravel and mountain bike side.
Yep. Haven't heard much about what's going on there. I should give them a call.
Maybe we'll go back to Mark's question. If you could never ride a bicycle again and had to choose between riding a tricycle or a unicycle, which would you pick? Mark with the late night questions.
Are we still sure that this is not a pseudonym for Dave Zabriskie? I think. Go ahead. I don't think the order in which we do this matters much.
I was just going to say, for me, I think this is an easy one. A tricycle, so I can relax on it from time to time. The unicycle requires too much coordination and balance. So tricycle all the way for me. Yeah.
Does anybody know what the record is for Everesting on a unicycle?
Can we get Enrique to try it?
I just want to know, did it take this person more than 12 hours, or also gonna beat that guy?
Yeah.
Or gal?
Yeah.
I think Enrique should try, but only off-road.
Sure. Single track.
I think I'd go. The unicycle. That would be. If you could do that, that would be cool. But it would restrict you a lot, right? I mean, there's just a lot of stuff you can't ride on a unicycle unless you're very good. But it doesn't necessarily tell you you're going to be very good at it. So I'm going to go for the tricycle as well. I'd go back. I'd make it a wind cheetah. I'd go back to my original love for the wind cheetah recumbent tricycle. So. Yeah, that would not be much of a penalty for me.
There's a cool, not cool, but there's a unicycle community, at least. So you would have fellow unicyclers to do that with, at least. I don't know if there are many, I haven't seen many tricyclists on the road. And
I assume with the skill to ride a unicycle would also come the skill to juggle. That would probably be included in the package, right? So that's cool too.
Yeah.
With torches.
Yeah, so you also get the added benefit of the side gig at the circus.
Yeah. And that on a slack rope, I think that would be a slack line. That would be pretty cool. What do we still have here?
Okay. We have a fun fact from the producer. Ben Soja was the first person to Everest on a unicycle, riding up Mount Low in the San Gabriel Mountains of California 10 times over 23 hours.
Wow, he did it within a day, but 23, that's pretty long.
Yeah.
It probably didn't start at 5 p.m. though. That would be a bit stupid if he did that. But wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what I think of Ben Soja, but do you think he's vegetarian? Is that too lame a joke? Yeah. Okay. So can we? We'll just continue answering the serious questions. In the meantime, the producer can look up if there's a tricycle record on Everesting as well. So we're still missing one answer. I think it's Enrique. Enrique, would you go with the unicycle or the tricycle?
Tricycle. Yeah, definitely. I think the unicycle they don't have gears, so it's just it's really tough. I don't know. There was back in Spain. I used to go every year to see La Vuelta, so to the north. So and then I did once. I don't know if you heard about the Angliru climb.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did it. I think I've never suffered more in my entire life.
You did that on a unicycle?
There was a guy that was doing at that year all the climbs, like the last climb of La Vuelta in a unicycle. I don't know if that guy also tried like to do Tour de France or Giro, but that guy did all climbs with a unicycle. The last climbs. And Angliru is brutal. I mean, it's brutal. I did it with a mountain bike because I was was scared not to do it with the road bike, so I went there with the mountain bike, and that guy did it with a unicycle.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
people like that you can hang out with if you're in the unicycle community.
I'm just starting to think here on this unicycle Everesting thing. So it was 10 climbs, so also had to descend on his unicycle 9 times down this climb.
It's a fixed gear at the end.
Yeah.
So I think descent is.
No. That's on the Angliru. He doesn't have to descend. I understand. That's why he did only the last climb, so they didn't have to descend. But this Everesting guy, he did this climb 10 times, so he has to go down at least 9 times to go back up again.
Which is as tough as to climb, kind of. No, to descend with a unicycle is as tough as to climb, I guess. No. You need
I presume it's a fixed gear, so your legs have to go around and also slow down the bike. Yeah, that doesn't sound like. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe we can get some more fun facts on how on earth that's done. I don't think I'm going to put that on my bucket list yet. So.
JT again coming in the clutch for us here.
I think he's just mocking us at this time to just egging us along. Okay, what do we have now here, JT?
If one were going with the RaceMax for the solo bike solution, what's the aero comparison roughly look like for this bike on a 30 wham tires versus the Strada?
Hi JT, thanks for that question. That's a great question. So we sort of touched on this before. We have tested elements of the RaceMax, but we've not been able to do our final testing with the complete RaceMax frame the way it is produced now, because our wind tunnel testing in March was canceled because of Corona, so there's no wind tunnel testing allowed other than essential services. So that means Boeing gets to go in there, but we do not. I know, unfair, but that's how it goes. So the final number on this and other questions we will have soon, I hope. Maybe in a month, maybe in 3 months. We're on the waiting list, and so when there's a gap, we'll be allowed to go in there and do our test, but we don't exactly know when yet. So when we do, I'll definitely put that in the blog, and if you're signed up to our newsletter, you'll find out about it that way.
All right, Mark again. If you guys were to list the top 3 scenic rides you've done, or scenic rides, where would they be?
All right, I'll go first. You guys can think about it. I have run the Big Sur Marathon once. I did not enjoy that, but the scenery is beautiful, and I think on a bike that will be a pretty relaxed ride. So I would go. I'd put that on one. Riding up to Vesuvius volcano near Naples, near Pompeii, is quite the amazing sensation, and it's also one that features quite regularly in the Giro d'Italia. That's a lot of fun to do. Actually, another Italian volcano, the Etna, is a lot of fun to ride up as well. The third one, I already mentioned Costrada Bianchi before.
I think you got 3. You got Big Sur, Etna.
Oh yeah, okay. If I thought volcanoes was one, but sure. So yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks for bailing me out there. Go ahead.
Garden of the Gods in Colorado Springs is probably one of the most unique rock formations I've ever ridden through. And there's it's a state or national park, so it's closed to cars, and they've got this pristine like asphalt surface down there. So it's a great road ride, and as long as you can deal with the altitude, it's not so bad. The Gavia, coming from like the flat area around Toronto, whenever I got to go to the Dolomites, the views, especially on the long side of the Gavia, are incredible. And it's just so different from what you get here. So that's up there. And then number 3, if you get to go out and ride in BC, like in the Squamish area, and you just get to see the mountains and fjords cut out, and just trees everywhere. It's really quite amazing. And awesome gravel riding out there because, again, it's just logging roads. There's not really many highways or asphalt roads up there, so it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, when you said Gavia, I would put Pordoi up there as well. That's the rock formations on the top of Pordoi are pretty amazing. And if you're slow like me, you have about an hour to look at them as you're climbing up there. I once did a ride that started at the foot, so the first meter was already immediately up. It was interesting.
Yeah, no, I find I as soon as you start getting halfway up, just the altitude gets me as well, and that really slows you down. But you get an excuse to stop for the views. Who's up next? Enrique, Renee, Scott?
Yeah, I did a couple of years ago Gran Fondo in Switzerland. I think there's many places in the Alps with super beautiful landscapes. But there were 3 passes on that Gran Fondo, and one was San Gotardo. It was also a pavé climb. So pretty tough, but also because of the terrain. That was a beautiful one. And then I don't know. Stelvio, I think also is pretty cool. When I did, there was a lot of traffic there, cars and motorbikes and so on. Honestly, I couldn't enjoy as I should, but Stelvio is beautiful as well. I think. Yeah, in the Alps, many options. I take the Alps.
I like the Sella Ronda and the Dolomites a lot.
Also.
Dolomites have a very beautiful color for the rocks, which is changing all the time. So that's definitely worth going. And the Strada Bianca, I think, is fantastic. And other than that, Morocco was last year. That's really absolutely also great riding there. To keep it not too far from Italy.
Yeah, the pictures from the Atlas Mountain Race made it look amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to do that, but something like the 3 travel trip you did looks really cool.
We're supposed to have a gravel race, a gravel epic race, end of March. It's a pity that it didn't go through. That probably will happen next year, but that must be also a great race. All 20 kilometers to the Atlas Mountains.
Yeah, the 1,400 kilometers over 4 days looks just like
looks long.
Yeah. Pedal did that video of it, and I think it just ensured that's going to be a hard pass for me on not doing that one. But views are great.
I haven't been to these places, but I would love to go to Iceland. That's on my bucket list for a ride. Beautiful over there. Norway, see the fjords, and Scotland as well. All of these places have in common, they're not that hot, you know? So
I got that. Yeah.
For me, yeah.
You like rain?
Yeah.
I got it. There was a great ride on our blog about Scotland a couple of days ago. Really amazing.
Did we get everyone on that one? Yeah. Okay. Oh, we have another specialist Scott question. If a 50 by 34 is not possible, what setup would you recommend? 25 to 28 millimeters, not go to 90% riding? Not sure. But for crits, road races, and local worlds, but also being able to go off-road the same day, 40s for gravel races. Oh, so I guess it's like 25 to 28 if you want to do the road stuff mostly, and then 40s, I guess 40 tires for gravel races would what we recommend. Scott, you're our 50-34 man. You want to take that one?
Oh geez. 50-34. I can't wait to have a definitive answer on the 50-34.
You'd think in these 12 hours somebody could have finished this testing.
Yeah.
Enrique, I'm looking at you. No, just kidding. Scott.
I thought that, but no, we don't have any.
Go ahead, Scott. Answer the question.
I mean, in terms of gearing, it all depends. It all depends on where you're riding, and I mean, it sounds like you want to cover a lot of ground here. I don't know.
All right, I'll put you out of your misery then there, Scott. Scott T, that is. So first of all, if you're doing all this on the same gravel bike, I would never put 25 to 28 millimeter road tires on. The bigger road tires, and we've covered that a little bit, have gotten so good that I would always put a bigger road tire on because you have the clearance anyway. So I'd put on maybe a 35 millimeter road tire. And when you do that, you probably don't need 50 by 34 anymore because the tire is bigger. So a smaller gear will give you the same, distance covered with one rotation of your cranks. But if you really do want 50-34 as a drivetrain or as a gear, and that doesn't fit, then what you do is you go to SRAM, because with SRAM, the cassette starts with a 10-tooth cog instead of with an 11. So when you're basically shifting your cassette 10% down, so you also shift your rings 10% down. So now all you need is a 45-31. Well, that's a bit of a strange combination. Of course, it doesn't really exist, but you can choose. Maybe you go with let's say a 46-33 from SRAM. So 46-33, and then a 10-33 or a 10-36 cassette, depending on. I mean, you haven't really specified here what you want for the cassette, but that will then give you that top gear of the equivalent of 50-11. Being 46-10 is even bigger than 50-11. So you have a massive top gear, but if you do 33, 33-33 or 33-36, also your smallest gear is nice and small. So that's what I would do. And maybe you can use a 1033 for your road bike riding, and you put a 1036 on your gravel bike. You don't need to change anything really on the chain length or the derailleur setting for that. You can just swap that straight out. So you can do that on the same day, as you say here. That's what I would do. Go to SRAM and do a 4633 cassette, 4633 crank. Alrighty, we can also now let you officially know that Google doesn't seem to be aware of any Everesting attempt on a tricycle, so that is great news. That means that we can still grab that record. All we need to do is make a tricycle. Maybe you could do that tomorrow, Enrique, in the factory.
I mean, we could
make a tricycle, then we can do an attempt.
On a frame triangles.
I mean, how hard can it be to make a tricycle? My daughter rides one, rode one when she was 2, so maybe she can do the Everesting. So, do we have any other questions that we see in the list? Maybe not. We have 1 hour to go, gentlemen. 1 hour to go. So that's great news. There was a question there for a brief second. Oh, there we go. Marie-Christine Lapointe. Renee, I love the bike with the Arlecchino colors. You should definitely consider making a special edition of the Explorer RaceMax. So, Renee, do you want to take this one away?
Sure, yeah. It was the Arlecchino edition was a special edition to celebrate the reopening of our office after being in lockdown for 2 months, and we kind of wanted to have a special design that was positive and colorful and happiness, and was also reflecting that we were from Bergamo. And when we had the first design, we thought, like, that looks pretty nice. And then when we published that bike, we got an enormous amount of response on that. So that has been a very good choice. And yeah, we might consider doing that for another special occasion. No promise, but could happen.
What we do, it is possible to get eventually at least an RTP with that, right? Like, we may not do a batch of them, but
correct.
There's RTP possible certainly on the current Explorer. We can see if we can adjust the design also for the Explorer RaceMax, but certainly the current Explorer. And some people have, right, to support the whole effort, everything. Some people have bought the Arlecchino.
And for those who don't know, what's the Harlequin Bergamo connection?
So Arlecchino was born in Bergamo, and that's the real connection. There's a statue at the end of Bergamo of Arlecchino. And Arlecchino was wearing that very colorful jacket and was wearing a mask to go around the world and make jokes, make people laugh. So it's a very colorful character, and it was a character with ups and downs, and it was someone that tried to make other people happy. So it's a very good reflection of where we were at the moment when we reopened. So yeah, if you're interested in that, then send us a message, Marie-Christine, and we can figure out something.
Thanks for a question that we don't all 5 have to answer. That's also appreciated. I think also appreciated by those people still tuned into this. And if you still are, then we appreciate you hanging in here with us. But of course, remember, we're here to answer questions. So if you have questions on the RaceMax or on the regular Explorer or even Strada, by all means, now is the time. It's not going to be easy to find this many 3T customer service people on the same page like this. So this is the biggest chance you will ever have to get your questions answered. Do we have any questions in the pipeline?
Maybe the producer can dig one up for us from our...
Oh, here we go. Sharon. Sharon says, it seems everyone is getting into cycling nowadays. have you both seen this at 3T and GCN? What do you think about it? Well, for GCN, I guess we'd have to ask Jeremy Powers, but he's gone to sleep. But maybe it's a good idea to just call him now and just waking up from his bed and see if he has an intelligent answer. But maybe we will not. So at 3T, have we seen that? Well, the thing is, with the introduction of the Exploro, 4 years ago, and then the Strada, and I'm sure now the same will happen with the RaceMax. I mean, we've certainly seen interest in 3T bikes increase significantly, and the things that 3T is doing. But of course, it's hard for us to judge whether that's related to the general uptick or not. I mean, I think bikes have been increasing in popularity for quite some time. I think also on the commuting side, right, when you see what all these cities have been doing with bike sharing, and whether it's New York or Seattle or London or Toronto, like all these places where you can now do short-term rentals of bikes to get from A to B. That didn't exist 20 years ago, right? So Paris, of course, the original place for that to happen. You see now also with Corona, there are a lot of people who don't want to go back into public transportation or trying to now commute by bike. So yeah, I think there's on the commuting side, there's certainly an uptick. I think it's also, of course, as an exercise activity, it's an activity that's still allowed in a lot of countries where other activities are not. So running and cycling are two great ways to stay in shape when you're not allowed to do many things. So there's that, and just a general trend towards health and exercise. And so yeah, I definitely think from all the industry numbers and everything that the long-term prospect of cycling is definitely rising. Like in individual years, it can go up and down. Just weather plays a big role and everything like that. But overall, certainly cycling is growing, and we're okay with that.
I think it's a good thing that a lot of people in big cities are seeing now here in Italy, for example, Milan and Rome, in Bologna, that with the lockdown, actually all of a sudden the air in the city was very clean, and people are thinking, shall we go back to where we came before? A lot of people don't want that, so there's a lot of bike lanes being created now in those cities, also in Berlin, even in Bogota, I've read. And I think that's a good thing, right? It's exercise, it's staying healthy, but it's also just clean air. If you have been in Milan, then you'll recognize that if you come there in a normal week, it's pretty gray there, and that air quality has changed a lot. So that's maybe the good thing that came out of this whole crisis, that I think that cycling is going to get a big boost around the world, which is good for, I think, for the planet, but also in the end good for us as 3T.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, the way that most people get into the sport, of course, is with relatively inexpensive bikes, and but there's certainly a trickle down effect to more high quality bikes eventually. So that's definitely good. So next question, JT, welcome back. Favorite tire pressure calculator? Yeah, Silka. There's a nice one. I don't know if I have a favorite one. The favorite one is my thumb. But maybe somebody else use a tire pressure calculator?
I've used the Schwalbe one. It seemed to work, which is, I think, a rave review for a tire pressure calculator. The Tire Whiz, though, from Cork is supposed to be pretty cool. I've had some friends use it, and if you're really into cyclocross, it's a cool toy. But beyond that, like a floor pump and your thumb are always good gauges too. That's really all the depth of my experience with the tire pressure JT. I'm sorry. Thank you, Scott T. We'll sleep well tonight, or these guys this morning. Yeah, it's the plan to come in early tomorrow, Renee, or are you staying there? Or are you going home?
I think you just go straight on.
Well, that's good news for people who, after this Q&A, just remember a question they forgot to ask, so you can then just call Renee, because he'll be going straight on.
Me. No problem.
So, we'll post this number straight on the website, and it's great. Tadaka. Wow, I it's unbelievable. We get some questions from people we heard about like 8 hours ago. So that's pretty hardcore. I mean, I don't know why you would do this if you don't have to. But thanks for sticking around. What's the recommended crank cassette for someone wanting to switch to a one-by setup? Well, that's a pretty generic question or broad question. Does anybody want to take this away? And
yeah, I think it depends on, of course, the use you want to do, right? If you want to have a kind of race setup to me will be 42 at front, always with a turn limited, of course. No other choice. And then the 1036 from SRAM, the new cassette. Now what I'm riding, I'm quite happy with too. I'm riding Durace DI2 11 speed. I'm riding 34 at front, and then 936 from Leonardo. And with that, I'm really happy with that generation. The field is perfect to me. But again, I think if you wanna do like really serious off-road stuff, the Eagle, the 1050 or the 1150 cassette is a super choice too, with a 42, 44 in front. It depends.
yeah, or an 1150 when 1050 is a little bit overkill. Like, that range is of course too big for a lot of gravel situation, but it depends on where you ride, of course, as always.
I've got the E13 942 on right now, and that for like an all-road or setup for trying to kind of replace multiple bikes with one bike is a good option. You've got more high-end gear than I think a 5011. I think a 42 up front, and then obviously I've got a 1-to-1 ratio for my easiest gear, so 42-42. That's a super easy gear for where we are here. It's not a Torno, but the Easton crank is not bad as well.
Yeah, I have an Strada with a 40 up front, and then with a 50 cassette 932.
Yeah.
Honestly, to do road is to me it's everything I need. Also, so it could be also a good choice if you're gonna do more on-road stuff. I think the 939 from E13 is also. There's a guy in the office riding the E13 939.
Yeah, that's a good range. Also for gravel, that's a good range.
Yeah. When you got 36 and then 939 is.
Yep.
Yeah.
So next question is from Tanaka again. You're buying a bike from 3T online. Sorry, go ahead.
From 3T online, is there a chance to change components like force power meters at a regular crank? So it depends a little bit. We have some capabilities to adjust some things. Right now, we have more possibilities in Europe than in the US, because the US warehouse is basically running with half the staff because of some corona restrictions. So right now in the US, we cannot really change much, but hopefully in a couple months from now, we have more capabilities there. In Europe, we can change a little bit more. So it's always best just to contact us directly. Just send us an email or use the contact form, and then we can discuss what you need, and we can get that organized if possible. And if not, then we can of course tell you how to best get that done. If not through us.
But the stem length adaptation or adaptation or upgrade to carbon wheels, that's all easy to do. Torque crank upgrade, easy to do. But best to contact us directly.
Last 45 minutes, guys.
Now we're moving over to Frank now.
Okay, this is going to be a toss-up between Daniel and René. Who's going to take this one?
Ouais, je peux en prendre. Hey, salut Joe. Ouais, tu as acheté des vélos track avant. Si le modèle est comparable à le domaine. Je dirais que c'est plus comparable à le checkpoint, peut-être le 7 ou 6. Je ne suis pas trop familier avec tous les modèles, mais ouais, c'est le checkpoint qui est le gravel bike. Puis je comparais le Exploro et Exploro RaceMax plus avec ça. Si tu veux les roues en carbone, je pensais que ça 7 est le modèle plus comparable, mais SO6 ça vient avec les roues alloy, je pense. J'espère que ça l'aide. Puis si tu veux checker une 3T à Montréal ou à Québec, tu peux demander à Martin Suisse à Montréal, puis je pense que Vélo Cartel peut t'aider à Québec.
Ok, très bien.
Prochaine question.
Yeah, it's the Quebec accent.
Yeah, no, that was pretty good. I was thinking tabernacle.
Whoa. Calme-toi.
JT, hey, long time no here. So who are the greatest innovators in cycling today? Oh, that's a good question.
So Scott, why don't you answer that question?
I think we have one right here. Gerard Bruman, of course.
No. Let's get that.
Other than him.
Yeah, is there someone stuff you look at and you think, that's super interesting?
I don't really think about this very much. I was a couple of years ago. I was in a dual interview with Mickey Kozacek from Leasine Components. That's to say, it was presented as a dual interview, but he and I were never in the same conversation with this journalist. That was a little bit strange, but he has some really interesting ideas, and I mean in accessories, right? So quite different. But and before that, he did things with Truvative and everything like that. I thought that was interesting. I mean, there's some real innovators that unfortunately have passed away recently, but wow, in cycling today, that's a good question. I'm a little bit right now. In the last couple of years, I'm a little bit disappointed in the level of innovation in the bike industry, I have to say. But and then there are some really interesting innovations coming up from some small companies. But they're really not out yet, so I don't think we're allowed to talk about them. But I'm thinking about some people doing some really interesting drivetrain stuff, some wheel, like some hub technology. So there are people doing some interesting things, but it's.
Have Have you looked at some of the ceramic speed drivetrains? It's like the
that's. I mean, that's one of those Hail Mary kind of things, right? Where, I mean, the principle sounds pretty, or looks pretty cool, and it's very interesting. And so now all you have to do is make that thing waterproof and mud-proof, and then you start to think, oh well, maybe that's really a lot of work to get that right. So I think we'll have to see how that. If that ever becomes a real product. But I was thinking there's a lot going on, of course, in e-bikes and cargo bikes. I mean, I really think Riese and Müller, for example, is a great company with great bikes. There's, I mean, in the folding world, right? If you look at Turn, they make some really interesting product. So there's, I think in commuting and in e-bikes and those areas is really where a lot of the innovation is today. But maybe if it wasn't 4 a.m. here, I would come up with a better answer than that. But I really can't think of something else. Maybe the Toronto guys, they're still more normal time.
I agree. There's some really cool stuff with cargo bikes. It's with the e-cargo bikes. If this was a more temperate climate, I could really see that changing how people get around and what kind of transport options they take. I think for my use case, like if I could get to and from hockey in an e-cargo bike, that would really eliminate the need for a car. Like that's my primary reason for needing a car is like carrying my gear. But of course in the winter, like that's a terrible idea. So you shouldn't do that. But some places it could work.
Oh, you could do a cargo bike in the winter. Why not?
It's a little frostbite, right?
Well, you could wear your hockey gear already at home.
Yeah, that'll keep you warm. We got Matt Kravitsky. If we want to skip down there.
I guess that sounds for me. Hi, Gerard. Would you say your involvement in engineering design is far greater with 3T and Open than it was when you were at Cervelo? And if so, is it because the team is much smaller? No, I wouldn't say. I mean, no, I wouldn't say that. The involvement, I would say, is equally large. The hours spent on it is more. Certainly, at Cervelo, Phil and I were doing much more at a high level, conceptual designs, and then we had more people to work out the details. So that's different from here. I have to do a bigger portion of the work myself. Just because we don't have 8 or 10 engineers, so but the level of involvement, no, it's not that different. And of course, I mean, when it comes to the factory and the R&D and production, everything like that, that's really Enrique running that whole show, right? But on the product side, yeah, I'd say it's comparable with Cervelo in the end. But good question. Thank you very much, Matt. So does it mean there's another question lined up? Oh, there is.
12 hours of sitting. How many kilometers will be necessary? I think that'll be necessary.
I think, isn't it just, even if you sit 12 hours, you just have to exercise for 1 hour? But I'm not sure I'm going to do that immediately after. I know you have to do it immediately after to balance the effect of the sitting, but I think I'll take whatever negative effect comes from the sitting and just go to sleep. But I'm pretty sure Daniel's going to go on a ride, maybe a Zwift ride or something. I have to ride home, but there you go. With your hockey gear?
No gear right now, but it's all downhill.
The big loop. There's no snow.
No snow, which is always nice. Yeah.
Lucky you.
I thought for a second, I read at the bottom here, you're in the snow, but it actually says you're in the show. Everybody can see you. Okay. There is Scott. Thanks for sticking around. You said something about 34 plus millimeter tires for road riding, not too soft in fast corners or sprinting. No, definitely not soft if you have a wider rim. That's the whole idea, right? So the reason a big tire gets soft is because you have a big tire but a narrow rim, and then that tire can really flop over that rim. But if you also make the rim wide, then you get that lateral stiffness back. So if you have that, I mean, we've mentioned this tire before, that 35 millimeter Pirelli Cinturato Velo, and also Jeremy Powers mentioned that as his go-to tire nowadays. But if you put that on that 4540 rim, the new rim with the 29 millimeter inner, I mean, that corners incredibly well, because it's just, you get a lot of stiffness back in the tire because, the inner width of the rim is not that small, but it's wider out. So, no, that's really a revelation. And, I certainly don't want to go back to a skinny tire on a skinny rim ever again. So, thanks for the question, Scott. Excellent question. Mediocre answer, but that's all we can do right now. So, do we have any more questions? Who's looking them up?
29 millimeter inner. Dang. 18 millimeter. No, thanks for the answer.
Yep, there's room for growth, Scott. The 4532 discus has a 25 millimeter inner width, and the 4540 discus has a 29 millimeter inner width. So, yeah, there's opportunity there. But indeed, if you put that tire on an 18 millimeter, then you do get a little bit more sideways squish. But I still think it's doable. By the way, those people who are interested in what to do when your laptop keeps shutting down because it's overheating because you're trying to do a 12-hour broadcast, that hasn't happened in the last 4 hours because I've gotten an ice pack from the freezer, and I've put my laptop straight on top of an ice pack. I thought that might either kill the laptop or see me through this, and it's been flawless since. So that's some great technology here. I do think I have killed the fan, though. I haven't heard the fan in a long time. So, anyways, is there a question maybe that's more related to bicycles than laptop technology? We have 34 minutes to go. Is there fireworks at the end of this? So, dogs or cats? So is this an actual question? Thank you, Carlo. Dogs or cats?
Wait. I've got a real question.
Yeah, that's a question.
Okay.
Matt, thanks for sticking around. He's coming back. And then I think we have Scott. Come on, Scott. You can do it. Was there any consideration to adding storage within the down tube? Not really. I think you're referring to something like a specialized SWAT. And I mean, I don't like to chop a big hole in the down tube if I can help it. I mean, I think the SWAT is very nicely done with the way the water bottle cage covers it up, but still, structurally, there's a hole in the down tube. So, not too crazy about that.
I mean, we did add some more storage options like that, especially the down tube water bottle mounts. What was that? Just customer feedback on something like that?
Well, there's a couple reasons for that, and we're working on some stuff that you can use specifically there. So those mounts also hold the scratch guard there, right? So there's a scratch guard that covers the bottom of the bottom bracket and underneath up to the chain stays, and then forward, the first whatever it is, 12 centimeters or so of the down tube. And then you want to fix that in some way, so you can attach that, and then you can still put a water bottle cage on top of it as well. if you wanted to. So it's a combination of those things. Hope that answers the question, Matt. Michael
Consuelos, can you talk about the reasons for the new seat post? I think you already said it's a bit lighter, but
so it's about 100 grams lighter, and the clamp is a little bit easier to use. So, it's a lot easier to use than the diff lock. I think diff lock was really a smart concept behind it, but it's very hard to explain to people how to use it. So then you get things like, I can only adjust my saddle height, saddle angle by 10-degree steps, and of course that's not the case. But when enough people think that, and you can't really explain how to use it properly, then of course that's not an operator error. It's design related, right? If it's too complicated, that people cannot do it, and they need a manual, and that people don't read a manual, then you have to change the design. So this is very easy to use, and almost 100 grams lighter, so win-win. And it is backward compatible with the current Exploro, so people want to upgrade their post, and save about 100 grams. That's the way to do it. Can you talk about some companies move to suspension gimmicks to gravel bike? Well, it sounds like you want to get something off your chest, Michael, about the suspension gimmicks. I think I don't think that's the future of gravel, at least not of performance gravel. Performance gravel is all about making sure you don't give up any speed on the easier surfaces, because on the easier surfaces, speed is what makes it fun. So suspension and other things like that may be marginally faster on some really, really tough terrain. That's not worth it where you're giving up speed on the easier terrain. So I think suspension, gimmicks in general are a bad idea, but suspension, I don't think that's the way to go, right? If you really try to optimize it for the tough off-road sections, then in the end you've just built a bad mountain bike rather than a good gravel bike. That's what I'm a bit afraid of. So that's just my opinion, of course. I could be wrong. I have been before in my life, according to my wife anyways, but that's another story. For example, when I said it was a good idea to do a 12-hour marathon Q&A.
Maybe it's our fault for agreeing.
Yeah, it was just a brainstorming session. I just threw it out there. Not everybody had to say yes. But I am happy that we cut it down from 24 to 12 hours. Like the original idea, certainly, I can't imagine if this would be halfway. So happy about that. The questions are coming pretty quickly now. So, there we go. Tadaka, welcome back. We're seeing wheel manufacturers do lifetime warranty on their wheels. What is the take on 3T on this trend? Will you offer something similar? Maybe. I think with warranty, of course, it's one thing that the period that you throw out there. The other one is how you respond when somebody actually claims a warranty, right? Like you can give lifetime warranty, and then when somebody says something wrong, you say it's operator error. I think, and of course, it also gets very hard to figure out what happened, 20 years into a wheel's life. So, I think a warranty should be reasonable. I'm not sure lifetime is reasonable for this kind of product, but so it's the lifetime is not something we've given a lot of thought, to be honest. In this sense. Very interesting. Are people just asking us questions now to keep us awake? What is the best support stand to work on the 3T? Well, let's throw that one over to maybe Scott or Enrique.
Enrique, what do you have behind you there?
What's the work stand you have there, Enrique?
I don't know. Union? Yeah, Union.
You like it?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't really like it. from the production
the one we
perspective.
don't like. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, but I mean, if you want to have it at home, it's okay. But from a production or serial production or serial
Assembly,
assembly perspective, I do not like, because whether it's thought to hand two bikes, or one in here and the other back, the other one back, then let's say the operators, they cannot modify the height. Let's say they are forced to work always at the same height. So that's why I do not like. So if we need to do a real serial assembly line here, I think I will design those.
I like a front axle mounted work stand. That's just what I prefer.
Yeah, who does that? Is that the Elite or?
I use a feedback.
The feedback, yeah.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. Park makes one as well. There are some challenges with it. For example, when you're working on the front end of the bike and you have the fork fixed to the stand, but overall, when you're cleaning the bike and running through the gears and doing basic tuning, it's, for me, that's the go-to for sure. But
so that's a Sprint, right? The feedback Sprint bike repair stand. And
yeah.
But isn't there also, is that then maybe the Park tool where you can also put it the other way around, and then you can put also the rear wheel in?
You can do that as well on the feedback. It's just more cumbersome to set it up that way, I find. So
yeah, okay.
So the feedback one where you put it through the spindle, as the Raptor maybe. I thought that was what it was called. The one we have just over here. I forget the name of it, but it.
They do have a trike repair stand. Maybe that's interesting that feedback can offer that. So if you do any Everesting attempt on a trike, you can get a feedback stand to work with that.
Is that unicycle approved
I have
as well?
not found a unicycle. I mean, if you take the wheel off the unicycle to put it on the stand, there's really nothing left, is there? So then you're just holding a saddle on a long seat boat. But yeah, I think we all agree that these ones that clamp on the front fork are nice. Then you also don't have the wheel flopping around. So let's
go to Matt's question, or Bill. Here we go. Hi guys, just got an Exploro medium, I guess, or for me. I enjoy riding it, but taken from MTB background, I find the stack a little short. I'm 6'1" and ride a size large. Should I get a 17-degree stem or rotate the bars? Scott, this one for you.
I mean, if the stack is a little short for you, then really the only solution is spacing the stem up. And if you need to after that, if it's still not enough, then yes, getting a 17-degree stem and maybe flipping that up the other way. It'd be a bit of a crazy setup there, but
are you allowed to do a plus 17 degrees?
Yeah.
Flipped up like that? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that. I mean, we don't know, Bill. We don't know what your current setup is, right? Of course, if you have your stem right now at -6, you put it at +6. That'd be the first way to start. And you know, you could also get a bar with some rise in it to get you a bit higher. So there's some ways to do that, but maybe we need to know a little bit more about your setup. So I would say just write into customer service, just info@3t.bike, or go to the web form on the website, and we can help you out a little bit more to make sure that you know, you're setting this up correctly.
Yeah, send us a few pictures and some more details, and we'll get you sorted out as best we can.
Wow, the question coming in so quickly, we don't get to answer this dog or cat question. Is a T47 inferior to BB386? I have my fingers crossed for a threaded bottom bracket. I suppose the threaded press fit, the next best option. No, it's not the best option. It's a better option. So, to put T47 into a carbon frame, you need to glue in alloy cups. So now you've transferred the problem from, from your bottom bracket to the connection between those cups and the carbon, right? Which, traditionally often fails. So, what you need is, or what you get with the threads is you get to align your bearings properly. But so that's the whole purpose, right? And you get them, tightly connected. But of course, when you have cups that you've glued into a frame, if those cups are not perfectly aligned, then you're threading in your bearings into cups that aren't properly aligned. Your bearings are also not properly aligned. So the system we use of a press fit bottom bracket shell. So in the carbon, you don't need anything extra. All you need to make sure is that your sides are faced, which is an easy machine process. You can't really mess that up in any way, unlike gluing inserts. And then the bottom bracket threads into itself. Now the bearings are aligned per definition because you're just threading these two bottom bracket parts, the two cups, directly into each other. It's not, they don't both go into a third piece which has its own tolerance issues. It goes in there directly. So T47 is the superior solution for a metal frame, right? If you have a metal frame, your bottom bracket is already metal. You can cut threads in them. It all aligns perfectly great. But if you have a carbon frame, so you first need to glue in metal pieces so that you can have these threads to begin with, then it's better just to have the threads directly in the bottom bracket, threaded into each other, and off you go. I hope that's clear, Matt. I'm not sure. There's a Gravel Bike Tech post on that. So if you go to 3t.bike/tech, then you will see the list there, and it's like the third or fourth from the top. Is about what bottom bracket system will work best for a carbon frame, and it's explained there. Can you attach a trailer? So you can attach a trailer, like depending on the trailer. But if you have something like a Chariot or like a Thule, or I guess the name has changed now because the company's been sold. But that Chariot type of thing, you can get an axle from, what's that company? Roberts Axle Company or something strange? Roberts, right?
Robert Axle Project.
Yeah. So the only thing that you have to be careful with is that our axle length is quite important. So because the same threads are used for to secure not the same axle, but the same threads are used to secure the hanger to the frame independently of the axle, and then you thread the axle in. So the axle needs to be a specific length. So when you get the Roberts, you see what the length is, and then just cut the Roberts to exactly the same length. Well, I mean, from the head to exactly the same length as you have on the standard axle, then you should be fine. And it's a 1 millimeter, like a 12 millimeter axle with a 1 millimeter thread speed. So that's important. You also have axles with 1.5 and 1.2 millimeter speeds, but it's a 1.0 speed. So I hope that answers the question, Scott. 18 minutes to go. Oh, we can smell the finish. JT, who wins the engagement? Wow. I mean, unarmed, or is this like true gladiator style?
I think this is Bloodsport Kumite.
I have the if I have the net and the pitchfork, and he has the sword. I don't know. He just asked me if I wanted to come on his podcast. So maybe we will debate that at length. Although I hope the podcast is not 12 hours. But I mean, I have to say I mean, like, no offense, but Josh Berger, I mean, seriously. Yeah, I'd go with myself. But we can open it up, or we can go to the next question. Oh, there's a lot of people. Oh, hey, Matt. Is there an ideal Q factor for this frame set? So this is a good question. I'm trying to do the math. I don't know exactly. I mean, of course, you need an inner spacing. So it also depends a little bit on crank length. And I don't know exactly how thick the crank arms are of the Aldu. So when you go to the bigger Q factor, does the chain line also change? I'm not sure about that. I don't know enough about this crank. So, but we can certainly check with rotor as well. So again, I would say if you write into us, we can chase down an answer for you on this one. So I'd go with the 147 if you can. 147 is a nice number. You know, but I don't know how thick the crank arms are, if there would be interference with the chainstays there. But I wouldn't think, I mean, I'm almost certain there would not be interference and the 147 would work. But I'm going to assume the 147 has a 43.5 millimeter chain line, and the 152 has a 46 millimeter chain line. So the 46 is probably the way you'd want to go. So the 152 millimeter chain line. I mean Q factor, sorry. So I mean the narrowest Q factor obviously you can get with the Torno because the crank arms are so thin. So that's how that Q factor gets reduced. The Aldu, you know, I think that just looking at these numbers, I think the crank arm thickness is pretty standard, right? So between 15 to 17 millimeters. All right. So if that answers it, great. If not, then write into us and we can chase down a more accurate answer.
Hey, we didn't answer if that 5034 would work, Scott?
Well, I don't think it will work on the 147Q. On the 152, I'm still quite unsure. But Scott has muted himself to avoid having to answer this question for the 8th time, I think. But we will make him a nice T-shirt with this answer on it, so he can strut it around proudly at Yorkdale Mall.
Get that out of here, Carlo.
Oh, too legit 72. That must be. Is that Carlo?
That's Carlo.
Okay, very nice. Very nice, Carlo. So because we get this question about the 54, Scott, can I ask you, dogs or cats?
Dogs are. I love all animals. Either one is good. Grew up with a dog.
Any particular sauce or just
What's that?
With any particular sauce or?
With any particular sauce?
Do you like all animals though? I don't know. Are you vegetarian?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
Hey, Adrian. Cats or dogs? So Scott goes with everything. I'm not really a cat person, I have to say. I think licking yourself in public is just. I guess dogs do that too. I grew up with dogs, but right now I feel sorry for a lot of animals that are held as pets, to be honest. So I'd go sans pets. So, I mean, Daniel, you want to take this dogs and cats thing before we get there? If there's another question already, you can just pop them up and we can move to that. But until then, I think the dogs and cats is all we have going for us. 13 minutes left. That sounds like a lucky number.
It's going to be dogs. Because cats, if you die, they'll eat you.
Is this a known fact?
They'll eat your eyes out because they're hungry. Dogs will just sit there with you. So I don't like the animal that would kill me if it could.
They would kill you if you were dead already?
Oh, Or if it was slightly bigger, it's thinking, I would kill you if I could. Like, those things are just small.
They're like big cats.
But the mountain lion is basically a big cat, and that's the spirit animal of the original Exploro, according to Dave Zabriskie. I don't know if you were in the show at that time or taking a nap, but
I prefer to think of the spirit animal as the antelope with the
that's the RaceMax.
Okay.
That's
Well,
I'll
have to upgrade my frame set then.
So probably the regular Explorer is just some little Bambi deer.
Maybe like a mountain goat or something like that.
I like the mountain goat. Yeah, the mountain goat's cool. It's also pretty Canadian, I guess.
I'm sure they're up there in BC somewhere. Here we have raccoons. That's our spirit animal.
I like raccoons. I always like flipping on a switch in the garage and then and these eyes like light up and sitting on top of your trash can trying to open it. I think that's pretty cool.
They don't care. They're just like...
Oh, we have a real question. We have a real question. Who wants to go? Hector Koss. Are aerodynamics that important in gravel? Who wants to take this one away? Not all at the same time, please.
I think I saw Enrique's hand go up.
That's yours, Gerard.
You need to make an answer of 11 minutes exactly.
Yeah, so you guys can go home already.
Thank you.
No, I'm not doing that. No, because we're going to sing the anthem at the end. So Hector, it is for several reasons. First of all, in gravel, especially in some parts of the American Midwest, but also in other areas, if you're going slow, there's two possible reasons for that. One is that you're going up a mountain. The other one is that you're going into a big headwind. If you go into the big headwind, then you have to add that up to your own speed to get the wind speed, right? So if you're going 10 kilometers an hour into a 40 kilometer an hour headwind, you're going 50 kilometers an hour relative to the wind. So it's all aerodynamics. That's the reason you're only going 10 is your aerodynamics aren't good enough. So all the aerodynamic help there is helpful. But also if you're, the way a lot of people ride their gravel bikes, it's a mix, right? So you do a stretch of asphalt, then you do some gravel, then some single track, back onto the asphalt, and also a little bit of dirt road. So there are plenty of stretches out there that it's a road bike, in between your gravel sections. So, and for those road sections, certainly you want that speed again. So is it important? If you want the ultimate top speed, yes. Is it the most important thing? No, the most important thing is that you're fitting that bike properly, are comfortable, and can last the distance. A little bit like my office chair right now. So hope that answers the questions, Hector, and thanks for checking in. It's good to see a new name again with questions after a while. JT, holy cow, you're still around. Excellent. So yes, what can I say? I think if you make a long enough list of great moments in Western civilization, I certainly think that 12 hours live streaming Q&A for 3T would be on it, but it would have to be a list with a couple of billion entries, certainly. But then I think it should be on there. No, I don't think it's possible to replay it, Matt. But we can just do it again tomorrow night. How's that? So tomorrow night, 5 p.m. we'll be here again, and we'll just answer questions, and we'll start with whether a 50-34 chain ring combo will fit, and there's a chance that Enrique will actually do something and test this for us, and we'll have an answer tomorrow. So that's what I'm going for. But a replay is an option as well, or maybe we'll just delete it and erase it from memory immediately after this ends. That's another option we have there. So, wow. So, that this guy who has the actual Everesting record on two wheels, right? Keegan Svensson, that he actually climbed too much. He climbed 9,046 meters.
I think the rule says you have to finish the climb.
Oh, really?
I think so. There's a lot of rules about this thing now.
I mean, at 200 vertical meters too much. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to finish the climb, but also the time doesn't stop until you finish that climb?
So I think maybe once you cross the meters line, it's there. But to ratify the record, you have to finish the climb. There are a lot of like rules I don't know. Emmanuel Bookman he didn't set the record, even though he climbed the distance fastest for some technicality.
But he did 2 different climbs. But that's not really technicality. He also excluded the stop time. Like, he just used his Garmin. Like, so he actually did it 10 minutes slower anyways than Keegan, and then he used the 2 climbs instead of 1. So it's not really a technicality when it takes you 10 minutes longer to do it. But of course, with the Garmin, he just used his rolling time instead of his total time, which seems to be a little bit of an amateur move for somebody who's relying for his job on using power meters and other measuring devices for a living. But I mean, let's not be too harsh on him. I can understand that your mind's not that clear after 8 hours of doing anything.
But it's not 12.
He could do Everest and a half. I think that should be never like a double Everesting. That's going to be a thing pretty soon, I think. And then I think also if you do a double Everesting, you should be allowed to do 2 different climbs. So then Emmanuel Bookman can come into the picture again. So there's only 6 minutes left. So I think Rene should fill that. He's been very quiet. Do we have any questions?
Did Enrique or Rene answer the cats or dogs question?
Yeah. I don't think Rene's going
to. I think, didn't JT have another question about philosophy somewhere up there?
I'll rest his